everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
One Piece, the Template System Chapter 128 to 150, Water 7 4653 words. The dust from Prime Garp's 6-hour decimation of the Straw Hat crew was still settling across the infinite white floor of the hyperbolic time chamber. The air was heavy with the residual, terrifying pressure of the marine hero's aura. Luffy, Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Ben, the Giants, and the rest of the crew were pushing themselves up from the rubble, their muscles aching despite Ben's healing magic, their pride thoroughly checked. Garp stood in the center, arms crossed, looking at the bruised but unbowed pirates. "Now I know exactly what you all are capable of," Garp announced, his voice carrying the weight of a master teacher who had just assessed a class of highly problematic, overpowered delinquents. "The warm-up is over. I will start actually training you." A collective gulp echoed through the void. Usopp's knees knocked together so violently they sounded like castanets. Nami hid behind Robin. Even Zoro and Sanji broke out in a cold sweat. They had just thrown everything they had at this man for 6 hours, and he hadn't taken a single step backward. What kind of hellish, torturous, soul-crushing regimen was he about to unleash upon them? Garp uncrossed his arms. He raised a single, thick index finger to the sky. "Step 1 of my ultimate training program." Garp roared, his eyes widening with absolute, deadly seriousness. The crew braced themselves. Zoro gripped his swords. Luffy clenched his fists. Garp bellowed. Every single person opposing Garp, from the massive Elbaf warriors to the tiny reindeer, instantly lost their footing, face-planting into the white tiles in a perfectly synchronized anime fall. Luffy's head snapped up from the floor, his eyes instantly turning into giant, sparkling stars. All fear evaporated, replaced by the primal instinct of the rubberman. "Yeah, yeah. Training is awesome. You nearly gave me a heart attack, you old geezer," Sanji groaned, pushing himself up and dusting off his ruined suit. "Bwahahaha." Garp slapped his stomach, which let out a rumbling growl that rivaled a sea king. "You can't forge iron in a cold furnace. A warrior needs fuel. If I'm going to break you down to your atoms, I need you properly fed first." Garp turned his sharp gaze toward Ben, who was casually brushing dust off his shoulder. "Hey, magician," Garp pointed a thick finger at him. "Can you make food? I want 100 steaks, right now." Ben pushed his glasses up his nose, smiling faintly. "Garp-san, I am not a chef. Cooking is an art form best left to the professionals. However, I can provide the canvas." Ben stepped forward and used Momo Yaoyoro's quirk, visualizing the molecular structures of everything a high-end culinary workspace required. Creation. A soft, iridescent light washed over the white tiles. In a matter of seconds, an entire industrial-grade outdoor kitchen materialized from nothingness. Gleaming stainless steel countertops, massive, multi-burner gas stoves, deep fryers, and a massive brick oven appeared. But Ben didn't stop there. He reached into his spatial pouch, the one equipped with stasis fields to prevent rot, and began tossing out ingredients like a magical Santa Claus. Massive slabs of premium Sea King meat, marbled perfectly. Crates of fresh vegetables, sacks of rice, exotic spices from Alabasta and Skypea, and entire wheels of aged cheese thudded onto the prep tables. He even conjured a set of perfectly balanced, razor-sharp chef's knives, gleaming in the artificial light of the void. "The kitchen is yours, chef," Ben gestured grandly. "Vivi Chuan." Sanji spun around, slipping instantly into his element. "I need you on prep. We are feeding a small army of monsters. Let's show this marine what pirate cuisine tastes like." "Right behind you, Sanji-kun." Vivi smiled, tying an apron over her combat suit, and grabbing a cutting board. The heavy golden door of the time chamber creaked open again. Minnie Mary marched into the white void, pulling a small wheeled cart behind her loaded with high-energy electrolyte drinks. She was already wearing a tiny, bright red tracksuit, a terry-cloth sweatband around her forehead, and her signature aviator sunglasses. She blew a silver whistle hanging around her neck. Listen up, recruits. Hydration station is open. Mary announced, switching seamlessly into a fierce PT instructor persona. Gotta keep those muscles lubricated before the old man breaks. Drink up, stretch out, and fall in line. We ain't got time for cramping on my field. Garp stopped poking the stove and looked down at the tiny girl. Bwahahaha. I like this kid. She's got marine drill instructor energy. Who is she? My daughter, Ben smiled proudly. And the ship's spirit. A ship that yells at you to do cardio. Garp laughed louder. Incredible. While the symphony of sizzling meat, chopping vegetables, and boiling water began to fill the sterile void with heavenly aromas, Garp walked over to Ben. The prime marine hero looked at the conjured stoves, poking the solid steel with a heavy finger. You literally made this out of nothing, Garp noted, his voice dropping its boisterous edge, replaced by a sharp, tactical curiosity. It's not an illusion. It's real metal. Real fire. Can you create anything? As long as I understand its exact molecular structure, chemical composition, and the mechanics of how it works, Ben replied calmly, watching the flames dance on Sanji's stove. I can create anything. Garp rubbed his chin, a devious, terrifying smirk slowly spreading across his face. Anything, huh? Garp cracked his knuckles. Then listen closely, magician. I'm going to need you to build me some toys. If we are going to use this time chamber to its fullest, we can't just spar. I need equipment. Name it, Ben said, pulling out a conjured notepad and pen. I need weights, Garp began, ticking items off on his fingers. Massive ones. Tens of thousands of pounds. I need solid iron poles, thick as ancient trees. I need spike bats, blindfolds that block all light, boulders the size of galleons, and an obstacle course. Something with swinging pendulums, pitfalls, and maybe some automatic cannons. Papa, make the pendulum swing irregularly. Mary chimed in, leaning over Ben's notepad with a devious grin. Core stability training. And make the weights extra heavy for Uncle Zorro. He needs to work on his glutes. Ben didn't blink. He just jotted it all down. I can fabricate automated defense turrets and reinforce tungsten structures. Consider it done. Garp looked at Ben, genuinely impressed. You're a terrifying variable, kid. You be causing a lot of headache for Sengoku in the future. I aim to please, Ben smiled. Food is ready. Sanji roared, kicking a massive platter of steaks onto a conjured dining table. The feast was a blur of violence and chewing. Luffy, Ace and Garp ate like starving wolves, fighting over the largest pieces of meat, occasionally punching each other in the face to steal a sausage. The giants, eating from massive cauldrons, laughed as the family brawled over dinner. It was warm. It was loud. It was happy. It was the last moment of peace they would know for a very, very long time. The first month, the forging of monsters after the final bone was picked clean, Garp stood up. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and walked to the center of the white void. Ben had already been at work. Behind Garp, an absolute nightmare of a training ground had been constructed. Mountains of solid iron plates, towering wooden striking posts bound in rough rope, and miles of weighted vests and cannonballs littered the area. Listen up, brats. Garp's voice boomed, erasing the post-meal lethargy instantly. We have roughly 14 months in this room. That is enough time to turn a weakling into a soldier, and a soldier into a monster. But only if you survive. He pointed a finger at the crew. I have divided this first month into 4 distinct phases. I am not here to teach you fancy techniques or secret martial arts. The new world doesn't care about tricks. It cares about raw, undeniable baseline strength. If your vessel is weak, your spirit will leak out when it shatters. We are going to build vessels of iron. Garp's eyes swept over them, locking onto the heavy hitters. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Ariel, and the Duck, Garp addressed the support and tactical team, pointing at Karoo and utilizing Vivi's alias. Thanks to the magical illusion ring Ben had crafted for her, the marine hero was completely oblivious to the fact that the royal princess of Alabasta was standing right in front of him. Your physical limits are lower. You will follow the standard hell regimen. It will push you to the brink of death, but it will not cross it. He then turned his gaze to the others. Luffy, Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Ben, and the 4 human-sized giants, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, Kashii. But you 9. Garp's grin was downright demonic. You are the front line. You are the monsters. You don't get the standard regimen. You get the abyss. I am going to break you until your bones turn to dust and your lungs bleed. And since the magician here can heal you at the end of the day, I don't have to hold back. Luffy and Ace swallowed hard. Zoro grinned. Let's get to work. Week 1, break the body goal, destroy weakness. Build raw durability. The first week was not training. It was torture. Garp's philosophy was simple: the body must collapse before the spirit does. And then, the spirit must force the broken body to stand back up. Every morning, measured by Ben's internal clock, the crew woke up to the sound of Garp shouting. Well, Garp and his new assistant. Listen up, slackers. Mary yelled through a small, conjured megaphone, pacing the line of groaning pirates in her tracksuit. Drop and give me 5,000. Come on, squad. My grandma has more hustle than you, and she's a literal wooden boat. Feel the burn. Embrace the pain. Let's get those gains. Why is the she yelling at us about gains? Usopp cried, mid-squat. Less whining, Uncle Usopp. Deeper on the squat. Engage the quads. Don't make me get the yardstick. Mary blew the whistle right in his ear. Don't you dare play dead. You're a majestic bird, act like it. Give me 50 wing flaps. Double time. Karoo wheezed, weakly flapping his wings while lying on his back. The physical conditioning was beyond inhumane. For the standard team, it was 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 squats, and 5,000 sit-ups. Nami cried openly, her arms shaking like overcooked jelly. Usopp vomited twice before breakfast. Vivi tried to maintain her royal dignity, but ended up face-planting into the tiles by push-up number 3,000. Chopper had to constantly shift forms just to distribute the lactic acid buildup across different muscle groups. Even Robin was caught in the meat grinder. For once, the ever-composed archaeologist wasn't reading a book with a serene smile. She was on the floor, pushing herself up with trembling arms. Excellent form, Auntie Robin. Mary cheered, clicking her pen on the clipboard. Keep that back straight. Tighten the core. You're an inspiration to us all. But for the monsters. 15,000 reps, lower, Zoro. Garp roared, sitting comfortably on a lawn chair, eating rice crackers from his infinite pouch. Your chest isn't touching the floor. Start over from 0. Damn you, old man. Zoro wheezed, a massive pool of sweat forming beneath him, his arms trembling violently under the strain of the 10,000th push-up. Next was the run. Ben had created a treadmill-like track of dense, uneven terrain that looped infinitely within the void. The standard team ran 20 kilometers carrying heavy stones. The monsters ran 50 kilometers. But they didn't just carry stones. Ben had fabricated specialized, hyperdense tungsten vests. Luffy ran with 10 tons strapped to his chest. Because his devil fruit nullified blunt trauma, but didn't grant infinite stamina, the sheer weight threatened to snap his spine. Ace ran beside him, completely forbidden from using his flames, relying entirely on the super soldier serum to keep his heart from exploding. Keep moving. Garp shouted, occasionally throwing a cannonball at the back of their heads just to keep them alert. Your enemies won't wait for you to catch your breath. By midday they moved to the striking posts. Punch the wood. Garp ordered. No devil fruits. Just skin and bone. Hours of striking solid, rough-hewn oak. Sanji kicked until his shins were bruised black and blue. Luffy punched until his rubber knuckles were raw and bleeding, the friction wearing away his skin. Ben, despite the physical enhancements of the Thomas Andre template, felt the agonizing burn of his human flesh tearing. In the evening, the horror shifted to endurance. Plank position. Garp commanded. The crew held planks on the hard white tiles. For an hour. 2 hours. And Garp didn't just let them rest. He walked among them. Garp kicked Sanji in the ribs. The cook collapsed with a groan, coughing up saliva. Did I say you could drop? Garp yelled. Get back up. If you take a hit in a fight, you don't stay down. Brace your core. Take the impact. He walked over to Dory and Bragi, kicking the human-sized giants with enough force to dent steel. They gritted their teeth, their faces contorted in agony, but they held the position. Nighttime brought no relief. Sleep was a luxury. Just as the crew fell into a dead, exhausted slumber on the floor, Garp would strike. A massive boulder would shatter near their heads. Garp roared, diving into the pile of sleeping pirates, throwing punches and kicks in the pitch black. They weren't allowed to fight back. They could only block, dodge, and survive the flurry of blows while their bodies screamed for rest. By the end of week 1, the crew was a mess of shattered bones, torn muscles, and shattered egos. Every night, Ben dragged himself to his feet, barely able to lift his wand, and cast the Golden Fleece Restoration Aura. The golden light healed their physical wounds, knitting bone and closing cuts. But the mental fatigue. The sheer exhaustion that remained. Your bodies are healed, Garp would say, looking at their panting, trembling forms. But your minds are still weak. Tomorrow we fix that. Week 2, advance perception and reaction. Goal, refine observation hockey and intent tracking. If week 1 was about breaking the body, week 2 was about overloading their minds. You brats have already awakened basic observation hockey, Garp paced in front of the bruised crew. You can sense a punch. You can dodge a cannonball. Congratulations, you meet the bare minimum to not die instantly in the new world. But if you rely on basic tracking, an admiral will kill you before your brain even registers the light. He tossed a pile of thick, black blindfolds onto the floor. Put them on. We are pushing your Kenbunchaku past the basics. You must sense the attack even when I mask my intent. You must predict the trajectory before my muscle even twitches. The crew hesitated, but tied the thick cloth around their eyes. The world went dark. Now Garp's voice echoed from all directions in the void. A rock, thrown with the velocity of a sniper bullet, ripped through the air. But Garp had completely masked his presence. There was no killing intent to read. It caught Luffy squarely in the forehead despite his active hockey. He flew backward, yelling in surprise. Right in the dome. Mary's voice echoed from her megaphone. She was sitting safely next to Ben. -10 points for spatial awareness, Captain. Keep your head on a swivel. Don't let your focus drop. Garp began a relentless, high-speed barrage of thrown debris. He threw rocks, wooden planks, and empty barrels. Because their basic observation was being actively tricked by Garp's mastery, the crew panicked. Stop trying to feel my anger. Garp roared, throwing a rock that nailed Zoro in the ribs. I'm not angry. I'm just throwing rocks. Read the displacement of the air. Read the voice of the stone itself. Expand your awareness. The monsters were battered. Zoro, whose hockey usually locked onto a swordsman's bloodlust, was taking heavy hits. Sanji was constantly tripping as Garp ricocheted rocks off the floor. Luffy, relying on animal instinct, dodged a few, but his chaotic nature made him a magnet for punishment. Usopp, however, found his rhythm first. Usopp shrieked, diving wildly to the left. A rock zipped precisely through the space his head had occupied a millisecond prior. I saw it. Usopp gasped, his hands trembling. I didn't hear it, my Kenbunchaku, it flashed. I saw the rock hitting me before it even left his hand. The Falcon serum had already heightened his sensory input, but under this extreme pressure, his observation haki was pushing past basic sensing and briefly flirting with genuine future prediction. Good, Longnose. Garp praised, immediately throwing 3 rocks at him with curved trajectories. Usopp dodged 2 perfectly, but the third caught him in the gut. But don't get cocky. For the rest of the week, Ben amplified the horror. He used his magic to conjure an intricate, deadly obstacle course in total darkness. Swinging pendulums covered in blunt spikes, pitfall traps, and automated turrets firing rubber bullets. The crew was forced to run the course blindfolded. They fell. They were crushed. They were shot. But slowly, agonizingly, their haki refined. Zoro cleared his mind, sinking into the quiet void of the swordsman. He stepped forward. A pendulum swung. Zoro didn't look, and he didn't try to sense the trap's malice. He just felt the breath of the iron. He tilted his torso an inch to the left. The spike grazed his shirt, missing his skin entirely. Sanji began to weave through the automated turret fire, sensing the mechanical targeting lasers through the minute electrical shifts in the air before they even fired. Luffy, forced to stop relying on just his reflexes, began to open his mind to the entire room, predicting the chaotic bounces of Garp's projectiles. Their basic observation was transforming into a razor-sharp, wide-net radar. Week 3, Armament Densification and Flow. Goal: harden under stress and unlock a mission, Ryuo. Your muscles are torn. Your stamina is deeper and your senses are sharper, Garp announced at the start of the 3rd week. Now it's time to forge the armor. We are upgrading your Busashoku. Garp held a massive, solid oak bat coated in his own terrifying, invisible haki. Most of you already know how to use armament haki, Garp explained, looking at Luffy, Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Ben, and the giants. You can turn your limbs black. You can hit Logias. But let me make this clear, against a Yonko or an Admiral, that brittle black armor of yours will shatter like cheap glass. Garp stepped up to Zoro. Put your arms up, swordsman. Coat them. Zoro raised his forearms in a cross guard. He concentrated, and his skin instantly turned a deep, metallic black. Garp didn't hesitate. He swung the oak bat with terrifying force. The bat slammed into Zoro's blackened forearms. The sheer, overwhelming density of Garp's haki instantly fractured Zoro's defense. The black coating splintered like cracked porcelain, and the sound of bone microfracturing echoed in the void. Zoro gritted his teeth, his knees buckling, but he didn't scream. Your coating is too rigid. Garp yelled, winding up again. Don't just paint your skin with spirit. Condense it. Pack more willpower into a smaller space until it's infinitely dense. He hit him again. And again. Sanji was ordered to ignite his diable jam and kick solid blocks of steel. Your fire is hot, and your haki is present. Garp demanded. But they are separate. Weave the armament directly into the flames. Compress the heat with your spirit. Ben conjured dense iron plates. The crew was forced to punch them. Luffy, stripped of the sea stone cuffs but forbidden from using gear 2nd or 3rd, stood before a solid boulder of granite. His fists were already black with haki, but Garp wasn't satisfied. Stop relying on just the surface hardening. Garp kicked Luffy in the back of the legs, correcting his stance. If you want to hurt someone like a Yonko or an Admiral, a thin coat of black paint isn't enough. Your haki is spread too wide. It's like an inflated balloon. Compress it. Pack your willpower so tightly into your fist that it becomes infinitely dense. Listen to the old man. Mary yelled through her megaphone. Contract those fibers. Maximize the density, Captain. Turn that rock into gravel. Push through the resistance. Luffy growled, wiping sweat from his mouth. He stood up, staring at the granite boulder. He pulled his blackened fist back. Instead of letting his haki spread like an aura, he focused entirely on compressing it, crushing his willpower down layer by agonizing layer until his arm trembled under the sheer density of his own spirit. His arm didn't just turn black, it took on a heavy, deep purple metallic sheen. Luffy's fist hit the granite. The boulder didn't just crack. The sheer, overwhelming density of the strike caused the entire massive stone to instantly pulverize into fine, powdery dust, collapsing completely under the weight of his condensed haki. Better, Garp grunted. That's true hardening. Now do it 10,000 more times until your fist feels like a solid mountain. Usopp, who had yet to awaken armament haki at all, stood sweating on the sidelines. As for you, Sniper, Garp pointed a spiked iron bat at him. You don't have the armor yet. Your goal this week is to find that spark. I'm going to beat you until your spirit realizes it needs a shield. Garp charged. Usopp shrieked, sprinting across the time chamber with Garp hot on his heels. Find your armor, Sniper. Garp roared, swinging the bat. Usopp tripped over a stray iron plate. He was cornered. Garp swung the bat directly down toward Usopp's face with terrifying speed. Usopp screamed, squeezing his eyes shut. In a moment of pure, unadulterated panic, he focused every single ounce of his latent willpower into protecting his most prominent, vulnerable feature. The spiked iron bat bounced off with a loud, metallic ring. Garp blinked, pausing his swing. Usopp opened one eye. He looked down. His entire long nose had turned pitch black, gleaming with a flawless, impossibly dense coating of armament haki. Usopp immediately realized what he had done. He stood up, puffing out his chest, pointing his shiny black nose at the sky. Usopp declared triumphantly, striking a magnificent pose. The indestructible nose of God Usopp. Garp just sighed, rubbing his temples with his free hand. That is the absolute stupidest application of Busoshoku I have ever seen, but it counts. Now do your arms, you idiot. By the end of the week, the crew's haki had undergone a massive evolution. Their black hardening was visibly darker and denser, possessing a faint, metallic gleam. Their strikes didn't just thud, they echoed with a concussive, internal devastation. The invisible armor wasn't just forming anymore, it was being perfected. Week 4, Controlled Chaos Goal, Endless Horde Stamina Simulation. You've survived the basics, Garp cracked his neck, stepping into the center of the arena on the 22nd day. Now it's time for stamina and crowd control. Garp nodded to Ben. Magician. Bring out the fodder. Ben stepped forward. He raised his hands, his eyes glowing with the ancient, terrifying magic of the Medea. From his spatial pouch, he pulled out a handful of what looked like jagged, fossilized teeth. He scattered them across the white tiles. Dragon Tooth Warriors, rise. The pristine white tiles morphed into dark, muddy soil. From the dirt, skeletal hands burst forth. Hundreds of heavily armed, spectral skeleton warriors, the legendary Spartoi of the Age of Gods, dragged themselves to the surface, wielding rusted swords, spears, and heavy shields. Their empty eye sockets burned with eerie purple fire. What are those? Nami shrieked, clutching her climb attacked. Infinite sparring partners, Ben smirked. Endurance drill. Stamina test. Mary barked through her megaphone, sitting on the pillar next to Ben, a stopwatch in her hand. Phase 4 begins now. No slacking. No taking breaks in the mud. Keep your heart rates up and your guards higher. Let's see some hustle, everyone. You have no food, Garp announced, crossing his arms. You have no water. And for the next 7 days, you have no rest. You will fight the magician's army. But there's only a few hundred of them. Luffy grinned, cracking his knuckles. We can beat them in 10 minutes. He's not stopping at a few hundred, Garp grinned sadistically. He's going to keep summoning them. Infinitely. For exactly 168 hours. Ben waved his hand lazily. Another 100 skeletons ripped themselves from the ground. Then another 100. The rattling of bones filled the time chamber. Begin, Garp roared. For the next 7 days, it was an absolute, unending meat grinder. The Straw Hats and Giants threw themselves into the skeletal horde. It was a cycle of pure violence and exhaustion. Every time Zoro cut down 50 warriors with a single hockey-infused slash, Ben simply raised his hand, and 50 more grew from the dust of the fallen. When Sanji incinerated a platoon with his blazing diable jam, a new platoon marched relentlessly through the flames. Coordinate! Ben yelled from the safety of a high stone pillar he had conjured, casually tossing more dragon teeth down into the fray. Don't waste energy on overkill. Precision strikes. Flow your hockey to conserve stamina. They tried. Zoro and Sanji launched synchronized attacks to clear wide swaths. Ace provided massive walls of covering fire. The giants acted as unmovable fortresses, crushing hundreds with every swing of their URU weapons. But the horde was truly endless. They were starved. They were dehydrated. They were operating on zero sleep, their bodies running purely on adrenaline, and the absolute refusal to die beneath a sea of bones. On the final day of the month, the muddy battlefield was a shattered ruin of bone dust and broken weapons. The Straw Hat crew lay scattered across the mud, completely buried under small mountains of crushed skeletons. They were covered in dirt, bone ash, and sweat. Their chests heaved as they gasped for air. None of them could stand. Their muscles had entirely given out, their stamina completely drained to the absolute 0 percentile. Garp stood in the center of the destruction. He looked down at his grandsons and the crew of lunatics that followed them. They were broken. They couldn't lift a finger. But as Garp looked into their eyes, he didn't see defeat. Luffy's eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding light. Zoro was glaring at him with the intensity of a demon. Sanji, despite lying face down in the mud, was trying to push himself up with one trembling arm. Their bodies had collapsed. But their spirits hadn't even cracked. A slow, wide, incredibly proud smile spread across the old marine's scarred face. Month 1 is complete, Garp announced, his voice echoing in the ruined void. You survived the crucible. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a rice cracker, tossing it into his mouth. Time's up. Whistle blows. Mary shouted through the megaphone, blowing her whistle one last time. Hit the showers and drink your protein shakes, recruits. Because month 2 is going to make you wish you were still doing squats. Take a nice nap, Garp crunched loudly, nodding in agreement with the ship's avatar. Because the little coach is right. Month 2 is where it gets difficult. Chapter 129, Water 7 4,186 words, time's up. The shrill, piercing shriek of a silver whistle echoed across the ruined, muddy battlefield of the time chamber. Minnie Mary stood atop a pile of pulverized skeleton dust, wearing her bright red tracksuit, aviator sunglasses, and a tiny drill sergeant hat. She had officially, and terrifyingly, appointed herself as Garp's second-in-command for the duration of the training. 5 minutes are over, recruits. Mary shouted through her megaphone. On your feet. If you have time to bleed, you have time to breed. Hydrate, rotate, and get ready for phase 2. Garp swallowed his rice cracker, wiping the crumbs from his chin. He stood up, cracking his neck so loudly it sounded like a snapping ship mast. He looked over the Straw Hat crew, who were groaning and peeling themselves off the floor after their month-long survival simulation against Ben's endless undead army. Thanks to Ben's golden fleece, restoration aura, their muscles were instantly repaired, their stamina refilled, and their broken bones knit back together. But the psychological exhaustion of fighting for a month straight was heavy in their eyes. You survived the warm-up, Garp's voice boomed, completely devoid of his usual grandfatherly warmth. You built a baseline. You found the spark of hockey. But a spark won't keep you alive in the new world. You need a roaring bonfire. For the next 6 months, we are going to forge your spirits in absolute hell. Garp turned to Ben. Magician. I need targets. Something that won't break when these monsters hit it. And make 'em big, Papa. Mary added, pointing her clipboard at Ben. No baby targets. We need maximum durability. Ben adjusted his glasses. He stepped forward. He simply held out his palm. His skin glowed with the golden light. A handful of tiny, 1-inch-tall silver-gray metallic cylinders dropped into his palm, looking like game pieces from a board game. Miniatures. Garp raised an eyebrow. Efficiency, Ben smirked. He tossed the tiny cylinders onto the white tiles, spacing them out perfectly across the vast void. Then, he tapped into the magic of the Spriggon 12. Command T, enlarge. Space warped violently. The tiny toy cylinders exploded in size, shooting upwards and outwards. In less than a second they expanded into 10 massive, cylindrical pillars. Each pillar was 10 feet thick and 50 feet tall. They didn't look like stone or normal steel. They gleamed with a dull, mesmerizing silver-gray sheen that seemed to absorb the ambient light of the room. Vibranium, Ben announced, stepping back. The most resilient metal in my arsenal. It doesn't just deflect impact, it actively absorbs kinetic energy. If you punch this with raw physical strength, the metal will absorb the force and reflect the kinetic shockwave straight back into your own bones. Garp's eyes lit up with a terrifying, sadistic glee. He pointed a massive finger at the heavy hitters. You are the vanguard. Your new daily routine starts now. You will stand in front of these pillars, and you will hit them. Hit them. Ace frowned, igniting his fist. For how long? Until you break them, Garp said flatly. Break them. Zoro walked up to one of the pillars. He drew Wado Ikemanji and swung a casual, yet incredibly powerful slash at the metal. Zoro's arm vibrated violently. The sword bounced off, leaving absolutely zero marks on the smooth metal. The kinetic feedback traveled up Zoro's arm, forcing him to drop to one knee, gritting his teeth in pain. It's a mirror for physical force, Ben warned, rubbing his own wrist. If you hit it hard, it hits you back just as hard. Garp roared. That is why you cannot rely on your muscles. You cannot rely on your devil fruits. The only way to destroy vibranium is to bypass the surface entirely. You must use advanced armament hockey. You must flow your spirit into the pillar and destroy it from the inside out. Internal destruction. Until you can turn these pillars to dust, you will not sleep. Luffy marched up to his pillar. He didn't complain. He coated his fist in dark black hockey. He pulled his arm back and threw a devastating punch. Luffy screamed, his rubber arm rippling as the kinetic energy was reflected back into his own shoulder, dislocating it instantly. Ben sighed, raised his wand, and popped Luffy's shoulder back into place with a healing charm. Again, Captain. Garp then turned to the rest of the crew. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Vivi, and Karoo. Support team. Garp barked. You are the brains, the snipers, the navigators. In a real war, the enemy will always target you first to cripple the vanguard. Your physical strength will never match Kaido or Big Mom. Therefore, your evasion must be absolute. Your observation hockey must reach the peak of precognition. Garp looked at Ben. Magician. Set up the track. Ben nodded. He squatted down and placed his hands on the tiles. Using creation, he fabricated a tiny, intricate diorama of a running track complete with microscopic lava pits, tiny swinging pendulums, and minuscule spikes about the size of a dinner plate. He set it on the floor. Command T, enlarge. The diorama expanded exponentially. The flat white void warped and stretched as the massive, circular running track materialized at full scale, stretching for hundreds of miles into the distance. Dragon Tooth Warriors. Rise, Ben chanted, tossing a handful of seeds that he quickly enlarged into fully armed skeletons. From the ground surrounding the track, thousands of skeletal warriors clawed their way to the surface. Ben handed them magical javelins, explosive tags, and heavy boulders. Your task, Garp sneered at the pale-faced support team, is to run. You will run this track continuously. The skeletons will throw everything they have at you. You cannot fight back. You can only dodge. You will run until your legs shatter, and then the magician will heal you, and you will run again. Usopp trembled, his knees knocking. There are thousands of them. They have explosives. Then you better not be where the explosives land. Garp yelled. Blindfolds on. Blindfolds. Nami shrieked. We have to run a lava obstacle course while being shot at in the dark. Observation hockey is the eye of the mind. Garp roared. If you use your physical eyes, your brain processes the light, sends it to your nerves and moves your muscles. That is too slow. Feel their intent. Hear the breath of the spears. Move before they even release the weapon. Minnie Mary blew her whistle. She jumped onto a small, floating hoverboard Ben had created for her, riding alongside Garp. You heard the Vice Admiral. Mary yelled through her megaphone, flying over the starting line. Move those feet. Let's get this cardio going. Last one around the track owes me 500 berries. Go, go, go. Kara cried, pulling his goggles down over his eyes as a blindfold and sprinting for his life as a shower of spears rained down behind him. The training was no longer a montage. It was an agonizing, daily reality. For the heavy hitters, the vibranium pillars became their entire world. Every day, for 16 hours a day, the time chamber echoed with the sickening sound of breaking bones and the loud, metallic clang of failed impacts. Sanji's legs were shattered dozens of times. He would ignite his diable jam, coat his leg in hockey, and kick the pillar with enough force to level a building. The vibranium would absorb the heat, and the impact, and the kinetic rebound would snap his femur. He would collapse, screaming in agony. Ben would cast a healing spell, and Sanji would stand up, light a fresh cigarette with a trembling hand, and kick it again. Zoro fared no better. His hands bled constantly. He realized that simply coating his swords in hockey wasn't enough. The vibranium was too dense. He had to learn to let his hockey flow out of his body, down the hilt, and form an invisible, sharp extension beyond the physical steel. Every time he failed the flow, the shockwave rattled his organs. Luffy was a madman. His rubber body usually protected him from blunt force, but vibranium was different. The reflected kinetic energy bypassed his elasticity entirely. His arms bruised black and purple. Luffy roared, pulling his fist back for the 10,000th time that day. Why won't it break? Because you're hitting the outside. Garp yelled, walking among them. Stop trying to push the metal. You need to push your will into the center of the pillar. Imagine your hockey is water flowing through a crack. Fill the inside and burst it. Luffy stared at the pillar, his chest heaving. His stomach let out a massive, echoing rumble. The frustration finally boiled over. If I can't break it. Luffy unhinged his jaw, his eyes turning wild. I'll eat it. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy lunged forward and bit down on the solid vibranium with all his might. Gaia Ia. Luffy bounced off the pillar, clutching his mouth. His rubber teeth were jagged, bent, and comically shattered. Waterfalls of tears sprayed from his eyes. Chopper screamed from the track, sprinting over blindfolded with his dental tools. Bwahahaha. Garp pointed and laughed uproariously, slapping his knee. You tried to eat the hardest metal. What an absolute idiot. 100 push-ups for stupidity. After Chopper fixed Luffy's mouth, Ben walked over. He saw Luffy staring at the pillar with a blank, frustrated expression. The technical explanation of kinetic flow, and molecular bypass that Ben had tried to give earlier had clearly flown 10 miles over Luffy's head. Ben let out a long sigh. No, Luffy. You're still trying to force it. Luffy tilted his head, rubbing his jaw. Then how do I do it? I'm hitting it as hard as I can. Ben rubbed the back of his neck, clearly reconsidering his pedagogical approach. He needed to speak Luffy's language. Let me put it in a way you'll understand. The nearby crew leaned in, curious to hear how the resident genius would explain the pinnacle of hockey to a boy who thought meat was a personality trait. Ben pointed at Luffy. Imagine you really, really need to pee. The entire area went silent. A tumbleweed of bone dust rolled past. Luffy, however, nodded with absolute, deadly seriousness. If you squeeze too hard, Ben continued calmly, the pee goes everywhere and makes a mess. It's erratic. It lacks power because you're fighting yourself. Sanji and Zoro choked, trying with all their might not to laugh. Garp's cracker stopped halfway to his mouth. But if you relax and let it flow, Ben gestured with his hand in a steady, forward motion, the pea goes straight where you aim it. It has force. It has direction. It has flow. Luffy's eyes widened. A light bulb practically appeared above his head. Ben tapped Luffy's chest. Hockey is the same. Right now you're squeezing too hard and keeping it inside your fist. That's why the metal reflects it. Instead, let it flow out of your body, through your arm, and guide it toward the target. Don't hit the metal. Aim the stream through it. Luffy looked at his fist. He looked at the pillar. Don't force it, let it flow. Ben nodded, satisfied. That's advanced armament. The people nearby exchanged looks of pure, unadulterated bewilderment. Did he really just explain the secret of advanced armament with P? Sanji whispered, horrified. Luffy suddenly grinned, his face lighting up with a dangerous epiphany. I got it. Luffy closed his eyes, concentrating. He took a deep breath. Suddenly, his face went slightly red. He shifted his weight from foot to foot. Wait, Luffy said, his voice strained. I actually have the urge to pee now. Pictured it too well. Everyone sighed in unison, the dramatic tension evaporating instantly. I've got you covered, Captain, Ben snapped his fingers. Using creation, Ben materialized a high-tech, plastic porta-potty right there in the middle of the white void. Luffy scrambled inside, the door slamming shut. 5 minutes later, Luffy emerged. He looked serene. Rejuvenated. Entirely relaxed. Okay, Luffy said, cracking his neck. Now I'm ready. Luffy stepped in front of the massive vibranium pillar again. He closed his eyes. He didn't tense his muscles. He didn't wind up his punch. He simply relaxed his arm, letting it hang loose. He focused on his hockey, not as a shell to harden his skin, but as a liquid stream waiting to be released. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Luffy's fist moved. It wasn't a fast punch. It was a fluid, guided motion. His fist stopped exactly 1 millimeter short of the metal's surface. A muffled, explosive sound echoed from inside the metal. The vibranium plate caved inward as if struck by a massive, invisible hammer. A crater formed in the center of the pillar, the silver metal warping and cracking from the internal pressure. Luffy's eyes sparked with pure joy. It worked. Ben smirked, crossing his arms. Nature's greatest lesson. I can't believe that actually worked, Nami muttered from the sidelines, her jaw hanging open. I'm not sure whether to laugh or write that down, Usopp added. Garp stood nearby, staring at the dent in the indestructible pillar. He looked at his grandson, who was now bouncing around happily, and then at Ben. The marine hero didn't know whether to praise Luffy's natural fighting genius, or fall into a deep pit of despair over how incredibly dumb the catalyst for that genius had been. Garp whispered, his spirit visibly trembling. He learned a mission because of P. To survive the sheer physical breakdown of the training, massive calorie intake was paramount. And Sanji was delivering a masterclass in extreme endurance cooking. 4 times a day, the time chamber echoed with the ringing of a massive dinner bell. Sanji stood behind his conjured kitchen, cooking with his feet, while actively fighting off stray dragon-tooth warriors just to keep his reflexes sharp. I need 50 pounds of rice, 2 crates of sky cabbage, and the fattest sea king you've got in that pouch. Sanji roared, flipping an entire roasted boar in the air with a single kick. Coming right up, Ben, hovering nearby on a magical disc, reached into his stasis-enchanted spatial pouch. He pulled out a massive, frozen chunk of premium sea king meat, and tossed it perfectly onto Sanji's cutting board, followed by sacks of fresh produce. Because of Ben's inventory and creation magic, they were never short on 5-star ingredients. The crew would sprint to the tables, inhale the nutrient-dense, perfectly spiced meals, and immediately sprint back to the pillars or the track under the terrifying whistle-blows of their tiny second-in-command. Meanwhile, on the endless track, the support team was experiencing their own unique hell. Robin's voice was the only thing keeping them alive. With her devil fruit, she sprouted ears and eyes, under her blindfold, along the track, acting as a radar for the others. Explosives at 3 o'clock. Robin called out calmly, flipping backward as a magically enhanced boulder smashed into the ground where she had just been. Usopp, gasping for breath, felt his lungs burning. He couldn't see, and the constant barrage was exhausting his newly awakened haki. Desperate, he dove behind a large, conjured rock to take a quick, 5-second breather while the skeletons passed. Hovering above them on her hoverboard, Mary's head snapped toward him like a hawk locking onto prey. Acting as Garp's official enforcer, she was absolutely ruthless. Uncle Usopp. Mary's voice boomed through her megaphone. I see you camping. No AFK in the survival zone. That's a 10-berry deduction from your weekly allowance. And I'm adding a spicy modifier for loitering. My allowance? Usopp gasped, peeking out from behind the rock. Ben, standing safely on a pillar, snapped his fingers lazily. Instantly, the rusted swords of the skeletal warriors chasing Usopp burst into magical, roaring flames. You can't deduct my allowance, I'm the second in command. Usopp screamed, sprinting out from behind the rock with his pants slightly singed, running faster than he ever had before. They're getting too comfortable, Garp noted in month 4. Ben used a combination of magic, creation and command T to create a Iceland and a volcano. Suddenly, the void shifted. Half the room became a negative 50-degree blizzard, the other half, a volcanic wasteland. Garp's voice cut through the howling wind. If your haki wavers, you freeze. Chopper, covered in thick fur, was practically dying of heat stroke on the track, but he forced his observation haki to its absolute limit to predict lava geysers. Ben then introduced 20 times normal gravity. Luffy was driven to his knees, his punches feeling like they were moving through lead. Month 5, the rally of the flag. By the 5th month, the physical toll was completely negated by Ben's healing, but the psychological toll was reaching critical mass. They were trapped in an endless cycle of agonizing pain, extreme weather, and impossible tasks. They had forgotten what the sun looked like. The silence of the void, broken only by the sound of impacts and explosions, was deafening. In the support team's sector, Usopp finally collapsed. His knees hit the dirt track. His blindfold was soaked in sweat. He was gasping for air, his lungs refusing to expand. Around him, the skeletal army closed in, raising their fiery spears. Nami cried out, stopping her run to turn back for him. Leave me, Usopp wheezed, his spirit finally cracking. I can't do another lap. My brain is fried. I can't sense them anymore. Vivi and Robin stopped beside him, deflecting the incoming spears, but they too were swaying on their feet. Chopper lay on his back, his hooves twitching. In the heavy hitters sector, Luffy was resting his forehead against the cold vibranium pillar. His arms hung limply at his sides. He had hit the pillar 1,000,000 times. It was fractured, but it wouldn't break. It's too hard, Luffy whispered, a rare moment of doubt clouding his mind. I'm not strong enough. Zoro dropped his swords, falling to his knees. Sanji leaned against his pillar, his eyes closed, the fire in his leg extinguished. Garp watched them. He didn't yell. He knew this moment was coming. The wall of despair. This was the moment that separated the strong from the legends. If they couldn't push past this, they would die in the new world. Ben stood nearby, his wand lowered. He looked at the exhausted crew. He looked at Mary. Mary understood. The drill sergeant routine wasn't going to work anymore. They didn't need a commander right now. They needed a reminder of why they were doing this. Minnie Mary deactivated her hoverboard. She landed softly on the ground. She took off her drill sergeant hat and her sunglasses, revealing her big, expressive eyes. She walked over to the largest, tallest vibranium pillar in the center of the room. She stood on the summit, looking down at her broken, exhausted family. Mary reached into her spatial pocket. She pulled out a massive, folded piece of black cloth attached to a long wooden pole. With a fierce, determined yell, Mary swung the pole outward. The cloth unfurled, catching the artificial wind of the time chamber. It was massive, 20 feet long and 10 feet wide. It was the Jolly Roger. The Straw Hat skull and crossbones. Mary planted the base of the pole on the top of the pillar. She gripped it with both hands and began to wave the colossal flag back and forth. The heavy snap-snap of the thick canvas echoed through the silent void. Mary's voice rang out, not through a megaphone, but with her own, desperate, emotional voice. Look up at the flag. Luffy slowly raised his head. Usopp peeled his blindfold off. Zoro opened his eye. They saw the small girl standing at the summit of their nightmare, waving the symbol of their freedom, her face streaked with tears of empathy. You are the Straw Hat Pirates. Mary screamed, her voice cracking with emotion. You are the ones who saved the East Blue from Arlong pirates. You are the ones who conquered the desert and rang the golden bell in the sky. You burned down the world government's front door to save Auntie Robin. Robin gasped, covering her mouth as she looked up at the flag. You didn't come this far to be beaten by a piece of metal. Mary cried, waving the flag harder, her small arms trembling under the weight. You didn't come this far to give up on a running track. You promised. You promised to take me to the end of the sea. Mary took a deep breath, her digital heart thumping wildly in her chest. She began to sing. It wasn't a perfect, polished rendition. It was raw, breathless, and filled with tears, but it was the song that connected every pirate on the sea. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. The haunting, beautiful melody of Bink's sake drifted down from the pillar. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks's brew. Sea wind blows to where, who knows. The waves will be our guide. Usopp stared at the flag. He remembered Syrup Village. He remembered his dream to be a brave warrior. He gritted his teeth, his hands digging into the dirt. Tie up fears and hardships too, we'll sail the sea to somewhere new. Sanji opened his eyes. He remembered the all blue. He pushed himself off the pillar, his legs slowly reigniting with a pure, white-hot flame. Zoro picked up his swords. He remembered Kuina. He remembered his promise to Mihawk. His aura flared, turning the air around him a dark, demonic purple. Luffy stared at the skull wearing the straw hat. The hat that Shanks had given him. The promise to become the king. Let's all sing out a pirate song, a song of the sea. Luffy slowly stood up. The crushing gravity didn't matter. The pain didn't matter. He clenched his fists. He didn't look at the pillar. He looked through it. She's right, Luffy whispered, a terrifying grin spreading across his face. We have to go to the end of the sea. Usopp screamed, forcing himself to his feet. He pulled his blindfold back down over his eyes. I am God Usopp. A few skeletons won't kill me. Let's go, support team. Nami yelled, sparking her climb attacked. Full speed. The energy in the time chamber shifted entirely. The despair evaporated, burned away by the sheer, unadulterated will of the Straw Hat crew. Geba Baba. Dory and Broggy roared, raising their weapons, tears in their eyes from the song. For the little one. Month 6, the awakening, the final month of this phase, was a crescendo of small breakthroughs. They had broken past their mental walls, but the vibranium was still winning the physical war. On the track, the support team was flowing. Usopp, fully blindfolded, sidestepped spears with a grace he didn't know he possessed. Nami moved like a leaf on the wind. They're starting to glimpse the immediate future, Ben noted. It's flickering, but it's there. In the heavy sector, Luffy stood before his pillar. It was covered in dents and hairline cracks, but it still stood tall. He took a deep breath, coating his arm in armament hockey. He relaxed. He let the stream flow. Luffy threw a punch. It stopped short. A massive, spiderwebbing crack raced up the entire 50-foot pillar. Chunks of vibranium flaked off, but the core held firm. Zoro unleashed an Iato draw. The hockey extended from his blade, carving a 3-foot-deep gash into the indestructible metal, but he didn't cut through. Sanji's white-hot kick melted a crater into his pillar, but the structure remained standing. Garp surveyed the damage. He looked at the panting, scarred pirates. They hadn't shattered the pillars yet. They hadn't mastered the internal destruction. But the seed of advanced hockey had finally taken root. Garp slowly raised a hand to his dog mask, a wide, proud grin splitting his face. Magician, Garp rumbled. Yes, Vice Admiral. Ben asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Garp, his voice full of a new, terrifying intensity. They've finally learned to crawl. But the new world will eat them if they can't run. Garp cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing like cannon fire. Open the crates, magician. We still have 8 months left in this room, Garp announced, his eyes glowing with a predatory light. The warm-up is officially over. The real training begins. Ben smiled, raising his wand. I was hoping you'd say that. The door to the time chamber remained sealed as the crew turned back to their pillars, the sound of the next 8 months of struggle already beginning to ring out in the white void. Chapter 130, Water 7. 2558 words. The time chamber, Month 7, the deepening abyss. The spark that had been achieved at the 6-month mark was not the end. To Garp, it was barely the entrance fee to the real arena of the new world. You've learned to see the door, Garp roared, standing atop a mountain of shattered vibranium fragments that Luffy had finally managed to pulverize. Now, I'm going to make you walk through it and live in the dark. The next 6 months were a blur of coordinated suffering. By month 8, the most surprising development wasn't the strength of the monsters, but the sheer pettiness of the sniper. Usopp, fueled by the Falcon serum and Garp's relentless rock-throwing drills, had achieved something even Zoro and Sanji were still struggling to stabilize: consistent advance observation hockey, future sight. During a lunch break, Sanji had prepared a single, perfectly marbled Sea King steak as a reward for the most improved trainee. He set it on a plate in the center of the table. Luffy's hand moved before the plate even touched the wood. Gomu Gomu no. His arm blurred, stretching toward the meat. Usopp, sitting 3 chairs away, didn't even look up from his juice. His eyes flashed a dull red for a microsecond. He casually slid his own empty plate 2 inches to the left. Luffy's hand slammed into the wood where the meat had been a fraction of a second prior. Luffy blinked, his hand retracting. I missed. Luffy tried again. A high-speed gatling of grabs. Usopp, looking bored, tilted his head, moved his fork, and shifted his chair. Every single one of Luffy's lightning-fast attempts hit empty air or the table. How are you doing that? Luffy screamed, his eyes popping out. Are you a ghost? I saw you fail that grab 2 seconds ago, Captain, Usopp said, finally looking up with a smug, godlike grin. He stabbed the steak with his fork and took a triumphant bite. "Go eat a rice cracker." Garp, watching from the side, threw his head back and laughed until he choked. Bwahahaha. The longnose is using the ultimate perception of the sea to protect his lunch. That's the most pathetic and brilliant thing I've ever seen. Your hockey is like a wall, Ben, Zoro grunted, his 3 blades coated in purple hockey as he clashed against Ben's forearm. But it's static. You're using it like a shield, not a weapon. I'm used to magic doing the work for me, Ben admitted, his eyes glowing gold. Ben began practicing a new technique, weaving his hockey into his ruler's authority. He learned to project his willpower through his telekinetic grip. Instead of just pulling objects, he was now crushing the very space around them with armament-reinforced intent. By month 10, Ben could coat his entire golden armor in a secondary layer of pitch-black armament hockey, making him a literal tank that even Dory and Bragi struggled to dent. Around month 9, a new phenomenon occurred. Zoro and Sanji were engaged in their daily deathmatch in a corner of the void. They were fully healed every night, so they fought with homicidal intent. "Diable Jam, Hell's Kitchen!" Sanji roared, his leg turning a blinding, radioactive white. "Santoryu, Dragon Damnation!" Zoro countered, his swords humming with a dark, demonic purple. As their attacks collided, a shockwave of such immense, soul-crushing pressure erupted. Black and red lightning crackled between the cook and the swordsman. "They awakened it," Ben noted, shielding his eyes. "The color of the Supreme King." Garp grinned from his lawn chair. "But they're wild. No control. They're like toddlers with loaded cannons." While the monsters brawled, the support team, Nami, Chopper, Robin, Ariel/Vivi, and Karoo, were undergoing a different kind of evolution. Garp forced them to live in total darkness for 3 months straight. Ben summoned thousands of dragon-tooth warriors that were enchanted with disillusionment charms, making them both invisible and silent. Nami learned to sense the minute shifts in air temperature and humidity to predict where a skeleton was breathing, allowing her to strike with lightning-fast precision. Chopper refined his monster point, able to maintain it for a long time. Vivi, Ariel, had her own breakthrough. Driven by the memory of her kingdom's suffering, she awakened Conqueror's hockey during a drill where Garp cornered her, though her control remained erratic. By the end of month 12, the growth was staggering. Luffy, Ace, and Ben, masters of advanced armament, internal destruction, and advanced observation, future sight. Controlled Conqueror's hockey. Sanji and Zoro, masters of advanced armament and observation. Awakened Conquerors, volatile. The giants, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, Kashii, massive hockey reserves, capable of shrouding their entire forms in obsidian-dense armor. Nami, Chopper, Robin, Karoo, perfection of basic hockey. Usopp, future sight achieved. Perfection of armament hockey. Vivi, Conquerors awakened. Perfection of basic hockey. Month 13, the final lesson. As the 13th month began, Ben removed all the equipment. Garp stood in the center of the white void. He reached up and slowly unbuttoned his Marine Vice Admiral's coat, letting the white fabric fall to the floor. "For the final month, there is only one exercise," Garp announced. "The 12 of you against me. All at once. No breaks." Garp took a deep breath. Thrum. He released his Conqueror's hockey. The white void turned dark red. The air screamed. A year ago, this would have made the crew faint. They all stood firm. Their feet were planted. Their eyes were wide open. They didn't flinch. The final month was not just a fight, it was a televised event for the rest of the ship's systems. Minnie Mary sat on a high, floating platform Ben had created, wearing a professional headset with a boom mic and a blazer over her dress. She had a holographic live chat and scoreboard floating next to her. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are live." Mary's voice boomed over the speakers, utilizing a high-energy professional sports commentator's voice. "Welcome to the final round of the Punch the Grandpa Invitational. I'm your host, Minnie Mary, and we are witnessing absolute history here today. This isn't just a fight, it's a 12-man raid on a final boss who clearly has hacks enabled. Below her, the 12 versus 1 brawl was catastrophic. And look at that opening. Mary screamed into the mic. Luffy goes for the head, but Garp ducks with zero effort. Absolute skill issue. Ratioed by a senior citizen. The captain is malding, folks. Zoro and Sanji are trying a pincer maneuver. The Mossman is swinging the 3000 worlds while the Love Cook is going for the hell memories. Garp just caught Zoro's blade with his teeth, and kicked Sanji into next Tuesday. Talk about a tank diff. That's a major L for the wings of the future Pirate King. Someone tell them to touch grass. Nami and Usopp are trying to kite him from the back line. Aimbot enabled on God Usopp. He's firing laser arrows like he's playing a first-person shooter. But Garp is just. He's just swatting them away while eating a rice cracker with his left hand. The disrespect. He's literally AFK farming my crew. This is the most mid-performance I've ever seen from the Vanguard. The battle raged for weeks. Day 15. The fatigue is setting in, but the content is fire. Mary shouted, her headset flashing with emoji alerts. Ben is trying to use ruler's authority to pin the vice admiral. He's pulling out the national level hunter energy. But look at Garp. The old man just flexed his hockey and broke the telekinetic grip. Magician? More like Tragic Ian. Ben is currently 0 and 500 in 1v1s. Someone get this man a tutorial. Ariel is entering the fray. She is diving with the vibranium spear. She releases a sonic screech. Garp just shouted shut up so loud it neutralized the sound waves. Counterspelled. Imagine getting silenced by a shout. She is currently crying in bird noises. And look at the giants. The Elbaf squad is going for the Warrior Nation combo. A double shockwave. This is the ultimate AoE attack. But WAIT Garp just punched the air and created a vacuum that sucked the shockwave into a black hole of kinetic feedback. He just deleted their ultimate. Garp is definitely using a smurf account, this isn't fair play. On day 29, the entire crew launched their final, desperate combo. Here it comes. The ultimate team finisher. Mary yelled, standing up on her platform, her glasses glowing. The Monster Quintet. Ace, Luffy, Ben, Zoro, Sanji. Unleash everything. If they fail this, they are officially washed. Boom. The collision of hockey and magic was so intense it actually caused a temporary tear in the fabric of the time chamber dimension. The aftermath, day 30, month 14, the silence that followed was heavy. The white void was returning to its sterile state. The entire Straw Hat crew was lying on the ground. They were battered, their suits in tatters, their skin covered in soot. Luffy was snoring. Sanji was looking for a cigarette. In the center of the crater stood Monkey D. He was panting lightly. He was covered in scratches. A small trickle of blood ran down his temple. Garp began to chuckle. The chuckle grew into a booming laugh. Bwahahaha. You brats, you actually did it. You made me bleed, not bad for 1 year training. Ben, lying on his back, slowly raised his hand. Golden Fleece, final restoration. A massive, warm tidal wave of golden light washed over the group. Stamina refilled. Wounds knit. Ben stood up, adjusting his cracked glasses. He walked over to Garp. You're in your prime, Garp-san, Ben said. But the world outside needs the legend they recognize. If you walk back to your ship looking 30 years younger, Sengoku will have more than just a headache. He'll have a heart attack. Ben reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out a dark, swirling gray potion. This is the reversion catalyst, Ben explained. It will undo the de-aging effect of the first elixir. Garp took the vial, looked at his massive, youthful hands one last time and shrugged. He downed it in one gulp. The transformation was rapid. His black hair turned back to stark white. His muscles, while still huge, regained their slightly leaner, aged density. The wrinkles returned to his face. The prime hero vanished, replaced once again by the old vice admiral. Gah, Garp groaned, rubbing his knees. I miss the back pain. It keeps me grounded. Ben then pulled out 2 sets of leather-wrapped cases. 2 sets, Ben said, handing them to Garp. The golden potions will bring you back to your prime. The gray ones will return you to your current age. Use them only when the world truly needs the hero of God Valley again. Garp stared at the potions. This was a gift of unimaginable value, the power to reclaim one's peak. You're a generous pirate, magician. I'm a pirate who values allies, Ben replied. Finally, Ben handed Garp a sleek, black Kimoyo bead bracelet. This is linked to our private frequency. If the world government tries something, or if you just want to talk to your grandsons without Sengoku listening, just tap the center bead. Garp snapped the bracelet onto his wrist, hiding it under his sleeve. All right, Garp rumbled, looking toward the heavy golden door. Open it up. The door swung open, revealing the warm interior of the Going Merry. Luffy was the first out, shielding his eyes. The rest of the crew tumbled out behind him. The moment they hit the deck of the ship and smelled the salty air of Water 7, every single straw hat including Zoro and Sanji instantly flopped onto the wooden floor. Finally, Usopp wheezed, kissing the wood. The demon instructor is leaving. No more rocks. No more future sight snack wars. I'm going to sleep for a month, Nami muttered into the deck. Garp stood at the railing, looking down at his exhausted grandsons. He looked at Luffy and Ace, who were both looking up at him with tired but incredibly bright eyes. Listen up, you brats. Garp barked. The crew flinched, even while lying down. Garp pointed a massive, calloused finger at Luffy and Ace. You've gotten stronger, but you're still reckless idiots. Don't you dare go dying on me. Make sure you eat your meat, brush your teeth, and don't let the world chew you up. If you get killed before I see you again, I'll chase you down to the afterlife and beat you both black and blue all over again. You hear me? Luffy grinned. Shishishi. We won't die, Grandpa. I'm gonna be the Pirate King. And I'm gonna catch that traitor, Ace added, sitting up. Garp grunted, his gaze shifting to Zoro, Sanji, and the rest of the exhausted crew. As for the rest of you, don't slack off. That training was just the beginning. Keep pushing your limits, or the sea will swallow you whole. Finally, Garp looked at Ben. His expression hardened into a look of quiet respect. Magician. Watch over these fools. Keep them out of unnecessary trouble if you can. I'll do my best, Vice Admiral, Ben nodded. But you know how they are. Bwahahaha. That I do. Garp laughed, hopping over the railing and landing on the dock with a heavy thud. He adjusted his dog mask, grabbed a cracker from his infinite pouch, and began walking toward his battleship without looking back. Goodbye then, you idiots. Garp shouted over his shoulder, his massive hand waving dismissively. Don't let the Marines catch you. I'm not coming to save you next time. The Straw Hats watched as the legendary Marine hero disappeared into the evening fog of Water 7. The silence on the deck lasted for exactly 3 seconds. He's gone. Luffy screamed, jumping up. Get off the floor, you lazy Marimo. Sanji yelled, kicking Zoro who was already sleeping. Freedom. Chopper and Usopp danced in circles. Once the initial chaos settled, Luffy's stomach let out a thunderous rumble that shook the deck. He looked over at Ben. Since we're done training, how much time before our new ship is ready? I wanna see the big meat locker. It will take a few more days, Ben replied, adjusting his glasses. We have already finished finalizing the blueprints of the ship, and the shipwrights were working on the core structure before we entered the time chamber. Since time flows differently in there, I don't know how much progress they have made in the real world. I should go and check with Frankie and Iceberg. While you do that, Sanji said, tying an apron over his ruined suit, his eyes burning with culinary passion. I am going to prepare the ultimate victory dinner. A feast to celebrate surviving 14 months of hell. Luffy and Ace roared in unison. Yeah, plenty of meat, Sanji smirked. Let's get cooking. Ben stood at the helm, watching the chaos with a smile. The year of the monster was over. The era of the Straw Hat Syndicate was just beginning. Mary, Ben said. Yes, Papa. Set coordinates for the next island. Good job on the commentary. You're a natural. GG, Papa. Chapter 131, Water 7 2,458 words. The sun over Water 7 was warm, but the breeze carried the cool, salty mist of the Fountain City's many canals. To the citizens of the city, it had only been 3 days since the legendary Battle of Enies Lobby and the subsequent disappearance of the Straw Hat Pirates into their mysterious training retreat. But for the pirates themselves, a lifetime of struggle, growth, and sweat had passed within the white void of the time chamber. They had entered that room as promising rookies, they had emerged as absolute monsters. For the first few days back in the real world, the crew did something they hadn't done in 14 long, agonizing months. They rested. In the private, walled garden of Iceberg's headquarters, the atmosphere was a chaotic but heartwarming picture of domestic bliss. The crew were wearing comfortable, breezy clothes. The sunlit garden looked exactly like a typical, albeit incredibly loud, pirate hangout. Nami, Vivi, still operating under her disguise as Ariel, and Robin sat around a white wrought iron table beneath a sprawling willow tree, enjoying the peaceful morning. Nami was methodically counting stacks of bills from a silver briefcase, Vivi was gently feeding Karus some premium sky seed, and Robin was deeply engrossed in a heavy leather-bound book. It's strange, Vivi whispered, her eagle-sharp eyes tracking the erratic flight path of a butterfly across the garden. In the time chamber, I felt like every second was a battle. My muscles were always tense. Even drinking this tea feels suspiciously quiet. That's the sign of a veteran, Ariel, Robin replied, her voice smooth and maternal. She took a delicate sip of her coffee, enjoying the real, rich aroma that Ben's nutrient paste had severely lacked. We've traded the storm for the harbor. Enjoy it while it lasts. We are currently the most wanted pirate crew in the first half of the Grand Line, Nami muttered, adjusting her casual sun hat. She snapped the briefcase shut with a sharp click. Our combined bounties are over 2 billion berries. The world is probably terrified of us. And yet, Nami pointed a perfectly manicured finger across the lawn. Our captain is currently trying to eat a playing card. Nearby, the card game on the grass was anything but peaceful. Luffy, Ace, Chopper, and Usopp were engaged in a high-stakes, incredibly intense game of Pirate's Bluff. Because of their newly mastered hockey, a simple game of cards had escalated into a psychological nightmare. Dory and Bragi loomed over the circle like massive, muscular older brothers, their shadows covering the table as they placed bets using gold coins the size of dinner plates. Chopper squeaked, his casual orange tank top ruffling as he threw his cards down in frustration. Luffy is using future sight. I am not. Luffy protested, a giant, dripping piece of water meat hanging from his mouth. He was sweating profusely, his eyes darting around. I'm just predicting that you're gonna lose. Because I'm the captain. That's literally the exact definition of future sight, you rubber idiot. Usopp yelled, clutching his cards tightly to his chest. He adjusted his goggles, his own eyes glowing faintly red behind the lenses. But it won't work on me. I'm using my observation hockey to read the sweat on your brow, Luffy. Your heart rate just spiked. You're bluffing. You have a pair of twos. Luffy blinked, looking down at his cards in shock. How'd you know? Because I can literally hear your heartbeat tattletaling on you. Usopp roared triumphantly. Ace, sitting across from them in an open vest, casually sparked a small white flame on his index finger and quietly burned his terrible hand to ash under the table. "Deal or misdeal," Ace stated smoothly. "Hand me new cards, Usopp. No devil fruits at the poker table." Under the shade of a massive oak tree on the far side of the garden, the grass was completely undisturbed because Zoro was, as usual, missing. "Uncle Zoro," Minnie Mary's voice crackled efficiently from the kimono bead strapped to Zoro's wrist. "You are currently standing in the middle of a retirement home's high-stakes bingo night. Please turn around." "Shut up, kid." Zoro's gruff voice growled back through the comms. The North Pole shifted. "I was following the moss on the trees like a real survivalist." "There are no trees in a bingo hall, uncle. You are looking at a potted plastic fern. Turn 180 degrees and walk toward the smell of salt. Salt is everywhere. This is a water city. Everything smells like salt." In the center of the garden, offering a stark contrast to the bickering, Minnie Mary sat on a small, elevated wooden stage. She wore a bright, cheerful yellow sundress, though she kept a simple pair of round sunglasses pushed up on her hair. She held an enchanted, beautifully crafted acoustic guitar that Ben had built for her. The crew naturally began to quiet down. The intense bickering over cards faded to a low murmur. The giants leaned back against the garden wall, crossing their massive arms respectfully. Sanji stepped out onto the porch from the kitchen, carrying a massive silver tray stacked high with gourmet sandwiches, but he paused, the cigarette in his mouth unlit. Mary's voice, undeniably warm, melodic, and beautifully human, began to drift through the crisp afternoon air. "If you ever find yourself stuck in the middle of the sea," Mary sang, her fingers plucking the strings with gentle expertise, her eyes drifting toward the crew. "I'll sail the world to find you." As the lyrics hung in the air, Robin's mind flashed back to the Bridge of Hesitation. She saw the Going Merry hovering in the dark, rain-swept sky, the blue thrusters glowing like stars against the abyss. She remembered the sheer impossibility of the ship defying the entire world government, crossing a bottomless waterfall just to catch her when she fell. "If you ever find yourself lost in the dark and you can't see, I'll be the light to guide you." Nami closed her eyes, the memory of a blood-stained map room in Arlong Park rushing back. She saw herself confined in the room drawing maps, trapped in a nightmare. Beside her, Vivi's breath hitched. The princess remembered infiltration Baroque works as Crocodile's towering shadow loomed over her dying kingdom. They remembered the absolute, suffocating darkness they were trapped in and the exact moment Luffy and the crew shattered their cages and brought the dawn. "Find out what we're made of. When we are called to help our friends in need." A flash of the time chamber's white void filled Luffy, Ace, and Ben's minds. They saw themselves standing back to back, covered in soot and blood, their bones aching. They were facing the unstoppable, terrifying force of Prime Garp. But instead of fear, the three of them looked at each other, shared a bloodied, reckless grin, and charged back into hell together, forging an unbreakable vanguard. "You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there." The image of them all standing at Eni's lobby landing on the Bridge of Hesitation flashed through everyone's minds. The synchronized impact, the black suits they had worn that day, the absolute, unwavering certainty that no matter how many thousands of Marines or assassins stood in their way, they would be there. "And I know when I need it I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there." The support team saw themselves Usopp's Wakandan shield dome blocking cannon fire, Chopper's monster point swatting away Kumadori, Vivi's sonic spear piercing Fukuro's defenses. They were the backbone, the ones who ensured the vanguard never had to look behind them. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh 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 ooh. Ooh 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 ooh, yeah, yeah. Sanji wiped a stray tear from his visible eye. "Onion residue, just onion residue," he muttered to himself, despite not having chopped any onions for over an hour. "If you're tossin' and you're tinnin', and you just can't fall asleep, I'll sing a song beside you." Ace looked at Luffy. He remembered the nights in the time chamber when the sheer physical exhaustion was so great they couldn't even close their eyes without screaming. They had sat back to back in the cold white void, Ace's fire providing a small, warm hearth to keep the chill away, while Luffy babbled about meat to keep them sane. And if you ever forget how much you really mean to me, every day I will remind you, oh. The giants, Dory and Bragi, looked at Oimo and Kashi. They remembered the moment the 50-year lie was broken at the gates of justice. The 5 decades of separation, slavery, and manipulation vanished in a single, earth-shattering Gebababa. Find out what we're made of when we are called to help our friends in need. Frankie, who had been lingering near the garden gates holding a wrench, adjusted his sunglasses as he listened. He thought of Tom, of Iceberg, and of his chaotic, loyal family in the scrapyard. He wiped a metallic hand across his face, deeply moved by the realization that even an outcast, Speedo-wearing cyborg had people who would show up when he needed them most. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. And I know when I need it I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh 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 ooh. Ooh 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 ooh, yeah, yeah. Under the oak tree, Zoro, who knows when he came, was still fast asleep, but his rhythmic, chainsaw-like snoring miraculously managed to harmonize with Mary's gentle acoustic. You'll always have my shoulder when you cry. I'll never let go, never say goodbye. You know. Chopper's mind drifted to the laboratory on the ship. He saw Minnie Mary's first real tear sliding down her cheek. He felt the rapid thump-thump of her new heartbeat under his stethoscope. You can count on me like 1, 2, 3, I'll be there. And I know when I need it I can count on you like 4, 3, 2, you'll be there. 'Cause that's what friends are supposed to do, oh yeah. Ooh 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 ooh. Ooh 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 ooh. You can count on me 'cause I can count on you. The song finished with a gentle, lingering flourish of the guitar strings. For a long moment, there was silence in the garden, a heavy, comfortable warmth blanketing the crew. Then, Luffy let out a wide, toothy grin. Good song, Mary. GG, Captain, Mary smiled brightly, stowing her guitar into her subspace pocket. But Uncle Zoro has just tried to cut his way through a locked bank vault because he thought it was a shortcut to the kitchen. Sending the Yagra Bull police to retrieve him now. While the crew rested and recovered, Dock 1 of the Galley Law Company was a whirlwind of relentless, focused activity. Ben was working alongside Iceberg, Frankie, and the 2 human-sized giants, Oimo and Kashi. The 2 giants were surprisingly skilled at heavy labor. Kashi was utilizing a specialized, high-heat arc welder Ben had fabricated from arc reactor components, while Oimo was holding massive, unyielding atom wood beams in place with just one hand. Steady, Oimo, Ben directed. I've got it, magician. Oimo grunted. Ben spent the next few days in a trance of pure engineering and magic. He didn't want to just build a ship, he wanted to build an indestructible masterpiece. He used Brandish's Command T to shrink massive, dense components into place before enlarging them right inside the joints, ensuring a fit so precise and tightly bound that it defied the laws of traditional shipbuilding. Iceberg and Frankie stood nearby, watching Ben seamlessly fuse a massive steel keel plate into the atom wood hull using alchemy. It's terrifying, Iceberg muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. He's bypassing weeks of manual labor with a flick of his wrist. The structural integrity is flawless. Not even a microscopic gap for water to seep through. Super terrifying. Frankie agreed, his eyes shining with tears of engineering joy. But look at those lines. Look at that arc reactor, its power and its integration. It's a work of art. Ben also spent hours inside the hull, teaching the ship's new secondary AI. A week later, the entire city seemed to gather at Dock 1. Iceberg, Polly, Kokoro, and the loud, boisterous Frankie family stood at the front of the massive crowd. In the center of the dry dock, a colossal structure loomed, covered entirely in a massive, vibrant red cloth that rippled heavily in the sea breeze. Luffy was vibrating on his heels. How much time for the reveal? Luffy complained loudly, pulling at his hair. Let everyone come, Luffy. Wait for the reveal, Ben laughed, standing at the forefront of his crew. The Straw Hat Pirates and Ace stood in a line before the draped ship, dressed in fresh, vibrant new outfits Ben had designed for their upcoming journey, looking every bit the legendary crew they had become. Ben stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. He looked out at the massive crowd of shipwrights and citizens. "Thank you all for coming," Ben's voice was clear, carrying across the docks effortlessly. "A ship is more than just wood and nails. It is a home. It is a promise. To the master shipwrights of Galley Law, and the relentless workers of the Frankie family, thank you. You provided the foundation. You built the heart of this beast alongside me." Ben looked over at Minnie Mary, who was sitting on a small chair to the side. In front of her was a full set of orchestral drums he had conjured. "Mary," Ben said, a small, proud smirk playing on his lips. "Drum roll, please." Mary's eyes lit up. She grabbed her sticks and became a blur. D-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-R-T. The rapid-fire rhythm built and built, echoing off the walls of the shipyard, drawing the breath out of the crowd. Ben raised his right hand. He looked up at the massive red cloth. "Today," Ben announced, his voice ringing out, "we sail toward the future." Ben snapped his fingers. The red cloth vanished, shrunk into nothingness in a fraction of a second by Command T. The crowd gasped. There it stood. The ship was magnificent, the size of the legendary Oro Jackson, built of polished, indestructible atom wood, with the iconic Sunlion figurehead gleaming brilliantly in the evening light. It was a battleship designed for the King of the Seas. Ben stepped back, a proud smile on his face as he looked at the awestruck, completely speechless faces of his crew. "Everyone," Ben announced, his voice carrying the promise of 1,000 new adventures. "I present to you our new home. The Thousand Sunny." Chapter 132, Water 7 4,866 words. The collective gasp from the crowd at Dock 1 was enough to suck the air out of the harbor. The Thousand Sunny stood before them, a towering marvel of engineering and magic that completely redefined the concept of a pirate ship. It was vast, carrying the sheer, intimidating presence of the legendary Oro Jackson, yet it possessed a vibrant, inviting warmth that perfectly encapsulated the spirit of the Straw Hat Syndicate. "Well," Ben said, adjusting his glasses and looking at his dumbstruck crew. "Don't just stand there on the dock. Let's take the tour." Luffy didn't need to be told twice. With a joyous, ear-shattering whoop, he stretched his rubber arms, grabbed the railing of the main deck, and slingshot himself aboard, his vibrant new red jacket fluttering in the wind. Ace laughed, bursting into flames and rocketing up after his younger brother. The rest of the crew hurried up the gangplank, their eyes wide with unrestrained awe. Iceberg, Kokoro, and Polly stood at the base of the ship, shaking their heads in sheer disbelief at the architectural impossibility resting in their dry dock. As soon as Ben stepped onto the deck, he clapped his hands together. "All right, everyone, gather around," Ben called out, his voice easily carrying over the excited chatter of the crew. "What you see before you is the culmination of Galley Law's master craftsmanship, the Frankie family's raw materials, and my unique additions. Let me walk you through our new home." Ben walked over to the ship's railing. He patted the thick, polished golden brown wood. "The entire skeletal structure and hull of this ship are carved from the treasure tree atom," Ben explained. "It is the strongest, most resilient wood in the world. However, recognizing the threats we will face in the new world, I decided to reinforce it." Ben tapped his finger against the wood, sending a tiny pulse of mana into it. Suddenly, microscopic, intricate threads woven seamlessly into the grain of the wood began to glow with a faint, mesmerizing violet light. "I used alchemy to weave pure vibranium threads at a molecular level throughout the entire hull," Ben continued, watching the crew's jaws drop. "Coupled with shock-absorbing enchantments and kinetic reflection runes, the hull of the Thousand Sunny is virtually indestructible. Cannonballs will bounce off. Sea kings will break their teeth. Even a direct hit from an admiral's barrage will have its kinetic energy absorbed and dispersed harmlessly across the vibranium web. It's a tank." Usopp asked, his eyes practically turning into stars. "A giant, floating, indestructible tank." "It is a fortress," Ben corrected with a smirk. Follow me below deck. Ben led the crew down a wide, elegantly carved staircase. Unlike the cramped, narrow halls of a standard pirate galleon, the interior corridors of the Sunny were astonishingly wide and heavily vaulted, owing to the spatial expansion runes Ben had meticulously carved into the doorframes. They arrived at the lowest level of the ship, a room sealed by a massive, blast-proof tungsten door. Ben placed his hand on a biometric scanner. The door hissed open, revealing a room bathed in a cool, pulsing blue light. In the center of the room, encased in reinforced, transparent aluminum, was a massive, glowing arc reactor. It thrummed with a quiet, infinite power, spinning rapidly and casting a brilliant azure glow over their faces. The heart of the ship, Ben announced. A localized, self-sustaining arc reactor. It runs on clean, infinite energy. It powers the ship's internal lighting, the climate control, the automated defense turrets, the kitchen appliances, and most importantly, the Jayan cannon in the figurehead. We will never need wind if we don't want it. The paddle wheels and thrusters can run indefinitely on this core. It's beautiful. Chopper whispered, mesmerized by the glowing blue ring. And that's just the basement, Ben chuckled. He led them back up a level. Now for the utility deck. He opened a set of double doors to the left, revealing a room that caused Chopper to immediately burst into tears of pure joy. It was a medical bay that rivaled the top research hospitals of the modern world. The walls were lined with pristine, stainless steel surgical tables. There were automated sterilization fields, an actual MRI and X-ray machine powered by the arc reactor, massive temperature-controlled pharmaceutical refrigerators, and a vast wall of glass cabinets fully stocked with every rare herb, antivenom, and medical supply Ben could conjure. It has everything, Chopper sobbed, running inside and hugging a high-tech centrifuge. It's so clean. It's so perfect. I can cure anything in here. You're the doctor, Chopper, Ben smiled softly. You deserve a facility that matches your genius. I'm not happy you're praising me, you bastard. Chopper yelled, doing his signature happy noodle dance across the sterile floor in his fresh new suit. Across the hall, Ben pointed to the opposite set of doors, is the mega workshop. Usopp kicked the doors open. His jaw unhinged, comically hitting the floor. The workshop was a tinkerer's paradise. It was massive, expanded by space magic to resemble an industrial hangar. It housed heavy-duty welding stations, a massive forge, precision laser cutters, rows of high-end tools, and crates overflowing with raw materials including scraps of URU metal, tungsten, and spare arc reactor parts. Usopp, Ben said, leaning against the doorframe. You are our primary sniper and secondary engineer. With this room, you can upgrade or build your own specialty ammunition, and invent anything your mind can conceptualize. Usopp fell to his knees, weeping openly. I am unworthy. It's too glorious. I'm going to build a robot. No, a laser-shooting robot that fires smaller, exploding robots. Pace yourself, Ben laughed, ushering them back to the main staircase. Let's move to the residential and training wings. They ascended to the mid-deck. Ben pushed open a set of ornate, dark mahogany double doors. Robin gasped. It was a rare, genuine expression of pure shock from the normally composed archaeologist. The Grand Library. It was a multi-tiered room that looked like it had been ripped straight out of a Victorian mansion. Spiral staircases connected 3 levels of massive, towering bookshelves. The scent of old paper, leather bindings, and polished wood filled the air. Soft, warm reading lamps hovered magically over plush leather armchairs and velvet sofas. I don't understand, Robin whispered, walking forward as if in a trance. She reached out, her trembling fingers brushing the spine of a massive tome. I used my magic to recreate the entirety of the Alabasta Royal Library and the Drum Kingdom's medical archives, Ben explained softly. But that's not all. I also used my creation quirk to transcribe the technical manuals of advanced sciences and the historical texts from O'Hara that you managed to preserve in your memory. Every book here is real. Every piece of knowledge is yours. Robin didn't say a word. She just sank into one of the plush armchairs, pulled a book titled Advanced Quantum Mechanics and the Application of Magical Runes off the shelf, and buried her face in it, a serene, unimaginably happy smile spreading across her face. "We might not see her for a month," Vivi giggled, patting Robin's shoulder. As the crew filed out of the library, Zoro, thoroughly distracted by a particularly interesting potted plant in the hallway, turned his head for exactly 1 second. He confidently took a step to the right, and walked through an entirely different door. "Next, for our navigator," Ben gestured across the hall, completely missing Zoro's departure, and slid open a sleek glass door. Nami stepped inside and gasped. It wasn't a standard charting room filled with rolled parchment and simple compasses. In the center of the dark room sat a massive, circular table projecting a glowing, three-dimensional holographic topographical map of the Grand Line. "The holographic cartography room," Ben explained, watching the blue light reflect in Nami's eyes. "It ties directly into the ship's radar and atmospheric barometers. It displays real-time weather patterns, ocean currents, and enemy ship blips. You can zoom in and out just by swiping your hands in the air." Nami tentatively swiped her hand above the table. The glowing 3D map zoomed in flawlessly, projecting a perfect miniature of Water 7 and the surrounding ocean. Berry signs literally flashed in her eyes. "I can map the entire world with this. Ben, I could kiss you." "Hold that thought," Ben laughed. "Let's check the Vanguard's domain." He led them further down the hall, and showed them two heavily reinforced tungsten doors side by side. On the left, the gravity chamber, Ben noted. "I've upgraded the runes. You can now increase the localized gravity up to 100 G. On the right, the hyperbolic time chamber. Identical to the one we trained in, but permanently installed. If you feel like your hockey is rusting, step inside." Sanji is adjusting his vibrant new suit jacket. "I need to test my kicks under 50 G before the mosshead stinks up the room with his sweat. Speaking of which, where is the idiot?" Leaving them to wonder, Ben led the rest of the crew to the upper deck, the main residential area. "Prepare yourselves," Ben warned, opening the doors to the living quarters. "Because we are officially a Yonko caliber crew, we should live like one." The interior of the living quarters was nothing short of a 5-star luxury hotel. The hallways were lined with plush, crimson carpets and intricate woodwork. Ben showed them the bedrooms. Each crew member had their own private suite, complete with king-sized beds featuring memory foam mattresses, automated climate control, soundproof walls, and massive porthole windows that offered panoramic views of the ocean. They passed a set of sliding wooden doors that radiated heat. "The spa and sauna," Ben pointed out. "I created a localized hot spring. It features a massive cedarwood tub, a dry sauna with Himalayan salt walls, and a steam room. Perfect for muscle recovery after intense combat." Nami and Vivi linked arms, practically squealing in delight. "A private spa on a pirate ship. We are never leaving," Nami declared. Finally, Ben brought them to the crown jewel of the interior, the kitchen and dining hall. Sanji stepped into the room and immediately dropped to his knees. The kitchen was an industrial, culinary paradise, expanded by runes to easily accommodate the giants. There was a massive 10-burner gas range, a dual convection oven, a wood-fired pizza oven, and a massive, gleaming stainless steel prep island. "Before you cry over the pantry, look around you," Ben said, gesturing to the walls of the dining hall. The walls weren't made of wood. They were constructed of floor-to-ceiling, ultra-reinforced glass, holding back a massive, magically expanded saltwater tank. Schools of vibrant fish, tiny sharks, and glowing jellyfish swam through a pristine coral reef built directly into the ship's architecture. "The infinite aquarium," Ben announced. "The water constantly cycles fresh from the ocean outside. Sanji, you can catch fresh deep-sea fish directly from the lounge hatch." As they admired the serene underwater view, a face suddenly pressed against the glass from the inside of the tank. It was Zoro. He was completely submerged, holding his breath, his vibrant new green shirt floating around him like seaweed. He knocked angrily on the thick glass, glaring at the crew and gesturing wildly as if to say, "How did I end up outside? How did he get in the fish tank?" Usopp screamed, grabbing his head. Sanji burst into tears of laughter, pounding his fist on the table. "Leave him. Let him become part of the ecosystem." Ben sighed heavily, rubbing his temples. "I'll go fish him out of the maintenance hatch in a minute. Anyway, attached to the kitchen." Ben pointed to a sunlit, glass-enclosed room adjacent to the dining area. "Is the hydroponic greenhouse. It simulates multiple climates simultaneously. Chopper, you can grow rare medicinal herbs in there, and Sanji, you have an endless supply of fresh produce, regardless of the weather outside." Chopper and Sanji hugged each other, weeping tears of pure, unadulterated joy. Ben then opened a heavy, vault-like door inside the kitchen itself. Inside was a massive, walk-in refrigerator and freezer, crackling with a magical stasis frost. "The stasis lock pantry," Ben explained. "Time doesn't move inside this room. You can store a fresh sea king in here, and a year later, the meat will still be perfectly bloody. The vegetables will never wilt. The bread will never go stale. Furthermore, the pantry has a biometric lock. Only you, me, and Vivi have the passcode. Luffy cannot break into it at 3 a.m. Sanji stood up, his visible eye burning with absolute devotion. He grabbed Ben's hands, shaking them violently. "You are a god among men, magician. I will cook you the greatest meals the world has ever seen. I will build a shrine to you in the corner. I can't eat the midnight meat." Luffy gasped in the background, clutching his chest as if he had been shot. "Betrayal. Grow up, Luffy," Ace laughed, slapping the back of Luffy's head. "Just ask the cook nicely." As the group turned to head back out to the main deck, Luffy deliberately lagged behind. He stared hungrily at the heavy vault door. Checking to make sure Ben wasn't looking, Luffy sneakily pressed his hand flat against the glowing biometric scanner. "Access denied," Sunny's cheerful, boyish voice echoed from a hidden speaker. "Identity, meat thief." Before Luffy could even blink, a concealed compartment above the door sprang open. A giant, spring-loaded mechanical boxing glove shot out at lightning speed, punching Luffy squarely in the face. Luffy launched backward across the kitchen, flying perfectly into Sanji's waiting arms. Sanji smirked, immediately dropping his captain onto the hard tile floor. "Beautiful engineering, Ben." "Now for the exterior," Ben said, leading them back out to the main deck. The main deck was covered in a perfectly manicured lawn of vibrant green grass. It felt soft and cool beneath their boots. "A lawn on a ship is great," Ace noted, crossing his arms. "But it feels a little empty in the center." "Watch," Ben smirked. He walked over to a small control pedestal near the main mast and flipped a switch. The center of the grass deck suddenly split down the middle. Massive, heavy atom-wood panels began to slide outward, retracting under the side decks. As the panels pulled back, they revealed a massive, deep basin lined with pristine blue tiles. Then, the spatial expansion runes carved into the tiles activated. The basin warped, stretching and expanding downward and outward into an isolated pocket of space. Fresh, crystal-clear water began to pump rapidly from the ship's filtration system, filling the void. In a matter of seconds, the center of the Thousand Sunny featured a massive swimming pool. But because of the expansion runes, it wasn't just a pool, it looked and felt like a small, tranquil freshwater lake, complete with a shallow end for wading and a deep end for diving. Usopp screamed, grabbing his head. "We have a lake on the ship." "Freshwater," Ben confirmed. "Perfect for bathing, swimming, or just relaxing. The water is constantly filtered and temperature-controlled by the arc reactor." "Cannonball!" Luffy roared. He stripped off his vibrant new red jacket, leaving his shirt on, and dove headfirst into the deep end. Chopper immediately followed suit with a joyous squeal. They hit the water. And instead of swimming, they instantly sank like stones to the very bottom of the pool, twitching helplessly as their devil fruit curses kicked in. "They're drowning!" Usopp shrieked. Zoro, now dripping wet from his aquarium detour having just emerged from a hatch, let out a massive sigh. He jumped into the pool, grabbed both the paralyzed captain and the doctor by their collars, and easily hoisted them out, dropping them onto the grassy deck where they coughed up water. Ben face-palmed. Fresh water just means you don't taste like salt when you drown. Standing water still paralyzes devil fruit users, you idiots. Stick to the shallow end. Luffy shivered, his clothes plastered to his skin. Sea cold. Honestly, Ben muttered. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Cicadum. A wave of warm, magical air washed over Luffy, Chopper, and Zoro. In an instant, the water evaporated harmlessly. Their vibrant new outfits, hair and bodies were perfectly, comfortably dry and warm, as if they had just stepped out of a dryer. Magic towel. Luffy cheered, instantly bouncing back to his feet. Ben left them to their fun and gestured for the others to look up. Towering high above the deck, built into the main mast, was a large, dome-like structure enclosed in thick, reinforced glass. The observation tower and crow's nest, Ben pointed up. It's not just a lookout post. It's a state-of-the-art command center. It features long-range radar, atmospheric barometers for Nami to track weather anomalies, an enemy detection grid that scans for hostile signatures, and a localized sonar system designed specifically to track and deter aggressive Sea Kings. So nobody can sneak up on us, Zoro noted, nodding approvingly. Ben clapped his hands again, drawing the attention of the crew. Now that you've seen the hardware, Ben smiled, it's time for you to meet the software. The newest, official member of our crew. Ben tapped a small communicator on his wrist. You're up. From the hidden, high-fidelity speakers built seamlessly into the woodwork around the deck, a voice crackled to life. It wasn't the robotic, customer service voice from the dry dock. Ben had spent the last few days tweaking the vocal parameters, ensuring the AI fit the chaotic, familial vibe of the crew. Hi everyone. The voice was bright, energetic, and undeniably cheerful. It sounded exactly like an eager, enthusiastic 10-year-old boy. I am the Thousand Sunny. Systems are at 100%. Hull integrity is flawless. Meat reserves are nominal but could be higher. It is an absolute honor to be your ship, Captain Luffy. Because they had literally spent the last year being yelled at by Mini Marie ship spirit in the body of a mechanical little girl. None of the Straw Hats even batted an eye at the fact that their new ship was talking to them like a little brother. Shishishi. Luffy waved, completely unfazed. I'm Luffy. The man who's gonna be king of the pirates. Nice to meet you, Sunny-kun, Nami smiled, waving at the main mast. Yo, Sunny, Zoro grunted, lifting a hand in greeting. Hello, Swordsman Zoro. Hello, Navigator Nami. Sunny's voice bounced around the deck happily. I have optimized the climate control in the bedrooms, and I have taken the liberty of securely engaging the kitchen locks until dinner time to prevent unauthorized snacking. Boxing glove defenses are primed. Good boy, Sunny. Sanji cheered, lighting a cigarette. You're already my favorite. Luffy wailed, sinking to his knees in despair. Mary, Sunny's voice addressed the small girl, who was sitting on the railing with her arms crossed. I have downloaded the combat protocols. Awaiting your tactical directives, sister. Minnie Mary pushed her aviator sunglasses down her nose, a proud smirk on her face. Not bad, brother. Keep that energy up and we'll rule these seas. Just remember, I'm the boss when Papa isn't looking. Understood, boss. Sunny chirped. The crew was basking in the absolute perfection of their new home when a sudden, chaotic noise from the docks below broke the peace. Get back here with my Speedo, you bastards. Luffy climbed up and walked over to the starboard railing, peering down at the dry dock alongside Ace, Zoro, Sanji, and Ben. What they saw was a scene of utter, unhinged madness. Sprinting down the cobblestone docks of Water 7 was the entire Frankie family, Zambai, Mozu, Kiwi, and a dozen other massive, heavily armed thugs. They were all crying waterfalls of tears, their faces contorted in a mix of profound sorrow and desperate determination. In Zambai's hands, waving like a bizarre flag of surrender, was a tiny, neon blue Speedo. And sprinting furiously behind them, shaking his massive, cybernetic fists in the air, was Frankie himself. He was wearing his signature open Hawaiian shirt. His sunglasses were askew. His massive metal forearms were gleaming in the sun. But below the waist, absolutely nothing. He was completely, entirely bottomless, his cybernetic enhancements proudly, horrifyingly on display for the entire city to see. "Give me back my pants!" Frankie roared, his voice cracking with rage. "This is a violation of my human rights. I am a respectable cyborg. A super cyborg. We're doing this for your own good, Aniki." Zambai wailed, tears streaming down his face as he sprinted for his life. "You can't stay here. You have to be a pirate." The women of the Straw Hat Crew, Nami, Vivi, and Robin, walked over to the railing. "Oh, good heavens," Nami shrieked, instantly covering her eyes with both hands. "My innocent eyes." "Avant-garde," Robin noted, not looking away, a bemused smile on her face. Vivi blushed furiously, pulling Karu's goggles down over the duck's eyes. "Ariel does not approve of this public indecency." "Hey, Straw Hat!" Zambai screamed, looking up at the majestic Thousand Sunny. With a mighty heave, Zambai threw the neon blue Speedo high into the air. Luffy casually reached his rubber arm out and snatched the flying underwear out of the air. Luffy stood on the railing, holding the tiny blue Speedo in his hand, looking down at the panting, bottomless cyborg. Frankie skidded to a halt at the base of the ship, using his massive hands to desperately try and cover his lower half, his face burning bright red. "Straw Hat!" Frankie yelled, pointing a trembling finger up at Luffy. "Give those back. That is my favorite pair. They are aerodynamic." Luffy grinned his wide, signature smile. He held the Speedo hostage. Luffy shouted down. "You built this awesome ship for us. You helped us at Eni's lobby. You're super weird, and you run around naked. I am only naked because my family stole my pants. Join my crew," Luffy declared, his voice ringing with absolute, kingly authority. "Be our shipwright. Sail on the ship of your dreams." The crowd on the dock fell silent. Iceberg watched from the sidelines, a small, knowing smile on his face. He knew Frankie's dream was to build a ship that could sail to the end of the world, and there it was, floating right in front of him. But Frankie gritted his teeth. He looked away, his expression turning stubborn. "No," Frankie grunted. "I have my family here. I have to protect Water 7. I owe Tom-san that much. Now give me my damn Speedo and get out of my city." The Frankie family burst into fresh, hysterical tears. "Aniki, you idiot!" Zambai cried, falling to his knees. "You can't stay. You have a 44 million berry bounty on your head now. The Marines are coming for you. If you stay here, you'll be arrested or killed." "Zambai is right, Frankie," Iceberg stepped forward, his coat billowing in the wind. "You've built your dream ship. Now you have to be the one to maintain it. Water 7 will be fine. I am the mayor. I will protect this city. Your destiny is on the sea." "I said no," Frankie yelled, trying to hide his own forming tears behind his sunglasses. "I ain't leaving." On the deck of the Sunny, Robin sighed. She closed her book about ancient poisons and walked over to the railing, standing beside Luffy. "He is being incredibly stubborn, Captain," Robin observed calmly. "Yeah," Luffy frowned, tilting his head. "How do we make him get on the ship?" Robin crossed her arms in front of her chest, her signature pose. A dark, terrifying aura seemed to radiate from her, a mix of her usual morbid humor and the sheer, unquestionable confidence of a woman who had spent a year dodging literal death. "Allow me to offer a persuasive argument," Robin said softly. Robin focused her gaze on the bottomless cyborg below. Dos fleur. Pink petals materialized out of thin air directly on Frankie's inner thighs. Two delicate, pale hands sprouted from his flesh, positioned perfectly, dangerously close to the cyborg's most vulnerable, undeniably human anatomical features. Frankie froze. The blood drained from his face. He looked down. Frankie whispered, his voice trembling in sudden, primal terror. "What are those hands doing there?" "Hey, Nico Robin. We're friends, right? We fought Spandam together. Let's talk about this." Robin offered a sweet, chilling smile. Robin closed her fists. "Oranges." Frankie's scream was not human. It was a high-pitched, soul-tearing shriek that transcended language, echoing across the entirety of Water 7 and terrifying seagulls miles away. The reaction on the dock and the ship was instantaneous, universal, and profoundly solemn. Instead of merely wincing, every single male present, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Ace, Ben, Iceberg, the Frankie family thugs, and even the giant Oimo and Kashii slowly and synchronously took off their sunglasses, goggles or hats. They stood in a perfectly straight line, placing their right hands firmly over their hearts, bowing their heads in a dead silent moment of mourning for their fallen comrade. A single, distant seagull cried out, sounding suspiciously like a tolling bell. Nami looked around at the impromptu funeral service happening on the deck. "Why are you all acting like somebody died?" Sanji kept his head bowed, a single, manly tear sliding down his cheek. He answered through gritted teeth. "A man's soul just left his body, Nami-san. Show some respect." Down on the dock, Frankie was on his tiptoes, his eyes rolled back in his head, his cybernetic mouth opening and closing soundlessly as Robin maintained the agonizing grip. Luffy yelled, his own legs squeezed tightly together, his rubber body trembling. "We want him as a whole shipwright. Don't rip him off. I mean, don't rip it off. Let him go." Robin uncrossed her arms, and the hands on Frankie's thighs dissolved into pink petals. "I only squeezed once," Robin noted innocently, brushing off her dress. "He is being quite dramatic. That was not a single squeeze. That was an extinction-level event." Usopp shrieked from the floor. Frankie collapsed onto the cobblestones, clutching his battered pride, sobbing uncontrollably. The physical pain was immense, but the emotional dam had finally broken. He looked up at Iceberg, who was nodding softly. He looked at the Frankie family, who were giving him tearful thumbs-ups. And he looked up at the Thousand Sunny, the ship he had poured his soul into. "You guys." Frankie sniffled, wiping his nose with his massive forearm. "You really want a weirdo like me to ride on that super ship? We don't want anyone else." Luffy yelled down, grinning. Frankie stood up slowly, his legs wobbling. He threw his arms wide open, striking his signature pose, tears freely flowing down his face. "Then it can't be helped." Frankie roared, his voice cracking with emotion. "I'll be your shipwright. I'll take this ship to the end of the world." Supuwooper. The harbor erupted in deafening cheers. The Frankie family wailed in joy, hugging each other. Iceberg smiled, pulling his coat tight against the wind. Luffy tossed the neon blue Speedo down. Frankie caught it, quickly slipping it on, finally restoring his dignity. With a powerful leap, Frankie launched himself from the dock, soaring through the air, and landing heavily on the grassy deck of the Thousand Sunny. "Welcome aboard, Frankie," Ben said, extending a hand. "Super to be here, magician," Frankie grinned, shaking it. He looked around the deck, taking in the vibranium weave, the massive pool, the towering mast. "I'm gonna make this baby fly." "I count on it," Ben smiled. Ben walked over to the ship's control console. He placed his hand on the throttle. "Sunny," Ben commanded. "Disengage moorings. Spin up the arc reactor. Maximum thrust." "Aye aye, Papa." Spinning up the arc reactor. Moorings detached. Maximum thrust engaging now. Hold on tight, everyone. Sunny's eager voice rang out. A deep, powerful hum vibrated through the hull. The water around the Sunny began to churn as the massive paddle wheels, powered by infinite energy, spun them away from the harbor. The Straw Hat crew rushed to the railings, looking down at the people of Water 7. Thank you for everything, Icebergossan. Luffy screamed, waving his straw hat wildly. Stay out of trouble, you idiots. Iceberg shouted back, waving his hand. We love you. The Frankie family bawled, waving massive flags. Take care of yourselves, my family. Frankie cried, striking his pose one last time on the railing. As the Thousand Sunny pulled away from the dock, moving with a speed and grace that defied its massive size, the crew stood together, looking out at the endless horizon. The hell of the time chamber was behind them. The ship of their dreams was beneath their feet. Next stop, Ben said, pulling out a log pose that was pointing steadily downward. Thriller bark. The Thousand Sunny caught the wind, sailing toward the deep blue. Chapter 133, On the Seas. 46:17 words. The Thousand Sunny cut through the azure waters of the Water 7 archipelago with a grace that completely belied its colossal size. The arc reactor purred deep within its atomwood bones, providing a steady, infinite hum of power that made the ocean feel like a calm lake. On the grassy main deck, the Straw Hat crew was still buzzing from the adrenaline of their departure and Frankie's dramatic, tear-soaked recruitment. But the peaceful departure was violently interrupted. A massive geyser of water erupted a mere 50 yards off the Sunny's starboard bow, showering the lower decks in a fine, salty mist. Hostile vessel detected. Sunny's bright, boyish voice rang out from the ship's speakers, completely devoid of panic. We have a massive marine battleship approaching from the rear. It's moving surprisingly fast. Ben adjusted his glasses, leaning against the railing, and looking back toward the city. Breaking through the morning fog was a colossal marine warship, its sails catching the wind, its bow styled like the head of a massive bulldog holding a bone in its mouth. Standing at the very tip of the bulldog figurehead, wearing his dog mask and holding a massive megaphone, was Vice Admiral Monkey D., Straw Hat Luffy. Porges D., Garp's voice roared through the megaphone, amplified to deafening levels. Stop your ship and surrender immediately. You are surrounded by the unyielding justice of the Marines. Luffy, standing on the stern, burst out laughing. Grandpa's a terrible actor. He's grinning. He's trying to make it look like we fought our way out, Ace smirked, crossing his arms. If he just let us sail away, Sengoku would have him executed for treason. Surrender now or face my wrath. Garp bellowed, and with a swift, terrifying motion, he reached into a crate beside him, and began hurling standard iron cannonballs with his bare hands. The cannonballs tore through the air at supersonic speeds, whistling like falling meteors directly toward the Thousand Sunny. Incoming projectiles. Sunny reported. Should I deploy the aft shields, Papa? No need, Sunny, Ben smiled, glancing at the sniper tower. Let the Vanguard handle it. Up on the grassy deck, Usopp didn't even flinch. He casually raised the pistol. He didn't look through a scope. He didn't even look at the incoming cannonballs. His eyes glowed with the faint, crimson hue of advanced observation hockey. He saw the trajectory of the cannonballs 2 seconds before they arrived. 4 precise, instantaneous beams of condensed plasma shot from Usopp's pistol. Mid-air, halfway between the marine ship and the Sunny, the 4 iron cannonballs exploded into harmless clouds of vapor and shrapnel. On the marine ship, the standard infantrymen dropped their jaws in sheer horror. He shot Vice Admiral Garp's meteor pitches out of the sky. With a handgun. Who is that sniper? God, Usopp, a Marine lieutenant whispered, looking at the newly updated bounty posters. Bounty, 450 million berries. They say he never misses. Garp watched the explosions, his chest swelling with undeniable pride, though he quickly masked it with a furious scowl. Don't you dare get cocky, you brats. Garp roared, tossing the megaphone aside. He reached behind him, grasping a massive, iron chain. With a heave that made the entire marine battleship tilt dramatically to one side, Garp hoisted a gargantuan, city-block-sized iron cannonball into the air. The giant iron ball. Garp yelled. "I'll sink your new toy to the bottom of the sea." "He's actually going to throw it." Chopper shrieked, his eyes popping out of his head. "He's insane." Luffy and Ace stood side by side at the railing, entirely unfazed by the mountain of iron hovering over them. "See ya, Grandpa!" Luffy screamed, waving both arms wildly. "Thanks for everything. Don't die of old age before I become a great pirate." Ace added with a fiery grin. "I told you not to mess with the Marines." Garp roared back, winding up his massive arm. He hurled the colossal iron ball with the force of a natural disaster. The sheer wind pressure from the throw parted the clouds above them. Ben calmly walked over to the helm. "Yes, Papa." Sunny replied eagerly. "Blast off. Show them what your thrusters can do." "Aye aye, Papa." "Hold on tight, everyone. Arc reactor redirecting to ventral thrusters. Initiating coup de burst protocol, aerial variant." Beneath the Thousand Sunny, the water began to boil and glow with blinding azure light. The massive paddle wheels shifted, and concealed thruster ports opened along the atomwood hull. Fwoosh! A pillar of pure, clean arc reactor energy blasted downward into the ocean. The Thousand Sunny didn't just sail away, it shot directly up into the sky, launching itself at a 45-degree angle over the ocean. The colossal iron ball passed harmlessly beneath them, splashing into the sea, and creating a localized tsunami that rocked the marine battleship. High above, the Thousand Sunny soared like a majestic, mechanical bird, the sun lion figurehead gleaming brilliantly against the sky. It flew for 3 full miles before gracefully landing on the ocean's surface with a smooth, perfectly calibrated splash, immediately catching the wind in its massive sails and speeding off toward the horizon. On the deck of the marine warship, the soldiers were completely paralyzed. Their weapons hung loosely in their hands. The ship just flew. A commander stuttered. "What kind of monsters are the Straw Hats?" Garp stood at the bow of his ship, watching the Thousand Sunny disappear into the distance. The fierce, terrifying scowl melted off his face, replaced by a wide, booming, utterly unrestrained laugh. "Bwahahaha." Garp clutched his stomach, tears in his eyes. "Fly on, you magnificent idiots. Turn the world upside down." A few days later, the calm belt border. The Thousand Sunny sailed peacefully, enjoying the quiet interlude before they officially charted their course for Fishman Island. The sky was clear, the breeze was warm, and the ship's automated systems kept them on a perfect trajectory. Down in the residential deck, adjacent to the luxurious spa, the crew had taken over the Sunny's dedicated salon room. Ben had designed the room to resemble a high-end vanity suite, complete with plush leather barber chairs, floor-to-ceiling mirrors, and automated hair-washing sinks. Today it was packed. For 14 months in the time chamber, hygiene had been maintained entirely by Ben's Scourgify charms, but actual grooming had been non-existent. The crew looked wild. Zoro's hair was overgrown and shaggy, Usopp's curls were a tangled mess, and Ace's hair was practically an untamed lion's mane, though he was currently refusing to let anyone with scissors near it. Sanji, Nami, and Robin had taken it upon themselves to restore the crew to their civilized and aesthetic selves. Sanji was currently standing behind Vivi, using a pair of tiny, gold-plated detailing scissors to trim the ends of her light blue hair. "Ah, Vivichuan," he swooned, his visible eye forming a massive heart. "Your hair is like spun sapphire. It is an absolute honor to groom such royalty." "Just don't cut too much off, Sanji-kun," Vivi smiled, checking her reflection in a hand mirror. "Never, my goddess." Sanji instantly spun around. His demeanor violently shifted from a love-struck puppy to a hardened, terrifying butcher as he marched over to Zoro. He pulled a massive, blindingly sharp meat cleaver from his apron. "All right, Marimo. Hold still. I'm shaving it all off. If you bring that cleaver within an inch of my scalp, cook," Zoro grunted, keeping his arms crossed beneath the barber cape, but resting one hand dangerously close to Wado Ikemanji. I'll dice your favorite frying pan into confetti. In the corner, Usopp was standing on a stool, carefully trimming the massive, overgrown beards of Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashii. Steady, God Usopp, Bragi laughed, his voice shaking the room. An Elbaf warrior's beard is his pride. Don't worry, Usopp boasted, snipping carefully. I have the steady hands of a master marksman. Nearby, Luffy was supposed to be getting his hair cut by Nami. Key word, supposed. Luffy was vibrating on the spinning barber chair like a rubber band pulled far too tight. His legs bounced continuously. His head swiveled left to look out the porthole window, then right to watch Sanji threaten Zoro, then up to stare at the fancy light fixtures. Luffy, I can't cut a straight line if you're having a seizure. Nami complained, holding a pair of shears and trying to track his erratic movements. Hold still for 2 seconds. I'm bored. Luffy whined, stretching his rubber neck to look over Nami's shoulder. Is it done yet? Can we eat meat now? Nami's fist, coated in pitch-black armament hockey, collided squarely with the top of Luffy's skull. Luffy yelped, clutching a smoking bump on his head. Sit perfectly still, Nami threatened, a demonic aura flaring behind her, or I am going to shave you completely bald, do you understand? Luffy instantly went rigid, sitting as still as a stone statue while Nami efficiently finished trimming his wild black hair. Robin stood behind one of the plush leather barber chairs in the center of the room. Ben sat in the chair, a white cape draped over his shoulders. His silver-white hair had grown quite long during the training, falling past his shoulders in messy, thick waves. He looked less like a sophisticated mastermind and more like a rugged, exhausted castaway. Your hair has grown remarkably fast, magician, Robin noted, running a delicate comb through the thick strands. Her touch was gentle, her fingers occasionally brushing his scalp in a way that was undeniably soothing. Time chamber mechanics, Ben sighed, leaning back and closing his eyes behind his glasses. The body ages normally, even if the magic repairs the cellular damage. I feel like I haven't seen a barber in a decade. Well, you are in capable hands, Robin smiled softly, the sound of her scissors making a rhythmic, metallic snip-snip. What kind of style are you looking for? Do you want to keep the length or return to your previous, shorter look? Ben opened one eye, looking at Robin's reflection in the large vanity mirror in front of him. You have a good eye for aesthetics, Robin. Surprise me. Give me something that fits our new status. A surprise, Robin mused, her eyes gleaming with a hint of playful mischief. Very well. For the next 20 minutes, Robin worked with meticulous precision. She didn't just cut, she sculpted. Using her devil fruit, she sprouted an extra pair of hands to hold the mirror and perfectly angle the scissors, ensuring absolute symmetry. Finished, Robin announced, brushing the loose hair from his shoulders. Take a look. Ben opened his eyes and looked into the mirror. His eyebrows rose in genuine appreciation. The transformation was striking. Robin had opted for a dangerously stylish, aristocratic pirate mane. The wild, overgrown length was expertly layered and thinned out, swept back off his face to give him a rugged, wind-blown look. A few sharp, textured strands of his silver-white hair fell effortlessly over his forehead, framing his sharp features, while the back was gathered and tied off into a short, neat queue at the nape of his neck. It perfectly highlighted the golden glow of his eyes. It wasn't the neat, corporate look of a mastermind anymore, it was the look of a legendary pirate Lord Wild, incredibly charismatic but impeccably groomed. Robin, Ben said, running a hand through the swept-back top, feeling the perfect texture. This is masterful. I look like I should be commanding a pirate armada or stealing a kingdom's treasury. You already run the most dangerous syndicate on the sea, Robin smiled, her eyes crinkling in amusement. It is only fitting you look the part of a kingmaker. My turn, Ben said, standing up and removing the cape. He gestured to the plush leather chair. Take a seat, Ms. Archaeologist. Let me return the favor. Robin raised an eyebrow but gracefully sat down. Are you a skilled stylist, Magician-san? I have my skills, Ben winked, wrapping a fresh cape around her shoulders. What kind of hairstyle are you looking for? Robin looked at him through the mirror, a faint smile on her lips. Surprise me. A mischievous, highly suspicious grin spread across Ben's face. Get ready to be surprised. 10 minutes later. Robin stared into the mirror. Ben had styled her hair into a towering, absurdly large pompadour that defied gravity, making her look like a delinquent street gang leader. Robin glared at him through the glass. Her eyes were utterly devoid of amusement. Didn't like it. Ben laughed, waving his hands defensively. Fair enough, I will try another. 10 more minutes passed. Robin looked in the mirror again. This time, her hair was arranged into two massive, rigid pigtails that stuck straight out to the sides like airplane wings. Robin slowly crossed her arms over her chest. A chilling, homicidal aura filled the salon room. Dos fleur, she whispered. Two pale hands sprouted on Ben's shoulders, their fingers hovering dangerously close to his cervical vertebrae. If you do not take this seriously, Magician-san, I will inflict lifetime damage upon your spine. Ben immediately lifted his hands in surrender. All right, all right. No joking. I promise. Give me 10 more minutes. The extra hands dissolved into petals. Ben got to work, his movements precise and serious this time. He trimmed, layered, and wove the strands with dexterity. Finished, Ben announced. Robin opened her eyes. The ridiculous styles were gone. Her hair had been expertly layered and smoothed out, falling elegantly down her back, and pulled slightly away from her forehead to frame her striking features perfectly. But Ben had added a unique, personal touch, a few small, intricate strands of woven hair on the side, adorned with delicate, beautiful beads that clinked softly when she moved. Oh, Robin whispered, touching the beaded braids, genuinely moved by the elegance. Beautiful. Sunny's voice chimed from the room's intercom speaker. Papa looks super cool, and Auntie Robin looks like a queen. Thanks, Sunny, Ben chuckled, brushing the loose hair off his suit. I'm going to head to my quarters to freshen up and change. I have a major announcement to make at breakfast. Ooh, an announcement. Mary's holographic projection appeared on the vanity mirror, sitting with her legs dangling over the glass. Is it about the shiny fruit in your dimensional vault, Papa? You'll see, Mary, Ben winked, turning toward the door. Gather everyone in the dining hall in 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, the dining hall of the Thousand Sunny was filled with the mouth-watering scent of Sanji's cooking. The crew sat around the massive Adamwood dining table, enjoying fluffy pancakes, sizzling bacon, and fresh fruit from the ship's hydroponic garden. The massive saltwater aquarium bathed the room in a serene, blue light. Zorro, now sporting a clean, sharp buzz cut on the sides with his signature messy top, was eating silently. Luffy and Ace were inhaling food at a rate that defied physics, while Frankie was guzzling a bottle of freshly brewed Arc Cola. Dory, Broggy, Oimo, and Kashii were happily sharing a massive barrel of ale at the end of the table. The doors slid open and Ben entered. He was dressed in a sharp, dark navy suit with a silver undershirt, his new haircut perfectly complementing the powerful, commanding aura he exuded. Morning, everyone, Ben said, taking his seat at the head of the table next to Luffy. Papa's looking sharp. Sunny announced over the intercom. All right, listen up, Ben tapped his fork against his glass, drawing the immediate attention of the room. He reached into his pocket and placed a small, glowing vial of translucent blue liquid on the table. Ben pointed at the vial. This vial contains a specialized genetic scrubber. It will completely remove the animal traits from your body, restoring your original, unaltered human DNA. Vivi stared at the blue vial. She reached out and picked it up. I'll miss the sky, Vivi said with a small, confident smile. But if it means taking the next step for this crew, I'm ready. She unstopped the vial and drank the blue liquid in one smooth gulp. The table fell silent. They waited. After 5 minutes, Vivi rolled her shoulders, feeling lighter but strangely grounded. "They're gone," Vivi breathed, as she tried to unfurl her wings. Karoo cheered, nuzzling his beak against her cheek. "Now for the fun part," Ben spoke up, his voice cutting through the quiet. Ben raised his right hand. With a flicker of spatial magic, a heavy, ornate wooden box materialized on the table in front of him. The room went dead silent. Even Luffy and Ace stopped chewing. Everyone stared at the box. They knew what Ben kept in his vault. They had been waiting for this moment since Alabasta. Ben unlatched the box and opened the lid. Resting on a bed of black velvet was a devil fruit. It was breathtakingly beautiful. It looked somewhat like a large, exotic pomegranate, but its skin was a mesmerizing gradient of deep, fiery crimson and molten gold. Intricate, swirling patterns, the hallmark of all devil fruits, covered its surface, looking less like spirals and more like tightly curled, elegant feathers. It seemed to emit a faint, warm glow of its own. "This," Ben said softly, his eyes fixed on Vivi, "is the fruit we've secured from the deepest, sealed catacombs beneath the Alubarna royal tombs in Alabasta. It was hidden away for centuries." "Take it," Ben offered. Vivi slowly reached into the box. The moment her fingers brushed the skin of the fruit, it felt unusually warm, like a stone left out in the summer desert sun. She lifted it, feeling its heavy, dense weight. "The taste," Ben warned, a small smirk playing on his lips, "is notoriously horrific. You only need to swallow one bite for the power to transfer. You don't have to eat the whole thing." Vivi nodded. She looked around the table. Her nakama was watching her with absolute anticipation and support. She took a deep breath, brought the fruit to her lips, and took a large bite. Instantly, her face contorted into a mask of pure agony. Her eyes watered, her face turned a pale shade of green, and she gagged violently. "Oh gods," Vivi choked out, slapping a hand over her mouth. "It tastes like rotting garbage mixed with acid. Swallow it." Luffy cheered, laughing. "That means it's working." With a heroic, monumental effort, Vivi forced herself to swallow the chunk of fruit. She immediately shoved the remainder of the fruit back into the box and grabbed a glass of orange juice, downing it in seconds to wash away the vile taste. The crew watched her intently. For a full minute, nothing happened. Vivi just sat there panting, wiping her mouth with a napkin. "Do you feel anything?" Nami asked, leaning in close. Vivi closed her eyes, focusing inward. "I feel. There's a heat in my chest. It feels. And very, very light." "Try to call upon it," Ben instructed. Vivi took a deep breath. She focused on the center of her back, pushing the newly awakened energy outward. The sound wasn't the heavy flap of bird wings. It was the sound of a roaring fire igniting. The crew gasped collectively, chairs scraping against the floor as several of them stood up in shock. Bursting from Vivi's back were two massive, breathtaking wings. They were nothing like the brown, falcon-like wings of her serum form. These wings were a masterpiece of mythological beauty. The primary color was a brilliant, blinding molten gold that seemed to literally drip with light. Near the base of her back, the feathers transitioned into deep, fiery crimson and burning orange, giving the illusion that her wings were forged from a sunset. Woven throughout the gold and fire were striking, iridescent accents of bright turquoise and teal. Each individual feather looked as though it had been painted by a master artist, with edges that glowed with a soft, warm luminescence. When the sunlight from the aquarium caught the feathers, they shimmered like polished jewels. "My God!" Sanji whispered, the cigarette falling from his lips and burning a hole in the carpet. "An angel, a literal angel." Vivi opened her eyes. Her pupils had elongated slightly, taking on a regal, predatory yet benevolent golden hue. She looked over her shoulder at her new wings, her breath catching in her throat at the sheer beauty of them. They're magnificent," Vivi whispered, flexing them gently. They moved with a liquid, effortless grace. "Let's not test the full transformation in the dining room," Ben chuckled, standing up. Sanji will kill us if we break his aquarium. Let's go out to the lawn deck. I want to see what you can really do. The crew eagerly scrambled out of their chairs, practically sprinting out of the dining hall, and onto the lush green grass of the main deck. The morning sun was shining brightly, the perfect stage for a myth. All right, Vivi, Ben stood near the mast, crossing his arms. Show us your Zoan form. Vivi nodded. She closed her eyes and let the power completely consume her. A pillar of swirling golden and crimson light erupted around her, forcing Luffy and Usopp to shield their eyes. The wind on the deck whipped into a frenzy, but it wasn't a violent wind. It was warm, soothing, and smelled faintly of blooming desert flowers and ozone. When the light faded, Princess Vivi was gone. In her place stood a creature of absolute, staggering majesty. She was massive, easily the size of a small house, her head brushing the lower riggings of the mast. She possessed the elegant, powerful body of a divine avian apex predator. Her breast and underbelly were layered in dense, shimmering feathers of deep oceanic blue and rich violet, adorned with an intricate, golden crest piece spanning her chest. Her head featured a sharp, golden beak and fierce, piercing eyes, crowned by a regal golden diadem woven with delicate pink flowers. Behind her crown, long, flowing blue plumage cascaded down her neck like a mane of sky-colored silk. Her wings were breathtaking expansive sweeps of azure that transitioned into blazing, fiery orange and molten gold at the tips, decorated with striking, peacock-like eye spots. Her legs ended in thick, powerful golden talons. But her most mesmerizing feature was her tail, a cascading, endless train of blue, purple, and fiery golden feathers interwoven with ethereal flames and delicate golden chains that seemed to float on the wind without burning the ship's deck. Suji-ee! Luffy roared, stars in his eyes as he looked up at the giant, glowing bird. She's so cool. Can I ride her? Beside him, Karoo the duck was having a complete existential crisis. The spot-billed duck looked up at the majestic, house-sized golden avian that was his master. His beak dropped open. Without a single quack, Karoo dropped flat onto his stomach, folding his wings in front of him, and began to rhythmically kowtow to the absolute pinnacle of the avian hierarchy. He had found his new bird god. What kind of bird is that? Usopp gasped, adjusting his own goggles to combat the blinding glare of the golden feathers. It's like a phoenix, but... It's not just a bird. Robin stepped forward, her eyes wide with awe and archaeological recognition as she analyzed the glowing creature. Look at the crest, the fiery orange transitioning into teal, the sheer majesty of it. I've only read about this in the most ancient of mythological texts. A mythical Zoan? Ace asked, leaning in, clearly impressed by the intense heat radiating from her. Yes, Robin nodded, her voice filled with deep reverence. It is a Simurgh. A Simurgh? Nami echoed. In legends predating the Void Century, Robin explained to the mesmerized crew, the Simurgh was known as the king of birds. It is not a creature of destruction, but an ultimate guardian. The myths say it has lived long enough to possess the combined knowledge of all ages. Its touch purifies the air, land, and water, and the dust from its feathers can heal any wound and cure any sickness. Ben stepped beside Robin, nodding in agreement. The guardian of Alabasta. A protector. A fruit fitting for a princess who loves her country so much she'd die for it. The massive Simurgh let out a cry. It wasn't a screech. It was a resonant, harmonic sound that vibrated through the chests of everyone present, bringing an immediate, strange sense of absolute calm and clarity to their minds. The aura is incredible, Robin noted, placing a hand over her heart. Just being near her makes the fatigue in my muscles vanish. Now the hybrid form, Ben instructed. The massive bird glowed again, shrinking and condensing. Vivi emerged in her hybrid form, and she looked nothing short of a divine Valkyrie of the skies. She retained her human face, her long blue hair flowing wildly in the wind, adorned with the same regal golden crown and pink flowers from her beast form. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with ancient power. She wore a form-fitting, intricate bodice made of shimmering blue scales and golden filigree that left her midriff exposed, accented by feathery orange and gold epaulets. Her lower legs were covered in iridescent blue and gold scales, transitioning smoothly into sharp, powerful golden talons from the knees down. Her massive, vibrant wings remained on her back, a magnificent blend of deep blues, fiery oranges, and peacock eye patterns. Ethereal, flame-like tail feathers wrapped around her lower half, trailing delicate golden chains. She hovered a few feet off the deck, her wings beating silently. "How does it feel, Vivi?" Nami asked, looking up in awe. Vivi looked at her taloned, armored hands. I feel like I weigh absolutely nothing. And my vision? I can see the individual scales on the fish swimming 3 miles below our ship." Vivi pointed a finger toward the sky. A small, concentrated orb of pure, radiant golden light formed at her fingertip. She didn't shoot it, she simply let it pulse. The sheer heat and light radiating from the tiny orb were blinding, carrying the purifying intensity of the sun. "The Simurgh commands the light and the wind," Ben explained, watching her float. "Your physical strength, speed, and durability are now on par with the strongest Zoans in the world. Your flames won't just burn, they will purify." Ben paused, pushing his glasses up his nose. "But that is just the baseline. The true power of the Simurgh, its legendary ability to heal any wound, cure any curse, and access ancient wisdom, is locked. You will only access those abilities when you awaken the fruit." Vivi landed softly on the grass, her wings folding elegantly behind her back. The golden glow faded slightly as she smiled, her heart swelling with newfound confidence. "I'll master it," Vivi promised, looking at Ben, and then at Luffy. "Hell yeah!" Luffy cheered, throwing his fist into the air. "We got a magic bird princess." "Papa," Sunny's voice chirped happily from the speakers. "I have officially updated Princess Vivi's threat level in my database from support unit to air superiority fighter." "Good boy, Sunny," Ben chuckled. He looked out at the endless horizon, the thousand Sunny cutting through the waves with unprecedented speed. With a flying fortress, a crew of hockey monsters, and a newly minted mythical Zoan, the Straw Hat Syndicate wasn't just ready for the new world. They were ready to conquer it. Zoan form, PIC, hybrid form, PIC. Chapter 134, On the Seas 4520 words. The Grand Line was famously unpredictable, a treacherous ocean where summer could turn to a blizzard in the span of an hour, and where the sky could rain lightning without a single cloud in sight. But today, the weather had decided to grant the Thousand Sunny a rare, uninterrupted afternoon of absolute, picturesque perfection. The sun hung high in a brilliant azure sky, casting a warm, golden glow over the immaculate, grassy main deck of the floating fortress. A gentle, salty sea breeze rustled the leaves of the newly expanded hydroponic garden and caused the ship's massive sails to flutter with a soft, rhythmic snapping sound. Nico Robin sat at the edge of the vibrant green lawn, lounging comfortably in a plush, wide-brimmed deck chair beneath the shade of a large, striped parasol. On the small wooden table beside her sat a tall glass of freshly squeezed tropical juice, condensation beating on the outside of the glass, alongside a silver platter adorned with an assortment of delicate, savory snacks Sanji had prepared earlier that morning. In her hands was a heavy, leather-bound tome she had retrieved from the ship's magnificent grand library. The book, titled Fundamental Runic Matrices and the Divine Script of the Age of Gods, was one of the many ancient, impossibly complex texts Ben had materialized using his templates. To anyone else on the crew, the pages looked like a chaotic jumble of glowing geometric shapes and dead languages. To Robin, however, it was an absolute treasure trove of intellectual stimulation. She turned a crisp, yellowed page with a slender finger, her striking blue eyes scanning the intricate diagrams of spell circles. A serene, contented smile graced her lips. This level of peace was something she was still adjusting to, but she found herself entirely completely enamored with it. Her quiet study session, however, was accompanied by a soundtrack of chaotic, high-decibel splashing and boisterous laughter echoing from the center of the deck. The massive atom wood panels covering the center of the ship had been retracted, revealing the Thousand Sunny's crown jewel, the magically expanded, freshwater swimming pool that resembled a small, pristine lake. The water was churning with activity. Take this. Ultimate water gun attack, a cheerful, boyish voice echoed across the deck. A massive wave of water splashed into the air. The source of the splash was a 10-year-old boy with bright, sunny blonde hair, wearing a pair of red swim trunks, and an oversized pair of swimming goggles, and an air tube around his waist. This was Sunny. Following the overwhelming success of Mini Mary's transformation, Ben had utilized the exact same process in the virtual laboratory, cloning a second artificial Hito no Mi, human fruit. He had fed it to the ship's secondary AI terminal. The result was a vibrant, endlessly energetic little boy who viewed Mini Mary as his revered older sister and Ben as his creator. You missed, little bro. Mini Mary laughed, paddling swiftly out of the way of Sunny's splash. She was wearing a cute, one-piece yellow swimsuit with air tube around her waist, her wet hair plastered to her forehead. Your trajectory calculation is weak sauce. Prepare for the counterattack. Mary slapped the water with both hands, sending a tidal wave back toward Sunny, engulfing him completely. Sister Mary is using area of effect attacks. Sunny coughed, laughing as he wiped his eyes. All is fair in love and water warfare, Sunny, Ben chuckled smoothly. Ben was swimming lazily in the deeper end of the expanded pool, his powerful, heavily scarred shoulders cutting through the crystal-clear water with the effortless grace of his Aquaman template. He was wearing a pair of dark swim trunks, enjoying the cool relief of the water. Not everyone in the pool was moving with such grace, however. A shark is biting my toe. There are no sharks in the freshwater lake, Chopper. It's just a shadow. On the shallower side of the pool, Luffy and Chopper were bobbing on the surface with air tubes. Chopper was strapped into a bright pink floatie shaped like a donut, his little hooves kicking uselessly at the water while he clung to the plastic for dear life. Luffy, meanwhile, was firmly wedged into the center of a ridiculously large, custom-made floatie shaped exactly like a giant, roasted piece of meat. He couldn't stretch, and he could barely move his arms, but he was grinning from ear to ear. I'm king of the meat boat. Luffy cheered, kicking his legs to spin himself in a slow, awkward circle. Push me toward Ben. I want to splash him. I am not getting close to the magician while he's swimming. Usopp yelled back. The sniper was treading water nearby, fully equipped with a snorkel, flippers, and a high-powered water gun he had engineered in the workshop. He'll probably use a spell to turn the water into jelly. I'm providing long-range sniper support from the shallows. Usopp aimed his water gun at Mary. Take this. The wrath of God Usopp. He pulled the trigger, hitting Mary squarely on her face. Oh, it is on, Uncle Usopp. Mary shrieked playfully. Flank him. Papa, provide artillery. Executing pincer movement. Sunny yelled. Ben laughed, sinking slightly into the water. With a subtle flex of his hydrokinetic abilities, he didn't just splash, he manipulated a solid, condensed orb of water and launched it directly at Usopp's face with the precision of a homing missile. He used magic. Tactical retreat. Usopp flailed, furiously dog-paddling away from the relentless assault of the two ship children and their creator. Robin watched the chaotic scene from her chair, her eyes crinkling in pure amusement. She took a sip of her juice, letting the sweet, tangy liquid cool her throat. It was incredibly endearing to watch the crew, who had orchestrated the downfall of Enies Lobby, acting like an overgrown children's in a swimming pool. After another 20 minutes of intense aquatic warfare, Ben finally declared a truce. All right, kids, cease fire, Ben called out, running a hand through his wet, silver-white hair to push it out of his eyes. I'm tapping out. I need a break. Victory for the Ship Alliance. Sunny cheered, high-fiving Mary. Ben swam to the edge of the pool nearest to Robin's setup. He hoisted himself out of the water with a single, smooth pull of his arms, his bare feet touching the warm, grassy deck. Water dripped from his broad chest, catching the sunlight. He didn't bother reaching for a towel. He simply snapped his fingers. Cicadum. A warm, invisible wave of magical air swept over his body. In a fraction of a second, the clinging water evaporated completely, leaving his skin, his hair, and his swim trunks perfectly, comfortably dry. Robin lowered her book slightly, observing the casual display of magic. Convenient. The height of luxury, Ben agreed with a smirk. He didn't walk toward the cabins to change. Instead, he closed his eyes for a brief moment, visualizing the specific, highly complex spatial storage matrix he had constructed within his own personal Dimension A technique he had mastered after acquiring the Age of Gods magic from the Medea template. He reached his right hand out into the empty air. The space around his fingers rippled and distorted, like a stone dropping into a calm pond. His hand disappeared into the invisible tear in reality. When he pulled it back a second later, he was holding a crisp, short-sleeved shirt patterned with vibrant, dark blue and gold floral designs. Ben slipped the shirt on, leaving it entirely unbuttoned in the warm sea breeze, the casual attire contrasting sharply with his usual tailored suits. He walked over to Robin's setup and nonchalantly dropped into the empty deck chair positioned directly across the small table from her. Without asking for permission, he reached over, plucked a small, savory cheese-stuffed cracker from her silver platter, and popped it into his mouth. Excellent vintage, Ben noted, chewing thoughtfully. Sanji really outdid himself with the Gouda. You are welcome to my snacks, Magician-san, Robin chuckled softly, unbothered by his thievery. She closed the heavy leather tome, keeping her index finger resting between the pages to mark her place. She looked at the intricate, glowing diagrams etched onto the cover of the book. Ben, Robin began, her tone shifting from relaxed banter to genuine, intellectual curiosity. She tapped the cover of the book. I have been reading through these fundamental matrices. The geometric precision required to construct a functioning spell circle is staggering. The way the runes manipulate ambient energy to alter reality, it is fascinating. Ben explains. You're using divine script to tell the universe what to do. The runes are just the language of the Age of Gods. Robin leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand. Which brings me to my question. Watching you cast a drying spell, or pull a shirt from a pocket dimension, it makes me wonder. Is this power exclusive to you? Can the rest of us learn to use magic as you do? Ben paused, a cracker halfway to his mouth. He looked at Robin, considering the depth of her question. He lowered his hand and let out a soft, thoughtful sigh. Right now? No, Ben answered honestly. You cannot. Robin raised an elegant eyebrow. Is it a matter of intelligence? Or lack of the proper incantations? Neither, Ben said, leaning back in his chair. It's a matter of biology. To perform the kind of magic I do, a person requires something called magic circuits. Magic circuits. Robin repeated the unfamiliar term. Think of them as a secondary, spiritual nervous system, Ben explained, gesturing to his own arm. Normal humans have veins for blood and nerves for electricity. Mages have magic circuits to generate, channel, and process magical energy, which we call OD or mana. Without those circuits, you can read all the runic books in the library, memorize every incantation perfectly, and wave a wand until your arm falls off, but absolutely nothing will happen. The universe won't hear you because you don't have the hardware to broadcast the signal. I see, Robin mused, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. So it is a genetic impossibility. I didn't say that, Ben smirked, a mischievous glint returning to his golden eyes. I said you can't do it right now. Robin's eyes widened slightly. You can grant someone magic circuits. I am currently trying to conceptualize a serum, or an alchemical procedure to artificially graft a circuit network onto a baseline human soul, Ben revealed, lowering his voice conspiratorially. It's incredibly delicate work. If I miscalculate the etheric alignment, the recipient could spontaneously combust. But if I crack the code, I could theoretically grant the ability to perform sorcery to anyone on this ship. That would revolutionize our combat capabilities entirely, Robin noted, her tactical mind instantly processing the implications. A crew of magic users. Yes, but Ben laughed suddenly, shaking his head. To be completely honest, Robin, even if I successfully invent the procedure, I don't think half this crew would actually use it even if they had the circuits. Because magic requires intense study, immense focus, and respect for literature, Ben pointed out. He visibly shuddered, gesturing toward the pool where Luffy was currently trying to bite his meat air tube. Imagine giving magic to our captain. If I gave Luffy fire magic, he would try to cook a raw fish inside his own mouth and end up blowing his own head off. Robin pictured it, a small smile playing on her lips. Accurate. And the others? Catastrophic, Ben sighed, ticking them off on his fingers. If Zoro tried to use teleportation magic, his atrocious sense of direction would crosswire the spell, and he'd accidentally apparate himself into another universe. And if I gave Sanji clairvoyance or X-ray vision, well, I'd have to kill him myself to protect the global security of women's bathhouses everywhere. Robin chuckled, a soft, melodic sound that brightened the deck. A very accurate assessment. It would be a global security risk. The giant warriors are bound by the honor of Elbaf, Ben continued analyzing the crew. They believe in raw physical strength and warrior culture. To them, standing back and casting a spell would be considered dishonorable cowardice. They want to feel the impact of the axe. And Frankie? Robin asked. He is an engineer. He possesses the intellect. Frankie has the brains, yes, Ben agreed. He might actually try it just to see how it works. But his true, undying love is for steel, gears, and cola. If I gave him magic, he wouldn't use it to cast spells, he would try to magically carbonate his lasers. His heart belongs to machines, not mysticism. Ben looked across the table at Robin, his expression softening into one of genuine admiration. The truth is, Ben said, his voice warm, the only people on this crew who I believe would genuinely take the time to learn, respect, and effectively utilize magic in combat are a very select few. He ticked them off on his fingers. Nami, because she already treats weather manipulation like a science, and would leap at the chance to control the elements without a tool. Usopp, because his entire fighting style is based on versatility, tricks, and staying out of close-quarters combat. Vivi, because she understands the value of strategy, and would use barrier magic flawlessly to protect her people. Ben glanced toward the upper deck, where Chopper was currently tending to his medicinal herbs. And Chopper, provided he wasn't completely fixated on his medical research. Lately, he's been utterly obsessed with crossbreeding the magical mandrakes and other magical plants I integrated into the garden. Finally, Ben's golden eyes settled squarely on Robin. And you, my lovely archaeologist, Ben said smoothly. Because of your boundless love for books, your meticulous attention to detail, and your insatiable thirst for ancient knowledge. If I ever perfect the circuit graft, you will be the first one I offer it to. You would make a terrifyingly brilliant witch. A delicate blush dusted Robin's cheeks at the high praise. She looked down at the runic tome in her lap, feeling a spark of genuine excitement at the prospect of one day putting the theories into practice. I would be honored to be your first student, Magician-san, Robin smiled, regaining her composure. She opened the book again, sliding it toward the center of the table. Since I have the master here, perhaps you could clarify a few concepts for me. The translation I managed for the third matrix seems contradictory. It suggests that applying a foundational Ura's rune to a spatial pocket increases the gravity, but the diagram implies a nullification effect. Ah, the classic Ura's paradox, Ben grinned, leaning forward enthusiastically, fully prepared to nerd out over magical theory. You're reading the diagram correctly, but you have to account for the etheric density of the surrounding environment. Ura's doesn't increase gravity, it increases physical hardiness. When applied to space, it makes the walls of the pocket dimension rigid, which creates the illusion of increased gravity because the ambient mana cannot flow freely. For the next 45 minutes, the two of them engaged in a deep, highly meticulous, and incredibly technical discussion on the finer points of Age of Gods runecraft. Robin asked pointed, brilliant questions, and Ben answered them with the thorough, exhaustive detail of a seasoned professor. It was a rare, quiet meeting of the minds that both of them thoroughly enjoyed. Meanwhile, the sun began to reach its zenith, casting shorter shadows across the deck. The sounds of splashing from the pool gradually began to die down as exhaustion, and the most powerful force in the universe, hunger, began to take hold of the crew. "I'm starving." Luffy's voice whined loudly. "Is it lunchtime?" "Hold your horses, you rubber glutton." Sanji's voice boomed from the open windows of the massive dining hall. "Give me 5 minutes to plate the appetizers." One by one, the crew began to haul themselves out of the pool. Usopp dragged a completely exhausted Chopper, still in his floatai, onto the grass. Sunny and Mary hopped out, shaking the water from their hair like wet puppies. Ben noticed the mass exodus. He checked his pocket watch. "It seems the dinner bell is about to ring," Ben noted, closing the heavy runic tome and setting it neatly aside. He stood up from his chair. But instead of simply walking toward the dining hall, Ben decided to lean fully into his flair for the dramatic. He stepped around the small table, coming to a halt directly in front of Robin's deck chair. He placed his left hand smartly behind his back and extended his right hand toward her, bowing slightly at the waist in a flawless, theatrical display of old-world chivalry. "Would you do this humble mortal the supreme honor of joining him for lunch, Ms. Archaeologist?" Ben asked, his voice dripping with playful, exaggerated reverence. Robin blinked, surprised by the sudden performance. But looking at Ben's unbuttoned floral shirt, and the utterly charming, roguish smirk on his face, she couldn't help herself. She let out a melodic, genuine chuckle. "Of course, Magician-san," Robin replied smoothly, playing right along with the bit. She gracefully placed her pale, elegant hand into his outstretched palm. Ben's grip was warm and firm. He gently helped her rise from the low-deck chair, ensuring she didn't lose her balance. Instead of letting go once she was standing, Ben kept her hand securely enveloped in his, offering his arm for her to loop hers through. Robin smiled, linking her arm with his, and allowed him to escort her across the grassy deck toward the heavy mahogany doors of the dining hall. The dining hall of the Thousand Sunny was a masterpiece of spatial expansion. It was large enough to seat a banquet, featuring a massive, polished oak table, crystal chandeliers that hovered magically near the ceiling, and a breathtaking, floor-to-ceiling glass wall that showcased the ship's internal, magically sustained aquarium. As Ben and Robin casually strolled through the double doors, arm in arm, the room was already filled with the mouth-watering aroma of garlic butter, searing steak, and fresh herbs. The dining hall was far from empty. Ace was already seated at the massive oak table, aggressively inhaling a towering plate of ribs at supersonic speed. At the far end of the room, the human-sized giants Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai were heartily laughing and slamming down giant tankards of ale, completely unfazed by the sudden arrival of the pair. At the prep station, standing behind the gleaming stainless steel counter of his open-concept kitchen, was Sanji. The cook was in the middle of a delicate culinary maneuver, using a pair of long tongs to perfectly flip a paper-thin crepe in a hot skillet. He glanced up to see who had entered the room. His visible eye locked onto Ben. Then, his gaze tracked downward, zooming in with terrifying precision on the fact that Ben's arm was intimately linked with Nico Robin's, and their hands were resting together comfortably. Sanji froze. The tongs in his hand stopped moving. The temperature in the dining hall spiked instantly. For a fraction of a second, absolute silence reigned. Then, a low, rumbling vibration began to emanate from the cook's general vicinity. Suddenly, a massive, blazing pillar of pure, unadulterated, fiery golden aura erupted around Sanji's body. It shot straight up, scorching the ceiling tiles. It was pure anime logic made manifest. Sanji had metaphorically, and almost literally, gone Super Saiyan out of sheer, catastrophic jealousy. Sanji's voice was a demonic, multi-layered growl that sounded like it was echoing from the depths of the underworld. "You bastard magician!" Despite the apocalyptic rage consuming his soul, Sanji's hands remained perfectly steady. His culinary discipline was so absolute that, even while emitting an aura of pure hatred, he delicately flipped the crepe one more time, ensuring it didn't burn, before sliding it flawlessly onto a pristine porcelain plate. Sanji didn't leave his workstation. The food was paramount, but he turned his head, glaring at Ben with such intense, concentrated venom that literal, visible red laser beams seemed to shoot from his eyes, burning scorch marks into the wooden floorboards just inches from Ben's shoes. "Unhand Robin Chuan this instant," Sanji hissed, his teeth grinding together so hard they sparked. "Or I will serve you as the main course." Ben, entirely unfazed by the localized natural disaster occurring in the kitchen, simply paused. He looked at the raging cook, then looked down at his arm linked with Robin's. Ben slowly, deliberately, looked back up at Sanji. And he smirked. It was a slow, agonizingly smug, utterly victorious smirk designed specifically to push the cook over the edge. Sanji's golden aura instantly spiked violently. Blue arcs of electricity began to violently crackle and discharge around his body, zapping the stainless steel counters. The sheer force of his jealousy had pushed him past the physical limits of a normal human. He had achieved Super Saiyan 2. "I'm going to kick you into the sun," Sanji roared, his hair whipping wildly in the self-generated windstorm of his own making. "I'm going to reduce you to smithereens. Prepare to die, you floral shirt-wearing thief." As he screamed, the sheer, radiating heat and electrical static from his localized rage aura blasted across the prep station. A row of raw, thick-cut Sea King steaks instantly sizzled, searing flawlessly under the ambient heat. Beside them, a basket of garlic bread toasted to a perfect, golden brown crisp purely from the static electricity in the air. "Sanji-kun. The soup is boiling over," Vivi called out cheerfully as she walked in from a side door, completely ignoring his homicidal breakdown, as she carried a stack of fresh napkins to the table. "Coming, Vivi Chwan. My love will cool it down." Sanji's demeanor instantly snapped from a god of destruction to a swooning puddle of romance, the electrical aura vanishing in a puff of pink smoke as he frantically rushed to adjust the heat on the stove. Ben chuckled quietly, escorting Robin to the center of the massive oak table, joining Ace and the giants. He pulled a heavy, ornate chair out for her. "Thank you," Robin smiled, taking her seat gracefully. Ben walked around and took the seat directly opposite her, offering her a warm, private smile across the polished wood. The rest of the crew quickly flooded into the dining hall, creating a cacophony of noise and laughter. Luffy rocketed into his chair at the head of the table, immediately banging his silverware against his plate and chanting for meat. Usopp and Chopper arrived still wearing their floaties, arguing about who won the water fight. Vivi, acting as the gracious host, glided around the table, serving plates of the exquisite seafood crepes and pouring glasses of chilled sparkling water. Lunch was a loud, boisterous, and utterly delicious affair. Sanji, despite his lingering, venomous glares directed entirely at Ben, had outdone himself. Ben calmly cut a piece of the Sea King's steak that had just been inadvertently seared by Sanji's golden aura. He took a bite, chewed thoughtfully, and then looked across the room at the seething cook. "My compliments to the chef," Ben said politely, raising his glass. "Channeling your intense emotional trauma to achieve this flawless, medium-rare crust was a stroke of culinary genius. The static toasted garlic bread is also a very nice touch." Sanji froze. His brain visibly short-circuited. He stood there, a spatula trembling in his grip, his face contorting violently as he wrestled between his overwhelming desire to brutally murder the magician and his absolute, unwavering pride as a chef receiving a high-level compliment on a perfect sear. "The crust is about heat control," Sanji stammered, his eye twitching. "I hate you, but you have excellent palate recognition. Shut up and eat your trauma steak." "Gladly," Ben smirked. As the meal finally wound down and the plates were cleared away by a very reluctant Usopp, who had lost a bet to Nami, a comfortable, satisfied lull settled over the room. Ben leaned back in his chair, wiping his mouth with a linen napkin. He looked across the table at Robin, his golden eyes locking onto her striking blue ones. "Thank you for having lunch with this humble mortal, my angel," Ben said, his voice a low, smooth baritone that carried just enough volume for her to hear. He offered a dramatic, self-deprecating smile. I only hope I have not irreparably tarnished your flawless reputation by being seen in my presence. Robin's eyes crinkled in delight. She rested her chin on her steepled fingers, playing the game with expert precision. You need not worry, Robin chuckled, her voice a velvety purr that sent a shiver down the spine of anyone close enough to hear it. I have thoroughly enjoyed spending time with you, my devout. Kare Komum. From the kitchen, a shockwave of pure, unadulterated spiritual pressure exploded outward. Ben didn't even flinch. He just gave a casual, sideways glance toward the culinary workstation. Sanji was standing perfectly still. His golden aura had vanished, replaced by an intensely dense, terrifying aura of pure, vibrating rage. His hair seemed to have grown significantly longer in the span of 5 seconds, and his brow was completely furrowed. He had bypassed all previous limits. Anime logic had deemed it necessary. The cook had ascended to Super Saiyan 3. Sanji was slowly, methodically sharpening a massive butcher knife against a whetstone. His eyes promised nothing but a slow, agonizing death for the magician. Ben merely offered the seething cook a polite, 2-finger salute, entirely unapologetic. Deciding it was probably best to exit the blast radius before Sanji's culinary pride was eclipsed by his homicidal intent, Ben stood up from the table. He looked down the length of the oak table, his gaze settling on the crew's resident cyborg. Frankie, Ben called out, his tone shifting from playful to all business. Frankie snapped the blowtorch off and looked up. Yeah, bro. What's up? Did you need me to strike a pose for dessert? No posing required, Ben said, adjusting his glasses. Finish your drink and follow me down to the mega workshop. I have a few things to discuss with you. Blueprints. The kind of tech that requires a master shipwright to implement. Frankie's eyes instantly transformed into massive, shining stars. The promise of new technology and upgrades was the ultimate bait. Supuyuper. Frankie roared, leaping out of his chair so fast he knocked it over. Lead the way, magician. Let's go build some miracles. Excuse me, Ben offered a polite nod to the rest of the table, and specifically to Robin, before turning on his heel. Frankie followed closely behind him, his heavy, metallic footsteps echoing as the two of them left the dining hall, descending into the belly of the ship to forge the future of the Straw Hat Arsenal. Chapter 135, On the Seas 3830 words. The heavy, reinforced tungsten doors of the Thousand Sunnies mega workshop slid shut with a satisfying, pressurized hiss, locking out the noise of the ocean and the distant sounds of Sanji clattering in the kitchen. Inside, the workshop was an absolute paradise of engineering. The magically expanded, hangar-sized room hummed with the quiet energy of automated laser cutters, precision welding arms, and rows upon rows of glowing holographic diagnostic screens. Frankie stood in the center of the room, turning in a slow circle. His massive, scrap metal forearms hung loosely at his sides. For a man who had spent the last decade building warships out of garbage and sunken galleons in the back alleys of Water 7, stepping into this room was like stepping through the pearly gates. Bro, Frankie whispered, his voice trembling slightly. He reached up and lifted his sunglasses, tears freely cascading down his cheeks. This is beautiful. The structural organization. The alloy synthesizers, the pure, unadulterated aesthetic of the tool racks. It's making me weep. It's super beautiful. Ben walked past the sobbing cyborg and sat on the chair. I'm glad you approve of the workspace, Frankie, Ben said, casually leaning against a drafting table that was currently projecting a 3D hologram of the ship's keel. You are our primary shipwright now. This room is your domain. Whatever you need to build, you can build it here. Frankie wiped his nose with the back of his massive metal hand. I'm gonna build so many weapons. I'm gonna build a laser that shoots smaller lasers. A cannon that fires swords. We can definitely brainstorm the ammunition later, Ben chuckled, pulling up a sleek, rolling stool and taking a seat. He gestured for Frankie to sit on a reinforced steel bench opposite him. But right now, I brought you down here to discuss something a little more personal. I want to talk about you. Frankie pointed a thick finger at his own chest. What about me? I'm a masterpiece of self-engineering. You are incredibly resourceful, Ben corrected gently, his golden eyes scanning the patchwork of steel, iron, and rivets that made up Frankie's body. You survived a collision with a sea train and managed to rebuild your entire anatomy using nothing but abandoned scrap metal from a ghost ship. It is an engineering miracle. Ben leaned forward, lacing his fingers together. But that's exactly the problem, Frankie. It's scrap. It's heavy, it's prone to rust, and frankly, your power source is incredibly inefficient. Frankie crossed his arms defensively. Cola is the nectar of the gods. It gives me the carbonated kick I need to fire my coup d'etat. It's aerodynamic. Why cola? Ben asked, genuinely curious. Of all the combustible, volatile, or kinetic energy sources in the world, why did you hook your artificial heart up to a soda fountain? Frankie's defensive posture dropped slightly. He looked down at the small glass hatch on his stomach, where 3 bottles of cola currently rested in a refrigerated compartment. He sighed, a rare moment of vulnerability crossing his face. It wasn't really a choice, magician, Frankie admitted, leaning back on the bench. When Tom-sen was taken away, I tried to stop the sea train with my bare hands. I got crushed. I was dying. I drifted into the hull of an abandoned ship floating in the ship graveyard. Frankie tapped his metallic shoulder. I had to operate on myself to survive. I didn't have a sterile lab. I didn't have refined fuel cells. I used what was on that ghost ship. There was scrap iron, some old cannons, and a massive, intact crate of cola. It was the only pressurized liquid I had access to that was compatible with the crude pistons I was building into my chest cavity to keep my lungs pumping. It worked. It kept me alive. So I just stuck with it. Ben nodded slowly, his expression softening with respect. You built a life support system out of junk and soda while bleeding out. You truly are a genius, Frankie. Damn right I am, Frankie sniffed, his pride inflating again. But you don't have to survive on scraps anymore, Ben said, his tone shifting back to business. You are a core member of the Straw Hat Syndicate. We are going against the world now. Cola won't be enough to fight admirals, and you can't risk running out of fuel in the middle of a war zone. I want to upgrade your core. Ben reached into his spatial storage and pulled out a small, circular device. It was no larger than an apple, but it glowed with a blinding, pure blue light. It pulsed with a quiet, infinite thrum of power. A miniaturized arc reactor. Frankie's eyes bugged out of his head. He stood up, leaning over the table, his face bathed in the azure light. That's a smaller version of the engine powering the Sunny. You're giving me one. I'm suggesting we switch your power source from carbonated sugar to clean, self-sustaining thermonuclear energy, Ben said, rolling the reactor between his fingers. With this, you will never run out of power. Your lasers will hit harder, your kinetic output will multiply by a factor of 100, and you won't need to stop mid-fight to chug a beverage. Frankie was vibrating with excitement. Infinite power. I could shoot a coup d'etat that levels a mountain. Let's do it. Rip open my chest and put it in. Hold on, that's only step 1, Ben raised a hand to stall the eager cyborg. The arc reactor provides the energy. But your current scrap metal chassis cannot handle the output. If you fired a full power blast with this core, your iron arms would melt into slag, and the recoil would shatter your spine. Frankie blinked. Not super. Which brings me to step 2, Ben smiled, a glint of mad science in his golden eyes. He reached into his spatial storage and pulled out a sleek, heavy glass vial. Inside the vial was a strange, silver-violet liquid that seemed to move on its own, shifting and shimmering like mercury. What is that? Frankie asked, leaning closer to the glass. Liquid metal. It's an aggregate of vibranium nanites, Ben explained, his voice dropping into a focused, clinical tone. Microscopic, programmable robots forged entirely from vibranium, the indestructible, kinetic-absorbing metal I used to reinforce the ship's hull. Ben set the vial on the table next to the arc reactor. I've been conceptualizing a specific build for you based on a blueprint I call the Generator Rex protocol, Ben elaborated. Right now, your weapons are static. You have a gun hidden in your left arm, and a fridge in your stomach. To change weapons, you physically have to rebuild yourself. Ben tapped the glass vial. These nanites will bond with your biological nervous system, and the arc reactor. Instead of carrying bulky, permanent weapons, these nanites will live inside your body. When you think of a weapon, say, massive, engine-powered mechanical fists, or a pair of hydraulic jumping boots, the nanites will instantly flow out of your pores, assemble themselves into that exact machine in a fraction of a second, and then dissolve back into your bloodstream when you are done. Frankie stared at Ben. His jaw unhinged. It dropped lower. And lower. Until it hit his metallic collarbone. Frankie stammered, his mind completely unable to process the sheer magnitude of the coolness being offered to him. I can just think of a giant cannon, and my arm will instantly build it out of indestructible liquid metal. Instantly, Ben confirmed. And because it's vibranium, the weapons will absorb the recoil. Furthermore, because the nanites can retract, you won't need to walk around with massive, bulky scrap metal arms anymore. You can look completely human until the moment you decide to go to war. Frankie didn't say a word. He just stood there. Slowly, he raised his hands to his face, and began to weep waterfalls of absolute, religious joy. It's a cyborg's ultimate dream. Frankie wailed, striking a pose so hard his joints squealed. Magician! You are my new god. Replace my fridge. Give me the magic metal bugs. Ben laughed, standing up from his stool. He tapped the communication bead on his wrist. Sonny, Ben said. Yes, Papa, the cheerful, boyish voice of the ship's AI echoed from the ceiling speakers. Tell Chopper to go to the medical bay immediately. Tell him to prep for a major surgery. We are opening up the shipwright. Copy that, Papa. Paging the doctor. Come on, Frankie, Ben grabbed the arc reactor and the vial of nanites. Let's go make you a monster. The medical bay. 10 minutes later, the pristine, white-tiled doors of the medical bay hissed open. Ben and Frankie walked into a room that looked like it belonged in a futuristic research hospital. Chopper was already there. He was currently in his heavy point form, wearing a sterile surgical gown, a mask, and a pair of customized gloves. Trays of scalpels, bone saws, and laser cauterizers were neatly arranged on the metallic tables. I'm ready. Chopper announced nervously, holding his hands up. Who's hurt? Did Zorro get lost and fall down a flight of stairs again? No one is hurt, Doctor, Ben smiled reassuringly. This is an elective procedure. An upgrade. Chopper blinked, looking up at Frankie's massive, bulky frame. The worry instantly melted from his furry face, replaced by the sparkling, intense curiosity of a dedicated scientist. An upgrade. Chopper's eyes turned into stars. We're doing cybernetic surgery. I've read about biomechanical integration in the Drum Kingdom archives, but I've never actually performed one. What are we doing? We are replacing his obsolete internal combustion engine and refrigeration unit with an arc reactor, Ben explained, walking over to the surgical bed. And then, we are flushing his cardiovascular system with programmable vibranium nanites to rewrite his external chassis. Chopper gasped. That is the most advanced surgery in the history of the world. I get to assist. I need you to monitor his biological vitals, Ben instructed. The arc reactor is easy. Wiring it directly into his remaining organic heart and nervous system, without causing a massive electrical shock, requires your medical expertise. You keep the flesh alive, I'll handle the steel. Aye aye, Chief Surgeon Ben. Chopper saluted, bouncing excitedly on his hooves. Frankie hopped onto the surgical table. It groaned loudly under his immense weight. He looked at Ben. Do I need a piece of wood to bite down on? I did my last surgery with no anesthesia. Ben chuckled, drawing his elder wand. We're a bit more civilized than a ghost ship, Frankie. Ben pointed the tip of the wand at Frankie's forehead. A wave of heavy, irresistible magical sleep washed over the cyborg. Frankie's eyes rolled back, and his head hit the pillow with a heavy clank. He was out cold, his breathing deep and steady. All right, Chopper, Ben set to work, grabbing a specialized laser scalpel. Let's open the hood. The surgery was a masterclass in collaboration. Ben moved with the mechanical, flawless precision of Tony Stark, slicing through Frankie's thick iron chest plates and exposing the crude, rusted machinery underneath. Chopper stood by with his stethoscope and monitors, expertly managing Frankie's blood pressure and heart rate as Ben carefully detached the heavy, sloshing cola refrigeration unit. Removing the primary power source, Ben muttered, lifting the heavy, sticky contraption out of Frankie's chest cavity and setting it aside. His heart rate is going to drop. Keep him stable. Administering adrenaline. Chopper injected a measured dose into Frankie's organic shoulder. Vitals are holding. He's strong. Ben picked up the glowing blue arc reactor. With the dexterity of a watchmaker, he lowered the core into the empty cavity. With a subtle flex of his magic, he instantly fabricated the exact microwiring needed, fusing the palladium core leads directly into Frankie's cybernetic nervous system, and wrapping protective insulation around his organic heart. Connection established, Ben whispered, fusing the final wire with a spark of alchemy. Powering up. The arc reactor flared. The blinding blue light illuminated the entire surgical room. Thrum-thump. Thrum-thump. Frankie's organic heart synced perfectly with the rhythmic pulse of the infinite energy source. The monitors beside the bed beeped steadily, the readouts displaying a power level that was mathematically impossible for a biological organism. His vitals are incredible. Chopper gasped, looking at the screens. The energy isn't burning his cells, it's feeding them. The integration is perfect. Phase 1 complete, Ben wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Now for the fun part. Ben picked up the heavy glass vial containing the silver-violet vibranium nanites. He walked over to the open chest cavity, hovering the vial directly over the arc reactor's primary distribution valve. Doctor, monitor his core temperature, Ben warned. This is going to rewrite his physical structure on a cellular level. It might get hot. Ben unstopped the vial and poured the liquid metal directly into the reactor. The moment the nanites hit the energy core, the reaction was instantaneous. The reactor's blue light turned a brilliant, violent violet. The liquid metal didn't just sit there. Like a swarm of billions of microscopic insects, the silver fluid surged outward from the chest cavity, diving into Frankie's bloodstream, his artificial veins, and his rusted iron plating. His temperature is spiking. Chopper yelled, frantically checking the dials. It's 105 degrees. Wait, it's 110. Keep him under. The nanites are incinerating the scrap metal. Ben ordered. Frankie's body began to convulse violently on the table. Steam erupted from his pores. Right before their eyes, the bulky, disproportional patchwork of scrap iron that made up Frankie's arms and legs began to dissolve. The nanites were breaking down the crude steel at a molecular level, digesting the impurities and replacing them entirely with a sleek, flawless vibranium weave. His massive, Popeye-esque forearms melted away, the metal shrinking and condensing. His bulky, boxy shoulders smoothed out. The heavy iron plates on his legs vanished. As the steam cleared, the transformation finalized. Chopper dropped his clipboard, his jaw hitting the floor. Lying on the surgical table was not the hulking, bizarre cyborg they had brought in. It was a man. Frankie looked completely, utterly human. He had broad, muscular shoulders, proportioned, athletic arms, and normal-looking legs. His skin was a healthy, tanned peach color. The only indication that he wasn't entirely biological was the faint, mesmerizing silver sheen that rippled beneath his skin when the light hit it, and the glowing blue circle of the arc reactor visible beneath the center of his chest. "He looks normal," Chopper whispered in awe. "He looks like a regular human. Where did all the metal go? He weighed 3 tons. "Mass conservation is tricky," Ben smirked, his eyes glowing gold. "While the nanites were rebuilding him, I used spatial runes to carve microscopic spatial expansion pockets into the marrow of his bones and the inner lining of his limbs. All the excess vibranium mass, the billions of idle nanites, and the weaponry, it's all stored inside pocket dimensions within his own body. He doesn't carry the weight until he summons them." Ben waved his wand over Frankie's head. "Renervate." Frankie groaned. His eyelids fluttered open. He blinked against the bright surgical lights. He sat up slowly. He didn't hear the usual whirring of rusty gears or the sloshing of cola. He heard nothing but a quiet, powerful hum in his chest. Frankie looked down at his hands. He stared at his normal-sized, human-looking fingers. He looked at his perfectly proportioned arms. He patted his stomach, finding solid, muscular flesh instead of a glass refrigerator door. Frankie whispered, his voice trembling. He jumped off the table. He felt unbelievably light. He felt fast. He ran to a mirror on the wall. He stared at his reflection. He looked exactly like Cutty Flam, the handsome, athletic shipwright he had been before the sea train accident, just with blue hair and a glowing chest piece. "I'm human." Frankie touched his face, tears welling in his eyes. "I look human again." "You look human," Ben corrected, tossing Frankie his trademark Hawaiian shirt. "But you are far from it. How do you feel?" Frankie caught the shirt. I feel like a coiled spring. I feel like I have a volcano humming inside my ribcage. It's super overwhelming." "Good," Ben grinned, grabbing his coat. "Let's go to the training room. It's time to test the hardware." The training room, the awakening of the arsenal. Ben, Chopper, and Frankie stepped into the ship's dedicated training room, a massive, reinforced chamber designed by Ben to withstand the monster trio's spars without sinking the ship. "All right, Frankie." Ben stood near the control console, Chopper beside him, holding a medical scanner. "The nanites are linked directly to your neural pathways. They respond to your imagination. If you can conceptualize the blueprints of a machine in your head, the nanites will instantly construct it using the vibranium stored in your spatial pockets." Ben pointed to the center of the room. "Think of your old strong right punch. But bigger. Think of an engine." Frankie closed his eyes. He focused on his right arm. He imagined the heavy iron, the pistons, the raw crushing power of a massive mechanical fist. He envisioned a V8 engine block strapped to the forearm. The response was explosive. Shing. The faint silver sheen under the skin of Frankie's right arm suddenly erupted outward. A torrent of liquid vibranium exploded from the spatial pockets in his wrist. It flowed like a waterfall of quicksilver, swirling and solidifying in a fraction of a second. Chopper shrieked, jumping behind Ben. Where Frankie's normal human arm had been, a colossal, terrifying mechanical gauntlet now resided. It was the size of a small car. It was sleek, painted in striking blue and silver, featuring massive, articulated metal fingers and a literal, roaring engine block built into the forearm with exhaust pipes venting steam. A/N, smack hands, you. Frankie roared, his eyes wide with absolute mania. He swung the massive fist. Despite its enormous size, the arc reactor powered it effortlessly. It felt as light as a feather to him. Frankie slammed the giant mechanical fist into the reinforced titanium floor of the training room. Kra Kamum. The power. Frankie screamed, laughing hysterically. It's unreal. I didn't even feel the recoil. Vibranium, Ben smiled smugly. It absorbs the shock. Try something else. Frankie didn't hesitate. He willed the giant fist to vanish. The massive gauntlet dissolved back into liquid metal and retracted instantly into his skin, leaving his normal arm behind. Frankie imagined artillery. He imagined the heavy cannons of a battleship. Shing. The nanites erupted from both of his shoulders and his back. They wove together over his head, locking into place with a heavy, satisfying mechanical clack. A massive, dual-barreled plasma cannon now rested on his shoulders, drawing power directly from the blue core in his chest. A/N, slam cannon, target practice. Ben snapped his fingers, conjuring a block of solid steel at the far end of the room. Slam cannon. Frankie roared. A blinding beam of concentrated, blue arc energy shot from the barrels. It vaporized the steel block instantly, leaving a glowing, molten crater in the wall. Incredible. Chopper cheered, frantically writing notes. His heart rate didn't even spike. The energy draw is perfectly optimized. Legs, Ben commanded. Mobility. Frankie retracted the cannon. He focused on his lower half. He imagined pistons, hydraulics, and sheer speed. Shing. The liquid metal poured from his calves, engulfing his legs. It constructed two massive, towering mechanical boots. They featured heavy treads, hydraulic shock absorbers, and glowing blue thrusters on the heels. A/N, punk busters, Frankie revved the boots. The thrusters flared. Frankie rocketed across the massive training room, bouncing off the walls like a pinball, his laughter echoing over the roar of the engines. He flipped midair, landing flawlessly in the center of the room. The hydraulic boots hissed, absorbing the multi-ton impact without a sound. Vehicles, Ben commanded next. Full mobility. Frankie grinned. He willed the boots to retract. He imagined the roaring engines of a high-speed hoverbike. Shing. The liquid metal poured from his hips and legs, reconstructing the space around him. In seconds, his lower half was seamlessly integrated into a sleek, heavy-duty metallic hovercraft. He leaned forward, gripping the handlebars that extruded from the chassis, the blue arc energy flaring from the rear exhaust. Frankie tore around the training room, banking sharply and leaving a trail of blue light. This handles like a dream. He brought the hoverbike to a sudden halt, the metal instantly dissolving back into his skin. Now for the ultimate test, Frankie yelled, his eyes shining. My signature form. Prepare yourselves for the majestic. Frankie Centaur. Ben and Chopper braced themselves for something ridiculous. But the vibranium nanites didn't build a joke. They built a war machine. Shing. A massive wave of silver liquid cascaded from his waist. It rapidly assembled into a colossal, forward-facing equine lower body made entirely of armored vibranium plates. Instead of hooves, the four massive legs ended in heavy-duty tank treads. Glowing blue energy pulsed through the segmented joints. It was a mechanical beast of war, standing 15 feet tall, equipped with side-mounted missile pods and thick shock absorbers. Frankie looked down at his new, terrifyingly badass lower half. He blinked. It's facing the right way, Frankie whispered, wiping a tear from his eye. And it has treads. It's so super beautiful. Frankie retracted the centaur form. He stood in the center of the cratered room, breathing heavily, completely overwhelmed by the godlike versatility he now possessed. He looked down at his normal, human hands. Then he looked up at Ben. Frankie threw his arms together above his head, striking his pose with more passion and volume than he had ever mustered in his entire life. Up here. The roar shook the dust from the ceiling. Ben walked forward, clapping slowly. The blueprints in your head are no longer limited by what you can build in a shop with a wrench, Frankie. You are the shop. In the future, if you construct any machine, the nanites will help you control it. Frankie fell to his knees, openly weeping manly tears of joy. Magician. You didn't just give me an upgrade. You gave me a whole new life. I am the ultimate shipwright. I am the ultimate battleship. I can build anything. Yes, you can, Ben smirked, adjusting his glasses. Welcome to the Vanguard, Iron General. Frankie wiped his eyes, a fierce, determined grin spreading across his face. Just point me at the enemy, boss, Frankie cracked his knuckles. I'm gonna show the whole world what a real super cyborg looks like. Chapter 136, On the Seas 3041 Words. The grassy main deck was bustling with activity when the heavy metal doors of the mega workshop hissed open. Frankie stepped out onto the lawn. Hey, everyone. Check this out. Frankie yelled, a massive grin splitting his face. The crew turned their attention toward the cyborg. Frankie didn't run toward the railing. He simply bent his knees and jumped. As he left the deck, the skin on his calves and palms rippled with a mesmerizing silver sheen. The vibranium nanites flowed out of his spatial pockets in a fraction of a second, constructing sleek, aerodynamic jet boosters around his lower legs and precision stabilizers in the palms of his hands. Blue arc reactor energy flared from the boosters. Frankie shot straight up into the sky like a rocket. So you appear. Frankie's voice echoed from above. He didn't just fly in a straight line. Frankie banked hard, using the palm stabilizers to execute a perfect barrel roll over the main mast. He dove toward the ocean, skimming the surface of the waves and kicking up a trail of white mist before pulling up sharply into a loop-de-loop. On the deck, the crew watched with their jaws hanging open. Luffy yelled, his eyes turning into massive, sparkling stars. He's flying. Just like iron pirates. That control is incredible, Usopp adjusted his goggles, watching the fluid shifts in the nanotech. Frankie hovered in the air above the deck, striking a triumphant pose with his metal boots still flaring. The maneuverability is flawless. I can feel the wind, but the vibranium absorbs all the G-force. I am the ultimate sky shipwright. Ben stood near the helm, chuckling at the cyborg's enthusiasm. He reached into his spatial storage pouch. Ben called out over the sound of the thrusters. The trio instantly snapped their attention to the magician, running over to him like excited puppies. Whenever Ben called them together like that, it meant one thing: new gear. What is it? Luffy asked, practically vibrating. Did you make me a laser sword? Or a meat grinder that shoots lasers? I have a new toy for you, Ben said. He pulled his hand out of the pouch. Resting in his palm was a small, swirling patch of bright yellow cloud. It looked soft, fluffy, and entirely out of place on a pirate ship. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared at the tuft of yellow fluff. Their excited grins slowly faded into flat, unimpressed expressions. Usopp asked, raising an eyebrow. Ben, we literally went to Skypiea. We spent weeks walking on clouds, sleeping on clouds, and driving boats on clouds. They aren't exactly a novelty anymore. Yeah, Chopper agreed. It's soft, but where's the laser? This isn't a normal island cloud, Ben explained patiently. He tossed the yellow fluff onto the grassy deck. The cloud didn't dissipate. It hovered exactly 2 feet off the ground, expanding slightly until it was about the size of a small rug. I call it the flying nimbus, Ben said, gesturing to the hovering yellow cloud. It is a magical construct. It doesn't run on dials, engines, or fuel. It flies in any direction you want it to, at incredible speeds, entirely based on your mental commands. Luffy's eyes immediately turned back into stars. A mind-reading flying cloud. However, there is a catch, Ben raised a finger. The Nimbus is picky. It rejects anyone with dark intentions or a corrupted spirit. Only a person with a genuinely pure heart can ride on it. Anyone else will just fall right through. Usopp scoffed, stepping forward and puffing out his chest. A pure heart. Stand aside, boys. You are looking at the bravest, most pure-hearted warrior on the sea. I shall tame this sky beast. Usopp confidently lifted his leg and stepped onto the yellow cloud. His foot passed straight through the yellow fluff without any resistance whatsoever. Usopp lost his balance and face-planted directly onto the wooden deck beneath the grass. Luffy burst out laughing, pointing at the sniper on the floor. You fell right through. Your heart is dirty, Usopp. I slipped. Usopp yelled, scrambling to his feet, his face red. The deck was wet. Let me try again. Luffy pushed past him. Luffy eagerly jumped onto the center of the cloud. He didn't fall. The yellow nimbus held his weight perfectly, sinking just an inch like a plush cushion. Luffy bounced up and down, laughing as the cloud bobbed with him. It works. It's so soft. Luffy cheered. Chopper, his eyes wide with amazement, nervously stepped up to the edge of the cloud. He placed one small hoof on the yellow fluff. It held firm. Chopper smiled brightly and hopped up, sitting right next to Luffy. I can ride it too. Chopper giggled, patting the soft material. My heart is pure. Sanji, watching from the deck, smoothed his lapels. He saw a golden opportunity. If a moss-headed idiot can't appreciate romance, maybe a cloud can. I shall use this fluffy chariot to deliver the finest tropical cocktails directly to Nami Swan and Robin Swan. Holding a tray of drinks with perfect balance, Sanji stepped confidently onto the yellow cloud, his mind filled with swirling, heart-shaped thoughts of his beautiful crewmates. Sanji fell straight through the cloud, crashing face-first into the deck with a loud thud. The tray clattered to the wood, spilling juice everywhere. Zoro, leaning against the mast, cracked open his lone eye and smirked. Guess the cloud doesn't accept nosebleed-inducing, perverted thoughts, curly brows. Shut up, Marimo. Sanji roared, leaping up, his leg bursting into flames. My love is pure. While Sanji and Zoro immediately devolved into their usual brawl, Usopp glared at the two sitting happily on the cloud. Okay, clearly I just didn't approach it with the right angle. Make room. Usopp took a running start and leaped directly at the cloud. He phased right through it again, crashing heavily onto his back on the grass while Luffy and Chopper hovered happily just above his nose. Luffy laughed so hard he fell backward onto the cloud. You can't ride it. You tell too many lies. Lies are just stories waiting to be true. Usopp grumbled, rubbing his bruised back. Go on, try it out, Ben encouraged the captain and the doctor. Just think about where you want to go. Luffy looked up at the sky. The flying nimbus shot into the air like a yellow bullet, leaving a trail of golden light behind it. Chopper screamed, clinging to Luffy's red jacket as they rapidly gained altitude. It's so fast. Shishishi. This is awesome. Luffy yelled, steering the cloud with his thoughts. He made the nimbus bank sharply around the main mast, soaring past the crow's nest before diving toward the ocean surface. Ben walked over to the railing, cupping his hands around his mouth. Don't go too far away from the ship. And watch out for seagulls. Usopp stood up, crossing his arms and pouting as he watched his friends zooming through the clouds above the ship. Who wants to ride a stupid yellow sponge anyway? Usopp grumbled under his breath. He tapped his back. I don't need a cloud. I have the real deal. With a swift, practiced motion, Usopp activated his serum trait. Falcon wings burst from his back, their feathers rustling in the sea breeze. He bent his knees and launched himself into the sky, the powerful downstroke of his wings propelling him upward. Wait for me. High above the thousand sunny, a bizarre aerial game of tag commenced. Magic Cloud and Birdman. Frankie challenged, hovering next to them on his vibranium jet boots, laughing boisterously. First one to do 3 laps around the main mast wins. Ready, set, super go. Frankie blasted off, banking sharply with his palm stabilizers to take an early lead. You didn't say go properly. Luffy yelled, leaning forward on the Nimbus. Go Cloud, go. The Nimbus zipped after him like a golden bullet. Out of my way. Usopp shouted, flapping his falcon wings furiously to catch up. He reached into his tactical pouch. Take this. Smoke Star. Usopp tossed a pellet that exploded into a thick cloud of purple smoke directly in Frankie's flight path. Frankie yelled, coughing as he flew blindly through the smoke. "Take this." Weapons left, paintball barrage. He shot a volley of harmless, colorful paintballs at the sniper, leaving bright splatters across Usopp's wings. "Watch out!" Chopper screamed as Luffy completely ignored the track parameters and haphazardly zoomed through the ship's rigging, narrowly dodging ropes and sails, laughing like a maniac. "You're going the wrong way, Luffy," Usopp yelled, doing a barrel roll to avoid another paintball. They wove through the passing clouds, diving and climbing in the endless blue expanse, turning a simple flight test into an absolute, chaotic demolition derby of speed. After 20 minutes of high-speed, cheating-filled acrobatics, the four of them descended back to the ship, landing gently on the grassy deck. "That was the best," Luffy cheered, hopping off the Nimbus. "I want to go again." Chopper smiled, though his fur was blown completely backward by the wind. Ben reached into his spatial pouch again, and pulled out a second tuft of yellow cloud, tossing it onto the deck where it expanded. "Here you go, Chopper," Ben said. "You get your own." Chopper's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Ben." "And one more thing," Ben added, looking at both Luffy and Chopper. "You don't need to carry them around. If you ever get separated from them, or if you fall out of the sky, just whistle as loud as you can. The Nimbus will hear you and come flying to catch you. Just a whistle." Luffy put 2 fingers in his mouth and blew a sharp, piercing whistle. The yellow cloud resting on the deck instantly zipped upward, bumping playfully against Luffy's chest like an eager dog. "Shishishi. Good cloud." Luffy patted it. "Dinner is served." Sanji's voice called out from the kitchen doors, cutting through the excitement. Luffy instantly abandoned the cloud, sprinting toward the dining hall. The following days settled into a comfortable, rhythmic routine. The Thousand Sunny proved to be everything they had dreamed of and more. Training remained a daily priority. The heavy hitters spent hours in the gravity chamber, pushing their physical limits under crushing pressure, while Zoro and Sanji regularly engaged in destructive sparring matches inside the time chamber, safely contained within the white void where their awakened haki couldn't damage the real world. When he wasn't training, Ben spent his time in the Mega Workshop. He had placed the original caravel body of the Going Merry in the center of the massive room. Using his engineering templates and spatial runes, he was carefully modifying and transforming it something new. But it wasn't all work. The ship was vast enough that everyone had their own space, yet cozy enough that they naturally congregated on the main deck. One particular evening, as the sun began to set, the sky turned a brilliant, fiery orange, casting long, golden reflections across the calm ocean. The atmosphere on the deck was picture-perfect. At the portside railing, Luffy, Ace, Usopp, Chopper, and Karoo had set up a line of fishing poles. They were sitting on wooden barrels, laughing and competing over who could catch the biggest fish. "I feel a bite," Chopper squeaked, struggling to reel in his line. "It's probably just seaweed again," Usopp teased, adjusting his line. Near the main mast, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashii were sitting in a circle with Zoro. They were surrounded by empty wooden kegs, trading boisterous hunting stories from Elbaf while Zoro quietly outdrank them all without breaking a sweat. On the starboard patio area, a completely different battle was taking place. Nami, Vivi, Minnie Mary, and Sunny were sitting around a white table playing Uno. "Draw 4 green," Nami smirked, dropping the dreaded card onto the pile with the ruthlessness of a seasoned pirate. "Anti-Nami, that is savage, my algorithms did not predict that level of betrayal." "In this game, there are no friends, little bro," Mary stated flatly, adjusting her sunglasses and dropping a reverse card. Sanji floated gracefully between the groups, carrying a silver tray loaded with fresh fruit tarts and perfectly mixed cocktails, completely ignoring Zoro's group to serve the ladies. Ben sat on a plush lounge chair near the back of the deck, a glass of iced tea resting on the small table beside him. Robin sat in the chair next to him, an ancient, leather-bound book open in her hand. It was a perfectly peaceful evening. "I got something." Usopp's sudden shout shattered the quiet. He was leaning back, his fishing rod bent nearly in half. It's heavy. Usopp strained, digging his heels into the grass. Help me pull it up. It might be a sea monster. Luffy, Ace and Chopper immediately dropped their rods and rushed over, grabbing Usopp's line and hauling it backward. They chanted. With a loud splash, the object broke the surface of the water and swung over the railing, crashing onto the grassy deck. Everyone turned to look. It wasn't a sea monster. It wasn't a chest full of gold. It was a standard, wooden barrel. It looked slightly waterlogged, with a large, crude symbol painted on the front. A barrel? Chopper tilted his head, his excitement instantly deflating. Usopp sighed, dropping the fishing rod. I fought a life-or-death battle with the ocean for a piece of garbage. Robin looked up from her book, her blue eyes narrowing slightly as she studied the markings on the wood. I would advise caution, Robin warned, her calm voice carrying across the deck. In these specific waters, a floating barrel is rarely just garbage. It is often a trap set by pirates or bounty hunters. The moment you break the seal, it triggers an internal mechanism that launches a signal flare, broadcasting your exact location to anyone watching. Usopp went completely pale. He immediately took 3 large steps backward. Usopp panicked, waving his hands. Nobody touch it. We need to throw it back. Ben, use your magic to teleport it away. But Luffy casually reached out and popped the wooden lid off the barrel. Phwee! A sharp, whistling sound erupted from the inside of the barrel. A bright red signal flare shot vertically out of the barrel, launching hundreds of feet into the evening sky before exploding with a loud crack. A brilliant crimson light washed over the deck of the Sunny, illuminating the shocked faces of the crew. A heavy, dead silence followed the explosion. Every single person on the deck slowly turned their heads to glare at Luffy. You idiot, Nami groaned, rubbing her temples. She literally just said it was a trap. Luffy didn't seem to notice the collective anger of his crew. He was entirely unfazed by the red light raining down on them. He was leaning over the barrel, peering deep inside. Luffy's eyes widened. There really is treasure in here. Nami's irritation vanished instantly. The belly symbols practically materialized in her eyes. Nami shoved Usopp out of the way and sprinted toward the barrel. Let me see. How much is it? Luffy pulled out a massive, slightly preserved hunk of roast pork wrapped in wax paper. Better than gold. Luffy cheered, drool already forming at the corner of his mouth. It's meat. Nami skids to a complete halt on the grass. Her shoulders slumped, her expression shifting to absolute, profound dejection. Meat is not treasure, you rubber moron. And there's sake too. Luffy added, pulling out a large, sealed ceramic jug. On the other side of the deck, Zoro's eyes snapped open. He immediately left the circle of giants, stood up, and walked purposefully toward Luffy. He hadn't cared about the trap, the flare, or the gold, but his priorities were clear. You should have led with that, Zoro grunted, taking the jug from Luffy's hand and popping the cork with his thumb. Robin stood up from her lounge chair, walking over to inspect the barrel with a mild, scholarly smile. It appears to be an offering, Robin noted, looking at the food. Sailors in these regions sometimes set barrels of high-quality food and drink adrift as a tribute to the sea god, praying for safe passage through treacherous waters. Zoro took a long, deep swig of the sake, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I don't pray to any god. If he wants a drink, he can buy his own. Luffy was already chewing on the roast pork, completely ignoring the historical context of his stolen meal. Ben watched the scene from his lounge chair, swirling the ice in his tea. He looked up at Robin as she walked back over to her seat. A sea god, huh? Ben mused quietly. We already beat one god back in Skypiea. Knowing this crew's luck, I'm sure we'll end up fighting another on our path. Robin sat down, a faint smile touching her lips. She rested her chin on her hand, looking at him with mild amusement. So, Robin asked softly. You do believe in God, Magician-san? Ben didn't miss a beat. He took a slow sip of his tea, his expression calm and effortlessly confident as he met her gaze. I've seen enough false gods to know they usually just have a superiority complex, Ben replied. A small, charming smirk touched his lips. But I'd have to be a blind fool to deny the divine completely, especially when there's a goddess sitting right across from me. Robin blinked. For a rare moment, the famously composed archaeologist was caught off guard by the smooth, direct compliment. Then, a soft laugh escaped her lips. She shook her head and picked her book back up, a warm smile lingering on her face as she returned to reading. Ben took a sip of his tea, perfectly content. Above them, the red flare faded into the twilight, signaling to whatever lurked in the dark waters ahead that the Straw Hat Pirates were coming. Chapter 137, Thriller Bark 2562 words. Despite the ominous nature of the barrel trap they had just triggered, the atmosphere on the Thousand Sunny remained stubbornly cheerful. The crew had recently survived the hellish training of the Time Chamber and the War of Enies Lobby. A simple flare wasn't going to ruin their evening. Luffy was busy digesting the massive chunk of roast pork he had salvaged from the trap, lounging on the grassy deck with Ace beside him. Zoro had returned to his corner, taking a nap against the railing. Nami and Vivi were sitting by the pool, dipping their feet in the fresh water while Karoo floated nearby. Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai were playing a loud game of dice with Frankie, their booming laughter echoing across the deck. For a few hours, the Sunny sailed peacefully through the calm waters. But as the afternoon bled into the evening, the environment began to shift. The vibrant blue sky turned a sickly shade of gray. The sunlight didn't just fade, it seemed to be actively swallowed by the atmosphere. A thick, unnatural fog rolled in from the horizon, blanketing the ocean in a dense, blinding mist that reduced visibility to a mere few meters. The air grew cold and heavy. The cheerful sounds of the crew naturally died down as the silence of the fog pressed in against the hull. Well, Ben announced, his voice cutting through the quiet. We've officially crossed the threshold. Welcome to the Florian Triangle. Florian Triangle? Usopp asked, narrowing his eyes to try and pierce the fog. I don't like the sound of that. Why is it so dark? Because the sunlight can't penetrate the fog here, Robin answered, stepping out of the library with a book under her arm. It is a stretch of sea famous for its disappearances. Every year, over 100 ships vanish in these waters without a trace. Some say it's because of the currents. Others say it's something worse. Disappearances? Chopper gulped, hiding behind Zoro's legs. Exactly, Ben walked down from the helm to the main deck. He waved his hand, using a simple charm to dim the ship's lanterns, casting long shadows across the grass. Ben gathered the crew around the main mast. You know, this fog reminds me of an old story I heard, Ben began, lowering his voice to a whisper. A legend specifically about a galleon that wandered into the Florian Triangle. A story. Usopp stammered, crossing his arms protectively. We don't need stories. We need to focus on sailing. It was a massive passenger ship, Ben continued, ignoring the sniper. It got caught in this exact fog. The wind died completely. They were stranded for weeks in the pitch black, drifting aimlessly. Nami leaned in slightly, hugging her knees. Stranded in the dark. That sounds awful. To keep the children from panicking, the crew taught them a game to play in the dark, Ben said. It was called hide and clap. One person wears a blindfold to seek. The people hiding can't speak, but they have to clap their hands twice to guide the seeker. That sounds fun. Luffy grinned, sitting up cross-legged. Let's play that later. Shut up and let him finish. Nami hissed, smacking Luffy's arm. One night, Ben's voice dropped even lower, a little boy was the seeker. He wore his blindfold and wandered the quiet, foggy deck. He called out, "Give me a clap." He waited. He heard 2 claps, but they didn't come from the deck. Vivi pulled Karoo closer, her eyes wide. Where did they come from? They came from the forbidden, locked cargo hold below deck, Ben said. A place no passenger was allowed to go. Chopper shrieked, clutching his head. Don't go in the basement. That's the #1 rule. You never go in the dark basement. But the boy went down, Ben stated simply. He opened the heavy wooden doors. It was pitch black inside, freezing cold, and smelled like rotten seawater. He stood in the middle of the empty room and whispered, "Give me a clap." Usopp and Nami were practically holding their breath, staring fixedly at Ben. For a long moment there was just silence, Ben said slowly. Right next to his left ear. Ben paused for effect. Karoo let out a quiet, terrified quack. He pulled off his blindfold, Ben continued. But there was no one there. The room was empty. He turned around to run back up the stairs. But as he reached the door, a pair of pale, bloated hands reached out from the shadows, covered his mouth, and dragged him into the dark. Chopper covered his eyes with his hooves, trembling violently. Soon, the entire crew started hearing the clapping in the fog. Ben finished, his tone grim. One by one, they vanished into the hold. They say the ship still drifts here. And if you are ever in the Florian Triangle, and you hear 2 claps. Ben suddenly stared right behind Usopp. Jaya Weya. Usopp, Chopper, Nami, Vivi, and Karoo screamed in absolute, harmonious terror. They jumped back, huddling together in a trembling pile of fear on the grass. Nami yelled, her face pale. Don't do that. You nearly gave me a heart attack. It's just a story, Nami, Ben chuckled, returning the lanterns to their normal brightness. Ghosts aren't real. Even the ship's intercom crackled. Sunny's voice trembled as he spoke. My external microphones just picked up a sound from the fog outside. It sounded like clapping. Don't worry, Sunny, Minnie Mary patted him on the back, though she had hastily put a pair of garlic cloves around her neck. I have my anti-ghost lasers charged. If anyone claps, I'll blast them. Papa. Sunny interrupted again, his voice laced with mechanical panic. Yes, Sunny. My radar is picking up a massive object approaching from the starboard bow, Sunny reported. It's a ship. A very large galleon. Zoro opened his eyes, resting his hand on Wado Ikimonji. That's the problem, Sunny's voice wavered. Thermal scanners are online. Heartbeat sensors are active. I'm reading 0 life signs. There is no one on that ship. But it's sailing directly toward us. The deck went completely silent. The only sound was the sloshing of the water against the hull, and the wind moving through the fog. 0 life signs. Usopp whispered, his face turning blue. A ship sailing itself. A ghost ship, Chopper wailed. Usopp didn't hesitate. He reached into his tactical pouch and pulled out a massive, braided garland of raw garlic, throwing it around his neck. In his hands, he held 2 wooden stakes crossed over his chest. Chopper, seeing Usopp's preparations, pulled out his own garlic garland and a small silver cross. Karoo did the exact same, trembling so hard his feathers were falling out. Back, foul demons. Usopp chanted, thrusting the cross toward the fog. God, Usopp's holy aura repels you. Usopp, garlic is for vampires, Robin pointed out. Ghosts hate it too. It smells bad. Usopp yelled back. From the dense, gray wall of fog, a massive shape began to emerge. It was a galleon, several times larger than the Sunny. Its sails were torn and rotting, hanging from the splintered masts. The wood was black with age. It looked exactly like the doomed ship from the story. The Straw Hats lined the starboard railing, watching in tense silence as the massive, silent ghost ship drifted alongside them. It's huge, Frankie noted, adjusting his sunglasses. But the craftsmanship is at least 50 years out of date. That thing has been drifting for decades. There's really no one on board, Ace squinted, flames flickering slightly at his fingertips to light up the fog. It's completely abandoned. Just as Ace said that, a shadow moved on the deck of the ghost ship. The crew froze. Standing on the rotting balcony near the helm of the ghost ship was a figure. It was tall, dressed in a tattered black suit with an orange ruffled collar. It held a delicate porcelain teacup in one hand and a cane in the other. And it had no skin. It was a living, moving skeleton. The skeleton possessed a large, unruly afro resting atop its bleached skull. The crew of the Thousand Sunny stared. The skeleton stared back with empty eye sockets. The skeleton took a polite sip of its tea. Then it slowly turned its skull toward the Sunny, raised its bony hand, and waved pleasantly. "Hi," the skeleton's voice drifted across the water. For 3 seconds, absolute silence reigned. Then, driven purely by reflex, Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, and even Zoro slowly raised their hands and waved back. "Hi," they echoed in unison. The ghost ship drifted past, fading back into the thick fog. The moment the ship disappeared, the reality of what they had just seen crashed down upon them. Usopp's eyes rolled back into his head. He fell backward onto the grassy deck, stiff as a board, unconscious. Chopper screamed, running over to the sniper and shaking him. "He's dead. The ghost killed him with a wave. We need a doctor quick." "You are the doctor," Zoro said in deadpan voice, already getting used to it. "Oh right," Chopper realized, pulling out a stethoscope and pressing it to Usopp's chest. "He just fainted." "A skeleton," Nami muttered, her hands shaking. "A skeleton drinking tea. And it said hi." "I must admit," Robin smiled, looking at the fog. "That is not something you see every day. Quite an interesting phenomenon." Luffy, however, had a completely different reaction. The terror that gripped the others didn't register. His eyes were shining with massive stars. His jaw dropped in pure awe. "Did you guys see that?" Luffy yelled, jumping onto the railing. He was a skeleton. With an afro. And he drank tea. "Yes, Luffy, we saw the horrifying undead monster," Sanji sighed, lighting a cigarette. "I want him." Luffy pointed into the fog. "I'm going over there." Nami screamed, grabbing the back of Luffy's shirt. "Absolutely not. We are not boarding a ghost ship." "But Nami," Luffy whined. "He's so cool. I bet he poops." "I want to ask him if he poops." "That is not a valid reason to board a haunted vessel," Vivi argued, holding Karoo tightly. On the floor, Usopp suddenly gasped, sitting bolt upright. He realized what his captain was about to do. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Luffy's leg. Usopp wailed. "Don't do anything stupid. It's a trap. If you go over there, the clapping hands are gonna drag you into the dark. Think of your bounty. You're a 500 million berry man. Act like it." Sanji watched the chaotic scene, and exhaled a long cloud of smoke. He shook his head. "It doesn't matter, Usopp," Sanji said. "You know how this works. Once the captain sets his mind on something, there is no turning back." Usopp looked at Luffy's determined face. He let go of the leg, slumping back. "I hate it when you're right. The only question is," Sanji looked around the deck, "who is going with him to make sure he doesn't fall into the sea?" "I'll go," Ace grinned. "I've never fought a ghost before. Might be good practice." "Geba Baba." "We volunteer." Broggy laughed, stepping forward alongside Kashiai. "The warriors of Elbaf fear no undead." "I suppose I'll tag along," Sanji sighed, stepping up beside Luffy. Nami marched up to Sanji, grabbing him by the lapels of his suit, and pulling him down to her eye level. "Sanji," Nami threatened, her voice a deadly whisper. "You are the most rational person going over there. Do not let Luffy do anything stupid. Do not let him bring anything cursed back here. Just say hello and come straight back." Do you understand? Sanji's visible eye morphed into a giant heart. Of course, Nami Swan. Your wish is my command. Good, Nami released him. Ben walked over to the helm. Bring us alongside the ghost ship. Match their speed. Matching speed, Papa, Sunny confirmed. The Thousand Sunny smoothly cut through the fog, easily catching up to the massive galleon. The two ships drifted side by side. Luffy didn't wait for a bridge. He grabbed Sanji, Ace, Bragi, and Kashii. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy slingshot the boarding party across the gap, crashing them heavily onto the rotting wooden deck of the ghost ship. Watch where you throw us, you idiot. Sanji yelled, untangling himself from Bragi's leg. The fog swallowed the boarding party. On the Sunny, the remaining crew waited in tense silence. 10 minutes passed. They're taking too long, Usopp bit his nails. They're dead. The skeleton ate them. Have some faith, Usopp, Robin said calmly, reading her book. They are quite capable. 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud, cheerful voice echoed from the ghost ship. Hey guys. We're coming back. That's Luffy. Chopper cheered. Two figures leaped from the ghost ship back onto the grassy deck of the Sunny, followed closely by Ace and the two giants. Luffy landed perfectly, a massive grin on his face. Sanji landed next to him. The cook was that of defeat, looking down at his shoes, refusing to make eye contact with anyone. And standing right behind Luffy, dusting off his tattered black suit, and adjusting his orange collar, was the skeleton. He was over 8 feet tall, with a massive afro, and a cane sword resting by his side. Yo-ho-ho-ho, the skeleton laughed, his jawbone clattering. What a magnificent vessel you have. The grass is so soft on my bare feet. Or it would be, if I had skin. Skeleton joke. The crew of the Sunny froze in absolute silence. Usopp fainted again. Chopper shrieked and hid behind Zoro. Nami's eye began to twitch. Luffy announced proudly, gesturing to the undead monstrosity. This is Brook. He's a talking skeleton. Luffy threw his arms wide. He's our new musician crewmate. Nami's pen broke in half in her hand. She slowly turned her head to glare at Sanji. Nami's voice was a low growl. Sanji flinched. He pulled his suit collar up, whistling a quiet, off-key tune. I tried to stop him, Nami Swan, Sanji mumbled. But he asked him to join before my feet even touched the deck. You brought a ghost on my ship, Nami hissed. Brook stepped forward, removing his top hat, and bowing deeply to the ladies. My, Brook said, looking at Nami, Robin, and Vivi. What beautiful young ladies we have here. It makes my heart race. Even though I don't have a heart. Brook straightened up, leaning on his cane. Excuse me, mademoiselles, Brook asked politely. May I see your panties? 3 synchronized kicks from Sanji, Nami, and Vivi sent the skeleton rocketing across the deck, crashing headfirst into the main mast. No, you may not, you perverted bag of bones. Nami roared. Brook peeled himself off the mast, rubbing his skull. Such strong kicks. They shattered my bones. Good thing I drink lots of milk. Ben stood by the helm, watching the chaos unfold. The Straw Hat crew had just recruited a perverted, undead musician. Well, Ben smirked, adjusting his glasses. I guess the crew just got a little livelier. Chapter 138, Thriller Bark 3570 words. The heavy thud of Brook colliding with the main mast echoed across the grassy deck of the Thousand Sunny, as the evening fog thickened around them. Nami, Vivi, and Sanji stood with their legs raised in perfect unison, having effortlessly punted the undead musician for his highly inappropriate question. Brook slowly peeled himself off the atom wood mast. He rubbed his bleached skull, his jawbone clattering. Such fierce kicks. Brook groaned, adjusting his top hat and his orange ruffled collar. You nearly shattered my cranium. It's a good thing I drink plenty of milk. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Skull joke. Nami pinched the bridge of her nose, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. I can't believe we brought an actual ghost on board, and his first request is to act like a pervert. He's not a ghost, Nami Swan. Sanji lit a fresh cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. He's just an incredibly rude bag of bones. I suppose he is a guest. A guest who poops. Luffy cheered, jumping onto the railing. His eyes were still shining with massive stars. He had completely ignored the assault on Brook, completely fascinated by the sheer absurdity of the skeleton's existence. You must be hungry. Come inside. Let's have some snacks. Brook's empty eye sockets seemed to widen. It has been decades since I've partaken in a proper meal shared with others. I would be honored. Luffy demanded, already sprinting toward the main double doors leading below deck. I'm going, Sanji grumbled, rolling up his sleeves. I'll put together a light evening tea. Perhaps some calcium-rich pastries for our fragile friend here. Brook dusted off his tattered black suit, and picked up his cane sword, leaning on it gracefully. Lead the way, Captain Luffy. Your ship is remarkably beautiful from the outside. The craftsmanship is superb. Just wait until you see the inside, Frankie grinned proudly, tapping his metallic nose. It's a super masterpiece. Brook followed Luffy through the heavy mahogany doors, expecting the cramped, utilitarian interior typical of most pirate vessels. The moment Brook crossed the threshold, he stopped dead in his tracks. His jawbone dropped open, nearly detaching from its hinges. He was standing in a sprawling, multi-story grand foyer. A sweeping spiral staircase led to a massive library filled with thousands of books. To his right, sliding glass doors revealed a dining hall the size of a ballroom, complete with a massive saltwater aquarium spanning the entire length of the wall, filled with exotic fish. The air was cool and crisp, entirely disconnected from the thick, oppressive evening fog of the Florian Triangle outside. Why yo-ho-ho? Brook stuttered, rubbing his eye sockets with his bony fingers, as if making sure he wasn't hallucinating. My eyes must be deceiving me. But I don't have any eyes. Seriously though, what is this? The exterior dimensions completely contradict the interior volume. Spatial expansion magic, Ben stated simply, walking past the bewildered skeleton. I reorganized the internal geometry of the space to maximize our comfort. It's bigger on the inside. Brook gasped, leaning on his cane. What a fascinating crew I have stumbled upon. Luffy waved from the massive dining table. Ace, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai were already taking their seats, the human-sized giants looking perfectly comfortable in the expanded space. Mary and Sunny were sitting together at the far end, happily kicking their legs and munching on fruit tarts. Brook walked into the dining hall, still looking around in absolute awe. He took a seat at the polished oak table, placing his top hat and cane respectfully on the floor beside him. Within minutes, Sanji emerged from the kitchen carrying a massive silver tray. He set down a lavish spread of delicate finger sandwiches, freshly baked scones, fruit tarts, and a steaming porcelain teapot emitting the rich aroma of black tea. Help yourselves, Sanji said smoothly, pouring a cup for Robin, Nami, and Vivi first before setting the pot down. This looks exquisite. Brook exclaimed, picking up a teacup with surprisingly elegant manners. He took a sip, then bit into a scone. Chopper, sitting directly across from Brook, watched the entire process with intense, clinical horror. The reindeer pushed his pink head up, his eyes wide. Chopper whispered, pointing a trembling hoof at the skeleton. How are you digesting that? You have no esophagus. You have no stomach. Where does the tea go? You're violating the fundamental laws of biology. It's a mystery. Brook laughed, pouring himself another cup. Even I don't know. It just sort of. Chopper grabbed his head, groaning. My medical degree is useless here. As the crew settled in, enjoying the snacks and the strange, eerie quiet that the Florian Triangle imposed on the world outside, Vivi leaned forward. The princess rested her chin on her hands, her sharp eyes studying the skeleton. Brook-san, Vivi asked gently, her voice cutting through the light chatter. If you don't mind my asking, how exactly did you come to be in this state? We've seen many strange things on the Grand Line, but a living skeleton on an abandoned ship is quite a tale. Was it a devil fruit? The dining room quieted down. The crew stopped eating, their attention turning to the musician. Brook paused. He set his teacup down gently on the saucer. The cheerful, boisterous demeanor he had displayed since his arrival faded, replaced by a heavy melancholy that seemed to chill the very air in the room. You are very perceptive, young lady, Brook said quietly, looking down at his bony hands. It was a devil fruit. I am, or rather, I was a user of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. The revive fruit. Robin echoed, her archaeological curiosity piqued. A fruit that grants a second life. Precisely, Brook nodded slowly. While you are alive, the fruit does absolutely nothing. It is little more than a bad-tasting snack. Its true power only activates the moment your heart stops beating. It allows your soul to return from the underworld and re-inhabit your body. Usopp asked, swallowing hard. I did, Brook answered. He looked toward the porthole window, staring out into the thick gray fog surrounding the Thousand Sunny. Many, many years ago. My crew and we were navigating this very sea. It was a beautiful journey, filled with music and laughter. But the Grand Line is a cruel mistress. Brook interlaced his skeletal fingers. We contracted a terrible disease. One by one, my crewmates fell ill. Even our beloved captain, he succumbed to the sickness, and had to leave us behind to try and escape the Grand Line. I took over as captain, but our luck had run out. We were attacked by another pirate crew. They used poisoned weapons. A heavy silence draped over the table. Even Luffy sat perfectly still, listening intently. Ace lowered his sandwich, paying quiet respect. We were trapped in this fog. The poison was acting fast. Our ship was destroyed, Brook's voice dropped to a hollow whisper. We knew we were not going to survive the day. But we were musicians. We decided that if we were going to die, we would go out doing what we loved. Brook reached up, touching his chest where his heart used to be. We gathered around our piano. We played our favorite song. Binks Sake, Brook recounted, the memory playing clearly in his empty eyes. As we played, my brothers, they started dropping. One by one, the instruments stopped. The cello. The drums. The violin. It was just me. Playing a solo. And then I died too. Nami covered her mouth, her eyes watering. Chopper sniffled, wiping his nose with his hoof. Frankie, who hid his emotions behind a tough exterior, pulled down his sunglasses to wipe away a stray tear. Dory and Broggy bowed their heads solemnly. But you had the devil fruit, Ben noted quietly, filling the silence. Yes, Brook nodded. My soul returned from the underworld. But the fog in the Florian Triangle is so dense, so impossible to navigate, my soul got lost. It took me a full year of wandering the fog as a spirit to finally locate my ship. Brook let out a dry, rattling chuckle. By the time I found my body, well, the elements had taken their toll. Only my bones remained. And my afro, because my hair roots were very strong. He laughed, but the joke fell flat against the sheer tragedy of his tale. I have been alone on that ship, Brook said softly. Sailing aimlessly through this dark fog. For 50 years. 50 years. Ace whispered, looking at the skeleton with deep respect. Alone in the dark. That kind of isolation. It would break any man's mind. It was difficult, Brook admitted. There were times I wished the fruit had never worked. But I had a promise to keep. A promise that kept me holding on to my sanity. A promise. Luffy tilted his head. Chopper sniffled, leaning over the table. Brooke, what was the name of your pirate crew? Who were your friends? Brooke straightened his posture, a hint of his former pride returning to his shoulders. We were musicians from the West Blue, Brooke declared. We were known as the Rumbar Pirates. Nami's teacup slipped from her fingers, clattering loudly against her saucer. Tea spilled over the polished wood. The navigator froze, her eyes wide as saucers. She looked at Luffy. Luffy was looking right back at her, his usual goofy expression completely gone, replaced by a look of shock. Usopp and Zoro exchanged identical, wide-eyed glances. Sanji stopped wiping the counter in the kitchen. Rumbar Pirates. Nami whispered, her voice trembling. She stood up slowly from her chair, her hands pressed flat against the table. The Rumbar Pirates. You said you made a promise. Yes, Brooke looked at her, confused by the crew's sudden, intense reaction. When we entered the Grand Line 50 years ago, we left a friend at the entrance. A very large, very loyal friend. But the seas were too dangerous for him, so we left him behind at the Twin Capes. We promised him we would sail around the world and return to him. Brooke lowered his head. It is my greatest shame. We broke our promise. He is probably long gone by now, or gave up waiting for a crew of dead men. He didn't, Luffy said. His voice was quiet, but it carried across the dining hall like a thunderclap. Brooke froze. The teacup he was holding paused midair. Slowly, the skeleton turned his skull toward the young captain. What did you say? Brooke asked, his jaw trembling. He didn't give up, Nami said, tears freely cascading down her cheeks now. He's still there, Brooke. At the Twin Capes. Brooke dropped his teacup. It shattered on the floor, but he didn't even notice. He stood up, knocking his chair backward. He grabbed the edge of the table, his bony fingers digging into the wood. You know him? Brooke's voice cracked. It was a sound of desperate, terrifying hope. You know. We met him, Usopp said, wiping his own eyes. When we first entered the Grand Line. He's massive now. The size of an island. And he's covered in scars because he kept throwing himself against the red line, trying to break through to find you. He was hurting himself, Ben added. Because he missed you so much. He's been waiting for 50 years, Sanji said softly, stepping out of the kitchen. He never left the lighthouse. Crocus-san has been taking care of him. We painted our Jolly Roger on his head, Luffy grinned. I made a promise with him. I told him we'd fight him when we sailed around the world, so he had to wait for us instead of hurting himself. He's doing great, Brooke. Brooke stood perfectly still. The sheer magnitude of the revelation crashed over him like a tidal wave. 50 years of darkness. 50 years of guilt. 50 years of believing he had abandoned his greatest friend. And Laboon was alive. Laboon was waiting. Brooke raised his skeletal hands to his face. He pressed his palms into his empty eye sockets. And then, the skeleton began to weep. He had no tear ducts. He had no tear glands. But the sound that tore from his throat was the raw, agonizing, beautiful sound of a moon weeping from the very depths of his soul. He's alive. Brooke sobbed, falling to his knees on the plush carpet. He curled inward, shaking violently. Laboon. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry we made you wait. I am so happy. I am so glad I didn't die. I am so glad to be alive. The dining hall was entirely silent, save for the heart-wrenching sobs of the musician. The crew let him cry. Frankie wept openly, completely unable to control his own tears. Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashii bowed their heads in silent respect for the unyielding loyalty of the whale. Ben watched the scene quietly, a soft smile on his face. After several long minutes, Brooke's sobs slowed. He stayed on his knees, taking deep, shaky breaths to compose himself. He reached for his top hat, and placed it back on his head. He stood up, using his cane for support. He looked at Luffy, and then at the rest of the crew. "Thank you," Brook said, his voice thick with gratitude. "You have given me the greatest gift a man could ask for. You have given me a reason to keep going. I can never repay you." Luffy grinned, walking over to Brook. He crossed his arms and tilted his head. "You can repay us easily," Luffy said. Brook asked. "Join my crew," Luffy declared, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. "Be our musician. Sail with us to the end of the Grand Line, and then we'll go see Laboon together." "It's perfect." Brook looked at Luffy. For a moment, he looked like he was about to say yes. But then, he took a step back. He shook his head slowly. "I cannot," Brook said softly. Luffy frowned. "You said you want to see Laboon." "I do, more than anything in the world," Brook replied, gripping his cane. "And I would be honored to sail under your flag, Captain Luffy. I cannot leave this sea. I cannot leave the Florian Triangle." "Is your ship broken?" Frankie asked. "Because I can fix it. Or we can just leave it. The Sunny has plenty of room." "It is not the ship," Brook sighed. "It is me." Suddenly, a high-pitched, absolutely terrified scream ripped through the dining hall. "Jaya!" Everyone jumped. Usopp had scrambled backward, crashing into the wall. He was pointing a violently trembling finger directly at the floor beneath Brook's feet. Usopp shrieked, his face paler than Brook's skull. "Look at the floor." The crew followed his finger. They looked at the polished oak floorboards where the light from the chandeliers cast distinct shadows of the chairs, the table, and the crew members in the evening light. Underneath Luffy, there was a shadow. Underneath Sanji, there was a shadow. But underneath Brook there was nothing. The light passed straight past him, as if he didn't exist. He cast absolutely zero shadow on the floor. "No shadow." Chopper screamed, his fur standing on end. "He really is a ghost." Nami wailed, instantly diving behind Zoro. In less than a second, Usopp, Chopper, and Karoo instantly snapped into a highly coordinated, back-to-back tactical formation. They whipped out garlic garlands and wooden stakes from their pockets, aiming them fiercely at the skeleton. "The power of God Usopp compels you," Usopp chanted, holding up a clove of garlic. "Back to the underworld." Chopper squeaked, brandishing a stake. Karoo added, shaking a wooden cross. Brook looked at the garlic, completely unbothered, and politely turned to Sanji. "Are we making garlic bread for the next course?" "How delightful. Though I don't have a nose to smell it with." "He's immune to the garlic," Usopp wailed, collapsing. Almost in perfect synchronization, Nami, Vivi, and even Frankie, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai took a collective step backward, putting distance between themselves and the unnatural phenomenon. Only Luffy, Ace, Robin, Sanji, Zoro, and Ben remained exactly where they were. "A ghost without a shadow," Robin noted, her eyes narrowing as she analyzed the missing physics. "Fascinating. Does the revive fruit consume the shadow as payment for the soul?" "No," Brook shook his head sadly, looking down at his empty spot on the floor. "This is not the fruit's doing. Is why I cannot join you. And why I cannot leave the fog." "What happened to it?" Luffy asked, not looking scared in the slightest, just curious. "It was stolen," Brook said, his voice hardening with a mix of anger and despair. "By a certain pirate who lurks in these dark waters. A man who possesses the power to sever shadows from their masters and steal them." "Steal a shadow?" Sanji frowned. "Is that even possible?" "In the Grand Line, everything is possible," Ben said quietly, leaning against the wall. "Gecko Moria. The shadow fruit." Brook turned to Ben, surprised. "You know of him?" "I know of his abilities," Ben nodded. "He cuts the shadow from a living person and places it into a corpse to create a zombie servant. But the cost to the original owner is severe, isn't it? It is a death sentence, Brook confirmed grimly. If a man without a shadow steps into direct sunlight, his body will instantly burn away into ash. He ceases to exist. As long as I do not have my shadow, I am a prisoner of the fog. I cannot sail the open seas. If I do, the sun will kill me before I ever see Laboon. The realization hit the crew hard. Brook wasn't staying on the ghost ship because he wanted to, he was trapped by the very nature of his curse. I have tried to get it back, Brook admitted, his tone hollow. 5 years ago, I found his ship. The island ship, Thriller Bark. I fought my way inside. But I was defeated. I barely escaped with my life. He is too powerful, and his army of zombies is infinite. Brook picked up his top hat and placed it firmly on his skull. He picked up his cane sword and bowed deeply to the crew. You have given me a feast, and you have given me the knowledge that my dear friend is alive, Brook said, his voice ringing with absolute sincerity. For that, I am eternally grateful. But I cannot burden you with my curse. And I cannot risk your lives by bringing you into Moria's domain. Brook turned and walked toward the heavy double doors leading to the deck. Luffy called out. Brook stopped, but he didn't turn around. It was wonderful to meet you all, Brook said softly. I will continue to drift in this fog. Perhaps, someday, I will grow strong enough to reclaim my shadow. Until then, I bid you farewell. Brook pushed the doors open, stepping out into the cool, foggy evening air of the Florian Triangle. He walked to the railing of the Thousand Sunny, looking across the dark water to where his own ruined galleon drifted nearby. He stepped up onto the railing, balancing effortlessly. Thank you for the tea, Brook tipped his hat one last time. May the seas be kind to the Straw Hat Pirates. With a graceful leap, Brook launched himself off the Sunny, soaring through the air like a phantom. But instead of aiming for his ghost ship, his trajectory brought him straight down toward the dark ocean. He's a devil fruit user. Chopper screamed, rushing to the railing. He'll sink. But Brook didn't sink. The moment his dress shoes touched the surface of the water, his legs became an absolute blur of motion. He didn't swim, he literally sprinted across the top of the waves, his bony legs churning so fast they created a rooster tail of splashing water behind him. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook's laugh echoed across the sea as he ran effortlessly over the ocean's surface, heading toward his galleon in the fog. The Straw Hats crowded around the railing, their jaws dropping collectively. He's running on water. Usopp and Chopper shrieked, their eyes bulging out of their heads. How is that even physically possible? Nami gasped. He ate a devil fruit. The sea should reject him. It's a matter of mass and velocity, Ben chuckled, adjusting his glasses as he watched the skeleton shrink into the distance. He is entirely composed of bones. He has 0 muscle mass, 0 fat, and 0 internal organs. He's incredibly light. Fascinating, Robin smiled softly, watching the impossible sprint. Because he lacks body weight, if he moves his legs fast enough, the surface tension of the water is enough to support him before he can sink. A very unique application of biology, or lack thereof. He's so cool. Luffy cheered, his eyes shining with massive stars as he watched the skeleton disappear into the thick gray mist. I definitely want him on my crew. Chapter 139, Thriller Bark 3200 words. The Thousand Sunny cut smoothly through the dark waters of the Florian Triangle. The crew lined the railing, watching the bizarre, skeletal figure of Brook sprinting across the surface of the ocean until he faded completely into the dense, gray fog. He really just ran on water, Usopp muttered, adjusting his goggles. This sea is full of weirdos. He was fun, Luffy grinned, crossing his arms and leaning back. I definitely want him on the crew. We just gotta get his shadow back first. At the helm suddenly stood up from his console. His blue eyes flashed with a rapid stream of data. Sunny called out, pointing straight ahead into the mist. Sonar and radar are picking up a massive obstruction dead ahead. It's huge. The size of a large island. The readouts are strange. It's not a stationary landmass. It's moving. A moving island. Nami frowned, walking over to check the console over Sunny's shoulder. That doesn't make any sense. Islands don't just drift against the ocean currents like that. It's not an island, Ben said calmly, walking up the stairs to the upper deck. It's a ship. The largest pirate ship in the world. Welcome to Thriller Bark. A ship the size of an island. Luffy's eyes instantly turned into massive, shining stars. Sujaji. That's so cool. I wanna explore it. Sunny, steer straight for it. Don't slow down. Aye aye, Captain. Sunny grinned, pushing the throttle forward. Full speed ahead into the creepy fog. As the Thousand Sunny sailed deeper into the Florian Triangle, the ambient light dropped significantly. The fog grew so thick it felt like physical cotton pressing against the hull. The atmosphere was classic horror, dead, silent, and chilling. Suddenly, Sunny's internal alarms blared, a sharp, repetitive siren cutting through the quiet deck. Intruder alert! Sunny shouted, his eyes turning a tactical red. Proximity sensors breached. There is an unauthorized biological entity on the starboard deck. Usopp, using his observation hockey, sensed where the intruder was and drew the specialized, double-barreled pistol. He didn't even look. He just raised his arm to the right and pulled the trigger. A specialized cartridge fired from the barrel. Mid-air, it exploded, deploying a high-tensile titanium wire net. The net hit completely empty air. Instead of passing over the railing and into the sea, the wire wrapped tightly around an invisible shape. The titanium threads pulled taut, locking mechanism snapping shut with a heavy metallic thud. A gruff voice yelled from thin air. The moment the intruder lost his concentration, his devil fruit power deactivated. The empty space flickered, revealing a large, strange-looking man pinned to the grassy deck. He had the muzzle of a lion, heavy scars across his face, and was dressed in a rugged overcoat. What the hell? The lionman grunted, struggling fiercely against the titanium threads. How did you see me? I am Absalom of the graveyard. My clear power is absolute. Nothing escapes God. Usopp blew the smoke from the barrel of his pistol, adjusting his sunglasses with a smug grin. You were breathing too loud. The crew gathered around the trapped intruder. A lionman. Chopper tilted his head. Is he a Zoan fruit user like me? He said clear power, Robin noted, her eyes analytical. Invisibility. That is a very rare and dangerous devil fruit. But while the rest of the crew was assessing the tactical threat of the intruder, Sanji was frozen in place. The cigarette dropped from his lips, landing on the grass. His visible eye widened so far it looked like it might pop out of his skull. Sanji walked slowly toward the trapped Absalom. His hands were shaking. Sanji whispered, his voice trembling with a mix of absolute horror and righteous, unadulterated fury. You ate the Siksik no Mi. The clear fruit. Yeah, so what if I did? Absalom snarled, biting at the wires. When I get out of this, Sanji's polished black shoe connected squarely with Absalom's jaw, sending the lionman spinning like a top within the wire net. You bastard. Sanji roared, his leg instantly bursting into the white-hot flames of diable jam. Tears of sheer, unbearable agony streamed down his face. That was my dream. Ever since I was a child. I read the devil fruit encyclopedia and swore that was the only fruit I would ever eat. Sanji began stomping on Absalom repeatedly, treating the man like a stress relief toy. How dare you steal my dream? I wanted to be invisible. I wanted Tio. Sanji stopped himself just in time, but the implication hung heavy in the air. Nami and Vivi, standing a few feet away, instantly connected the dots. Their faces contorted into masks of pure, utter disgust. You just wanted to peek into the women's bath, didn't you? Nami said, her voice dropping to a terrifyingly flat tone. That is despicable, Sanji-kun, Vivi agreed, crossing her arms and looking at the cook like he was a cockroach. My ladies, you misunderstand. Sanji stopped kicking Absalom and dropped to his knees, clasping his hands together pleadingly. I wanted to use it to protect people. Invisible threats. It was a noble dream of stealth and chivalry. Liar, Nami deadpanned. Sanji ignored the judgment. He spun around, scrambling across the deck on his knees until he reached Ben. He grabbed the magician's coat, his eyes completely bloodshot with desperation. Sanji begged, shaking the tactician. You have that magic to remove devil fruit. You did it to Crocodile and Enel. Extract the fruit from this ugly lion. Take it out of him and give it to me. I'll be your personal chef for life. I'll make you 5-course meals every single day. Just give me the invisibility fruit. Nami didn't hesitate. She stepped forward and slammed her pole arm directly onto the top of Sanji's head. Sanji face planted into the deck. Ben, Nami ordered, pointing her baton at the magician. You are strictly forbidden from ever giving this pervert that power. If he becomes invisible, I will personally burn this ship down and leave. I agree, Vivi nodded firmly. Under no circumstances should Sanji-kun be allowed to turn invisible. Ben looked at the groaning cook on the floor, then at the two glaring women, and finally at the trapped, bruised Absalom. Okay, Ben agreed easily. Ben walked over to Absalom, grabbing the titanium net and hauling the heavy lionman over his shoulder with effortless strength. I'll take care of the intruder, Ben said. I'll be right back. Ben carried the struggling Absalom down the stairs and into the heavy, reinforced doors of his research laboratory. He tossed the man onto the floor. What are you doing? Absalom yelled. Ben didn't answer. He simply raised his right hand. The twisted, obsidian blade of severance materialized in his grip. It pulsed with ancient, iridescent magic. Ben grabbed an ordinary apple from a bowl on his desk and held it over Absalom. Without a word, he drove the magical dagger directly into the man's chest. There was no physical wound. But a sharp, ethereal screech echoed through the lab as the conceptual contract between the Suksuk no Mi and Absalom's soul was violently cut. The displaced energy rushed upwards, swirling into the apple. The skin of the fruit shifted, turning a translucent, misty color, covered in the signature swirled patterns of a devil fruit. Absalom gasped, his eyes rolling back in his head as he fell completely unconscious, stripped of his power. Such a useful utility fruit wasted on a peeping Tom, Ben muttered to himself. He tossed the newly formed Suksuk no Mi into his spatial storage pouch. He then grabbed the unconscious Absalom by the collar, dragging him down a reinforced corridor, and tossed him into one of the Sunny's specialized holding cells, locking the heavy adamantium door behind him. By the time Ben washed his hands and walked back up the stairs to the main deck, the Thousand Sunny had already cleared the thickest part of the fog. The moment Ben's boots hit the grass, Sanji slid across the deck and dropped into a desperate, full-blown kowtow at Ben's feet. My greatest friend, Sanji pleaded, his face pressed against the deck. Did you extract it? Let me see it for a bit. Can I take a bit of it, just a bit? A tiny nibble will suffice. I will give you anything you wish for. Absolutely pathetic, Nami growled. Nami stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to Sanji's ribs, launching the lovesick cook through the air until he crashed heavily into the ship's railing. We already talked about this. Nami yelled at the groaning cook. Looming before them, surrounded by massive stone walls and a heavy iron gate that had been smashed open by previous arrivals, was the island ship of Thriller Bark. The architecture was Gothic and decaying. Dead trees, ruined mansions and a massive, towering castle in the center of the island painted a perfect picture of a haunted graveyard. The crew was already gathered at the railing, strapping on their weapons and preparing to disembark. It looked so spooky. Chopper shivered, hiding behind Zoro's leg. It looks like an adventure, Luffy corrected, grinning widely. Let's go find that shadow-stealing guy and beat him up. Ben walked over to where Robin was standing. She was adjusting her dark leather jacket, her expression calm as she surveyed the creepy environment. "Robin," Ben called out, stepping up beside her. She turned, offering a mild smile. "Yes, Ben. Do we have a tactical formation for exploring this graveyard?" "I was thinking," Ben said smoothly, sliding his hands into his pockets, "that you and I could team up. We can take a separate route from the others. Explore the perimeter. Make this trip a little more adventurous." Robin raised an elegant eyebrow. Her blue eyes glinted with amusement. She looked at the dark, foggy, spiderweb-covered island and then back at Ben. "A separate route?" Robin chuckled softly, her voice carrying a teasing lilt. "Are you asking me out on a date in a haunted graveyard?" Ben didn't miss a beat. He met her gaze with absolute, unbothered confidence. "It will be," Ben smiled, "if you want it to be." Robin blinked, momentarily caught off guard by the directness of the response. A faint, almost imperceptible dusting of pink touched her cheeks, but she quickly smoothed her expression into a polite smile. Before she could answer, two small bodies pushed between their legs. "We want to come too." Mary and Sunny, the two 10-year-old androids, were standing there. But they weren't in their usual clothes. They were wearing matching 10 jumpsuits with custom name tags, heavy black boots, and what looked like high-tech vacuums strapped to their backs. Exploring a spooky island sounds super fun. Sunny cheered, adjusting a pair of heavy goggles. "I want to scan a real ghost. And I want to punch a zombie." Mary added, cracking her tiny knuckles. "Family bonding time. Plus, we got the gear." Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper happened to be walking past and stopped dead in their tracks, their eyes turning to stars. "Suji!" Luffy gasped, pointing at the jumpsuits. "Are those ghost hunting suits? I want one." Chopper jumped up and down. "I want a backpack also. As God Usopp, I must also be properly equipped to banish evil spirits," Usopp declared. Mary smirked, tapping a button on her wrist communicator. "Say less, team. I've been running the fabricator to create all kinds of dresses for the crew." A small hatch on the deck popped open, and Mary pulled out 3 folded 10 jumpsuits and gear sets, tossing them to the excited trio. Karoo poked Mary's shoulder with his wing, looking heartbroken. "Don't worry, I got you covered." Mary reached in again and pulled out a custom, duck-shaped 10 jumpsuit and a tiny backpack. Karoo saluted happily, immediately trying to squeeze his tail feathers into the suit. Ben looked down at the 2 eager kids dressed as ghost hunters. He sighed softly. He reached into his spatial pouch and pulled out 2 large, premium chocolate bars wrapped in gold foil. He knelt down, handing one to each of the androids. "Here," Ben whispered, his voice hushed so the rest of the crew couldn't hear. "Take these chocolates. I want you two to go with Luffy's group and keep an eye on the captain. Make sure he doesn't eat anything poisonous." "But Papa," Mary pouted, clutching the chocolate. "We want to go with you and Auntie Robin." Ben leaned in closer, keeping his voice at a barely audible whisper. "Listen to me. Go with Luffy. Papa is trying to get you guys a mama right now. I need privacy." Mary and Sunny both gasped softly. Their eyes went wide. They looked at Ben, then looked up at Robin, and then nodded vigorously, completely understanding the assignment. "Mission accepted, Papa," Mary whispered back, giving him a discreet thumbs up. "Operation New Mama is a go. We will provide tactical distraction." "Good luck, Papa," Sunny whispered. The 2 kids spun around and ran toward Luffy, tearing into their chocolate bars. Ben stood back up, satisfied. He turned to Robin. Unbeknownst to Ben, Robin had subtly crossed her arms a moment prior. Using the Hana Hana no Mi, she had sprouted a tiny ear on the back of Mary's suit. She had heard every single word of the whispered exchange. Robin was fighting an internal war to keep a straight face. The sheer audacity, mixed with the strange, domestic sweetness of him bribing his children to secure a date, was both hilarious and deeply endearing. She carefully dissolved the extra ear and acted as if she hadn't heard a thing, maintaining a serene, detached smile. "Well then," Robin said smoothly. "If the children are otherwise occupied, I suppose I would enjoy a private tour of the island. Perhaps you would like a tour from a real gentleman." A loud, furious roar shattered the moment. Sanji stomped over, his visible eye burning with the heat of 1,000 suns. He pointed a shaking, accusatory finger directly at Ben. "Who gave you permission to take Robin Chuan out on a date?" Sanji screamed, his jealousy practically boiling the fog around them. "You sneaky, suit-wearing trickster. You think you can just monopolize the beautiful archaeologist while the rest of us fight zombies? Whose permission do I need?" Ben asked calmly, raising an eyebrow. "I asked her, and she agreed. If you want a date, Sanji, there are other ladies on the ship. Why don't you go ask them?" Sanji froze. The anger vanished, replaced instantly by his love-struck noodle dance. He spun around, practically sliding across the deck to where Nami and Vivi were checking their weapons. Nami Swayan. Vivi Chwaaaan. Sanji swooned, dropping to one knee and offering them a bouquet of roses he had seemingly pulled out of thin air. "Would either of you beautiful goddesses do me the absolute honor of accompanying me on a romantic stroll through this terrifying graveyard? I shall protect you with my life." Nami didn't even look up from loading her climate act. Vivi offered an apologetic but firm smile. "I think we need to stay focused on the mission, Sanji-kun." Sanji turned to stone, a cold wind blowing past his rejected form. He crumbled to the deck, sobbing silently into the grass. Watching from the stairs, Usopp loaded his transforming bow, muttering under his breath. "Unbelievable. Freaks going out on a date in a place like this. A haunted island full of monsters, and they're worried about romance. Absolute weirdos." Ben's ears twitched. He turned his head slowly, fixing Usopp with a cold, deadpan stare. "What was that you were saying, Usopp?" Ben asked quietly. Usopp felt the chill of death crawl up his spine. Usopp shrieked, sprinting toward the gangplank in his ghost-hunting suit. "I said nothing at all. I am disembarking now." God, Usopp is securing the beachhead. Once the chaos settled, the crew gathered on the docks of Thriller Bark. The massive gate loomed behind them, and 3 distinct, foggy paths led deeper into the decaying island. "All right," Ben clapped his hands, taking command of the tactical deployment. "We need to cover ground and find Gecko Moria. We'll split into 3 groups." Ben pointed to the sprawling, dark forest path on the right. "Group 1, Ben directed. Dory, Bragi, Oimo, Kashiai, Ace, Chopper and Karu. Take the right path. Geba Baba. This will be fun." Dory laughed, hefting his sword. Karu saluted, activating the visor on his iron duck armor over his jumpsuit. Ben pointed to the wide, main cobblestone road leading straight toward the distant castle. "Group 2, Ben continued. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Vivi, Frankie, Mary, and Sunny. Take the center path." "All right, let's go team." Luffy grinned, cracking his knuckles. Finally, Ben gestured to the narrow, winding, overgrown cemetery path on the far left. "Robin and I will take the left path," Ben said. "We will scout the perimeter and flank the castle. We will all reconvene at Moria's main palace in the center of the island." Sanji, who had recovered from his rejection, glared daggers at Ben. He chewed on his unlit cigarette, his eyes practically shooting lasers of pure envy as he watched the magician set up his private walk. Ben ignored the cook entirely. He stepped up to the edge of the dock, turning back to the 1,000 Sunny. "Can't leave the ship unattended in enemy territory," Ben noted. He raised his hand, his eyes glowing slightly with the magic. "Command T, shrink." The massive, beautiful battleship warped and condensed. Within a second, the 1,000 Sunny shrank down to the size of a toy model. Ben reached down, picked it up gently, and slipped it into his spatial storage pocket. "All right," Ben turned back to the crew. "Stay sharp. Meet at the palace. See you later." Ben turned to Robin, offering his arm with an easy, gentlemanly smile. Robin looked at his offered arm. The ghost of a smile played on her lips. She stepped forward and gracefully looped her arm through his. "Lead the way, magician," Robin said smoothly. Without looking back, Ben and Robin walked together down the misty, overgrown path to the left, disappearing into the shadows of the haunted graveyard. Sanji bit his handkerchief, crying anime tears of pure jealousy. He actually did it. The bastard actually took her on a date. "Come on, curlybrows," Zoro grunted, already walking down the center path. "Stop crying over a woman, and let's go find something to cut." "Don't tell me what to do, Mosshead," Sanji roared, instantly shifting from depressed to enraged as he chased after the swordsman. Luffy laughed, sprinting after them with Nami, Vivi, and the kids in tow. The Straw Hat Pirates had invaded Thriller Bark. And whether it was for a rescue, a fight, or a date, the zombies of Gecko Moria had absolutely no idea what kind of monsters had just stepped onto their island. Chapter 140, Thriller Bark 3025 words A/N. I kinda forgot about Frankie while grouping in previous chapter, so he will joining Luffy's crew. Standing at the crossroads just inside the rusted gates, the crew split up as Ben had planned. To the right, the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of the four human-sized giants and their group faded into the dark, twisted forest. They were accompanied by Ace's easy laughter and Chopper's nervous, rapid-fire questions about whether zombies were scientifically weak to medical-grade alcohol or salt. Down the center, the wide cobblestone path leading toward the main castle was already echoing with distinct chaos. Luffy was shouting loudly about his intent to find and tame a zombie unicorn. Zoro and Sanji were actively bickering over who was setting the walking pace, and Frankie was loudly analyzing the dilapidated stone walls, criticizing the poor masonry work. Nami, Vivi, Mary, and Sunny followed closely behind them, armed and vigilant. Ben watched them go, a mild smile on his face. He turned to his left, where a narrow, overgrown dirt path wound its way through a sprawling, ancient cemetery. Robin stood at the edge of the path. Her dark leather jacket and violet shirt blended neatly into the gloom of the sunless night. Despite the gothic, horror-themed environment, she looked completely relaxed, her posture impeccable. "Shall we?" Ben asked, stepping up beside her and offering his arm. "We shall," Robin smiled, linking her arm smoothly through his. She looked down the dark, mist-covered path. Though taking a leisurely stroll through a haunted graveyard is a rather unconventional choice for a date, Magician-san. Unconventional, maybe, Ben chuckled as they began to walk, their boots crunching softly against dry, dead leaves. But consider the tactical benefits. It's quiet, there's no waiting in line for a table, and most importantly, Sanji isn't here to interrupt us with a platter of unsolicited appetizers. Robin let out a soft, genuine laugh, the sound a stark contrast to the dreary surroundings. "A fair point. Still, you were quite bold, asking me out for a private walk." "I am a tactician," Ben replied, entirely unapologetic. "If you see a prime objective, you secure it before the battlefield gets chaotic. Hesitation only leads to missed opportunities. I knew the captain would want to storm the front gate, and I knew the giants would want to clear the forest. That left the perimeter." "You are very straightforward," Robin noted, her blue eyes glinting with amusement as she glanced at him. "Most men would try to hide their motives behind a veil of chivalry or coincidence." "I don't see the point in hiding things from you," Ben said, keeping his pace matched comfortably to hers. "You are an archaeologist. You spend your life digging through layers of dirt to find the truth anyway. I figured I would save you the manual labor of trying to decipher my intentions." They walked in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The fog hung low to the ground, brushing against the weathered, crooked tombstones that lined the path. Dead, leafless trees twisted their branches toward the starless sky, resembling grasping fingers. Before Ben could continue the conversation, the ground beneath their feet began to physically shift. A low, rumbling groan echoed through the cemetery. The dirt on several nearby graves began to bulge and crack. Pale, decaying hands burst from the soil, grabbing the edges of the tombstones and hauling themselves upward. Uugig! A chorus of dry, raspy moans filled the air. 3 zombies, wrapped in tattered bandages and rotting, decades-old suits, began to drag themselves out of the earth directly in front of their path. They had glowing, mismatched eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and old fabric. Flesh! The lead zombie groaned, reaching a decaying, dirt-covered hand toward Robin's ankle. Give us your shadow. Ben didn't draw his wand. He didn't even stop walking. He simply looked at Robin. Robin sighed. It wasn't a sigh of fear, it was a sigh of mild annoyance. She didn't let go of Ben's arm. She simply raised her free hand and lightly crossed 2 of her fingers. Cease fleur. 6 pale, elegant arms sprouted directly from the dirt above the rising zombies. Before the undead creatures could pull themselves entirely out of their graves, the sprouted hands placed themselves firmly on the tops of the zombies' heads. With a swift, synchronized, and surprisingly forceful downward shove, Robin simply pushed them back down into the ground. The 3 zombies were shoved face-first back into the dirt, their heads buried deep in the soil they had just spent 5 minutes climbing out of. Sleep for now, Robin said calmly to the struggling legs still kicking slightly above the ground. Do not disturb us. We are having a conversation. She uncrossed her fingers. The sprouted hands dissolved into purple petals that drifted away in the fog. Robin adjusted her grip on Ben's arm and continued walking as if nothing had happened, smoothly stepping over a twitching zombie hand that was sticking out of the mud. Ben watched her, his golden eyes wide with quiet amusement. He let out a low chuckle. Remind me never to interrupt you while you're reading. That was ruthless and incredibly efficient. They were being rude, Robin smiled, her demeanor entirely unbothered and resumed walking. Graveyards are fascinating places, Robin noted. Ben raised an eyebrow, matching her pace. Most people wouldn't call them fascinating. Robin lightly stepped over a crooked, half-buried tombstone. Every grave is a story. Someone lived, loved, fought, and then vanished. All that remains is a name carved into stone. She ran a finger across an old, moss-covered inscription on a nearby mausoleum. An archaeologist spends her life listening to people who have been dead for centuries. Robin smiled slightly. Ben chuckled. So this is basically your version of a library. Robin laughed softly. A very quiet one. They walked a few more steps. The thick fog curled lazily around their ankles. Robin glanced sideways at him. I'm curious though, why date here specifically? Ben shrugged casually. Because most people would find this place terrifying but you do not. He gestured openly to the twisted trees and the uneven rows of graves. You look completely comfortable. Robin tilted her head. And that makes this your ideal date location? Exactly, Ben replied. He paused for a moment. I figured if you could enjoy a graveyard walk, you could probably enjoy anything. Robin laughed quietly, the sound warm in the cool air. You are a very strange man. Ben smirked. I've been called worse. They stopped walking as the path opened up slightly into a wider clearing. Ben looked around the gloomy, overgrown cemetery. But I will admit something, Ben said. Robin folded her arms playfully. Ben gestured at the oppressive fog and the crooked graves surrounding them. This atmosphere isn't exactly what I had in mind. Robin raised an eyebrow, her smile widening. You brought me to a haunted graveyard, and now you're criticizing the ambience. Ben grinned. I prefer something a little more. Robin glanced down at a zombie arm that was still twitching, sticking out of the dirt a few feet away. If this turns into a dinner date, I hope the chef is better than the last 3 residents. Ben laughed, a rich, easy sound that echoed through the clearing. Then, the magic began. Ben raised his right hand. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the thick, gray fog rolling over the tombstones began to part, pushed back by a warm, invisible breeze. The fog didn't vanish entirely, instead, it transformed into a luminous, swirling silver mist that hugged the ground. Small, glowing orbs of soft golden light materialized in the air around them, drifting like slow-moving fireflies to illuminate the clearing. A soft shimmer of magic washed over them. The leather jacket and violet shirt Robin wore instantly dissolved into starlight. The magic wove the fabric flawlessly, reshaping it into a breathtaking, architectural masterpiece of a gown worthy of a high-fashion gala. The fabric was a rich, deep burgundy silk velvet that draped flawlessly, featuring a sculpted, off-the-shoulder corset bodice interwoven with subtle, glowing gold ivy embroidery. It cascaded into a sweeping, dramatic train with a daring thigh-high slit for mobility. Looking down, Robin noticed her boots had been replaced by sleek, gold-strapped stiletto heels. Ben, catching her glance at the heels, noted casually. They look fragile, but they're shock-absorbent and harder than steel. A good tactician never leaves his partner unarmed. Robin chuckled, appreciating that he made her look like a runway queen, but equipped her like an assassin. Looking at Ben, his casual clothes had shifted into a bespoke, avant-garde tuxedo. He wore sleek black trousers and a jet-black velvet dinner jacket, its lapels intricately embroidered with dark gold thread that perfectly mirrored the ivy pattern on Robin's gown. Beneath it, an open-collared black silk shirt gave him a rugged, effortless edge. It was dangerous, highly coordinated, and perfectly fitted to complement her. Then, the silence of the graveyard was broken. A soft, rhythmic strumming of an acoustic guitar drifted through the air. It was followed by the gentle, steady chords of a piano. The instruments weren't visible, conjured entirely from magic, but the sound was rich and full, echoing perfectly in the cleared space. Robin blinked, looking at her stunning burgundy gown, the floating lights, and the music filling the air. A private concert. He looked directly into her striking blue eyes, letting the quiet, soulful piano intro build for a few seconds before he began to sing. His voice carried perfectly over the melody, warm and resonant. "What would I do without your smart mouth?" Ben sang softly, taking a slow step closer. "Drawing me in, and you kicking me out." Robin's eyes widened slightly in surprise. A faint dusting of pink touched her cheeks as he serenaded her with complete, unashamed confidence. "You've got my head spinning, no kidding, I can't pin you down," Ben continued. "What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride. And I'm so dizzy, don't know what hit me, but I'll be all right." As the pre-chorus began, Ben extended his right hand toward her, offering an inviting smile. Robin looked at his palm. The heavy burdens of her past, the running, the constant fear, none of it existed in this small, illuminated circle of the graveyard. She smiled a genuinely radiant smile, and placed her elegant hand in his. "My head's under water, but I'm breathing fine," Ben sang, pulling her gently toward him. His other hand came to rest lightly on the small of her back. "You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause all of me loves all of you." He guided her smoothly into a slow waltz. Their steps synchronized perfectly with the invisible guitar and piano. "Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections." As they stepped across the dirt path, the magic responded beautifully to the melody. Wherever their feet fell, withered, dead flowers at the edges of the graves bloomed brilliantly with vibrant color for a few fleeting seconds. Broken, weathered tombstones softly knit themselves back together, their cracks filling with glowing golden light. The silver mist swirled gently around their feet in time with the rhythm. "Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose I'm winning." Ben spun her gracefully outward. The golden orbs of light swirled around them, following the motion of her sweeping burgundy train. He pulled her back into his arms, catching her effortlessly. "'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you, oh oh." Robin followed his lead, her movements fluid and precise. She let out a velvety chuckle as he spun her, entirely captivated by the charm of the moment. "How many times do I have to tell you, even when you're crying you're beautiful too?" Ben sang, his voice steady. As they danced, his magic flared. The world is beating you down, I'm around through every mood. From the ground directly in front of them, a wide, sweeping staircase made of translucent, glowing crystal materialized. The steps illuminated from within, ascending gently into the foggy air above the dead, twisted trees. You're my downfall, you're my muse. My worst distraction, my rhythm and blues. Ben led her toward the first crystal step, guiding her upward without missing a beat of the song. I can't stop singing, it's ringing, in my head for you. My head's under water, but I'm breathing fine, he sang, lifting her slightly as they ascended. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. To Robin's amazement, the magic responded to their choreography. With every step they took up the crystal stairs, the dead, twisted branches of the trees below them bloomed with vibrant, glowing ethereal flowers. Unbeknownst to the dancing pair, in the branches of the dead trees surrounding the platform, a small, bizarre audience had gathered. Ghost bats hung upside down, wiping their eyes with their wings. The 3 zombies Robin had shoved into the dirt earlier were peeking out from behind a mausoleum. They were weeping openly into dirty, tattered handkerchiefs at how beautiful the music was. One of the zombies blew its rotting nose loudly. So beautiful. It sobbed before quickly whispering, sorry for interrupting. They climbed higher, the graveyard sinking beneath them. The golden fireflies followed their ascent, creating a spiraling galaxy of light around the translucent staircase. 'Cause all of me loves all of you, Ben sang the chorus again, their shoes making no sound on the magical glass. He manipulated the gravity around them just a fraction, making Robin feel completely weightless as they twirled across a wide landing halfway up the stairs. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you, oh oh. As the instrumental bridge began, Ben stepped forward to lead the next turn. But Robin flashed a mischievous smile. Cards on the table, we're both showing hearts, Ben sang. Instead of letting him spin her, Robin smoothly flipped their grip. With a graceful, commanding pull, she took the lead, spinning Ben around instead. Ben was caught slightly off guard, but he let out a rich laugh, instantly matching her footwork. They moved flawlessly together, true equals keeping pace on the glowing stairs. Risking it all, though it's hard, he sang softly, looking into her eyes. She spun him outward one last time, leading him back as his voice rose clearly into the cool night air for the final chorus. 'Cause all of me loves all of you. As the lyric left his lips, the thick canopy of clouds and fog directly above them parted perfectly. A single, brilliant shaft of pure, silver moonlight broke through the gloom, shining down to illuminate Robin. It washed away the shadows of the graveyard, highlighting the radiant, genuine happiness on her face. At the same time, the golden fireflies swirling around them didn't just scatter. As a final, personalized touch of magic, the lights coalesced in the sky above the platform, forming the massive, glowing phantom silhouette of the Tree of Knowledge from O'Hara. It was a silent, beautiful tribute to her past, replacing a tragic memory with a perfect one. You're my end and my beginning, even when I lose I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me. Ben brought her flush against his chest, dipping her deeply into the swirling silver mist beneath the glowing tree. And you give me all of you, oh oh. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you, oh oh. His voice faded into a quiet, lingering whisper. The final piano chord drifted away into the fog. The phantom instruments vanished into silence, and the golden lights dimmed to a soft, romantic glow. They stood there in the quiet, swaying gently to the rhythm of their own breathing. Excuse me. A raspy voice whispered. Robin and Ben turned. One of the zombies that Robin had shoved into the dirt earlier had shuffled up the crystal stairs to the edge of the platform. It was still weeping openly into its dirty handkerchief. It awkwardly held out a handful of dead, rotting weeds toward Robin. For the lady, beautiful song. Instead of being disgusted, Robin smiled politely. Thank you. Ben stepped in, raising his hand. With a casual wave, a ripple of magic washed over the rotting weeds. Instantly, the dead plants transfigured into a pristine, glowing bouquet of rare, obsidian black roses dusted with fine gold flakes that perfectly contrasted her burgundy gown. He took them from the bewildered zombie and handed them to Robin with a smirk. A perfect bloom for a perfect date. Robin laughed, accepting the flowers. You really are full of surprises. Meanwhile, miles away on the far side of the island. Suddenly, Sanji froze in his tracks. His leg dropped. He clutched his chest, his visible eye twitching violently as a fiery aura of pure, unadulterated envy erupted around him, scorching the grass. Why do I feel so inexplicably angry? Sanji muttered to himself, grinding his teeth. He looked toward the perimeter of the graveyard in the distance, his observation hockey entirely fueled by jealousy. That damn magician, he's definitely doing something incredibly sweet and romantic with Robinchwan right now, isn't he? Magiician. Back on the crystal platform, entirely oblivious to the cook's rage, the atmosphere was perfectly still. Robin rested her hands on Ben's velvet dinner jacket. The cool, guarded facade she had worn for 2 decades to survive the world was completely dismantled. Ben kept his hands comfortably on her waist, supporting her gently. Under the beam of silver moonlight, surrounded by the quiet magic of the clearing, Ben and Robin simply stood in the silence, looking deeply into each other's eyes. Chapter 141, Thriller Bark. 3114 words. The path leading toward the center of Thriller Bark was paved with cracked, uneven cobblestones. The dense fog of the Florian Triangle hung low to the ground, obscuring the dead trees and the crumbling stone walls that lined the main road. The center group, led by Monkey D. Luffy, walked at a brisk, casual pace. The team consisted of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Nami, Vivi, Minnie Mary, Sunny, and Usopp. Rather than taking the lead or guarding the rear, Usopp walked perfectly in the dead center of the formation. He gripped his high-tech transforming bow tightly, his eyes darting back and forth, ensuring he had a highly capable meat shield in every possible direction. Keep your eyes peeled, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette. This island is a giant ship. That means every shadow could be a trap. It's just a graveyard, Zoro grunted, his hand resting on the hilt of his swords. If something moves, cut it. You two are so violent, Nami sighed, holding her Climattact ready. Just focus on finding Gecko Moria and getting Brook's shadow back. We don't have time to mess around. Hey look. Luffy pointed ahead. The cobblestone path widened, cutting directly through a sprawling, ancient cemetery. Hundreds of crooked tombstones jutted out of the dark earth. As the group approached, the ground began to tremble. The dirt on several graves shifted. Slowly, rotting, bandage-wrapped hands burst from the soil, gripping the edges of the tombstones. Usopp shrieked, instantly diving behind Frankie's massive metallic legs. They're coming out of the ground. 3 zombies pulled themselves halfway out of their graves, their jaws hanging open as they let out low, raspy moans. Uff! One of the zombies groaned, its glowing eyes locking onto the crew. Luffy didn't break his stride. He walked right up to the first zombie. Oh, you guys are awake early, Luffy said casually. He placed a flat hand on the top of the zombie's rotting head and simply pushed downward. The zombie was shoved straight back into the dirt hole it had just climbed out of. Luffy walked to the next one, pushing it down by the shoulders. Go back to sleep. He moved to the third one, pressing his foot on its head and stepping on it to push it back into the earth. It's not morning yet. The rest of the crew stopped walking, watching their captain treat the undead horrors like annoying alarm clocks. Did he just push them back in? Vivi asked, blinking in confusion. That's our captain, Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Completely devoid of common sense. For a second the graveyard was quiet. Then, the dirt shifted again. The 3 zombies, highly insulted by the casual dismissal, popped right back out of their holes, looking much angrier this time. We are the undead, the lead zombie roared, waving a rusty sword. You cannot just push us, Luffy's fist blurred. He delivered 3 swift, incredibly hard punches directly to the tops of their heads. The force of the blows drove the zombies entirely back into their graves, packing the dirt tightly over their heads. Didn't I tell you to sleep? Luffy yelled, crossing his arms and glaring at the patches of dirt. The zombies, despite lacking functional nervous systems, possessed enough residual survival instinct to realize they had just been assaulted by a monster. The ground remained perfectly still. Not a single finger twitched. They played dead. Seeing that they were not coming out again, Luffy's angry expression vanished, replaced by his usual cheerful grin. He crouched down and gently patted the dirt on top of the first grave. "Good night," Luffy said pleasantly. He stood up and resumed walking down the path, as if nothing had happened. He bullied the zombies into submission, Usopp muttered, adjusting his ghost hunting goggles. "I don't know whether to be relieved or terrified." "Just keep walking," Zoro sighed, following Luffy. They continued their trek through the cemetery. The fog grew thicker, reducing visibility to a few dozen feet. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed through the mist. It wasn't the raspy moan of a zombie. It was the deep, vibrating snarl of a massive predator. "Halt!" Frankie held out a massive arm. "I hear something big." From the shadows of the fog, a massive shape emerged. It stepped onto the cobblestone path, blocking their way entirely. It was a dog. But it was easily the size of an elephant, covered in patchwork fur and thick, ugly stitches. The most alarming feature, however, was the fact that it had 3 distinct heads. 2 of the heads looked like massive, snarling hounds. The third head, sitting on the far right, inexplicably looked like the head of a fox. "A 3-headed dog," Vivi noted calmly. "Like the mythical Cerberus." "Wait, why does the third head look like a fox?" Frankie squinted. "Grr." All 3 heads bared their fangs, saliva dripping from their massive jaws. Nami gripped her baton. "Luffy, wait. Don't just run up to it." "Yes, please remain cautious, Luffy-san," Vivi warned, taking a defensive stance with her spear. "It looks incredibly dangerous," Usopp yelled, aiming his bow rifle. "Let me shoot it from a safe distance." Luffy ignored them completely. His eyes were wide with pure, unadulterated excitement. Luffy cheered, sprinting directly toward the massive, snarling beast. "It's so cool. I want to pet it." "Luffy, no." Nami screamed. Luffy ran right up to the center head, raising his hand to pat its snout. The center dog head didn't hesitate. It lunged forward, opening its massive jaws, and clamped its teeth down perfectly over Luffy's entire head and upper torso. Luffy's body hung limply from the dog's mouth, his legs dangling in the air. "It ate him," Usopp shrieked, grabbing the sides of his face. "I told you to be careful, you idiot," Nami scolded, stomping her foot in frustration. "Why do you never listen?" From inside the dog's mouth, Luffy's muffled, entirely unbothered voice echoed out. "MMPH, MMMPH, MPH. Don't worry, I will take care of it." Luffy's arms, which were pinned awkwardly against his sides inside the jaws, managed to stretch out through the gaps in the dog's teeth. He raised his hands and began to gently, rhythmically tap the outside of the dog's snout. "MMPH, MMMPH, good doggy," Luffy's muffled voice continued. He started petting the beast's nose affectionately. "MMPH, MPH, MPH. Now open your mouth." The 3-headed dog stopped growling. The center head, which currently had a rubber pirate captain lodged in its throat, blinked its massive eyes. The other 2 heads looked at the center head in total confusion. They had never encountered prey that actively petted them while being eaten. Curiosity overriding its aggression, the center dog had slowly opened its jaws to see what the strange rubberman would do. Luffy dropped to the ground, completely covered in thick, viscous dog saliva. He wiped his face with his sleeve and turned back to his crew with a massive, triumphant grin. Luffy pointed at the confused beast. What a good dog. Then, without missing a beat, Luffy wound up both of his arms, stretching them far back. He delivered 3 rapid, devastating punches, hitting each of the 3 heads squarely on the nose with the force of a cannonball. The massive dog yelped, all 3 heads whining simultaneously as the beast was driven to its knees by the sheer blunt force trauma. "Behave," Luffy commanded, crossing his arms and glaring at the dog. The terrifying Cerberus immediately slumped onto its stomach. It tucked its tail between its legs and let out a pathetic, high-pitched whimper, looking up at Luffy with wide, submissive eyes. "He tamed it," Sanji said flatly. "With brain damage. It is highly effective," Vivi smiled softly. Luffy hopped onto the back of the massive dog, sitting comfortably on its stitched fur. "Now we don't have to walk. Come on, guys." Mary cheered. She grabbed Sunny by the hand. "Come on, little bro. Let's ride the beast." The 2 10-year-old androids, wearing their 10 ghost hunting jumpsuits and vacuum backpacks, effortlessly leaped onto the dog's back, sitting behind Luffy. "Mush, doggy." Luffy pointed forward. The giant 3-headed dog, thoroughly terrified of the rubberman on its back, stood up and began to slowly trot down the cobblestone path toward the distant palace. The rest of the crew walked alongside them, keeping a steady pace. "This is a great dog," Luffy laughed, patting the fur. "What should we name him?" "I vote for Meat Eater." Sunny's blue eyes flashed with a rapid stream of data. Activating fauna translation protocol, Sunny announced cheerfully. He looked at the whimpering dog. "The biological specimen requests that you do not call him Meat Eater. He says his name is Cerberus, and he politely asks that you stop hitting his noses. He also says he has a severe migraine and misses his cozy kennel." "It's not about the migraine, Sunny," Mary said. "It's about the presence." Rolling up to the enemy base on a 3-headed mutant dog. "That's maximum disrespect. This is a very good whip, Captain." Luffy grinned. "He's a great whip. Good boy, Whip." "He says please stop calling him Whip," Sunny translated helpfully. As they rode further down the path, the scenery began to change. The graves grew larger and the architecture shifted from a simple cemetery to a more ornate, Gothic garden leading up to the main gates of Gecko Moria's massive palace. The fog here was different. It wasn't just weather, it felt heavy, carrying an unnatural chill. "Papa warned us about this area," Mary said, tapping her headset. "Scanners are picking up ectoplasmic anomalies. Ghost signatures detected." Usopp gulped, grabbing his high-tech vacuum hose. "Real ghosts?" From the walls of the nearby ruins, several figures phased into view. They were translucent, floating entities shaped like classic sheet ghosts, but they had large, hollow eyes and long, drooping tongues. They emitted a strange, hollow laughing sound. "Horo horo horo. They're coming right at us." Nami yelled, readying her climb attack. The ghosts didn't slow down. They moved with surprising speed, darting through the air. One of the ghosts swooped low and flew directly through Zoro's chest. "Watch out, Zoro!" Sanji shouted. The ghostly entity passed seamlessly through Zoro's body, leaving a trail of cold air behind it. Instantly, the terrifying, demonic aura of the swordsman vanished. Zoro dropped to his hands and knees on the cobblestones. The color drained from his face, replaced by a deep, dark shadow of absolute despair. "I am worthless," Zoro whispered, his voice cracking with misery. "I should never have picked up a sword. I should have been born a sea cucumber. At least sea cucumbers are useful to the ocean. I am just a burden on the earth." Sanji dropped his cigarette, his jaw hitting the floor. "What the hell is wrong with you? Did you hit your head?" A second ghost flew over the dog's head, passing straight through Luffy. Luffy froze. He slid off the back of the dog, landing face first in the dirt. "I don't deserve meat," Luffy mumbled into the soil, tears streaming down his face. "I am a terrible captain. I should just eat vegetables for the rest of my life." Boiled cabbage, that is all I deserve. Sanji screamed in sheer culinary horror. Saying you don't want meat. The demon has taken his taste buds. Fight the vegetables, Luffy. A third ghost aimed for Frankie. The cyborg raised his arms to block, but the ghost phased right through his vibranium plating. Frankie collapsed onto his back, staring blankly at the sky. I am just a pile of scrap metal, Frankie sobbed loudly. My engineering is a joke. I should just dismantle myself and become a toaster. At least a toaster makes people happy in the morning. I am super useless. The remaining crew members backed away in sheer horror. What is happening? Usopp yelled, pointing at the three depressed pirates. They lost their will to live. Just by getting touched. It must be the devil fruit power, Nami analyzed, keeping her distance from the floating entities. Those ghosts are inducing extreme negative emotions upon passing through a living target. They drain the spirit. 3 more ghosts, giggling their hollow laughs, swooped down toward the group. 2 aimed directly for the children sitting on the dog's back, while the third flew straight through Usopp's chest. The crew braced for the inevitable depression. They waited for the kids to fall off the dog and cry, and for Usopp to declare himself a worthless earthworm. Mary, Sunny, and Usopp just stood there. They blinked. Sunny tilted his head, adjusting his goggles. That felt a little cold. Mary patted her chest, checking a gauge on her vacuum backpack. 0 ectoplasmic damage taken. PKE valences remain stable. Usopp, meanwhile, just patted his own chest, looking completely bewildered. I feel exactly the same. Did it miss? Mary and Sunny turned their heads, staring at the sniper with wide, amazed eyes. Uncle Usopp. Sunny gasped. Are you a highly advanced android with a positron glider matrix too? No, Nami sighed, massaging her temples from the sidelines. He's just naturally that negative. The ghost literally couldn't make him any more depressed than his baseline. I don't know whether to be proud or insulted. Usopp sobbed, anime tears streaming down his face. God, Usopp's negativity is invincible. Fascinating, Mary, her tone shifting entirely to a professional paranormal investigator. Biological immunity to Class 5 localized depression vapors. But these entities are still a Class A nuisance. Sunny, rev the proton turbines. Powering up. Sunny grabbed his own vacuum hose, flipping a switch on the side of his pack. The backpacks whirred to life with the sound of high-powered turbine engines. Who you gonna call? Mary smirked. Ghostbusters, Sunny shouted. Mary pointed her nozzle at the nearest floating ghost. Initiating ghost trap sequence. She pulled the trigger. A powerful, swirling vortex of localized suction erupted from the nozzle. The ghost, which had been giggling a second ago, suddenly shrieked as it was caught in the air current. Target secured in the containment stream. Mary cheered. Sunny aimed his nozzle at another ghost floating near the ruins. He pulled his trigger, activating the suction. The ghost shrieked and was pulled toward the nozzle. But as it reached the opening, the ghost suddenly dissolved, slipping right through the plastic tubing and phasing out the back of the vacuum, reforming in the air behind Sunny. Containment breach. Sunny frowned. The entity bypassed the physical filter. Usopp, realizing his own ghost hunting suit was fully operational, and emboldened by his absolute immunity, stepped forward with newfound courage. Stand aside, junior cadets. Usopp declared, aiming his nozzle. Leave it to a professional. Do not cross the streams. Usopp activated his vacuum, creating a massive funnel of suction. The ghost was caught in the middle, pulled violently toward his nozzle. But just like with Sunny, the moment the ghost touched the physical components of the vacuum, it phased through the material, giggling its hollow laugh before flying away into the fog. Usopp slapped his vacuum. They're phasing through the containment units. Mary looked down at her own vacuum, frowning. She unclipped the containment canister from the bottom of her backpack. Let me check the ecto-trap, Mary said. She popped the lid off the canister. She looked inside. Empty, Mary sighed, showing the empty plastic container to the group. It just phased out after I sucked it in. The vacuum provides the kinetic air current to pull them, but the physical containment unit lacks a spectral dampening field. They lack physical mass. So the ghost hunting suits are useless. Usopp cried. Against intangible entities, yes, Nami concluded, helping a groaning Luffy sit up. It seems these ghosts cannot be contained by normal equipment. We will simply have to avoid them. The ghosts, seemingly bored by their inability to depress the androids or the sniper, floated away over the graveyard walls, disappearing into the mist toward the palace. Slowly, the effects of the negative hollows began to wear off. Zoro pushed himself off the ground, shaking his head. He looked around, completely disoriented, before realizing he was on his hands and knees. He stood up quickly, his face flushing dark red. Sanji, who had watched the entire ordeal from a safe distance, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Pfft ha 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 ha. Sanji doubled over, clutching his stomach. Oh my god. I should have been born a sea cucumber. Was that you, Marimo? The great demonic swordsman wants to be a slug on the ocean floor. That is the greatest thing I have ever heard in my life. Zoro's hand clamped onto the hilt of his sword. A vein throbbed violently on his forehead. I'll kill you, Cook, Zoro growled, his voice vibrating with murderous intent. I'll dice you into 1,000,000 pieces. You didn't hear anything. I heard everything. Sanji wiped a tear from his eye. I'm going to carve sea cucumber into your gravestone. On the dog's back, Mary and Sunny covered their mouths, trying and failing to hide their giggles. He really said sea cucumber, Sunny snickered quietly. Maximum disrespect, Mary whispered back, grinning. Luffy stood up, aggressively wiping the dirt off his suit. I love meat. I don't want cabbage. That ghost lied. Frankie pushed himself up, striking his pose to regain his dignity. I am super useful. I am not a toaster. Are we all quite finished having emotional breakdowns? Nami asked, tapping her foot impatiently. The palace is right there. Let's move. The group reformed, leaving the graveyard behind. The path widened, leading up to a massive set of wrought iron gates that marked the entrance to Gecko Moria's towering, Gothic palace. The building loomed over them, casting long, dark shadows in the foggy air. Gargoyles perched on the battlements, and the massive wooden doors were shut tight. Sanji was still snickering quietly as they walked up the final steps. Zoro was ignoring him, though the grip on his sword was white-knuckled. We made it, Luffy said, stepping up to the massive doors. He didn't bother looking for a handle. He simply pulled his fist back and coated it in armament hockey. Time to get Brook's shadow back, Luffy grinned. He punched the doors, blowing them completely off their hinges, and sending them crashing into the dark entry hall of the palace. Luffy yelled into the darkness. We're here to beat you up. The Straw Hat Pirates had arrived at the heart of Thriller Bark. Chapter 142, Thriller Bark 4231 words. The massive, heavy wooden doors of the towering Gothic palace splintered and crashed inward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that rolled through the dark, cavernous entry hall of Thriller Bark. Luffy yelled into the darkness, his fists raised and coated in a faint sheen of armament hockey. We're here to beat you up. The Straw Hat Vanguard Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Nami, Vivi, Usopp, Mary, and Sunny stood behind their captain, weapons drawn, muscles tense, fully prepared for an army of zombies, giant monsters, or a terrifying warlord of the sea to descend upon them. They waited. The dust slowly settled. The echo of Luffy's shout faded into the cavernous ceiling. There was absolute, deafening silence. No battle cries. No trapdoors opening. Just the quiet drip of water from somewhere deep inside the castle. Did nobody hear me? Luffy blinked, dropping his fist slightly. He took a deep breath, puffing out his chest to yell again. I said clap, clap, clap. The sound of slow, heavy, echoing footsteps approached from the grand staircase in the center of the hall. The crew instantly raised their weapons again, Zoro stepping slightly in front of Vivi. From the shadows emerged a colossal figure. He was easily 20 feet tall, shaped bizarrely like a massive, pale onion. He wore a gothic, bat-winged coat, a cravat, and boots that looked too small for his proportions. Stitches ran across his neck and face. It was Gecko Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Straw Hats braced themselves. They knew his reputation. A man who stole shadows, built zombie armies, and ruled the Florian Triangle with an iron fist. But as Moria stepped into the light of the entryway, he wasn't scowling. He wasn't laughing his signature, menacing laugh. He was smiling. A wide, incredibly accommodating, almost nervous smile. He stopped a few feet away, rubbing his massive, pale hands together like an eager merchant trying to make a sale. "Welcome, welcome." Moria greeted them warmly, bowing his head slightly. "Straw Hat Luffy. And the illustrious Straw Hat crew. Please come in. Don't mind the doors, they were getting old anyway." Luffy froze. He lowered his fists completely, tilting his head to the side. A look of genuine confusion washed over his face. Luffy blinked. Zoro's eye narrowed, his hand gripping Wado Ikimonji tighter. "What kind of trick is this, Onion Head?" "No trick," Moria insisted, holding his hands up defensively. "Just a warm welcome to Thriller Bark. Make yourselves at home." Luffy scratched the back of his head, visibly struggling to process the situation. "Wait a minute. I don't get it. I thought you were a bad guy. I thought you were gonna attack us. What are you doing?" "I am here to fight you." Moria blinked, feigning innocence. "Fight me? Whatever for, Straw Hat. We have no quarrel." "Yes we do." Luffy pointed an accusing finger at the giant warlord. "You took Brook's shadow." Moria paused, his brow furrowing as he searched his memory. "Brook who?" "The skeleton." Luffy clarified. "The Afro skeleton. He runs on water and drinks tea. You stole his shadow, and I want it back." Moria snapped his fingers, realization dawning on his stitched face. "The humming skeleton from a few years ago." Yes, of course. I remember now. You want his shadow back, is that it?" Luffy nodded firmly. "I want him in my crew. He's gonna be our musician. But he needs his shadow back before we can leave this foggy place." Moria didn't hesitate. "Okay," Moria said simply. "I will give it back to you." Nami, Usopp, and Frankie shrieked in unison, their jaws hitting the stone floor. Luffy smiled widely, his anger vanishing instantly. "That's great. Give it here." "I would love to, truly," Moria said apologetically, gesturing with his hands. "But right now, I have sent the body that possesses his shadow out on an errand. He's a samurai zombie, very reliable, but he's currently patrolling the outer graveyard. I will return the shadow to you the very second he comes back. You have my word as a warlord." Luffy's smile widened into his signature, ear-to-ear grin. "Shishishi. You're a pretty nice guy for a giant onion." "Luffy, wait." Nami lunged forward, grabbing Luffy's arm and pulling him back. "Are you crazy? He's a warlord. He steals shadows for a living. He is absolutely up to something." Usopp raised his transforming bow, aiming it at Moria. "This is a classic villain stalling tactic. He's probably setting up a trapdoor right beneath our feet." Sanji lit a cigarette, his eye fixed on Moria. "Why are you being so cooperative? A guy with your reputation doesn't just hand over a prize because we asked nicely." Moria looked at the tense, suspicious crew. He let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a rolled-up newspaper. It was the morning edition of the World Economy newspaper. He unrolled it, showing the front page to the crew. Eni's lobby annihilated. Straw Hat pirates declare war on the world. Do you know what I like to do, Straw Hat? Moria asked, his voice deadpan. I like to sleep. I like to sit in my castle, let my zombies do all the work, and live a very comfortable, very quiet life in the fog. Moria pointed a massive finger at the newspaper, specifically at the combined bounties listed on the front page. Your crew has a combined bounty exceeding 2 billion berries, Moria stated flatly. You sailed into the most heavily fortified judicial island in the world. You burned the flag of the world government. You systematically dismantled the most elite assassination squad the Marines have to offer. You have literal giants of Elbaf in tailored suits. Your sniper can apparently generate impenetrable energy shields. Moria lowered the paper, looking Luffy dead in the eye. I am a lazy man, Straw Hat. I very much value my life and my castle. I have absolutely zero desire to fight a crew of psychotic, government-toppling monsters over a skeleton's shadow. Furthermore, I am actually a fan of yours. It takes real guts to punch the world government in the mouth like that. I respect it. The crew stared at him. The logic was completely sound. It was the most pragmatic, sensible thing a villain had ever said to them. Luffy laughed, looking at Nami. He just doesn't want to fight. He's scared of us. I prefer the term tactically cautious, Moria corrected smoothly. Don't let your guard down, Luffy, Zoro warned, his hand never leaving his sword. A coward with a trap is still dangerous. To prove my good intentions, Moria offered, stepping to the side and gesturing grandly toward the double doors leading deeper into the palace. I have prepared a feast for you. The finest food Thriller Bark has to offer. Please be my guests while we wait for the samurai to return. A feast. Luffy's eyes instantly transformed into massive, sparkling stars. A torrent of drool cascaded from his mouth. Lead the way, Onion Guy. Luffy, N.O. Nami yelled. Moria turned and began walking down the hallway. Luffy immediately sprinted after him. Stop him! Usopp shouted. Zoro, Sanji, and Frankie lunged forward, grabbing Luffy's hand and wrist to hold him back. They dug their heels into the stone floor, pulling with all their might. Hold him back. It's a trap. Frankie roared. But it was completely useless. Luffy didn't stop running. His rubber arm simply stretched backward, elongating like a massive bungee cord, as he continued to jog cheerfully after Moria down the hall. It's no use. Sanji grunted, sliding across the stone floor as the tension in Luffy's arm threatened to snap them all forward. His center of mass is already in the dining room. Let go before he slingshots us into a wall. Zoro ordered. They released his arm. Luffy's arm rubber-banded back to his body, propelling him even faster down the hall. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy cheered, disappearing around the corner. Damn it, Nami groaned, rubbing her temples. We have to follow him. Keep your weapons ready. If anyone so much as looks at us funny, we burn this castle down. The group cautiously followed the path Moria and Luffy had taken. They moved through dimly lit, Gothic corridors adorned with creepy portraits and cobwebs, eventually arriving at a massive, ornate set of dining room doors. They pushed them open. Inside, the banquet hall was spectacular. A long, mahogany table was piled high with incredible amounts of food-roasted meats, towering cakes, massive bowls of pasta, and exquisite seafood. The room was lit by grand chandeliers, casting a warm, inviting glow. Luffy was already seated at the head of the table, aggressively shoveling a whole roasted turkey into his mouth. Dishes so good, he mumbled through a mouthful of bones. Standing near the table, holding a delicate, Gothic parasol and floating a few inches off the ground, was a young woman. She wore a black and white Gothic Lolita dress, pigtails, and a crown. Small, translucent ghosts hovered lazily around her. Welcome, welcome, I am Perona. Perona greeted them, a mischievous smile on her face. Please take a seat. Did you like my hollows? Usopp froze, his eyes locking onto the small ghosts floating around her. He pointed a trembling finger at the girl. Usopp shrieked. Those negative hollows outside, those were yours. Horo horo horo. Perona laughed, her signature, echoing giggle filling the room. I wanted to play a prank on the famous Straw Hat Pirates before you arrived. I think I succeeded beautifully, don't you? Zoro's face flushed dark red. The memory of his depressive breakdown on the bridge flashed in his mind. I should have been born a sea cucumber. Zoro growled, a vein throbbing violently on his forehead. His hand dropped to his sword. I'm going to cut you. Before Zoro could draw his blade, a localized tornado erupted in the dining hall. Sanji spun into the room like a drill, his legs moving so fast he literally hovered off the ground. He flew straight past Zoro and landed perfectly on one knee in front of Perona, sliding a bouquet of red roses seemingly pulled from thin air toward her. Perona chwaaan. Sanji swooned, his visible eye replaced by a massive, throbbing heart. Your hollows did not just drain my spirit, they hollowed out my very soul to make room for my burning love for you. Such terrifying power hidden behind such breathtaking, gothic beauty. Please, charm me again. Perona blinked, her expression entirely deadpan. She just stared at the hurricane of romance with absolute, complete disinterest. You are very loud, Mr. Cook, Perona said flatly, twirling her parasol, and accepting the roses simply because they were handed to her. She showed zero interest in his fiery passion. But I suppose I can accept the tribute. Horo horo horo. Suddenly, Usopp marched into the dining room, his tan ghost hunting jumpsuit zipped up tight. He leveled his high-tech vacuum nozzle at the hovering hollows, then looked at the hearts spinning around Sanji. Stand aside, citizens. Usopp declared, flipping a switch on his backpack that caused it to hum loudly. God Usopp is here to banish the evil spirits. He paused, his goggles darting back and forth between the ghosts and the lovesick cook. Wait, Usopp whispered loudly to Nami. Do I vacuum the ghosts, or do I vacuum Sanji to save him from himself? Vacuum Sanji, Nami deadpanned, not even looking up from checking her weapons. He's hopeless, Vivi sighed, though she smiled as she took a seat at the table next to Nami. All right, fine, Nami muttered, carefully inspecting a plate of pasta for poison. She took a small bite. Her eyes widened. Actually, this is really good. As the group cautiously began to eat, the heavy double doors to the banquet hall swung open again. Geba bababa. We found the dining room. Dory and Bragi, still in their tailored black suits, ducked under the doorframe and stepped into the room. Behind them walked Oimo, Kashiai, Ace, Chopper, and Karoo. Leading them was a strange, round man wearing a white lab coat, fishnet stockings, and a bizarre pair of goggles. It was Dr. Hogback, Moria's chief surgeon and butler. He was sweating profusely, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief. Phosphos. Hogback laughed nervously, gesturing to the table. Please, right this way, esteemed guests. The master has prepared plenty of food. Hey guys. Luffy waved a chicken leg at them. The food here is great. We ran into a little trouble outside, Ace noted, taking a seat next to Luffy and grabbing a plate of ribs. The graveyard is full of weird animals. We saw a dog penguin and a pig lion. We punched them. Chopper added proudly from his seat, stuffing his face with cake. They were trying to bite Karoo, but Dory squashed them with his shoe. Karoo nodded vigorously while eating a bowl of rice. Ah yes, the local wildlife can be quite aggressive, Hogback stammered, his eyes darting nervously toward Moria. My apologies for the inconvenience. Please eat as much as you like. My servants will attend to your every need. On cue, several stitched-up, decaying zombie waiters shambled forward, carrying silver trays of extra soup and bread. As one particularly rotting zombie leaned over the table to pour Sanji a glass of wine, a loose bandage and a fake eyeball dropped directly onto the pristine white tablecloth next to a plate of pasta. Sanji froze. The lovesick, swooning aura around the cook vanished instantly, replaced by the white-hot, explosive fury of a professional chef. "What do you call this?" Sanji roared, grabbing the terrified zombie waiter by its tattered collar and lifting it completely off the floor. "You think you can serve food in my presence with rotting hands? Where is your hairnet? Did you even wash your hands with soap?" For the next 10 minutes, the dining hall was subjected to a brutal culinary exorcism. Sanji lined the undead monsters up against the stone wall, aggressively forcing them to scrub their hands with boiling water and lemon juice, screaming at them about cross-contamination. The zombies, despite being mindless walking corpses, looked genuinely traumatized by the blonde cook's wrath. "He's scarier than the ghosts," Chopper whispered, eating his cake very politely so Sanji wouldn't yell at him. The banquet was soon in full swing. Despite the weird atmosphere, the food was undeniable, and the crew was starving. Moria sat at the far end of the table, quietly sipping wine, visibly relieved that he wasn't currently being beaten to a pulp by the men who leveled Eni's lobby. 10 minutes later, the dining hall doors opened for the third and final time. The room naturally quieted down as Ben walked in. He wore his unbuttoned floral shirt and dark trousers, his silver-white hair tied back neatly. Walking beside him, her arm looped comfortably through his, was Nico Robin. She looked radiant, her newly styled hair catching the chandelier light, a serene smile on her face. They looked less like pirates invading a warlord's castle, and more like a couple arriving at a high-end dinner party. They walked to the center of the table. Ben pulled out a chair for Robin, helping her sit before taking the seat beside her. Sanji, who had been busy checking the zombie's fingernails for dirt, froze. He slowly turned his head. His eyes locked onto Ben and Robin. The fork in Sanji's hand bent completely in half. "Magician!" Sanji roared, his golden, super saiyan aura of pure jealousy flaring to life, scorching the carpet beneath his feet. "You sneaky, silver-haired thief! You monopolized Robin Chuan again. While I was defending this crew from ghosts, you were on a private stroll." "It was a very pleasant stroll, Sanji," Ben smirked, taking a sip of water. "The graveyard architecture is quite romantic, if you have the right lighting. I'll kill you. I'll boil you in stew." Sanji screamed, vibrating with rage. "Sit down, cook before you burn the food," Zoro grunted, tossing a bread roll at Sanji's head. "Shut up, Marimo." As the crew settled into their usual bickering, Mary, who was sitting next to Ben, decided that the atmosphere needed a bit more flavor. The gothic aesthetic of the room, the flickering candles, and the presence of ghosts were too perfect to ignore. Mary stood up on her chair. She adjusted her sunglasses and tapped the holographic control panel on her wrist. "Papa," Mary chirped, looking around the dark, moody banquet hall. "The vibe in here is spooky. We need the Halloween track." Ben chuckled. He raised his right hand and conjured instruments in the room. A heavy, iconic, synthesized bass line suddenly thumped through the banquet hall. Dun 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 dun. The doors to the hall blew open, a sudden gust of wind extinguishing half the candles. Mary grabbed a conjured microphone, her voice perfectly matching the eerie, rhythmic beat. "It's close to midnight, and something evil's lurking in the dark. Under the moonlight, you see a sight that almost stops your heart." Luffy stopped chewing, bouncing in his seat. "You try to scream, but terror takes the sound before you make it. You start to freeze as horror looks you right between the eyes. You're paralyzed." Mary hopped off the chair, striding to the center of the room. She began to move, her steps sharp and rhythmic. Outside the castle, in the massive, foggy graveyard of Thriller Bark, the music carried through the air. The zombies, who were normally mindless, shambling corpses, suddenly stopped. Their ears twitched. The beat resonated with the very shadows animating their bodies. Slowly, simultaneously, hundreds of zombies turned toward the castle. They raised their rotting arms. They dropped their shoulders. And they began to dance. 'Cause this is Thriller night. And no one's gonna save you from the beast about to strike. You know it's Thriller night. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight, yeah. Inside the hall, the crew couldn't help themselves. The beat was infectious. Luffy jumped onto the table, doing the zombie claw dance move perfectly in sync with the undead outside. Chopper and Usopp joined him, sliding their feet across the wood. Even Moria, sitting at the head of the table, found his massive foot tapping uncontrollably to the heavy synth bass. You hear the door slam, and realize there's nowhere left to run. You feel the cold hand, and wonder if you'll ever see the sun. You close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination. Girl, but all the while you hear the creature creeping up behind. You're out of time. Frankie joined the center of the room, using his mechanical joints to execute perfect, rigid pop-and-lock zombie moves. Sanji, completely swept up in the rhythm, began to spin around Perona, performing a flawless, dramatic dip right on the beat, even though she was just standing there with a deadpan expression, entirely unfazed by his moves. Zoro, however, was not dancing. The swordsman sat in the far corner of the room, his arms crossed tightly over his chest, aggressively chewing on a thick piece of bread. He was glaring at the floorboards, absolutely sulking because Moria's pragmatic surrender meant he didn't get to fight any giant monsters, legendary samurai, or warlords today. He was itching to cut something, and a dance party was deeply unsatisfying. 'Cause this is Thriller night. There ain't no second chance against the thing with 40 eyes, girl. Thriller night. You're fighting for your life inside a killer thriller tonight. Ben smiled, manipulating the magical lights in the room to flash in time with the music, turning the warlord's dining hall into a full-blown, supernatural disco. Robin laughed softly, watching her chaotic family turn a haunted house into a dance floor. Night creatures call. And the dead start to walk in their masquerade. There's no escaping the jaws of the alien this time. They're open wide. This is the end of your life. Mary spun on her heel, pointing the microphone at the crowd as the music swelled. They're out to get you, there's demons closing in on every side. They will possess you unless you change that number on your dial. Now is the time for you and I to cuddle close together, yeah. All through the night I'll save you from the terror on the screen. I'll make you see that this is Thriller night. 'Cause I can thrill you more than any ghost would ever dare try. Thriller night. So let me hold you tight and share a killer, chiller, thriller here tonight. As the song reached its bridge, Usopp grabbed a megaphone, deciding to contribute the iconic spoken word rap section with his deepest, most dramatic voice. Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is close at hand. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize Wyall's neighborhood. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for getting down must stand and face the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. Usopp lowered his voice to a chilling whisper. The foulest stench is in the air. The funk of 40,000 years. And grisly ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver. For no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller. When the song finally ended with a dramatic, synthesized evil laugh provided flawlessly by Usopp, the room erupted into cheers. That was super. Frankie posed, breathing heavily. Shishishi. Best party ever. Luffy laughed, falling back into his chair. Gecko Moria wiped a bead of sweat from his massive forehead. He had never seen a crew like this. They were terrifying, unhinged, and completely impossible to predict. He was incredibly glad he hadn't tried to fight them. Well, Moria cleared his throat, trying to regain some semblance of warlord dignity. That was entertaining. The hour grows late. I have had my servants prepare guest rooms for you in the west wing of the castle. Please, rest comfortably. By morning, the samurai should return, and I will gladly hand over the skeleton's shadow. Sounds good to me. Luffy yawned, his stomach finally full. I'm sleepy. The crew gathered their things and followed Dr. Hogback out of the dining hall, heading toward the guest wing. They were relaxed, full of food, and ready to sleep in real beds for the night. But despite the fun, none of them let their guard down completely. Deep within the bowels of Thriller Bark, far away from the music and the banquet, a very different kind of rhythm was echoing through the cold, stone halls. Sparks flew in the darkness. Brook panted heavily. His skeletal chest heaved, though he had no lungs. He held his shikamazu, his cane sword, in a trembling, bony grip. He was covered in scratches and his black suit was torn. I must get it back, Brook whispered, his jaw clicking. For Laboon. I cannot die here. Standing opposite him was a zombie. But not a normal zombie. He wore a ragged samurai kimono, bandages covering his face. He held the legendary black blade, Shusui. He moved with a speed and power that defied his rotting flesh. It was Ryuma, the legendary samurai of Wano. And he possessed Brook's stolen shadow. Yo-ho-ho-ho, Ryuma laughed, the sound an exact, mocking replica of Brook's own laugh. You are weak, skeleton. You cannot defeat your own shadow. Ryuma raised his sword. The air around the blade hummed. Oh, bad Kudroit, Ryuma announced, executing the exact same thrust technique Brook used, but with devastatingly superior strength and precision. A shockwave of compressed air shot from the blade. Brook barely raised his cane sword in time. The impact threw him backward, crashing through a heavy wooden door and into a dusty laboratory. Brook struggled to his feet, leaning heavily on his cane. His bones ached. He was outmatched. Ryuma had his skills, but possessed the physical strength of a legendary samurai. I will not yield, Brook declared, his empty eye sockets burning with a fierce, blue, soulful light. Even if my bones turn to dust, I will reclaim my shadow. Ryuma stepped slowly through the broken doorway, his black blade lowered. He radiated the cold, deadly aura of a master swordsman expecting a final, honorable clash. Brook suddenly gasped, clutching his ribcage with a bony hand. That last strike, it pierced right through my heart. Ryuma paused, his single visible eye narrowing respectfully at the wounded swordsman. Even though I don't have a heart to pierce. Brook raised a bony finger, pointing it at the ceiling. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Skull joke. Ryuma just stood there in the dust. The cool, tense, deadly samurai aesthetic of the duel was completely and instantly ruined by how absolutely terrible the joke was. Ryuma sighed, adjusting the bandages on his face with his free hand. You are exhausting, skeleton. I try my best. Brook readied his blade once more, the clash in the dark continuing as the straw hats slept above. Chapter 143, Thriller Bark 4102 words. The west wing of Gecko Moria's Gothic palace was quiet, a stark contrast to the lively dance party that had occurred earlier in the dining hall. Hogback, sweating nervously under his white lab coat, led the male members of the Straw Hat crew down a dimly lit, cobweb-draped corridor. Right this way, Hogback muttered, opening a set of heavy wooden double doors. The master's largest guest quarters. Luffy, Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Usopp, Chopper, Ben, and Sunny walked in. Behind them ducked the four human-sized giants, Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai. The room was certainly large for a standard castle bedroom, featuring velvet curtains, a roaring fireplace, and dark mahogany floors. However, for a group of 13 heavily muscled pirates, 4 of whom were shrunken giants, it was little more than a closet. There were only 4 king-sized beds available. We can't fit in here, Frankie noted, tapping the wooden doorframe. My shoulders alone take up half a bed. I call top bunk. Luffy yelled, already running toward the nearest bed. There are no bunk beds, idiot, Sanji sighed, pulling at his tie. I guess some of us are sleeping on the floor. Hogback dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief. Phosphos. If it is too cramped for the giants and the cyborg, there are a few other rooms down the hall. You may have as many as you want. I can have my zombie servants prepare them immediately. That is unnecessary, Dr. Hogback, Ben said smoothly, stepping into the center of the room. We will all be staying in the same room. It is much safer that way. Hogback blinked, looking at the cramped space. As you wish. Pleasant night. He quickly shut the heavy wooden doors behind him, eager to get away from the pirates. Once the door clicked shut, Ben raised his right hand and waved it. Capacious extremis. The walls of the Gothic bedroom rippled. The stone pushed outward, expanding the room silently and seamlessly. The ceiling vaulted higher, and the floor stretched until the room was the size of a grand gymnasium. Ben then flicked his wrist. Rows of plush, king-sized beds materialized out of thin air, lining the walls. Mountains of pristine white pillows and thick, down comforters appeared perfectly folded on each mattress. Whoa! Usopp adjusted his goggles. You made a luxury hotel in 2 seconds. Take a bed, Ben offered, unbuttoning his vest. Get some rest. We leave tomorrow. Luffy immediately threw himself onto the nearest bed. Usopp walked past him, holding his sniper goggles. As he passed, a mischievous idea crossed his mind. He grabbed one of the conjured, feather-stuffed pillows, wound his arm back, and hurled it directly at Luffy's head. The pillow hit Luffy square in the face. Luffy sat up slowly. The pillow fell to his lap. He looked at Usopp. A wide, dangerous grin spread across his face. Oh, it is on. Luffy grabbed the pillow and threw it back with the force of a rubber slingshot. Gomu Gomu no. Pillow pistol. The pillow flew at blinding speed, missing Usopp, but hitting Sanji directly in the back of the head just as the cook was taking off his jacket. Sanji froze. He slowly turned around, his visible eye twitching. Who threw that? Usopp pointed at Luffy. Ace laughed from the next bed, throwing 2 pillows at Sanji and Usopp. Don't leave me out. Within 30 seconds, the quiet bedroom devolved into an absolute war zone. Take cover. Usopp yelled, hiding behind a flipped mattress with Chopper and Sunny. We need more ammo. They're pinning us down. Geba Baba. Dory laughed, picking up a mattress-sized pillow and hurling it across the room. It collided with Broggy, sending the red-bearded warrior tumbling over a chair. A challenge, brother. Broggy grabbed 2 pillows, dual-wielding them like axes. Have at you. Feathers began to fill the air like a snowstorm. Ben, sitting comfortably on a high-backed chair near the fireplace, chuckled. With a wave of his hand, dozens of freshly conjured pillows rained down into Luffy's base. He then waved his hand at the other side of the room, dropping a pile of pillows behind Sanji's barricade to keep the game fair. He had essentially become a magical arms dealer. Usopp barked, wearing a pillowcase on his head like a helmet. What's the radar say? Sunny, currently sitting on top of a wardrobe with his glowing blue eyes scanning the room, provided tactical callouts. Incoming flank. The cook is rotating to the left. The moss head is sleeping through the crossfire. Giant targets incoming at 3 o'clock. Fire in the hole. Ace yelled, throwing a barrage of pillows that rained down on the center of the room. Suddenly, a loud, mechanical whirring sound echoed from the back corner. Supuwuper pillow barrage. Frankie stepped out from behind a pile of flipped beds. He didn't just have a pillow in his hand. Using his newly installed vibranium nanites, Frankie had rapidly constructed a highly advanced, automated pillow Gatling gun that strapped directly to his forearm. Thwump 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 thwump. Frankie began rapid-firing feather pillows at 300 rounds per minute. A relentless storm of white cotton and goose feathers blasted across the room, pinning Luffy, Ace, and Usopp to the wall. It's too fast. Chopper screamed, taking a rapid succession of pillows to the face. Sanji's visible eye twitched violently. He watched a pristine, high-quality goose feather pillow explode against the wall. What are you doing, you cyborg maniac? Sanji roared, launching himself into the air. His leg blurred as he flawlessly kicked a dozen flying pillows out of the air, intercepting Frankie's barrage. It's a war, Cook. Frankie laughed, revving the Gatling gun. Collateral damage is inevitable. The pillow fight raged for an hour. Alliances were formed and betrayed. Forts were built and destroyed. By the time they finally collapsed from sheer exhaustion, the massive room was coated in a 2-inch thick layer of white goose feathers. Luffy, panting and covered in feathers, gave a thumbs up from the floor. Sleepover. The girls' quarters down the hall, in a distinctly cozier and significantly cleaner room, the atmosphere was much quieter. Nami, Vivi, Robin, and Mary were lounging in comfortable pajamas Ben had conjured for them. Karoo the duck was nesting comfortably on a large circular rug by the fireplace, his beak tucked under his wing. Nami was brushing her hair at the vanity, while Vivi poured a round of warm chamomile tea. Robin was sitting in a plush armchair, reading a book by the light of the fire. This castle gives me the creeps, Nami admitted, looking out the dark window at the dense fog. Zombies, ghosts, giant moving ships. I can't wait to see the sun again. Mary, sitting cross-legged on her bed. It's a high-tier spooky environment. Perfect for a raid. But since we're just chilling. She looked over at the archaeologist. Auntie Robin. Tell us a ghost story. Give us some lore. A ghost story. Vivi smiled, handing Mary a cup of tea. That sounds fun. Robin closed her book. A serene, polite smile graced her lips. The shadows from the fireplace flickered across her face, giving her blue eyes an eerie glow. A ghost story, Robin mused softly. Very well. I know a tale. It is an old legend whispered among the sailors of the West Blue. They say it is based on a true logbook found on an abandoned merchant ship. Nami pulled her knees to her chest on the bed, already looking slightly nervous. Karoo opened one eye, listening intently. The story goes, Robin began, her voice smooth, rhythmic, and perfectly paced for maximum suspense, that a galleon was sailing through a dense, unmoving fog, much like the one outside our window. The crew had been lost for days. The wind had died, and the compass spun aimlessly. The room grew very quiet. One night, the captain stood at the helm. Through the thick mist, he saw a light. A lantern, swinging back and forth in the fog. Thinking it was a rescue vessel, he ordered his men to row a small boat out toward the light. Robin took a slow sip of her tea, letting the silence stretch. When the men reached the light, they found a small, wooden dinghy. Sitting inside it was a woman. She was shivering, wrapped in a torn cloak, her face hidden. They brought her aboard the galleon, and took her to the captain's cabin to warm her by the fire. That was nice of them, Mary noted analytically. Good maritime protocol. The captain asked her name, Robin continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. But the woman didn't answer. She simply stared into the fire. The captain walked over to the cabin mirror to pour her a drink. But when he looked into the glass, he saw his own reflection. He saw the fire. But the chair where the woman sat was empty in the mirror. Vivi gasped softly, her grip tightening on her teacup. He turned around slowly, Robin said, her eyes locking onto Nami's. The woman slowly lowered her hood. But she had no face. Just a smooth, pale expanse of skin. And from that blank face, a voice spoke. It wasn't her voice. It was the exact voice of the captain's first mate. Robin perfectly mimicked a gruff, panicked sailor's voice. Captain, help me. It's so cold in the water. Nami shuddered, wrapping her arms around herself. The captain ran out of the cabin, screaming for his crew. Robin's voice returned to its chilling, quiet cadence. But the deck was empty. The entire crew was gone. The only sound was the dripping of seawater from the rigging. He realized then, the creature didn't need a reflection. It simply wore the voices of the people it had already dragged to the bottom of the sea. Robin paused. They say the creature still drifts in the fog. If you ever hear the voice of a friend calling for help in the mist, do not answer. Because if you do, it takes your voice next. Robin smiled her usual, polite smile. For 10 seconds, nobody moved. Karoo shrieked, instantly diving completely under the bed, leaving only his tail feathers sticking out. That's not a fun story. Nami wailed, throwing a pillow over her head. That's terrifying. Why would you tell us that in a haunted castle? It was very suspenseful, Vivi admitted, rubbing her arms to ward off the goosebumps. You are an excellent storyteller, Robin. Mary analyzing the data. Entity utilizes psychological warfare and voice mimicry to isolate targets. Highly effective. I will add audio authentication protocols to the ship's comms tomorrow. Just in case. Robin chuckled softly, picking her book back up. Sleep well, everyone. The castle corridors in the middle of the night, the grand, expanded boys' bedroom was filled with a chorus of loud, rhythmic snoring. Feathers were scattered everywhere from the earlier war. Zoro shifted in his sleep. His lone eye opened. He sat up silently, scratching his chest. He looked toward the door. Need to take a leak, Zoro muttered to himself. He grabbed his 3 swords purely out of habit, securing them to his hip. He quietly opened the heavy wooden door and stepped out into the dark, stone corridor of the palace. He looked left. He looked right. Bathroom should be this way, Zoro decided confidently, turning left. He walked down the corridor. He went up a flight of stairs. He took a right turn. He walked across an indoor balcony. He went down a spiral staircase. He crossed an open, fog-filled courtyard. He entered a different building entirely. 15 minutes later, Zoro was standing in a large, ruined laboratory situated on a stone bridge connecting 2 towers. Moonlight filtered in through a massive hole in the wall. This is a weird bathroom, Zoro grunted, looking around at the dusty medical equipment and broken tables. Who goes there? The voice was raspy, dry, and echoed with an ancient cadence. Zoro turned around. Standing in the center of the laboratory was a figure wrapped in a tattered, traditional samurai kimono. The man's face was covered in bandages, his skin pallid and rotting. He was a zombie. But unlike the mindless corpses shuffling outside, this one radiated a sharp, focused, and incredibly deadly aura. Resting on his shoulder was a black-bladed katana with a red, jagged hamon pattern. It was Ryuma, the legendary samurai of Wano. Ryuma turned his single visible eye toward Zoro. He looked at the 3 swords resting on Zoro's hip. He recognized the white hilt of the Wado Ikemanji. A swordsman, Ryuma noted, his voice carrying the stolen tone of Brook, whose shadow currently animated the corpse. It has been a long time since a true swordsman crossed my path. The skeleton was amusing, but he lacked the weight of a warrior. Zoro's eye narrowed. He didn't know who this mummy was, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the katana resting on the zombie's shoulder. The black blade with the red, jagged hamon pattern. Even from a distance, Zoro could feel the heavy, bloodthirsty weight of the weapon. A black blade. And an absolute masterpiece at that. That's a hell of a sword, Zoro said, his voice low. Too good to be rotting away in the hands of a walking corpse in a foggy graveyard. This is Shusui, the samurai lowered the blade, pointing the tip at Zoro. And I am Ryuma. This blade is my soul. Do you wish to test your steel against it? Zoro didn't hesitate. He drew Sandai Katetsu with his left hand and Yubashiri with his right. He placed the hilt of the Wado Ikemanji in his mouth. Zoro looked at the zombie. He knew he could end this in one strike if he used the advanced armament haki he had forged in the time chamber. A haki-coated slash would shatter the zombie's defense instantly. But Zoro stopped. He looked at Ryuma's stance. It was flawless. The footwork, the grip, the center of gravity, it was the stance of a grandmaster. Even in death, the samurai's muscle memory was absolute. Zoro let his haki recede. He didn't coat his blades in the black armor. I won't use haki, Zoro declared around his sword. Ryuma tilted his head. You hold back against an opponent. I'm not holding back, Zoro grinned, a fierce, bloodthirsty thrill rushing through his veins. I want to feel the edge of that blade. I want to test my raw skill against you. If I use haki, I won't know whose technique is truly sharper. Ryuma let out a low, echoing laugh. A man of honor. Very well. Let us dance, swordsman. Ryuma lunged. He didn't run, he glided across the stone floor. Prelude au fer. Ryuma thrust Shusui forward. The sheer speed of the strike created a vacuum, generating a shockwave that tore through the stone floor. Zoro parried with Yubashiri, twisting his wrist to deflect the heavy thrust. The impact sent a jolt of pain up Zoro's arm. The blade is incredibly heavy. The legends were true. Zoro retaliated immediately. Nijirai, Turu. 2/, climbing tower. He swung both swords upward in a twin, arcing slash. Ryuma leaped backward, the blades cutting the air inches from his bandages. Oh bad Kudroit. Ryuma fired a concentrated air bullet from the tip of his blade. Zoro deflected it with the flat of his sword, spinning into a low sweep. Sparks flew as Shusui met Sandai Katetsu in a shower of sparks. The laboratory shook with the force of their clash. It was a beautiful, deadly dance. Without haki to reinforce their weapons, every block, every parry required absolute, perfect precision. One wrong angle, and a sword would shatter. Ryuma was fast, possessing Brook's fencing speed combined with a samurai's devastating physical strength. Zoro was relentless, his three-sword style overwhelming Ryuma's guard from impossible angles. You are strong, Ryuma grunted, locking blades with Zoro in a fierce test of strength. Your swords carry heavy burdens. They carry my promises, Zoro pushed back, breaking the lock. The two swordsmen backed away, panting lightly. The laboratory was in ruins around them. Let us end this, Ryuma said, raising Shusui above his head, gripping it with both hands. The air around the blade seemed to distort. I shall wager my soul on this final strike. Zoro nodded. He sheathed Sandai and Yubashiri. He took Wado Ikemanji from his mouth and held it in his right hand. He lowered his stance, his hand resting on the hilt of the sheathed Sandai Katetsu at his hip. A one-sword strike, Zoro said. The silence in the room was absolute. Only the moonlight illuminated the dust motes floating in the air. They moved simultaneously. Ryuma swung down with everything he had. Zoro drew his sword from the scabbard with explosive, blinding speed. Itoryu Iai, Shurshur Sun Sun. One sword style draw, lion song. The two swordsmen crossed paths, ending up on opposite sides of the room. For a long moment, neither moved. The metallic ring of the clash echoed and faded. Slowly, Zoro stood up straight. He slid his sword back into its scabbard with a sharp click. Behind him, a clean, perfect line appeared across the bandages on Ryuma's chest. The zombie didn't bleed, but the wound was deep and absolute. Ryuma let out a long, ragged sigh. His body ignited in a brief, blue, ethereal flame as the shadow animating him realized its defeat. A magnificent strike, Ryuma whispered, falling to his knees. He looked at the black blade in his hand, then held it out toward Zoro. This sword, it brings me shame to see it wielded by a corpse. I believe it will be satisfied in your hands. Zoro turned around. He looked at the samurai, offering a respectful nod. He walked over and gently took Shusui from Ryuma's fading grasp. I accept it, Zoro said quietly. I'll pretend this duel never happened. A swordsman of your caliber shouldn't be remembered as someone else's puppet. Your spirit remains undefeated in my eyes. Ryuma smiled behind his bandages. A black, elongated shadow detached from the corpse, shooting out the window and flying away into the night sky, returning to its rightful owner. Zoro stood alone in the laboratory. He looked at the heavy black blade in his hand, admiring the beautiful, jagged Hammond pattern. He didn't just leave the body. Zoro walked outside to a small patch of dirt near the bridge. Using a broken stone pillar, he dug a respectful grave. He placed the body of the samurai inside, covering it with earth, and bowed his head for a brief moment of absolute, honorable silence. Zoro secured Shusui to his hip, completing his three-sword set once again. He took a deep breath, the cool night air washing over him. The epic duel of legendary swordsmen was complete. Then, Zoro crossed his legs tightly and let out a strained groan. He looked around the foggy, unfamiliar courtyard. He realized he had spent 20 minutes fighting an intense, high-stakes battle while his bladder was completely full. Right, Zoro grunted, losing all of his cool samurai dignity in a fraction of a second. He started to speed walk awkwardly down the stone path, his knees knocking together slightly. Honor later. Toilet now. He disappeared into the fog, heading in completely the wrong direction. The next morning, the coast of Thriller Bark, the eternal fog of the Florian Triangle rarely lifted, but as morning broke, a strange, suffocating heat began to burn away the mist along the eastern coastline of Thriller Bark. The water boiled slightly against the hulls of the approaching fleet. It wasn't just one ship. 6 heavily armed marine galleons surrounded the eastern side of the island in a crescent formation, cutting off any route of escape. Standing at the bow of the massive lead battleship in the center, his arms crossed over his crimson suit, was Admiral Sakazuki. Magma dripped from his clenched fist, sizzling as it hit the wooden deck. His eyes were locked onto the Gothic gates of Thriller Bark with absolute, unyielding hatred. 2 vice admirals stood tense and ready behind him. Flanking the lead ship to the right was another massive galleon. Leaning casually against its railing, wearing a white suit and a sleep mask pushed up onto his forehead, was Admiral Kazan. He exhaled a long breath that instantly turned into frost in the morning air, freezing the sea spray before it touched the deck. On the portside galleon stood a massive, silent figure holding a Bible. Bartholomew Kuma, the warlord of the sea. Behind him, lined up in terrifying, synchronized rows across his deck and the adjacent ships, were 20 identical cyborgs. The pacifistas. And commanding the rear vessel, wearing pristine white suits and strange, unsettling masks, were 3 agents of CP0, observing the formation coldly. A golden den mushi in Sakazuki's hand crackled to life, connecting the fleet commanders. The 5 elders themselves have given the order, Sakazuki growled into the receiver, smoke rising from his shoulders. The Straw Hats have made a mockery of absolute justice by burning the world government flag and destroying Eni's lobby. We are to eradicate every pirate on this island. Arara, Kazan's lazy sigh echoed through the speaker from the starboard ship. To send 2 admirals, a warlord and CP0 for 1 rookie crew. The old men at the top are really panicking, aren't they? Sakazuki's magma flared hotter, turning his wooden railing black in response to his colleague's nonchalance. Kill them all, Sakazuki ordered sharply over the comms, ignoring Kazan. But capture Straw Hat Luffy and Nico Robin alive. Leave no other survivors. The Western Wall. On the exact opposite side of the massive island ship, the thick stone wall surrounding Thriller Bark suddenly imploded. Kare Komum. A massive, metallic fist made entirely of scrap iron, swords and cannons smashed through the Gothic stone, creating a massive, gaping entrance. Standing on the prow of his ship, laughing maniacally with a magnetic aura sparking around his red hair, was Eustace Captain Kidd. Why use the gate when you can make your own door? Kidd roared, his metal arm flexing. I heard a warlord lives here. We're gonna crush Gecko Moria, and take his head to make a name for ourselves in this sea surpassing that Straw Hat. Kidd wasn't alone. Moored nearby were the ships of the worst generation, who made an alliance to take down Warlord's treasure and power. Drake stood on his deck, his hand on his cutlass. Trafalgar Law leaned against the railing of the polar tang, a smirk on his face, resting his nodachi on his shoulder. Jewelry Bonnie was aggressively eating a slice of pizza on her rigging. Scratch Manipo was playing a tune on his teeth, while Capone Gang Beej smoked a cigar, surrounded by his men. On his own ship, Basil Hawkins sat quietly at a table, shuffling a deck of tarot cards. He flipped 3 cards over. He stared at the results. A 50% chance of death today, Hawkins murmured, his face impassive. A 50% chance of unimaginable glory. The cards do not lie. The center of a great storm is here. The northern wall on the northern edge of Thriller Bark, another section of the wall was violently shattered, not by metal, but by a crushing, overwhelming wave of pure darkness. The heavy stone collapsed, sucked into a localized black hole before being expelled into the ocean. Stepping through the rubble onto the island was Marshall D. Blackbeard. His eyes burned with greedy, unhinged ambition. Behind him walked Jesus Burgess, Van Augur, Doc Q riding his sick horse Stronger, and Lafitte. They, too, had no idea the Straw Hats were currently sleeping in the castle. Zihahaha. Teach laughed, the dark aura of the Yami Yami no Mi swirling around his hands. Since that fire fist brat slipped through my fingers, my plan to become a warlord is ruined. But Moria's Shadow fruit will make a fine addition to my crew's power, and also open up another position in warlords. Teach looked up at the towering castle of Thriller Bark. Let's go hunt a warlord, boys. 3 massive factions. Admirals, supernovas, and a traitorous pirate captain. They had all converged on Thriller Bark at the exact same time. And sleeping blissfully inside the castle, completely unaware of the apocalyptic war waiting for them outside, were the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 144, Thriller Bark 4271 words flashback, Mary Geos, the Room of Authority. High above the clouds, atop the Red Line, the Room of Authority in Pangaea Castle was cloaked in a heavy, oppressive silence. The 5 elders, the highest-ranking celestial dragons in the world, sat in their respective chairs. On the low table in the center of the room lay a stack of photographs, and a comprehensive intelligence report detailing the absolute destruction of Eni's lobby. St. J. Garcia Saturn leaned heavily on his cane, his eyes narrowed at the glossy photograph of Monkey D., Luffy grinning. Eni's lobby has fallen, Saturn stated, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. A stronghold of justice, annihilated by a rookie crew from the East Blue. And CP-9, our most elite covert unit, was dismantled without the pirates suffering a single casualty. It is not just the destruction of the island that concerns us, St. Marcus Mars added, his sharp mustache twitching. Look at the composition of this syndicate. The surviving demon of O'Hara. The giants of Elbaf. And this man. The magician, Edgar D. He utilized technology and spatial manipulation that defies our current understanding of science. St. Topman Warcury crossed his arms, his massive forehead creased in thought. The crew is a severe threat, yes. But the true danger is the captain. Warcury pointed a finger at the photograph of Luffy's rubbery fist stretching to strike Rob Lucci. The Gomu Gomu no Mi, Warcury said grimly. For 800 years, that fruit has evaded us. We had it secured 12 years ago, only for red-haired Shanks to steal it. Now it has manifested in the grandson of Garp, the son of Dragon. If he awakens the true power of the fruit, the balance of the world will shatter. He must be eradicated before he learns what he truly is, St. Ethan Baron V. Nustero agreed, resting a hand on the hilt of his sword. We cannot allow the warrior of liberation to enter the new world. We know their trajectory, St. Shepherd Jew Peter spoke up, looking at a map of the Grand Line. They left Water 7. The log pose routes from that island inevitably lead through the Florian Triangle before reaching the Sabaody Archipelago. The Florian Triangle, Saturn mused. Gecko Moria's hunting ground. Contact him, Mars ordered. Moria is a warlord. It is time he proved his worth to the balance. A secure golden den mushi was brought into the room. The call was placed. A few moments later, the sluggish, echoing laugh of the warlord filled the austere room. Kishishishi. To what do I owe the pleasure of a call from the highest authority? Gecko Moria's voice crackled through the speaker. Gecko Moria, Saturn spoke directly into the receiver. We have a primary objective for you. The Straw Hat Pirates have left Water 7. They are currently navigating toward your territory in the Florian Triangle. The Straw Hats. Moria paused, the sound of him shifting his massive bulk echoing over the line. The ones who burned the flag at Eni's lobby. I read the paper. They have a combined bounty of over 2 billion berries. You want me to fight them? We do not expect you to defeat them alone, Mars clarified coldly. They possess immense strength and highly advanced technology. Your orders are simple. Lure them into the borders of Thriller Bark. Trap their ship. As soon as they set foot on your island ship, Jupiter continued, you are to contact Fleet Admiral Sengoku immediately. We will dispatch a fleet of reinforcements to eradicate them. Your only job is to stall them until the hammer falls. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Moria was lazy, but he was not stupid. He knew what a 2 billion berry crew was capable of. However, he also knew the value of the shadows such a crew possessed. You want me to hold the door for the Navy, Moria chuckled darkly. Kishishishi. I can do that. The fog of the triangle is my domain. Once they enter, they won't find their way out easily. Stalling a crew of monsters comes with risks. I want compensation. You receive your warlord immunity, Nustero said flatly. That is your compensation. Not good enough, Moria countered. If you are sending an execution fleet, there will be bodies. I have a very specific project in the works. I need strong corpses. If I stall the Straw Hats for you, I want exclusive rights to their remains. All of them. The Rubber Boy, the Swordsman, and especially the Giants of Elbaf. I will take their shadows before you kill them, and I will keep their corpses for my army. The 5 elders exchanged a brief look. Giving Moria the physical bodies of the Straw Hats was irrelevant to them, so long as the threat of Nika was permanently extinguished. We accept your condition, Saturn stated. You will have the corpses. But do not fail, Moria. If they slip through your fingers, your title as a warlord will be revoked. Kishishishi. Just send the ships. I'll make sure they don't leave. The connection severed. The trap was set. Flashback, a hidden harbor in the Grand Line. The sound of shattering glass and crunching metal echoed from the docks. Eustace, Captain, Kid hurled a heavy iron crate against the side of a warehouse, his metallic, magnetic arm sparking with violent red electricity. He was breathing heavily, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Scattered on the ground around his boots were several copies of the World Economy newspaper. 500 million. Kid roared, kicking the newspaper into the dirt. That bastard gets a 500 million berry bounty. And his sniper gets 450. They destroyed one island and suddenly they the kings of the first half of the Grand Line. Killer, the masked first mate of the Kid Pirates, stood calmly a few feet away, his arms crossed over his chest. He watched his captain vent his frustration. Kid's current bounty sat at 315 million berries. For a long time, Kid had prided himself on having a higher bounty than other rookies, a metric he attributed to his own ruthlessness. But Eni's lobby had completely eclipsed him. We've been slaughtering Marines and sinking rival crews for months, Kid snarled, his magnetic arm whirring as he pulled scrap metal toward himself. And we are barely pushing 300. What do we have to do to get the world to respect us, Killer? Do I have to burn down Marineford? Attacking Marineford would be suicide, Kid, Killer said, his voice muffled but entirely rational behind his blue and white striped mask. Straw Hat didn't just attack an island. He dismantled CP9. The world government raised his bounty out of fear. If we want a bounty that eclipses his, we need to hunt a target that strikes equal fear into the Navy. Kid stopped pulling metal. He turned to Killer, his eyes narrowing. A bigger target. Like what? An admiral. We aren't ready for an admiral, Killer replied. But there is another pillar of the three great powers sitting right in our path to the Sabaody archipelago. A warlord of the sea. Kid's fierce grin returned. A warlord. Gecko Moria, Killer stated. He resides in the Florian Triangle. He has a bounty of 320 million, frozen. He commands an army of the undead, and has a reputation that spans decades. If we kill him, if we take the head of a sitting warlord and destroy Thriller Bark, the Navy will have no choice but to recognize our superiority. I like it, Kid cracked his knuckles. Let's set sail. I'll crush him myself. We cannot go alone, Killer cautioned, holding up a hand. Kid scowled. You doubt my strength? I don't doubt you, Kid. But Moria is dangerous. He doesn't fight fair, Killer explained, pulling out a map. He relies on shadows and an infinite army of zombies. If we go in with just one ship, we will be worn down by attrition before we even reach his castle. We need numbers. We need a vanguard to clear the trash. So what do you suggest? Kid asked impatiently. An alliance, Killer proposed. The other supernovas are currently navigating this stretch of the sea. They all saw the newspaper. They all feel the exact same shadow of the straw hats hanging over them. If we propose a joint raid on Thriller Bark to take down a warlord, they will listen. We use them to break the army, and we take the glory. Kid stared at his first mate. He hated sharing glory. But he hated being second best to Luffy even more. Fine, Kid spat. Set up the meeting. A few days later, the Supernova Summit. The meeting took place in a rundown, neutral tavern on a lawless island near the edge of the Florian Triangle. The air inside the tavern was thick with tension, cigar smoke, and the heavy auras of some of the most dangerous rookies in the world. Eustace Kid sat at the head of the table, his boots propped up, Killer standing silently behind him. Around the table sat the rest of the generation that would soon be known as the worst generation. Trafalgar Law sat with his feet up, casually tossing a coin, his nodachi resting against his chair. Basil Hawkins sat perfectly still, silently shuffling a deck of tarot cards. Scratchman Apu was tapping a rhythm on the table, grinning a toothy, annoying smile. Capone Gang Beej puffed on a thick cigar, his mafia subordinates lining the walls of the tavern. Jewelry Bonnie sat near the end of the table, aggressively eating a massive leg of meat, ignoring the tension entirely. And Uraj, the mad monk, sat with a massive, serene smile on his face. So Apu broke the silence, his voice loud and grating. Kid invites us all to a dump like this. You wanna hold hands and sing songs because Straw Hat made you look like chumps. Kid's hand twitched, metal silverware rattling on the surrounding tables. Watch your mouth, Apu, or I'll sew it shut with iron wire. Calm down, Killer intervened, placing a hand on Kid's shoulder. He looked around the table. We are all here because the balance has shifted. Straw Hat Luffy has crossed a line we haven't. If we proceed to the new world as we are, we will be treated as second-rate. We need a statement. And your statement is Gecko Moria, Beej noted, his voice raspy. You want to hit a warlord's fortress. Exactly, Kid sneered. We hit Thriller Bark. We crush his zombie army together. We take Moria's head, and we split the infamy. The Navy will have to reassess all of our bounties. It proves we don't fear the 7 warlords. It's a bold strategy, Law spoke up, his eyes half closed. He wasn't particularly interested in competing with Luffy's bounty, but taking down a warlord aligned perfectly with his own long-term goals. If he could participate in the fall of Moria, it would create chaos in the warlord system, chaos he needed to eventually maneuver against Don Quixote da Flamingo. A warlord's island is well defended. But with this much firepower in one place, it's highly feasible. I have my own reasons, Bonnie said, wiping grease from her mouth. Moria works closely with the world government. He knows the other warlords. I want information from him. Information about Bartholomew Kuma. If you help me corner him, I'll help you break his zombies. Information, glory, chaos. It matters not, Beej puffed a cloud of smoke. My syndicate operates on power. Taking a warlord's territory expands that power. I agree to the temporary alliance. Kid grinned. 4 captains. It was enough. He looked at the remaining 3. What about you, fortune teller? Kid asked Hawkins. Hawkins didn't look up. He drew a card from his deck and laid it flat on the wooden table. It was the tower, reversed. He drew another. I have read the probabilities, Hawkins stated in a monotone voice, his eyes devoid of emotion. If we invade Thriller Bark, the probability of encountering a fatal threat is 50%. The captains frowned. 50% was a coin flip on their lives. However, Hawkins drew a third card, placing it down. The Wheel of Fortune. The probability of unprecedented fortune and a shift in the era is also 50%. The cards indicate a storm is converging on that island. I will embrace the odds. Apapapapa. Apu laughed loudly, standing up. A 50-50 chance to die or become a legend. That's the music I like to hear. Count the on-air pirates in. We'll make it a symphony of destruction. Kid looked at the final captain. Urij, the giant mad monk. Urij simply smiled, his massive hands resting on his knees. A tempting offer to challenge the heights of the world. But my path lies elsewhere. The heavens do not guide me to the shadows of the Florian Triangle today. I will not tempt those odds. I decline. Suit yourself, monk, Kid scoffed, standing up. He looked at the assembled captains, Law, Hawkins, Apu, Beej, and Bonnie. 6 supernovas. An unprecedented alliance of rookies. We set sail at dawn, Kid declared, his magnetic aura sparking in the dim tavern. We breach the walls of Thriller Bark, and we take the warlord's head. Let's show the world that Straw Hat isn't the only monster in this generation. Flashback, the open sea, a stolen galleon. The waves crashed violently against the hull of a stolen merchant galleon. Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard, stood at the bow of the ship, his massive hands gripping the wooden railing so tightly the timber splintered. He stared out into the vast, empty ocean, the memory of his failure burning in his mind. Ace was gone. He had vanished into thin air. Teach's grand plan to trade the Fire Fist for a warlord title had evaporated in an instant. Without a massive bargaining chip, the world government would never grant him the status he needed to access Impel Down and recruit his true crew. Captain, Lafitte approached silently, his cane tapping lightly on the deck. We need a new heading. The Navy patrols will be increasing soon. Teach roared, spinning around. The dark aura of the Yami Yami no Mi flared aggressively around his shoulders. That brat ruined everything. He used some kind of trick to escape. Now we have nothing. Van Augur cleaned his rifle, looking up at the sky. The winds of fate are erratic, Captain. We must adjust our sails. If we cannot capture Port Gas D, Ace, we must find another prize. Doc Q coughed violently, slumping against his sick horse, stronger. A prize. Something valuable enough to buy a throne. Jesus Burgess crossed his massive arms. What about Straw Hat Luffy? The news says his bounty is 500 million now. If we bring him in, the Navy will have to make you a warlord. Teach grabbed the newspaper that was resting on a barrel. He stared at the front page. He saw Luffy. He saw the magician. He saw the giants of Elbaf and the sniper labeled God. Teach ground his teeth. He was ambitious, but he was also a master opportunist who survived by knowing when to fold. No, Teach grunted, tossing the paper aside. Straw Hat isn't just a rookie anymore. Look at that crew. He's got giants. He's got tactical masterminds. And he just wiped out CP9. Engaging a crew that just decimated Eni's lobby is too much of a gamble right now. We aren't ready for a full-scale war with a crew like that. We need to be smart. Then what is our target, Captain? Lafitte asked, tilting his top hat. Teach rubbed his patchy beard, his sharp, tactical mind calculating new routes. He needed power. He needed leverage. If he couldn't get the warlord title by giving the Navy a pirate, maybe he could take a warlord's power for himself. Lafitte, Teach looked at his navigator. Where is the closest warlord territory? We are currently sailing near the Florian Triangle, Lafitte answered promptly. The domain of Gecko Moria. Teach's eyes widened. A slow, cruel, incredibly dangerous grin spread across his face. The dark aura around him seemed to pulse with renewed excitement. Gecko Moria, Teach chuckled, the laugh growing into a booming roar. Zihahaha. Of course. Moria is a shadow of his former self. He sits in his castle, relying on corpses. Teach looked at his crew. Moria possesses the Kage no Mi. The Shadow fruit. The ability to steal strength and build armies. And one of his top subordinates has the Suksuk no Mi. The clear fruit. Invisibility. Teach raised his hand, black gravity swirling in his palm. If we can't buy our way into the warlords, we'll steal their powers. We go to Thriller Bark. We kill Moria, we take his devil fruits, and we use that power to force the world to respect the Blackbeard pirates. Wee ha ha ha. Now that sounds like a plan. Burgess cheered, slamming his fists together. Set a course for the fog, Teach commanded, his ambition reignited. Let's go hunt a warlord. Present time, Thriller Bark the heavy, oppressive fog of the Florian Triangle wrapped around the massive island ship of Thriller Bark like a shroud. Deep within the dark, Gothic halls of the main palace, Gecko Moria sat upon his massive throne. He picked at his teeth with a long, pale fingernail, bored. A few hours ago, his zombie lookouts had reported a red signal flare firing from one of the bait barrels near the outer perimeter. He had sent Absalom, his invisible commander, to investigate and bring back whatever fool had wandered into his trap. But Absalom had not returned. Where is that invisible idiot? Moria muttered, his deep, lazy voice echoing in the empty throne room. Did he get distracted by a female pirate again? Moria snapped his fingers. A small, bat-like zombie fluttered down from the rafters, landing on the armrest of his throne. You, Moria commanded. Go to the perimeter. Find out what triggered the flare. If Absalom is slacking off, tell him I'll cut his shadow. The zombie bat squeaked a salute and fluttered out of the high window, disappearing into the mist. Moria closed his eyes, intending to take a nap. 20 minutes later, the heavy doors of the throne room burst open. The zombie bat flew in erratically, crashing into the stone floor before scrambling up to the throne. Master Moria. Master Moria, the bat squeaked frantically. Intruders. In the outer harbor. I figured that much, Moria sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Who is it? Some no-name rookies. Did Absalom catch them? Absalom is gone, Master. We couldn't find him, the bat reported. But we saw the ship. It's a massive ship. The figurehead is a sun lion. And the flag. Master, it's the Straw Hat Pirates. Moria's eyes snapped open. He sat up straight, the laziness vanishing entirely. The Straw Hats. Moria repeated, his mind racing. The crew that had destroyed Eni's lobby. The 2 billion berry syndicate. The crew the 5 elders had explicitly ordered him to trap. They were here. Right on his doorstep. A cruel, greedy smile stretched across Moria's stitched face. Kishishishi. So the prey walked right into the web, Moria laughed, his massive body trembling with excitement. A rubber body. Elbaf giants. This is perfect. I will steal their shadows and put them in my special zombies. With oars and the giants of Elbaf under my command, I will crush Kaido myself. Moria didn't hesitate. He reached into the hidden compartment of his throne and pulled out a heavy, golden Den Mushier direct, encrypted line to Marine headquarters. He picked up the receiver. Botcha click. Sengoku speaking, the stern, authoritative voice of the fleet admiral echoed from the snail. Sengoku, Moria grinned, leaning into the receiver. This is Gecko Moria. I am calling to cash in a promise from the 5 elders. There was a brief pause on the line. Report, Sengoku ordered sharply. The prey is in the web, Moria declared, his eyes gleaming with malicious triumph. The Straw Hat Pirates have landed on Thriller Bark. I have them trapped in the fog. Send the fleet. As the elders promised, I want the corpses. Kare Komum. A massive, deafening explosion suddenly shook the entire palace. Dust rained down from the high ceiling of the throne room, and the heavy stone floor vibrated beneath Moria's boots. What was that noise, Moria? Sengoku demanded, his voice sharp over the receiver. Are you under attack? Moria's sweat dropped, his eyes darting frantically toward the heavy double doors. He desperately needed to maintain his image as an untouchable warlord in control of the situation. Thunder, Fleet Admiral. Moria lied smoothly, forcing a confident, booming chuckle. The weather in the triangle is terrible this time of year. Completely under control. Understood, Sengoku's voice remained completely devoid of emotion. Maintain your position, Moria. Do not let them escape. The hammer of justice is on its way. The moment the call disconnected, Moria's confident grin vanished entirely. He grabbed his hair, his eyes bulging in pure panic. What was that? Moria screamed at the zombie bat. Go see who just blew up my front door. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the highest office of Marine Ford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku set the receiver down. He didn't sit back in his chair. He immediately picked up a different, highly secure black Den Mushi. He dialed the direct line to the room of authority in Pangaea Castle. Elders, Sengoku said grimly. Moria has confirmed. The Straw Hat Pirates are on Thriller Bark. Excellent, Saint Saturn's voice replied coldly over the line. This is our chance to rectify the failure of Eni's lobby. We cannot allow them to leave the Florian Triangle. I am deploying a Buster Call-level fleet, Sengoku stated, looking at the tactical map on his desk. 6 fully armed galleons. 3 vice admirals. That is insufficient, Saint Mars interrupted. You are dealing with a crew that shielded themselves from cannon fire and defeated CP9 effortlessly. Do not underestimate the magician or the giants. I am aware, Sengoku narrowed his eyes. That is why I am deploying the admirals. Which ones? Akainu, Sengoku said heavily. Absolute justice will ensure no survivors. And Akiji. If they try to use that flying ship or their spatial magic to escape over the water, Kazan will freeze the ocean for miles around the island. They will have nowhere to run. Acceptable, Saint Jupiter agreed. But the world government will add our own insurance to this operation. We cannot leave anything to chance. Insurance? Sengoku asked. We are dispatching 3 elite agents of CP0, Nustero stated. Furthermore, Bartholomew Kuma is already en route. He will be accompanied by 20 pacifista units. The cyborgs will overwhelm their front lines, CP0 will neutralize their tactician, and the admirals will execute the boy. Sengoku took a slow, deep breath. 2 admirals. 3 vice admirals. 6 galleons. A warlord. 3 CP0 agents. 20 pacifistas. It was a force large enough to wage war against a Yonko. And it was all converging on one single crew of rookies. Understood, Sengoku said. The fleet deploys immediately. Sengoku stood up, looking out the window of his office toward the dark, churning waters of the Grand Line. The Florian Triangle perimeter. Miles away, cutting silently through the dense, gray fog on the absolute perimeter of the triangle, a solitary marine battleship sailed without a sound. Standing on the bow of the ship, perfectly still, was the massive, imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma. He held his worn Bible in one hand, staring out into the mist. Behind him, rows of silent, deadly pacifista units stood at attention, their robotic eyes glowing faintly in the gloom. Kuma had heard the deployment orders. He knew the sheer, apocalyptic scale of the forces converging on Thriller Bark. 2 admirals. An armada of warships. It was an execution squad designed to leave nothing but ash. But Kuma was not just a warlord, and he was certainly not a loyal dog of the world government. He was a founding member of the Revolutionary Army. And he knew exactly who Monkey D. Luffy was. Dragon's son, Kuma thought, his face an unreadable mask behind his spectacles. They have grown too fast. The government is moving to extinguish his light before it can truly shine. Kuma opened his Bible, his eyes scanning the pages without truly reading the text. His mind was rapidly calculating probabilities, running through every possible tactical scenario. If the admirals and CP0 cornered the Straw Hats, even with their new bounties and strength, they would be annihilated. I cannot let Dragon's son fall here. Not when he carries the hope of a new era. Kuma silently gripped the book, closing it with a soft thud. If the situation became completely unsalvageable for the young pirate crew, he would have to intervene. He would have to use his pawpaw fruit to scatter them to the winds, sending them far away from the world government's clutches to ensure their survival, even if it meant blowing his own cover entirely and facing the wrath of the 5 elders. Survive, Straw Hat Luffy, Kuma prayed silently as the ship sailed deeper into the fog. The world needs your dawn. Chapter 145, Thriller Bark 3367 words. The guest quarters in the west wing of Gecko Moria's sprawling, Gothic palace were dead silent. The thick stone walls blocked out the usual howling winds of the Florian Triangle, leaving the Straw Hat pirates to sleep off the heavy feast and the exhaustion of the previous day's travels. In the girls' room, the fire in the hearth had burned down to glowing red embers. Nami, Vivi, and Robin were sleeping soundly in their respective plush beds. Curled up comfortably right beside Robin was Mary, her tiny chest rising and falling rhythmically in sleep mode. Suddenly, Mary's eyes snapped open. There was no grogginess, no slow waking process. The blue digital irises instantly shifted to a sharp, flashing tactical red. Her internal processing core whirred to life as proximity sensors, linked to the satellite Ben had deployed in orbit in space, fed a massive stream of alarming data directly into her neural network. Mary sat up rigidly. Red alert. Red alert, Mary whispered into the comms, keeping her voice low so as not to wake the women around her. Papa, do you copy? We have a situation. Down the hall, in the magically expanded gymnasium-sized boys' room, Ben opened his eyes. He lay in his bed, staring at the high-vaulted ceiling. The room was currently a symphony of aggressive snoring from Zoro, Frankie, and the giants. Ben tapped his cameo bead, sitting up and pushing the blanket aside. I copy, Mary. What happened? Major perimeter breach, Papa, Mary reported, her tone clinical and fast. 6 marine battleships have just breached the fog and are currently docking at the main front gates. Simultaneously, I am reading 7 unidentified pirate vessels smashing through the western perimeter wall. And we have 1 more independent pirate ship making a forced landing on the northern wall. Ben paused, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. 3 separate, massive factions arriving at the exact same time. Understood, Ben said calmly, slipping on his glasses. Monitor the situation from the network. I'm deploying the drones to get visual confirmation on the targets. Ben opened his spatial storage and pulled out a handful of tiny, metallic spheres. He tossed them into the air. They unfolded into sleek, silent surveillance drones. With a mental command, they zipped out of the slightly open window, scattering across the island to gather intel. Next, Ben closed his eyes and pushed his observation hockey outward. The invisible wave of spiritual energy washed over the massive castle of Thriller Bark, sweeping through the courtyards, the graveyard, and plunging deep into the foundations of the island. He skipped past the roaming zombies and the sleeping forms of Dr. Hogback and Perona. He focused on the largest, darkest signature on the island. Gecko Moria. Ben found him. Moria was not in his throne room. He was deep underground, in a massive subterranean freezer chamber, moving sluggishly around a gigantic, dormant corpse. Preparing ores, Ben deduced. He knows the Marines are here. He's probably trying to secure his ultimate weapon before everything goes sideways. Mary, Ben spoke into the bead. Moria is underground, busy with his own projects. Wake the girls up and bring them to the boys' room. I'll wake the heavy sleepers here. Copy that, Papa. Waking the squad now, Mary replied. Ben cut the connection. He stood up and looked at the scattering of king-sized beds across the expanded room. All right, everybody up, Ben said, his voice carrying clearly through the room. A few groans echoed, but mostly, the snoring continued. Ben walked over to the nearest bed. Sanji was tangled in his sheets. Ben nudged the bed frame with his foot. Sanji's visible eye snapped open instantly, his combat instincts kicking in. He sat up, looking around the room, instantly noting Ben's serious expression. What is it? Sanji asked, already reaching for his clothes. A small war is starting outside, Ben said. Help me wake the rest of them. We don't have much time. Right, Sanji stood up. He walked over to Zoro's bed and delivered a swift, precise kick to the mattress, launching the swordsman into the air. Zoro hit the floor, instantly drawing Sandai Katetsu. He glared at Sanji. You want to die, cook? Shut up and get dressed, Mosshead, Sanji snapped. We have company. Frankie woke up with a loud mechanical whir. Usopp bolted upright, already reaching for his goggles. Ace also woke up hearing the commotion. Dory, Bragi, Oimo, and Kashiai sat up, stretching their thick arms. Geba Baba. A morning battle. Dory laughed. Good for the blood. Ben looked at the final bed. Luffy was sprawled diagonally across the mattress, drooling onto the pillow, completely dead to the world. A massive snot bubble expanded and contracted with his heavy breathing. Sanji kicked Luffy's bed. Zoro poked him with the hilt of his sword. Usopp sighed, stepping forward. He put his hands around his mouth to form a megaphone. Breakfast is ready. Usopp screamed at the top of his lungs. The snot bubble burst. Luffy rocketed upward, his eyes wide open, completely ignoring the fact that he was in his pajamas. Where is breakfast? Luffy shouted, his head swiveling rapidly left and right. I smell meat. Ben sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of his nose. With a flick of his wrist, he reached into his spatial storage and pulled out a whole, perfectly roasted chicken, still steaming hot. He tossed it across the room. Luffy's rubber neck stretched out like a snake, catching the entire chicken in his mouth midair. He swallowed it in 3 seconds flat, bones and all, and gave a satisfied burp. Good morning. Luffy grinned, wiping grease from his chin. Just as Luffy finished his impromptu meal, the heavy double doors of the room swung open. Nami, Vivi, and Robin walked in, looking alert and fully dressed for action. Mary trotted in behind them, wearing her tactical gear. Ben, Nami said, her face pale but determined. Mary woke us up. She said the island is surrounded. What exactly is going on out there? A convergence, Ben said, walking to the center of the room. Gather around. The crew quickly formed a circle. The playful atmosphere evaporated, replaced by the disciplined, battle-ready focus they had honed during their 14 months in the time chamber. Mary, Ben prompted. What did the drones find? Downloading visual telemetry now, Papa, Mary said. Mary stepped into the center of the circle. Her blue robotic eyes whirred and shifted, emitting two crisp, high-definition holographic projectors from her pupils. The beams of light merged in the air, creating three distinct, floating video feeds for the crew to see. Feed 1, the main gates, Mary announced. The first hologram showed the rocky shoreline of Thriller Bark. 6 massive marine battleships were moored at the docks. Hundreds of Marines were pouring out onto the island, securing a perimeter. But it was the figures leading them that drew the crew's attention. Stepping off the lead ship was Admiral Akainu, smoke rising from his shoulders, his face set in a permanent, hateful scowl. Walking lazily behind him was Admiral Akiji, his hands in his pockets. 2 admirals, Zoro noted, his hand resting on his swords. It gets worse, Ben pointed to the hologram. Look to the right. Marching down the ramp of a separate ship was the towering, silent form of Bartholomew Kuma, holding his Bible. Behind him marched 20 identical pacifista cyborgs, their robotic eyes glowing menacingly. And standing near the rear, clad in white suits and strange masks, were 3 agents of CP0. Akainu is absolute justice, Ben briefed them, his voice analytical. His magma fruit is lethal. He doesn't capture, he executes. Akiji uses ice. He's lazier, but his area of effect freezing can immobilize an entire army in seconds. Kuma possesses the pawpaw fruit, which can repel anything, including pain and physical matter. The pacifistas are cyborgs built with Kazara's lasers. And CP0, they are the elites above CP9. Do not underestimate their Rokushiki mastery. We can handle them, Luffy said confidently, cracking his knuckles. Feed 2, the western wall, Mary announced, shifting the hologram. The image showed a massive hole blown into the stone wall of the island. 7 distinct pirate ships were docked in the rubble. Supernovas, Robin observed, recognizing the flags. The hologram zoomed in on the captains stepping onto the island. Eustace Kidd, sparking with red magnetic electricity. Trafalgar Law, resting his nodachi on his shoulder. Capone Beej, smoking a cigar. Scratch Manipu, Basil Hawkins, ex-Drake, and Jewelry Bonnie. They are the rookies of our generation, Ben explained. Bounties all exceeding 100 million. Kidd uses magnetism to control metal. Law can manipulate space within a specific spherical room. Beej is a living fortress. Hawkins uses voodoo and probability. Apu uses sound as a weapon. Drake is an ancient Zoan dinosaur. Bonnie alters age. Why are they here? Nami asked, frowning. If my guess is correct, they came to hunt Moria, Ben replied. They want the glory of taking down a warlord to boost their names before entering the new world. They likely don't know the Marines are here yet. Or that we are here. Feed 3, the northern wall, Mary projected the final image. The hologram showed a single, massive wooden raft crashing through the stone wall. Stepping off the rubble was a massive, barrel-chested man missing a few teeth, laughing loudly. Marshal D. Behind him were Burgess, Van Auger, Doc Q, and Lafitte. The moment the image of Blackbeard appeared, the temperature in the room skyrocketed. Ace's entire body burst into white-hot flames. The floorboards beneath his feet blackened instantly. His eyes narrowed into slits of pure, murderous rage. Teach, Ace growled, his voice vibrating with a terrifying intensity. He took a step toward the door. I'm going. Right now. Hold it, Ace, Ben said sharply, stepping into his path. Move, Ben, Ace warned, the flames licking at the ceiling. He's mine. I have a score to settle. I know you do, Ben said, unflinching against the heat. And you will get your chance. But we have to fight smart. We have 3 massive enemy forces outside, and we still have a warlord and his zombie army underneath our feet. Ben locked eyes with the fire commander. First, we take care of the enemy inside the castle. We do not leave our back open to Moria while we fight the admirals. If we get distracted, Moria could steal our shadows or activate ores. We secure our exit, then we march out and face the horde. Ace glared at Ben for a long moment. Slowly, the white-hot flames receded, leaving only smoking floorboards. Ace took a deep breath, nodding curtly. But Blackbeard is my kill. Understood, Ben agreed. Wait, wait, wait. Usopp shrieked, his knees knocking together violently as the sheer scale of the three holograms finally set in. We are surrounded by 2 admirals, a warlord, an army of cyborgs, and a dozen crazy rookie captains. Let's escape. Ben, we can use the Sunny's thrusters and fly away right now before they see us. Tactical retreat. Nami vigorously nodded, grabbing Luffy's arm in a panic. We survived Eni's lobby, let's not push our luck today. I don't want to die in a spooky graveyard. Chopper wailed, clinging to Usopp's leg with tears streaming down his furry face. Luffy didn't budge. He adjusted his straw hat, a wide, thrilled grin spreading across his face. He cracked his knuckles, bouncing slightly on his toes. Luffy laughed, his eyes shining with pure excitement. I want to fight. I am not running away. Let's have some fun. Ben chuckled, completely unfazed by the trio's panic. You heard the captain. He turned back to the group, shifting into full tactical command. Here are the assignments. You take Vivi, Usopp, Broggy, and Chopper, Ben ordered. You 5 will head north to intercept Blackbeard's crew. Ace, you handle Teach. Keep your distance and use your advanced armament to bypass his darkness. Broggy will suppress Jesus Burgess. Usopp, you are on counter-sniper duty against Van Augur. Broggy, hold the line and support them. Chopper and Vivi neutralize Doc Q and Lafitte. Got it, Usopp said, adjusting his goggles. Counter-sniping. Sanji, Ben looked at the 2 rivals. You 2 are heading for the docks. Your target is Admiral Aokiji. He's gonna melt, Sanji lit his cigarette. I'm gonna make shaved ice, Zoro said. I'll provide the syrup. Strawberry or mango, Mosshead. Booze flavor, Zoro deadpan smirked. Luffy, Ben looked at his captain. You take Akainu. He is the most dangerous man on this island. Do not let him touch you. Use your internal destruction hockey to hit him, without making physical contact with his magma. I'll punch him so hard his magma goes backward, Luffy stated, his voice completely serious. Dory, Oimo, Kashiai, Nami, Frankie, Ben turned to the remaining group. You are crowd control and heavy support. You will engage Kuma, the pacifistas, CP0, and the marine infantry at the docks. Keep them off Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's backs. Super crowd control. Frankie posed, his robotic arms humming. I'll blow those cyborgs away. Which leaves the supernovas on the western wall, Ben finished. Robin, Mary, Sunny, and I will handle them. Are we fighting them, Papa? Sunny asked, his eyes flashing with data. We are going to confront them, Ben corrected. They are here for their own agendas. I am going to talk to them. If I can broker a deal to have them turn their fire on the Marines, I will do it. If they refuse and want to fight us, Ben smiled coldly, we will show them why our bounty is higher. Nami frowned, looking down at the 2 10-year-old androids. Ben, is it really okay for Mary and Sunny to go into a battle with 7 notorious pirate captains? They're just kids. Ben chuckled. Nami, they have the bodies of children, but they are built with vibranium endoskeletons, powered by miniature arc reactors, and programmed with the combat data of every fight this crew has ever had. Don't worry. They can hold themselves perfectly against anyone. Mary smiled brightly, her blue eyes shining. Don't worry, Auntie Nami. Sunny and I have fully integrated combat protocols. We can protect ourselves and help Papa perfectly. I have lasers. Sunny beamed cheerfully. Nami sighed, massaging her temples. I keep forgetting about that. Everyone, get changed into your combat gear, Ben ordered. We move out in 5 minutes. The crew quickly dispersed, they discarded their sleepwear, and donned the sleek, durable combat clothing Ben had fabricated for them prior to the journey. Colors suited for them, reinforced fabrics. They looked like a professional army ready for war. Once geared up, the crew moved out, marching in a tight, focused formation down the wide, stone corridors of Moria's palace, heading for the main entrance. They reached the grand foyer of the castle. The massive iron doors leading outside were just ahead. "Good morning, Straw Hats." The crew stopped. Standing in the center of the foyer, rubbing his hands together and smiling a wide, perfectly gracious smile, was Gecko Moria. He looked exactly like a hospitable host, showing absolutely zero signs of the panic that should have accompanied a marine invasion. "I trust you all slept well." Moria chuckled, his stitched neck bobbing. "Kishishishi. I apologize for the noise outside. The weather in the Florian Triangle can be quite rowdy. But please don't mind that. I have my zombie servants preparing a massive, delicious breakfast for you all in the dining room. Let us eat first and then we can discuss breakfast." Luffy's eyes bugged out of his head. The serious, intense, battle-ready aura he had been radiating for the last 20 minutes instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of pure, unadulterated joy. Luffy completely forgot about the admirals. He forgot about Blackbeard. He forgot about the tactical briefing they had literally just finished. "You have meat ready," Luffy yelled, sprinting toward Moria with a wide grin. Ben stood there. He looked at Luffy, whose brain had completely reset. He looked at Moria, who was grinning triumphantly, clearly trying to stall them or lead them into a trap room, while the Marines secured the perimeter outside. Ben let out a long, heavy, exhausted sigh. "I really don't have time for this," Ben muttered. Ben didn't walk forward. He simply vanished. The sound of apparition echoed like a gunshot in the foyer. Before Moria could even blink, before his smile could drop, before he could even register the shift in the air, Ben materialized directly in front of him, inside his personal guard. Ben's fist, glowing with the immense physical strength of the Thomas André, and coated entirely in pitch-black advanced armament hockey, was already moving. Moria gasped. "Kare Kamum." Ben's fist buried itself deep into Moria's stomach. The impact was catastrophic. It sounded like a bomb going off inside a vault. The sheer kinetic force of the blow folded the massive warlord perfectly in half. His eyes rolled into the back of his head instantly. The shockwave blasted out from the impact point, tearing the stone floor of the foyer to shreds. Moria didn't just fall backward, he was launched like a cannonball. He flew backward at supersonic speed, smashing straight through the heavy iron doors of the palace, tearing them off their hinges. He flew across the main courtyard, skipping off the cobblestones, shattering gravestones, and plowing through the thick fog of the island. Admiral Akainu stepped heavily off the gangplank of his battleship, his polished black shoes touching the dark soil of Thriller bark. Smoke billowed from his cigar, matching the heat radiating from his magma-infused shoulders. "Secure the perimeter," Akainu ordered the trembling marine captains around him. "Do not let a single pirate escape this island. We march on the castle and execute the stragglers." Akainu took one step forward. A massive, blurry shape tore out of the dense fog at unbelievable speed. It skipped across the rocky terrain, digging a deep trench through the dirt, before skidding to a violent, dusty halt exactly 3 feet in front of Admiral Akainu's polished shoes. Akainu frowned, looking down. Lying unconscious in the dirt, his eyes entirely white, drooling, and folded in half with a massive, smoking fistprint indented in his stomach, was the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Akainu didn't panic. He didn't even look particularly surprised by the sudden, supersonic arrival of an unconscious warlord. He just looked profoundly annoyed. He took a slow, deliberate drag from his cigar, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke over the defeated giant. "The standards for warlords have severely dropped," Akainu muttered flatly. Without missing a beat, he casually stepped right over Moria's massive body, and continued his march toward the castle. Back in the castle foyer, the aftermath of the punch had an immediate, supernatural effect. Because Moria had been instantly knocked completely unconscious, his control over his devil fruit powers severed. All around Thriller Bark, from the deepest freezers to the wandering zombies in the graveyard, shadows began to detach themselves from their undead hosts. The shadows elongated, peeling away from the corpses, and shot into the sky like thousands of black ribbons, returning to their original owners. Luffy spun around, pointing an angry, accusing finger at the magician. "Why did you do that? He was going to give us breakfast. You punched the breakfast man." Nami and Usopp didn't hesitate. They moved in perfect synchronization. Nami's climb attacked and Usopp's rifle but came down hard on the top of Luffy's head, creating two fresh, smoking bumps. "He was trying to trap us, you moron." Nami roared, her teeth turning sharp. "We literally just had a meeting about the massive marine invasion outside. How do you forget a war in 5 minutes?" Usopp shrieked, shaking his fists. Ben adjusted his glasses, completely unbothered by the chaos. He casually dusted off his knuckles. "Our back is secured," Ben announced calmly. "Now, let's go greet our guests." Chapter 146, Thriller Bark 3169 words. The heavy iron doors of Gecko Moria's palace were completely gone, leaving a massive, jagged hole leading out into the morning fog of Thriller Bark. The Straw Hat Pirates marched out of the grand foyer, their boots crunching over the shattered stone. The playful, chaotic energy from inside the castle had completely evaporated. They were geared up, focused, and ready for war. "All right," Ben said, stopping in the center of the devastated courtyard. "We split up here. You all know your assignments." Ben stepped forward, reaching into his spatial storage. "Before we separate, we need to bolster the front lines. The Marines brought 20 pacifistas. We will bring our own." With a flick of his wrist, Ben tossed 20 metallic capsules onto the stone ground. The capsules burst open, releasing a thick cloud of pressurized vapor. Stepping out of the smoke were 20 sleek, humanoid machines. They were painted in the Straw Hat colors red, gold, and black, each sporting a slightly different, specialized armor configuration, and glowing blue arc reactors in their chests. It was a full Iron Legion, built by Ben for situations like this. Ben looked at Mary. "Mary, link up with them. Take control and give them their orders. House party protocol." Mary tapped the side of her headset. Her blue eyes flashed as she established a direct wireless uplink with the 20 metallic soldiers. "Iron Legion, online," Mary announced in cheerful voice. "Primary directive, escort Captain Luffy to the main docks. Engage and suppress all Marines and Pacifista units. One-on-one matchmaking. Lethal force authorized against non-organic combatants." The 20 Iron Legionnaires simultaneously turned their heads toward Luffy, their visors glowing bright blue. They fell into a perfect military formation behind the rubber captain. "Cool robots." Luffy grinned, adjusting his straw hat. He looked at Zoro and Sanji. "Let's go beat up some admirals." "Try not to die, Captain," Sanji smirked, lighting a fresh cigarette. "I'll carve us a path," Zoro grunted, his hand resting on the hilt of his newly acquired black blade, Shusui. He confidently drew his sword, turned, and immediately marched 90 degrees in the wrong direction, heading straight toward a solid brick wall. One of the Iron Legion robots seamlessly glided into his path, physically blocking him. Its visor flashed red. Recalculating, the robot stated in a polite, synthesized voice. "Warning, swordsman is geographically compromised. Please follow the glowing green arrows projected on the ground." Sanji burst into tears of laughter, leaning against a pillar. "Geographically compromised? Even the machines know you're an idiot." Zoro's face turned dark red. A vein throbbed on his forehead. "I'm going to turn you into a toaster, you tin can." The vanguard group Luffy, Zoro, guided by glowing arrows, Sanji, Nami, Frankie, Dory, Oimo, and Kashii broke off, heading straight down the main path toward the eastern docks where Akainu and the marine fleet awaited. A moment later, Ace adjusted his hat, his eyes burning with focused intensity. Usopp, Broggy, Chopper, Vivi. We have a fat, treacherous pirate to hunt on the north wall. Counter-sniping duty, Usopp muttered, adjusting his goggles and gripping his transforming bow. I've got your back, Ace. I have the skies, Vivi nodded, gripping her vibranium spear tightly. Ace's group turned and sprinted toward the northern perimeter, disappearing into the dense, creeping fog. That left Ben, Robin, Mary, and Sunny standing alone in the ruined courtyard. Our turn, Ben said. He reached into his spatial storage and pulled out a sleek, matte black hoverboard. He dropped it onto the ground, where it hovered perfectly 2 inches above the dirt. Ben stepped onto the board. He turned to Robin and offered his hand. Robin, if you please. Robin smiled her serene, quiet smile. She took his hand and stepped gracefully onto the back of the hoverboard, resting her hands lightly on his waist for balance. Mary, Sunny, Ben looked down at the 2 androids. We are heading to the western wall. Activate your thrusters and follow us. Let's go, Ben commanded. Mary and Sunny's boots ignited with a low, humming blue plasma. They lifted off the ground. Ben engaged the hoverboard, and the 4 of them shot into the sky, flying swiftly over the crooked tombstones and dead trees of thriller bark, heading straight for the western wall. The western graveyard. Eustace, Captain, Kid marched confidently through the foggy cemetery, a cruel, arrogant smirk plastered on his face. His massive metallic arm, constructed from a terrifying amalgamation of scrap swords, cannon barrels, and iron gates, clanked heavily with every step. Behind him walked his first mate, Killer, his twin Punisher blades resting securely on his forearms. Trailing slightly behind the Kid pirates were the rest of the allied supernovas, Trafalgar Law, Capone Beach, Scratchman Apu, Basil Hawkins, Jewelry Bonnie, and X Drake. They walked with their respective crews, an unprecedented alliance of the worst rookies of the generation. Keep your eyes open, Kid ordered, glancing at the Gothic palace looming in the distance. Moria's zombies could be anywhere. We crush the army, corner the warlord, and take his head. No one gets in our way. We haven't seen a single zombie yet, Law noted, his eyes scanning the fog. For a man who relies on an undead army, his front yard is conspicuously empty. Maybe he's scared. Apu laughed, playing a discordant tune on his teeth. Apapapapa. He knows we're coming. Suddenly, Hawkins stopped walking. He pulled a tarot card from his deck and flipped it over. The chariot. But it was inverted. Something is approaching, Hawkins said in his usual monotone voice. From above. The supernovas stopped. They all looked up into the dense, gray mist. Cutting silently through the fog, a sleek black hoverboard descended toward them. Standing on it was a tall man with silver-white hair, accompanied by Nico Robin. Flying effortlessly beside them were 2 young children with plasma thrusters extending from their metallic boots. Ben guided the hoverboard to a smooth stop a few dozen yards in front of the assembled pirate crews. He stepped off, helping Robin down, before waving his hand and sending the hoverboard back into his spatial storage. Mary and Sunny landed quietly on the dirt beside him, the metallic plating of their joints and thrusters still clearly visible. Mary, Sunny, Ben instructed quietly, keeping his eyes on the pirates. Shift into your full human forms. Use the artificial Hito no Mi you consumed. Aye, Papa, Sunny nodded. The power of the artificial human fruits rewrote their physiology, and turning them into perfectly normal, flesh-and-blood humans. Good, Ben murmured. I don't want Eustace Kid using his magnetic powers on you before we can establish a dialogue. The supernovas instantly tensed. They all recognized the man standing before them. Benjamin, Law muttered, his hand dropping to the hilt of his Nodachi. The magician. The Straw Hat's tactician, Beej puffed his cigar, his eyes narrowing. What is a 2 billion berry crew doing in this graveyard? Kid took a heavy step forward, his magnetic arm whirring with red electricity. He wasn't intimidated, he was annoyed. Straw Hat's lapdog, Kid sneered, glaring at Ben. We didn't come here for you. Move aside. We are here for Gecko Moria's head. Ben dusted off his sleeves casually. He looked at the assembled captains with a calm, analytical gaze. You are wasting your time, Kid, Ben said smoothly. Gecko Moria is currently unconscious and folded in half on the other side of the island. He is already defeated. The graveyard fell dead silent. Defeated? Drake frowned, stepping forward. You took down a warlord already. That's impossible, Apu stopped laughing. Kid's face twisted into a mask of pure fury. The veins on his forehead bulged. He had formed an alliance, sailed into the Triangle, and prepared for a massive war, all to steal the glory that the Straw Hats currently held. And now, he was being told that they had beaten him to the punch yet again. You stole my prey. Kid roared, metal debris from the graveyard beginning to levitate around him. If Moria is already down, then I'll just have to be satisfied with killing you and taking your bounty instead. Ben didn't flinch. He just sighed softly. I am not here to fight you, Ben said, his voice carrying clearly over the humming of Kid's magnetism. I am here to propose an alliance. An alliance? Lo raised an eyebrow. For what? For survival, Ben replied flatly. While you were busy breaching the western wall, the world government breached the front gates. There are currently 2 Marine Admirals Akainu and Akiji 3 Vice Admirals, a fleet of 6 galleons, 3 CP-0 agents, another warlord, and 20 pacifista cyborgs marching on this castle. They are here to hunt our crew. And on the northern wall, Marshal D. Teach has landed. The supernovas froze. The sheer, apocalyptic scale of the forces Ben had just casually listed was entirely beyond their current comprehension. Bonnie swallowed hard, her eyes widening. You expect us to believe that? Kid barked, pointing his massive metal arm at Ben. You're lying to save your own skin. I'm not going to be a subordinate to your idiot rubber captain. I fight by my own rules, and I want absolutely nothing to do with your plans. Killer stood silently behind Kid. The masked first mate didn't say a word. He knew his captain better than anyone. Once Eustace Kid locked onto a target out of pride, there was no talking him down. Rationality was irrelevant. I'm leaving this place, Kid scoffed, deciding he had enough today. But before that, Kid's eyes drifted from Ben to the 2 children standing beside him. Those kids beside you. Kid grinned maliciously. They look like they're hiding some high-grade metal under their skin. How about I take them away from you? They would be put to very good use in my armory. Kid lifted both of his hands. Red electricity sparked violently from his fingers as he activated his magnetic powers, attempting to violently rip Mary and Sunny toward him. Mary didn't even flinch. She simply looked up at the magnetic supernova with her clear blue eyes. Please stop that, Mary said in her normal, polite voice, though her expression was deadpan. Unauthorized magnetic tampering with our bodies is not allowed. If you try to pull us again, I will have to permanently delete your kneecaps. Ben's eyes went completely cold. Dick, move. Ben didn't run. He simply vanished. The sound of apparition cracked through the graveyard. Kid's eyes widened as the men standing 50 yards away instantly disappeared. Before Kid could even turn his head, Ben materialized directly in the air above him. Ben's fist was already coated in pitch-black advanced armament hockey, radiating the terrifying, world-shaking physical power of the Thomas André. Ruler's Descent. Ben brought his fist down directly onto the top of Eustace Kid's skull. The impact was devastating. The kinetic shockwave shattered the ground beneath Kid's boots, creating a massive, 10-foot-deep crater in an instant. Kid's eyes rolled into the back of his head, his metallic arm instantly collapsing into scrap, as his consciousness was entirely snuffed out. He face-planted into the dirt, completely out cold from a single, overwhelming strike. Killer yelled. The masked first mate didn't hesitate. He spun his twin Punisher blades, launching himself at Ben with blinding speed, aiming to decapitate the magician in retaliation. Ben didn't even look at him. He simply sidestepped with casual grace. As Killer flew past him, Ben raised his hand and delivered a swift, precise, hockey-lace chop to the back of Killer's neck. Killer crashed into the dirt next to his captain, equally unconscious. It had taken less than 2 seconds. The captain and first mate of the Kid Pirates, two of the most notorious supernovas in the world, had been utterly dismantled without landing a single blow. The remaining supernovas Law, Beej, Apu, Drake, Hawkins, and Bonnie instantly jumped backward. They drew their weapons, taking defensive fighting poses, their faces pale with shock. The power gap was astronomically larger than they had calculated. Ben stood calmly over the bodies of the two fallen pirates. "Never mess with my children," Ben said, his voice deadly quiet. He waved his hand. A swirling portal of spatial energy opened beneath Kid and Killer. The two unconscious pirates fell into the void, neatly deposited into a specialized stasis vault within Ben's spatial storage. He would deal with them later. Ben turned his attention back to the terrified rookies. The killing intent receded from his aura, replaced by the calm, calculating demeanor of a businessman. "Now," Ben said smoothly, as if he hadn't just instantly defeated two of their peers. "As I was saying, I am proposing an alliance against the Marine forces. However, I am not asking you to help us for free." Law tightened his grip on his Nodachi. "What are you offering?" "Survival in the New World," Ben answered simply. "You are all rushing toward the second half of the Grand Line. But none of you know how to use hockey. You rely entirely on your devil fruits. In the New World, without hockey, you will be slaughtered by the Yonko within a week." Ben reached into his coat and pulled out a small, thick, leather-bound book. He held it up. "This is a comprehensive training manual on the fundamentals of armament and observation hockey," Ben explained. "I will give a copy to every captain who aids us today. Furthermore, if it is wealth you desire, I will compensate your crews with as much belly as you want. Money is not an issue for me." The supernovas stared at the book. They had all heard rumors of the invisible armor used by the highest-tier fighters, but none of them possessed the knowledge to unlock it. The offer was incredibly tempting. Hockey was the key to their future ambitions. Jewelry Bonnie was the first to step out of her defensive stance. She ignored the book entirely, her eyes fixed fiercely on Ben. "You said there was a warlord accompanying the admirals," Bonnie demanded, her voice tight. "Who is it?" Law also leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. He was holding out a sliver of hope that Don Quixote Doflamingo had been dispatched. If Doflamingo was here, Law would gladly fight the Marines to get his revenge. Ben looked at Bonnie. He knew her history. He knew exactly why she was asking. "The warlord is Bartholomew Kuma," Ben answered honestly. Bonnie's breath hitched. A complicated mix of relief, anger, and sadness flashed across her face. Kuma was her father, currently being used by the world government. Bonnie clenched her fists and smiled a sharp, determined smile. "I'll join your alliance. But I am the one who confronts Kuma. Nobody else touches him. Understand?" "Understood," Ben nodded, respecting her request. "He is yours." Law exhaled a quiet breath, disappointed that it wasn't Doflamingo. However, he was a pragmatic man. Learning hockey was the most efficient way to prepare for his eventual war against Joker. 100 million belly, Law stated, lowering his sword. "And the hockey manual." "Do that, and the Heart Pirates will assist you." Ben stepped closer to Law, his expression turning deadly serious. "Deal," Ben whispered softly, tossing Law the leather-bound book. "I will pay you in cash after the battle. But if you ever mention that exact amount in front of my navigator, she will murder us both." "Understood." Law blinked, slightly confused but recognizing a genuine survival threat when he heard one. He simply gave a pragmatic nod. With Law and Bonnie agreeing, the remaining supernovas looked at each other. Kid was gone. The Straw Hats were offering a massive payday, and the literal key to the new world. And the alternative was fighting a man who could instantly teleport and crush a supernova's skull. Apapapapa. Apu laughed, throwing his hands in the air. Money and power. Beats dying in a foggy graveyard. The on-air pirates are in. My syndicate accepts the contract, Beej said, relighting his cigar. We will provide artillery support. Hawkins flipped another card. The Emperor, upright. The odds of survival increase exponentially with this alliance. I accept your terms. Drake, the former Marine, simply nodded. He knew the terror of the admirals better than anyone here. Fighting alongside the Straw Hats was the only logical choice. Ben smiled. Excellent. A pleasure doing business with you all. Ben then looked past the assembled captains. Standing near the edge of the cemetery were the remnants of the Kid Pirates. Without their captain and first mate, the crew was trembling, staring in sheer terror at the men who had just dismantled their leaders. As for you, Ben said, addressing Kid's subordinates. Ben didn't raise his voice. He didn't move. He simply let a very small, highly concentrated pulse of Conqueror's hockey slip from his aura. The invisible wave of dominating willpower washed over the Kid Pirates. It wasn't enough to knock them out, but the sheer, suffocating weight of it drove the point home. Escape while you have the time, Ben advised them coldly. I have some long-term business with your captain. If you stay on this island, the Marines will slaughter you. Instead of just screaming and running in a blind panic, Kid's notoriously tough lieutenants Heat and Wire felt the terrifying weight of the hockey. They looked at the 10-foot-deep crater where their captain used to be. They made a collective, highly logical decision. They straightened up, placed their arms rigidly at their sides, and bowed deeply and stiffly at the waist to Ben. Excuse us, Heat muttered politely. Have a nice day, Wire added. Sorry for the inconvenience, they said in unison. Then, abandoning their pride entirely, they spun around and cartoonishly sprinted for their lives back toward the western wall, desperate to get back to their ship and flee the war zone. Robin, Mary, Sonny, Ben turned to his family. The Vanguard is secure. Let's move to the front lines and show the world government what a real alliance looks like. The newly formed coalition of supernovas, led by the magician, turned their sights toward the eastern docks. But before they could take a single step, the air pressure vanished. From the northern side of the island where Ace had gone to intercept Blackbeard, a colossal shockwave hit the sky. The heavy, eternal fog of Thriller bark was blown away in an instant. The clouds above them violently split in two, creating a massive, gaping chasm in the heavens. Jagged streaks of black and red lightning cracked across the atmosphere, the deafening roar of colliding Conqueror's hockey shaking the very foundation of the island. Everyone froze. The sheer, overwhelming weight of the clash paralyzed the supernovas. Basil Hawkins, who had been calmly holding his deck, stared at the sky. His fingers went slack, and his tarot cards slipped from his grasp, scattering into the dirt. The true war of Thriller bark had begun. Chapter 147, Thriller bark 2372 words. The northern perimeter of Thriller bark was a jagged coastline of shattered stone and dense, creeping fog. The eternal gloom of the Florian Triangle usually swallowed all light, but today, the sky above the island was about to be torn apart. Moving swiftly through the air, high above the crumbling Gothic walls, was the squad assigned to intercept the Blackbeard pirates. Ace led the formation. He wasn't using a vehicle or a gadget. Twin pillars of concentrated, white-hot fire blasted from his boots, propelling him through the sky with the speed and precision of a missile. His eyes were locked dead ahead, his face a mask of absolute focus. The reckless, blinding rage that had consumed him on Bonero Island was gone, replaced by the cold, disciplined resolve forged during his 14 months in the time chamber. Flanking him to the right was Vivi. She flew with effortless grace, the massive, radiant wings of the Simurgh beating a steady rhythm. The golden and fiery orange feathers cast a warm, illuminating glow through the fog. She gripped her vibranium spear tightly, scanning the ground below for any movement. To Ace's left flew Usopp. The sniper's falcon wings snapped through the air, his flight pattern erratic but highly controlled. His customized sunglasses shielded his eyes from the wind, and his hands firmly gripped the transforming bow rifle in its rifle configuration. Slightly below them, Chopper sat cross-legged on his flying nimbus. The magical yellow cloud zipped forward like a golden bullet, perfectly matching the speed of the winged fighters. Chopper looked entirely calm, his hooves resting on his knees, his gauntlets gleaming. Taking up the rear was Bragi. The captain of the giant warrior pirates, currently shrunk to human size by Ben's magic, didn't have wings or fire. Instead, the heavy, bearded warrior simply ran on the sky. Bragi kicked the empty air with terrifying physical force. The sheer kinetic energy of his Jeppo, moonwalk, created miniature sonic booms beneath his boots, propelling his massive, dense frame forward to keep pace with the flyers. Target area approaching, Usopp called out over the rushing wind, his enhanced vision piercing the dense fog. Northern Harbor ruins. I see a massive wooden raft. That's his ship, Ace confirmed, his voice carrying clearly. Keep your guard up. They aren't normal pirates. 2 miles ahead, standing amidst the rubble of the shattered northern wall, Marshal D. Teach watched the sky. His crew Jesus Burgess, Doc Q, Lafitte, and Van Augur stood behind him. Van Augur, the supersonic sniper, calmly raised his impossibly long rifle, Senriku. He didn't use a scope. His right eye simply focused, tracking the 5 fast-moving thermal signatures cutting through the fog. "We have incoming, Captain," Augur reported in his usual flat, emotionless tone. 5 targets. Approaching at high velocity. Zihahaha. Teach laughed, crossing his arms. Moria's welcoming committee must be eager. Shoot them down, Augur. Let's see what they're made of. Understood. Augur leveled his rifle. He calculated the wind resistance, the density of the fog, and the speed of the lead target, the men made of fire. He didn't aim for center mass. He aimed precisely for the space Ace was about to occupy in the next 2 seconds. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot was deafening. A specialized, high-caliber lead bullet tore through the air, spinning flawlessly as it cut through the mist. High above, Usopp didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet was traveling faster than the speed of sound. But he didn't need to hear it. His observation hockey flared. He saw the exact trajectory of the projectile heading straight for Ace's temple. Usopp didn't shout a warning. He simply raised his rifle, exhaled a breath, and pulled his own trigger. From Usopp's weapon, a customized, dense iron round shot forward. Mid-air, exactly halfway between the Blackbeard pirates and the approaching vanguard, the 2 bullets met. The collision was a perfect, microscopic impact of metal on metal. The energy cancelled out perfectly, flattening both bullets into unrecognizable discs of lead that dropped harmlessly into the ocean below. On the ground, Van Augur lowered his rifle slightly. His usually impassive face registered a flicker of genuine surprise. "My shot was intercepted," Augur stated softly. "Mid-flight." "Intercepted." Burgess scoffed, crossing his massive, wrestler arms. "It probably just hit a bird, Augur." "Shoot again." Augur didn't argue. He raised Senriku again. His eye narrowed. This time, he didn't fire a single shot. His finger blurred against the trigger mechanism, unleashing a rapid, continuous volley of suppressing fire. Bang 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 bang. 5 bullets tore through the sky, aimed at the wings, the cloud, and the fire. In the air, Usopp's hands moved with practiced efficiency. His eyes tracked the invisible lines of intent cutting through the fog. He adjusted his aim in micro-increments, firing his rifle in rapid succession. 5 distinct, metallic rings echoed through the foggy sky. Every single one of Van Augur's bullets was met by one of Usopp's. Sparks flashed in the mist as the projectiles annihilated each other perfectly. "They have a sniper," Augur murmured, lowering his rifle completely. He adjusted his monocle, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touching his lips. "And he is exceptionally skilled." "Forget the guns." Teach laughed, watching the 5 figures break through the last layer of fog and begin their descent. "They're landing. Let's greet our guests." The vanguard squad landed 50 yards away from the Blackbeard pirates. Ace touched down first, the flames on his boots extinguishing instantly. He stood up straight, adjusting his orange hat. Usopp and Vivi landed softly on either side of him, folding their respective wings. Chopper hopped off the Nimbus, the yellow cloud zipping up to rest behind his head, and Broggy landed with a heavy, earth-cracking thud. The two crews stared at each other across the ruined, rocky terrain of the northern harbor. Teach's eyes widened as he took in the sight. He looked at the falcon wings, the golden bird woman, the floating cloud, and the shrunken giant man. But his gaze ultimately locked onto the man standing in the center. Zihahaha. Teach threw his head back and laughed, a deep, booming sound that vibrated the loose stones around them. "Well, well, well. If it isn't Ace Daishu. You left the raft without saying goodbye. That hurt my feelings, you know." "I decided I didn't like the accommodations," Ace replied, his voice cold and steady. He didn't take the bait. He didn't lose his temper. "So I came to welcome you properly now. Why don't you let my fists say hi?" Teach chuckled, rubbing his patchy beard. He looked past Ace, his eyes scanning the rest of the group. He recognized the Jolly Roger on Usopp's lapel. "I came here for Gecko Moria and his devil fruit," Teach said, his dark eyes glinting with opportunistic greed. "But it looks like you and the Straw Hat Pirates are here as well. I have to admit, I'm confused. What is your connection with this crew? Why are you with them?" "That's none of your business, Teach," Ace stated flatly. Ace's hands clenched into fists. The air around him distorted with intense, rippling heat. "I told you before," Ace said, taking a slow step forward. "I'm going to stop you. Right here. Right now. Zihahaha. You couldn't stop me on Bonero Island, Ace." Teach taunted, holding his hands out. The inky, absolute blackness of the Yami Yami no Mi began to seep from his pores, pooling on the ground like liquid shadow. "And you can't stop me now. The darkness consumes all. We'll see about that." Ace launched himself forward, closing the 50-yard gap in a fraction of a second. His speed, enhanced by the super soldier serum, and refined by months of fighting Prime Garp, was blinding. He appeared directly in front of Teach. Ace pulled his right arm back. The skin of his fist turned black with armament hockey, it took on a deep, metallic, obsidian sheen. He threw the punch directly at Teach's face. Teach, despite his bulky size, possessed incredible reflexes. He brought his own massive, dark-coated fist up to intercept the blow. Teach roared, expecting his darkness to nullify the impact. But as their fists collided, something entirely different happened. The collision didn't result in a standard shockwave. It wasn't just physical force. Kra Kamum. A deafening, world-shattering roar erupted from the point of impact. Thick, jagged bolts of black and red lightning violently exploded outward from their clenched fists, arcing wildly across the ruined harbor. The sheer atmospheric pressure in the area vanished, replaced by an overwhelming, suffocating weight that drove the surrounding rubble into dust. Usopp, Vivi, and Chopper dug their heels into the ground, bracing themselves against the intense gale. On the other side, Burgess, Doc Q, and Lafitte were forced to shield their eyes and step back. The clash of wills was physical. It was absolute. Above them, the thick, eternal fog and heavy gray clouds of the Florian Triangle suddenly rippled. Driven by the catastrophic clash of hockey, the sky itself tore open. A massive, clean fissure split the heavens perfectly in two, revealing a sudden, startling line of clear blue sky in the middle of the gloom. Ace stood his ground, his fist locked against Teach's. But Ace's eyes were wide with genuine, unadulterated shock. He stared at the black and red lightning sparking from Teach's arm. He felt the crushing, dominating pressure of the man's spirit pushing back against his own. Ace whispered, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. You have it too. Teach didn't just possess the Yami Yami no Mi. He didn't just have physical endurance. He possessed the color of the Supreme King. Conqueror's Haki. Zihahaha. Teach laughed, his face inches from Ace's, their fists grinding together. What's the matter, Ace? You look surprised. Teach shoved forward, breaking the clash. Ace flipped backward, landing lightly on his feet, his eyes locked onto the towering pirate. You thought because I stayed on Whitebeard's ship for 20 years, sweeping the decks and eating cherry pies, that I was just a background extra. Teach sneered, the black lightning fading slowly from his knuckles. Did you really think I wouldn't have learned Haki? That I wouldn't possess the qualities of a king? Ace gritted his teeth. You never showed it. Just because I didn't show it doesn't mean I don't have it, Teach said, adjusting his coat. I am a patient man, Ace. I chose not to reveal my cards to anyone. Not to Pops. Not to Marco. And certainly not to you. A smart pirate only shows his hand when he's ready to take the whole pot. Teach cracked his thick neck. The darkness swirled around his feet again, but this time, it was laced with the dangerous, crackling energy of his Haki. On Bonero Island, Teach continued, his tone turning dark and malicious. I thought there was no need to use Haki on you. You were a Logia user who relied entirely on your fire. My darkness was enough to crush you. That was my mistake. Teach pointed a thick finger at Ace. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to learn armament in the heat of battle. You caught me off guard and nearly broke my ribs. Teach's grin returned, wider and uglier than before. But I don't make the same mistake twice, Teach declared, taking a heavy step forward. This time, I'm not holding back. I'm not just going to capture you. This time, I will make sure your life is hanging by a thread when I deliver your broken body to the Marines. Ace didn't flinch at the threat. The shock of the revelation faded, replaced by the cold, calculating mindset Garp had drilled into him. Teach was a monster. A conqueror who had hidden his ambition for decades. This wasn't a brawl anymore. This was war. Ace jumped back, creating a solid 50 yards of distance between himself and Teach. He landed next to his squad. He didn't turn his head, keeping his eyes locked on the Blackbeard pirates. Everyone, Ace said, his voice low, steady, and completely devoid of fear. Be careful. Do exactly what we trained for. Do not let them touch you. They are playing for keeps. Usopp adjusted his sunglasses. He shifted his grip on his transforming bow rifle. He didn't look at Teach. He looked straight past the massive captain, locking eyes with the tall, thin sniper standing in the back. Van Augur was looking right back at him. Without a word, Usopp took a step backward. His wings flared, and he kicked off the ground, flying backward into the air to gain altitude and distance. Van Augur recognized the tactical retreat. A sniper duel required space. Augur immediately turned and sprinted backward, using the ruined stone pillars of the harbor to find a high vantage point, putting distance between himself and the impending melee. I'll handle the big one. Broggy roared, stepping forward and gripping his URU metal axe with both hands. He locked eyes with Jesus Burgess, the massive, masked wrestler who was already flexing his enormous arms. Wee-ha-ha-ha. A small giant. Burgess laughed, slamming his fists together. I'll crush you into paste. Vivi twirled her vibranium spear, the blue energy humming at the tip. She stepped to the left, her eyes fixed on Lafitte, the pale, tap-dancing navigator who was spinning his cane with a sinister smile. Chopper simply cracked his hooves, staring down Doc Q, who was slumped over his sickly horse, stronger, holding a massive scythe. Ace stood in the center, his fists igniting with white-hot flames, heavily coated in black armament hockey. Teach stood opposite him, his arms wrapped in crushing, absolute darkness, red lightning sparking across the void. The wind howled through the ruined harbor, carrying the scent of sea salt and impending destruction. "Let's go," Ace commanded softly. "Kill them." Teach roared. With a simultaneous, explosive burst of speed, the two groups charged. The gravel shattered beneath their boots. Fire and darkness, steel and muscle, surged forward to meet in the center of the ruins. The true battle for the northern wall had begun. Chapter 148, Thriller Bark 2895 words. The eastern forest of Thriller Bark was supposed to be a place of quiet, creeping dread. The dead, twisted trees and the thick, pervasive fog of the Florian Triangle were naturally designed to evoke terror in the hearts of any sailor unfortunate enough to wander into its depths. But currently, the only thing echoing through the haunted woods was the sound of a highly advanced robot politely losing its mechanical mind. Recalculating, the synthesized, yet distinctly sassy voice of Iron Legionnaire Unit No. 7 stated. The sleek, red and gold robot glided smoothly to a halt. Its blue visor flashed a warning yellow. Roronoa Zoro has deviated from the established optimal path for the 14th time in the last 7 minutes. Subject is currently walking at a brisk pace directly toward a solid, load-bearing mausoleum wall. Zoro, his hands resting casually on his 3 swords, didn't break his stride. "Shut up, tin can. The path curves up ahead. I can sense the ocean breeze." "Negative," Unit No. 7 replied flatly, projecting a bright, glowing green arrow onto the dirt path that pointed exactly 90 degrees to Zoro's right. "The ocean is east. You are walking north. Furthermore, the structure you are approaching is composed of dense granite. Collision is imminent." "It's a shortcut," Zoro grunted, speeding up. "It is a wall," the robot countered, matching his pace. Sanji, who was walking a few paces behind them with his hands in his pockets, let out a long, exhausted sigh, blowing a cloud of smoke into the fog. "Just let him hit it, you beautiful machine. Maybe the impact will finally knock his internal compass back into place." "My compass is fine," curly brows. Zoro snapped, turning his head to glare at the cook. "You're the ones blindly following a glowing toy. A real swordsman trusts his instincts." Zoro walked face first into the solid granite mausoleum wall. The impact echoed loudly through the quiet forest. He stumbled back, rubbing his forehead, a visible vein throbbing on his temple. "Obstacle encountered," Unit No. 7 announced, its visor returning to a calm blue. "Recalibrating route. Please follow the glowing green arrows, swordsman. I'm going to turn you into a toaster." Zoro roared, drawing Sandai Kitetsu. "Zoro, put the sword away before I fine you for damaging crew's property." Nami shrieked from the center of the formation. The navigator was walking comfortably, flanked by 4 Iron Legion robots that she was treating less like elite combat drones and more like personal bodyguards. "These robots are expensive. If you scratch the paint, I will take it out of our treasure share." Frankie walked right beside one of the drones, the soft blue glow of his own internal arc reactor pulsing through his chest in perfect sync with the machines. "Super performance so far," Frankie noted, checking a holographic diagnostic display projected from his wrist. While the crew bickered with their escort, Monkey D. Luffy was walking at the very front of the vanguard, completely detached from the impending war. "Are we there yet?" Luffy whined, kicking a pebble. "I thought this place was supposed to be haunted. Where are all the cool monsters?" "We are walking toward an execution squad led by 2 Marine admirals, Luffy," Nami reminded him, rubbing her temples. "That is significantly scarier than any ghost or zombie." "But ghosts are fun," Luffy argued. "It has been a long time since I faced the full might of the Navy," Kashi said. Oimo cracked his knuckles, adjusting his black suit. "For 50 years Kashi and I guarded their gates. It is only fitting that today, we smash through them." Geba Baba. "Well said, little ones. Dory patted Oimo on the back so hard the younger giant stumbled forward. Let the metal men lead the way. I can smell the sea salt ahead. Sanji took a final drag of his cigarette, flicking the butt away. He exhaled slowly, the playful annoyance leaving his face, replaced by a cold, deadly focus. He adjusted his royal blue shirt. They came prepared, Sanji noted, his observation haki finally extending past the tree line. Zoro smirked faintly. I was getting bored. Try not to get lost on the beach, Sanji muttered. I will cut you, Zoro replied instantly. Engage combat protocols, Unit Number 1 announced. The 20 Iron Legionnaires simultaneously raised their heads. Their blue visors shifted to a sharp, tactical red. The humming of their arc reactors grew louder, a synchronized chorus of power preparing to be unleashed. The tree line broke. The Straw Hat Vanguard stepped onto the cracked stone of the eastern docks. Two worlds colliding. To the left, frost creeping across the ground beneath Aokiji. To the right, molten rock bubbling under Akainu. A perfect line of marines. 20 pacifistas. Absolute force. And walking straight into it 8 pirates. And 20 silent machines. Frankie leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing analytically. Look at that formation. Super symmetrical. I almost feel bad breaking it. Don't, Nami said flatly. Break it. Behind them, Dory cracked his neck. Geba Baba, this feels like a proper battlefield. Oimo grinned. Kashii rolled his shoulders. Been too quiet. Sanji exhaled slowly. They came prepared. Zoro smirked faintly. I was getting bored. Try not to get lost, Sanji muttered. I will cut you, Zoro replied instantly. Luffy walked forward a few steps. Tilted his head. Akainu stepped forward. The ground melted. The air thickened. Monkey D, Luffy, Akainu's voice rolled like distant thunder. You stand before absolute justice. There is no escape. No negotiation. Only annihilation. The Marines behind him tightened formation. Even the wind seemed to stop. Luffy stared. He raised a hand. Is that hot? Luffy asked. Nami froze. Sanji slowly turned his head. Zoro sighed. Here we go. Akainu's eye twitched. Luffy walked forward 2 more steps, squinting. I mean, it looks hot, Luffy said. But like. Sanji rubbed his face. It's magma. I know that, Luffy said. You clearly don't. I just want to know if it's useful. A Marine coughed. Another bit his lip. Aokiji turned slightly away, covering his mouth. This is new. Akainu's voice dropped. Useful. Luffy nodded seriously. Can you cook on it? Dead silence. Frankie's shoulders started shaking. Super barbecue mode. Nami grabbed Luffy's collar and yanked him back. We are not asking the Admiral if he's a cook. I'm just saying. Luffy protested. We could save time. Sanji stepped forward, visibly offended. If anyone's cooking, it's me. He pointed at Akainu. And you stay away from my kitchen. Zoro snorted. Your kitchen would melt. Sanji snapped, your brain melted years ago. Oimo leaned toward Dory. Are they always like this? Dory nodded. Kashii folded his arms. I like them. Akainu's fist clenched. Magma surged. The ground cracked deeper. I am not a tool, Akainu said, voice vibrating with restrained fury. I am the embodiment of destruction. I am justice itself. Luffy tilted his head again. So that's a no. A Marine lost it. A short, accidental snort escaped the ranks. The entire line stiffened immediately. Akainu slowly turned his head. Who laughed? No one moved. No one breathed. Akiji sighed. You're losing the room, Sakazuki. Akainu turned back. The heat spiked violently. I will erase you, he said. Luffy went quiet. For the first time he didn't reply immediately. A drop of magma fell. Touched the ground. The stone didn't burn. It vanished. Luffy looked at it. Then back at Akainu. His expression changed. Behind him Zoro adjusted his stance. Sanji's leg tensed. Nami tightened her grip. Frankie's grin faded into focus. Even the Iron Legion shifted slightly, recalibrating. Luffy cracked his knuckles. Then, after a beat dash, but if you can cook later, tell me. Sanji kicked him. Even Akiji let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. Kids these days. Akainu snapped. I have had enough. His arm erupted into magma. The sky itself seemed to burn. Daifunka. Great eruption. Akainu thrust his fist forward. A colossal, building-sized fist of pure, concentrated volcanic magma erupted from his arm. It shot across the courtyard like a meteor, screaming through the air, aimed directly at Luffy and the crew behind him. The sheer radiant heat of the attack scorched the grass 50 feet away. Luffy was completely ignoring it. He had turned around to face Sanji, still complaining about the kick. I'm just saying, Sanji, Luffy whined, crossing his arms and pointing a thumb over his shoulder at the incoming apocalypse. It's a waste of perfectly good fire, if he's not gonna roast some meat on it. And stop kicking me. Nami shrieked, her eyes widening in terror as the magma fist closed the distance, illuminating her face in a horrific orange glow. Luffy didn't even turn his head. Because he didn't need to. A blur of motion stepped effortlessly into the space between Luffy and the incoming inferno. Zoro didn't draw 3 swords. He didn't tense his muscles for a block. He didn't yell a battle cry. He simply drew the legendary black blade, Shusui, with his right hand. As the massive, burning fist of magma threatened to consume them, Zoro's eyes flashed with a calm, predatory focus. He wasn't relying on physical strength to block the heat. He didn't need to. A deep, metallic purple sheen of highly condensed haki washed over the black blade, locking the steel away behind an impenetrable wall of willpower. Zoro swung the sword in a smooth, flawless, horizontal arc Itoryu, Yakidori. One sword style, Disaster Harbor Bird. It wasn't just a slash. It was a physical manifestation of a swordsman's absolute, undeniable will to cut. The air in front of the blade ripped apart, forming a crescent moon of pure kinetic force guided by haki. The invisible blade of haki met the exact dead center of the giant magma fist. For a fraction of a second, the two immense forces clashed. The heat roared against the invisible armor. But the magma didn't burn the haki, and the sword didn't melt. With a sound like tearing thick canvas, the colossal meteor of magma was sliced perfectly, cleanly in half. The two halves of the Daifunka split. The immense pressure of the slash forced the magma to separate around Zoro like water hitting the prow of a battleship. The two massive chunks of molten rock flew past the Straw Hats entirely, missing them by inches, and crashed into the dead forest 50 yards behind them in a pair of deafening, fiery explosions. Zoro stood in the center of the clearing. His clothes was completely unsinged. He hadn't even broken a sweat. With a sharp, satisfying click, he slid Shusui back into its scabbard. Across the battlefield, the Marines stared in absolute, jaw-dropping silence. He cut Admiral Akainu's magma. A Marine captain whispered, his knees shaking so violently his sword rattled in its sheath. With one sword. And it didn't even melt his blade. Who is that man? Roronoa Zoro, another Marine gulped. Bounty, 290 million berries. The pirate hunter. Akainu's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of genuine shock piercing through his blinding rage. He stared at his steaming fist, and then at the green-haired swordsman, who had just effortlessly dismantled his signature attack. Akainu thought, his tactical mind racing, assessing the threat level of the men standing before him. To cut through concentrated magma without transferring the heat to the steel. And he did it effortlessly. These are not rookies. Akiji lifted his sleep mask entirely, his lazy demeanor vanishing into the cold mist. He let out a long, frosty breath that crystallized in the air, his eyes locking onto Zoro and then Luffy. Akiji murmured softly. It seems the intelligence reports on their power jump were severely understated. This is going to be a problem. Zoro didn't look at the admirals. He didn't gloat. He simply turned his head slightly, looking over his shoulder at his captain. "Oi Luffy," Zoro said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the heavy, undeniable authority of the vice-captain. "He's an admiral of the Navy. Stop being an idiot and face the front." Luffy stopped whining to Sanji. He stopped smiling. The goofy, carefree, air-headed boy vanished completely. Luffy slowly turned around to face the Marine Army. He reached up and pulled the brim of his straw hat down, casting a dark shadow over his eyes. The playful atmosphere that had dominated the courtyard evaporated in an instant, replaced by a suffocating, heavy tension that made the air feel thick and incredibly hard to breathe. "Right," Luffy said quietly. "Sorry, Zoro." Luffy stepped past his swordsman, walking slowly toward the center of the battlefield. As he walked, the air around him began to distort. It wasn't heat. It was sheer, overwhelming spiritual pressure. The ground beneath his feet didn't crack, but the small pebbles and dust began to levitate slightly, caught in the gravity of his aura. Luffy cracked his knuckles. His forearms instantly turned pitch black, the dark sheen of armament hockey flowing over his skin like liquid metal, rippling with restrained power. Akainu watched the boy approach. The rage returned, hotter and fiercer than before. The sheer audacity of this rookie, this son of dragon, walking toward him as if he were an equal, ignited a fury that transcended duty. "You think you can challenge me, boy?" Akainu roared, stepping forward. His entire right side erupted into bubbling, volatile magma, ready to unleash a second, more devastating strike. "I will show you the difference between a pirate playing games and the absolute peak of justice." "You talk too much," Luffy stated coldly, not breaking his stride. They didn't say another word. With a simultaneous, explosive burst of speed, both men charged. The cobblestone beneath Luffy's feet shattered into dust as he launched himself forward, closing the distance instantly. The ground beneath Akainu melted into glass as he propelled himself to meet the pirate. They crossed the courtyard in a fraction of a second. Akainu drew his right arm back, unleashing a massive, concentrated hound of magma aimed directly at Luffy's chest. "Dark dog." Luffy didn't dodge. He drew his right fist back, focusing his willpower, condensing his haki until his fist felt like an infinitely dense mountain. Gomu Gomu no. Their fists met in the dead center of the battlefield. But they didn't touch. A clear, visible gap of empty air remained between Luffy's haki-coated knuckles and Akainu's magma fist. The two opposing forces of advanced emission haki clashed violently in the space between them, creating a barrier of pure willpower. KRAKOOOOOOOOOM. The collision was apocalyptic. A deafening, world-shattering roar echoed across Thriller Bark. The sky above them, previously covered in the eternal, dense fog of the Florian Triangle, violently tore open. A massive, perfect circle of clear blue sky was instantly revealed as the thick gray clouds were obliterated by the sheer kinetic force radiating from the impact. Thick, jagged bolts of black and red lightning violently exploded outward from the point of impact, arcing wildly across the courtyard and striking the ground with deafening cracks. The shockwave hit a second later. A hurricane of pure force blasted across the battlefield. The front rows of Marine infantrymen were literally lifted off their feet and blown backward like autumn leaves, screaming as they tumbled through the air. The massive pacifista cyborgs dug their heels into the melting stone, their internal gyroscopes screaming, as they fought to stay upright against the gale. Even the heavy marine galleons moored in the bay rocked violently, the frozen ocean cracking loudly under the sudden shift in atmospheric pressure. Akainu's eyes widened in absolute, unprecedented shock. The heat of his magma was being completely held back. The physical force of his strike was perfectly matched. He stared into the shadowed eyes of the rookie captain, seeing the fierce, unyielding will of a king pushing back against him, refusing to yield a single inch. Conqueror's Haki. Akainu realized, gritting his teeth, as the black lightning sparked around them, whipping his marine coat wildly. An advanced armament. In a matter of months. This isn't potential, this is realized power. But it wasn't just the Haki that frustrated the admiral. As Akainu stared into Luffy's eyes and felt the sheer, ridiculous, blunt force power pushing back against his magma, a horrific sense of déjà vu washed over him. This absurd, dense, knuckle-dragging blunt force. Akainu thought, a vein throbbing furiously on his forehead. It's the exact same way Garp punches. I absolutely hate this family. Akiji stood firmly in the freezing wind, his eyes wide, his hands entirely out of his pockets now. Nearby, Bartholomew Kuma remained completely silent. While the Marines around him panicked at the apocalyptic display of Haki, the massive warlord stood perfectly still. He slowly opened his worn Bible. He looked up at the sky, watching the clouds physically split in two under the sheer weight of the king's clash. He closed the book with a soft, deliberate thud. Kuma thought, his expression unreadable behind his spectacles. Your son has arrived. Luffy glared through the gap between their fists, the black and red lightning illuminating his fierce, unwavering grin. The true war had begun. Chapter 149, Thriller Bark 4055 words. The eastern coast of Thriller Bark ceased to be a simple rocky shoreline. In the span of a few heartbeats, it had been transformed into a catastrophic, elemental crucible. To the right, the very foundation of the island groaned as it was superheated. The cobblestones bubbled and melted into glowing, viscous pools of liquid glass and volcanic rock. To the left, the temperature plummeted so violently that the ambient moisture in the fog flash froze, coating the dead trees, and shattered tombstones in razor-sharp, jagged layers of permafrost. The deafening roar of cracking ice fought against the hissing, sputtering explosions of boiling magma, creating a localized weather system that tore the sky above them into a violent vortex of steam and lightning. At the very epicenter of the molten wasteland stood Monkey D., Luffy, and Admiral Sakazuki. The time for banter and baking jokes had evaporated. The air between them warped with blistering heat as Akainu took a heavy, deliberate step forward. You think you are ready for this sea, boy? Akainu sneered, his right arm turning entirely into bubbling magma. He threw a straight, blindingly fast magma punch aimed directly at Luffy's chest. Your bloodline is a disease. I will cauterize it here. Luffy didn't retreat. He didn't even blink. He planted his polished black shoes into the melting cobblestone, his right fist turning a deep, metallic black with armament Haki. He stepped into the strike, throwing a Haki-coated punch to meet the admiral's. The collision sounded like a blacksmith's hammer striking an anvil. Luffy's Haki acted as a perfect, invisible barrier. The shockwave blew the surrounding liquid rock away in a perfectly circular ripple. I don't care what you think, Luffy said, his eyes shadowed under his straw hat. He pushed back, breaking the clash and instantly throwing a rapid 1-2 combo. And your punches are too slow. Akainu parried the blows with his magma-coated forearms, though his eyes narrowed as he felt the sheer, unbelievable density behind the rookie's strikes. The boy wasn't just throwing rubber punches anymore, every hit carried the weight of a seasoned New World veteran. Arrogant brat. Akainu growled. He swung his leg, kicking a massive wave of molten rock straight at Luffy. Luffy flipped backward, dodging the splash of lava, but the ground beneath his landing spot was already turning to slag. The environment was aggressively turning against him. Every step Luffy took required a burst of Haki just to keep his shoes from melting to his feet. You can't dance forever, Akainu stated coldly. The magma on his arms flared hotter, turning from red to a blinding, volatile yellow. He was tired of testing the waters. It was time to escalate. Ryusei Kazan. Meteor volcano. Akainu roared, thrusting his magma-transformed arms toward the sky. Massive, building-sized fists of volcanic rock and molten lava erupted into the air, raining down upon the battlefield like an apocalyptic meteor shower. The sheer radiant heat of the attack scorched the oxygen from the air, threatening to incinerate anything within a 100-yard radius. "Then I won't dance," Luffy yelled back. He didn't use gear second for momentum. He relied entirely on the explosive, raw physical horsepower he had forged over 14 agonizing months in the time chamber. Gomu Gomu no Hawk Gatling. His fists turned a deep, metallic purple, coated in the invisible, flowing armor of Ryuo. He punched the sky. Thousands of hockey-infused strikes met the falling meteors of magma. Every time Luffy's fist connected with a meteor, the magma didn't burn him. The invisible barrier of his emission hockey struck the volcanic rock inches before physical contact, blowing the meteors apart from the inside out. Chunks of molten slag rained down harmlessly around him, deflected by the sheer, concussive force of his spirit. Akainu's eyes narrowed into slits of pure, hateful focus. He didn't wait for the meteor shower to end. He launched himself forward, surfing over a wave of his own lava, his right arm expanding into a concentrated, white-hot hound of magma. Dark Dog, Luffy met him head-on. He pulled his right arm back, focusing hockey into his fist. Their fists collided again. The shockwave blew the remaining meteors out of the sky. The sheer, overwhelming pressure of their clash cracked the bedrock of the island deep beneath the soil. Akainu pushed with the absolute, lethal heat of the highest offensive devil fruit in the world. Luffy pushed back with the unyielding, unbreakable will of a king. Neither man gave a single inch. 100 yards away, the frozen wasteland was equally chaotic. Admiral Akiji had manifested a solid, jagged sword of ice and ice saber. He moved with a lazy, flowing grace that completely belied his lethal intent. Zoro's Shusui met the ice saber. Frost immediately began to creep up the black blade, trying to reach Zoro's hands. Zoro grunted, forcing his armament hockey deeper into the steel to shatter the encroaching ice. "Heavy blows, Roronoa," Akiji murmured, his breath pluming in the freezing air. "But your footwork is getting sluggish. The cold seeps into the bones." Akiji was right. The ground beneath Zoro was a sheet of ultra-dense permafrost. Every step required extra energy to maintain balance. "Worry about your own bones, Popsicle." Sanji dropped from the sky above, his black shoe aiming directly for the back of Akiji's neck. Akiji lazily raised his free hand, generating a thick wall of ice. Sanji's normal kick shattered the ice wall into sparkling diamonds, forcing Akiji to slide backward to avoid the follow-up strike. The residual heat from Sanji's friction instantly thawed the ground around Zoro, turning the permafrost into a slushy, foggy puddle. "I had him, curlybrows," Zoro grumbled, shaking the moisture off his blade. "Your boots were freezing to the floor, you stupid mosshead," Sanji shot back, lighting his cigarette. "Try not to turn into a snowman before the main course is served." "Arara," Akiji sighed, a genuine note of caution in his voice as he watched the two pirates bicker effortlessly in the middle of a war zone. "A swordsman who can cut through frost, and a cook who burns hot enough to neutralize my chill. You two are quite the problematic pair. It seems basic ice won't cut it." Akiji exhaled a long, steady breath that instantly materialized into a cloud of sharp ice crystals. It was time to raise the stakes. "Ice block, partisan," Akiji murmured, his eyes turning sharp. For massive, jagged spears of ultra-dense ice materialized in the air around him. With a flick of his wrist, they shot forward with the speed and penetrating power of artillery shells. Zoro didn't even draw a third sword. He stepped forward, Shusui and Sandai Katetsu gleaming with dark purple hockey. "Too slow," Zoro grunted. He moved with the fluid, deadly grace of a master. "Nitoryu, Nijirai Maguma." Two-sword style, Bear Demon. Zoro swung his blades in a downward, crossing arc. The hockey lace slashes met the ice spears midair. The indestructible ice, capable of freezing a Sea King solid, shattered into perfectly symmetrical blocks before disintegrating into fine powder. But Aokiji was already moving. He materialized directly behind Zoro through the mist, his hand glowing with absolute zero cold, reaching for the swordsman's back. A blinding, white-hot blaze intercepted the admiral's hand. Sanji spun through the air, his right leg fully engulfed in the incandescent, blinding white flames of his newly mastered diable jam. He drove his heel directly into Aokiji's forearm. The heat was so intense, so hyperconcentrated, that Aokiji's arm hissed and sublimated into steam before he could even attempt to freeze the cook's leg. "Don't ignore the chef, Iceman," Sanji sneered, pushing off Aokiji's guard and unleashing a rapid barrage of flaming kicks. Flambéed shot. Aokiji shattered into a statue of ice, letting the kicks destroy his frozen decoy, only to reform a dozen feet away. He wiped a drop of melted water from his cheek. "It seems I can't just freeze this island and go home." "You aren't going anywhere," Zoro said, placing the hilt of Wado Ikimonji in his mouth. He crouched low, his demonic aura flaring to life. "Unless it's in pieces." Further down the shoreline, the battle had taken on a distinctly mechanical rhythm. 20 towering, silent pacifista cyborgs marched in perfect, terrifying synchronization. Their mouths opened simultaneously, yellow light gathering deep within their synthetic throats. Across from them, moving with sleek, fluid agility that defied their metallic nature, were the 20 units of the Iron Legion. Painted in striking red and gold, their arc reactors glowing a bright, unified blue. "House party protocol is active," Minnie Mary's voice echoed cheerfully from the internal speakers of all 20 Legionnaires simultaneously. "Targeting parameters locked. Engaging Kuma clones. Symmetrical warfare initiated." The pacifistas fired. 20 concentrated, explosive beams of Kizaru's light shot across the rocky terrain. The Iron Legion didn't rely on thick armor to tank the hits. They relied on superior processing speed and flight. The 20 drones launched into the air in perfect unison, their repulsor boots flaring. They wove through the grid of deadly yellow lasers with algorithmic precision, performing barrel rolls and sharp banks that the bulky pacifistas simply couldn't track fast enough. "Repulsors to maximum," Mary commanded. The Iron Legion descended like a flock of predatory birds. They landed among the pacifistas, instantly engaging in close-quarters combat. The pacifistas tried to swing their massive, bear-like paws, but the Stark Tech drones easily slipped under their guards. Bzzzt boom. One Iron Legionnaire drove its palm directly into the chest plate of a pacifista, and fired a point-blank repulsor blast. The concussive force, backed by the dense vibranium casing of the drone's arm, cracked the heavy pacifista armor, sending the giant cyborg stumbling backward. It was a flawless, chaotic dance of machines, a clash of the world government's ultimate weapons against the magician's automated army. Just behind the mechanical skirmish, the heavy thuds of the Vanguard's bruisers echoed over the gunfire. 3 veteran Marine Vice Admirals Dalmatian, Momonga, and Bastille charged forward, their swords drawn and their Rokushiki techniques fully activated. They were seasoned, deadly commanders of the Grand Line, moving at speeds that blurred the naked eye. They were met by a solid, unmoving wall of black suits and legendary strength. Dory, Oimo, and Kashiai stood shoulder to shoulder. Vice Admiral Momonga used Sora to appear directly above Dory, bringing his katana down with a fierce, hockey-infused slash. "You giants will fall here." Dory didn't even look up. He casually raised his vibranium URU alloy shield. Momonga's blade struck the shield. Instead of cutting through, the kinetic energy of the Vice Admiral's strike was instantly absorbed and violently reflected back up his own arms. Momonga gasped, his grip failing as his hands went completely numb, his sword nearly vibrating out of his grasp. "Geba Baba. A mosquito bite." Dory roared, swinging his URU metal sword in a wide, horizontal arc. Momonga desperately used Jeppo to kick off the air and retreat, barely avoiding being cleaved in half. "Don't give them room." Vice Admiral Bastille yelled, swinging his massive shark cleaver blade at Oimo. Oimo simply laughed. He didn't block. He swung his newly forged weapon, a massive, spiked URU metal mace, directly into Bastille's descending blade. The sheer, overwhelming physical strength of the Elbaf warrior, compounded by the heavy URU metal, shattered Bastille's legendary sword into dozens of pieces. Before Bastille could even process the loss of his weapon, Oimo delivered a brutal, hockey-laced backhand swing that launched the Vice Admiral across the battlefield like a skipped stone. These aren't normal giants. Vice Admiral Dalmatian snarled, shifting into his canine hybrid form. He used Sora to blur past Dory, aiming a lethal, hockey-infused claw strike at Kashiai's neck. Kashiai didn't flinch. He raised a massive, gleaming vibranium URU alloy shield identical to his captain's and blocked the strike perfectly. The kinetic force of the Vice Admiral's attack was absorbed instantly, leaving Dalmatian completely staggered. Kashiai laughed, swinging a heavy URU metal battle-axe that sent the stunned Vice Admiral crashing into a ruined wall. Their weapons, their speed, it's unnatural. Dalmatian gasped, pulling himself from the rubble. While the heavy hitters kept the admirals and vice admirals locked down, the main Marine infantry, thousands of armed soldiers and government agents attempted to flank the Straw Hat position and swarm the battlefield. They were met by the absolute worst crowd control duo on the sea. Nami stood atop a ruined stone pillar, her orange hair whipping in the chaotic wind of the elemental clashes around her. She didn't look scared. She looked annoyed. She twirled her climatact. "You guys are really ruining the mood today," Nami sighed. She gripped the center of the sleek blue staff. The climatact hummed with arcane energy. In a fraction of a second, the staff shot outward, expanding in size and length like the legendary weapon of the Monkey King. It grew 50 feet long and as thick as a tree trunk, slamming into the front line of the charging Marine infantry and sweeping dozens of them off their feet with incredible kinetic force. "What kind of weapon is that?" a Marine captain screamed, scrambling backward as the giant staff hovered in the air. "It does more than just grow," Nami smirked. She pressed a dial on the base. Elemental burst. The massive, elongated staff suddenly glowed white-hot. A localized, pitch-black thunderhead formed directly around the tip of the giant pole. Thunder Lance tempo. Nami swung the colossal staff downward. As the giant metal pole struck the ground, it conducted a massive, jagged bolt of blue lightning from the cloud directly into the earth. The electricity chained through the tightly packed ranks of the Marines, instantly electrocuting and neutralizing hundreds of soldiers in a single, devastating area of effect blast. They fell to the ground, twitching and smoking. Nami casually shrank the staff back to its normal size and rested it on her shoulder. "Push through the lightning. Get the navigator." A surviving Marine captain yelled, leading a squad of 50 men around the scorched earth. They didn't make it 5 feet. A tall, blue-haired man in a Hawaiian shirt and a Speedo stepped into their path. "You want to get to the lady." Frankie grinned, adjusting his sunglasses. The faint, mesmerizing silver sheen of vibranium nanites rippled just beneath the skin of his arms. "You gotta go through the Iron General first." The Marines raised their rifles. Bullets rained down on Frankie. He didn't dodge. The lead slugs hit his bare chest and instantly flattened against his skin, falling harmlessly to the ground. The vibranium nanites beneath his epidermis absorbed the kinetic impact flawlessly. Frankie didn't even flinch. He raised both of his normal-looking human arms. "Let's turn up the heat." He closed his eyes, visualizing the blueprints in his mind, channeling his inner generator Rex. SHSH Shing. In a fraction of a second, the liquid vibranium poured from his spatial pockets, instantly tearing away the flesh-toned disguise of his forearms. The nanites surged and cascaded, assembling into 2 colossal, engine-powered mechanical fists the size of small cars, complete with roaring exhaust pipes and spinning gears. Smack hands. Frankie slammed the giant mechanical fists into the ground. The vibranium absorbed the kinetic energy and expelled it outward in a massive shockwave that sent the entire platoon of Marines flying into the air. As they fell, Frankie fluidly shifted his stance. The nanites instantly dissolved the giant fists and reassembled on his shoulders, constructing a massive, dual-barreled plasma cannon powered directly by the blue arc reactor in his chest. Slam cannon. Frankie opened fire. It was a relentless, high-speed barrage of compressed, non-lethal concussive blue air bullets. The blasts hit the remaining Marine squad with the force of cannonballs, sending all 50 men flying backward through the air in a comical, synchronized arc. Frankie laughed boisterously, sweeping his weapon back and forth, effortlessly mowing down wave after wave of Marine infantry without breaking a sweat. High above the chaotic destruction of the shoreline, anchored a safe distance away from the freezing ice and boiling magma, was the primary Marine Command galleon. Standing on the pristine upper deck, far removed from the dirt and blood of the front lines, were 3 figures clad in immaculate white suits. Their faces were obscured by strange, unsettling masks, one resembling a smiling theater face, another a stoic owl, and the third a blank, featureless visage. The ultimate shield of the celestial dragons. They stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, looking down at the battlefield with cold, analytical detachment. The tactical reports were accurate, the agent in the owl mask noted, his voice modulated and devoid of inflection. The Straw Hat crew has experienced an unprecedented surge in combat efficacy. They are actively holding the line against 2 admirals and multiple vice-admirals. The giants are utilizing unidentified alloys, the smiling mask observed. And the cyborg's fluid weaponry defies all known designs from Vegapunk or the Karakuri Island archives. It is highly irregular. Irrelevant, the featureless mask stated flatly. The vanguard is merely a distraction. A holding force. They are intentionally drawing the heavy assets to the shoreline to protect the interior of the island. And the target, the owl mask asked. Nico Robin has not revealed herself, the featureless mask replied. She is likely hiding within the castle ruins, guarded by the remaining crew members. We will bide our time. Once the admirals break their front line, we will move in and secure the demon child. The agent turned his masked face slightly to the right. Standing perfectly still near the main mast of the galleon, holding a worn Bible in his massive, black-gloved hands, was Bartholomew Kuma. The warlord had not moved a single muscle since the battle began. He simply stood there, a silent, imposing monolith of compliance, awaiting his orders. Warlord, the featureless mask commanded, his tone sharp and authoritative. Kuma slowly shifted his gaze toward the CP-0 agent. He did not speak. The woman with the weather staff and the blue-haired cyborg are disrupting the infantry advance. The agent pointed a white-gloved finger down toward the battlefield. Your orders are to engage and remove them from the island. Send them somewhere they cannot interfere. Kuma looked down at the battlefield. He saw Nami laughing as she spun her expanding staff, calling down rain. He saw Frankie striking a ridiculous pose, firing concussive blasts from his mechanical cannons. They were full of life. They were protecting their captain. Kuma's face remained a completely unreadable mask behind his spectacles. He felt a profound, heavy sorrow in his chest, but he had a role to play. He could not blow his cover. Not while CP-0 was watching his every move. As you wish, Kuma rumbled, his voice deep and mechanical. He slowly raised his hands. He closed his Bible with a soft, final thud. He pulled off his right glove, revealing the strange, soft-looking paw pad embedded in his palm. In the blink of an eye, Kuma vanished from the deck of the galleon. He didn't use Soru. He used the absolute, terrifying speed of the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi, repelling himself through the air at the speed of light. Down on the battlefield, Nami had just finished sweeping away a group of sword-wielding Marines with her massive staff. She shrank the weapon down and wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead, smiling confidently. That's the last of the first wave. Nami called out to Frankie. The perimeter is secure. We just need to hold the line until Luffy finishes the magma guy. Super easy. Frankie laughed, dissolving his shoulder cannons back into his skin. They can't even scratch the paint on this vibranium chassis. Suddenly, the air pressure in front of Nami dropped. There was no sound of footsteps. There was no battle cry. A massive, towering shadow fell over the navigator. Nami froze. The confident smile vanished from her face, replaced instantly by a cold, paralyzing terror. She looked up. Bartholomew Kuma stood directly in front of her. He was impossibly large, blocking out the light of the elemental clashes around them. His blank, bespectacled eyes looked down at her with absolutely zero emotion. He teleported. Nami's mind raced, her newly trained observation hockey screaming at her a fraction of a second too late. I didn't even sense him. Frankie roared, his eyes widening in shock. He instantly shifted his arm back into a weapon, but he was 30 feet away. He was too slow. Kuma didn't speak. He simply raised his massive right hand. The strange, cute paw pad on his palm faced Nami's chest. She tried to bring her climb attack up to block, but her muscles felt like lead. The speed of the warlord was simply too overwhelming. The massive paw descended toward her in slow motion. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. The sound of displaced air whipped across the battlefield like a gunshot. The impact didn't hit Nami. She didn't go flying. Instead, a deafening, concussive shockwave of pure kinetic force exploded just inches from her face, blowing her hair violently backward. Nami opened her eyes, her breath catching in her throat. Kuma's massive, unstoppable paw pad was stopped dead in midair. It was caught, firmly and immovably, in the grip of a single, human-sized hand. Standing directly between Nami and the towering warlord, his back perfectly straight, was a man in an unbuttoned floral shirt and dark trousers. His silver-white hair blew wildly in the wind generated by the clash. Ben's right hand was coated in a dense, swirling mixture of pitch-black armament hockey. His boots were dug deep into the shattered cobblestone, completely halting the warlord's lightspeed rappel. Minnie Mary's voice cheered through the comms. Kuma's eyes widened slightly behind his spectacles. He looked down at the man who had just casually intercepted a blow that was supposed to repel anything in existence. Ben didn't look strained. He didn't look worried. He looked up at the towering warlord, a calm, dangerously cool smirk playing on his lips. "Sorry," Ben said, his voice smooth and carrying effortlessly over the din of war. Ben twisted his hips, his golden aura flaring brilliantly. He channeled the kinetic energy of Kuma's own strike, combined it with his monstrous physical strength, and drove his open left palm directly into the center of Kuma's massive chest. Not today. The impact sounded like a cannon firing inside a vault. Kuma's massive body was lifted completely off his feet. The warlord was launched backward, sliding across the ruined stone plaza for 50 yards, his heavy boots carving deep trenches into the earth before he finally managed to brace himself and stop his momentum. Kuma stood up, looking at the magician with a newfound wariness. Nami collapsed to her knees, gasping for air, her heart hammering against her ribs. "You're back. I told you I'd be quick," Ben smiled, adjusting his glasses as he turned to help her up. "Did you get it done?" Frankie asked, his nanites retracting safely. "Did you get the backup?" Ben dusted off his shirt, looking past Kuma, toward the shattered western wall of thriller bark in the distance. The fog there was beginning to clear, not from wind, but from the sheer, overwhelming presence of the people walking through it. "I didn't just get backup," Ben grinned, his golden eyes shining. "I brought an entire generation." From the shadows of the fog, heavy, confident footsteps echoed across the battlefield. Trafalgar Law stepped into the light, resting his nodachi lazily on his shoulder, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the chaos. Behind him, Basil Hawkins shuffled a deck of tarot cards without breaking stride. Scratchman Apo laughed his grating, musical laugh. Jewelry Bonnie cracked her knuckles, eyes locked fiercely on Kuma, and Capone Gang Beej puffed a thick cloud of cigar smoke into the air, his mafia subordinates loading their weapons. The Allied supernovas had arrived. The CP-0 agents on the galleon above froze. The Marines on the battlefield stared in absolute horror. Ben crossed his arms, standing at the forefront of the greatest pirate alliance the Grand Line had ever seen. "Now," Ben announced, looking up at the world government fleet. "Let's make this a fair fight." Chapter 150, Thriller Bark 4042 words. The eastern docks were a volatile canvas of ice, magma, and steel. The supernovas had just stepped out of the fog, presenting a united front alongside the Ben, sending a visible ripple of unease through the marine infantry. But Jewelry Bonnie didn't care about the Marines. She didn't care about the admirals, the alliances, or the tactical advantage. The moment her eyes locked onto the towering, silent figure of Bartholomew Kuma standing 50 yards away, her tough, foul-mouthed pirate persona completely shattered. She broke rank. Without a word of warning to Law, Beej, or even Ben, Bonnie launched herself forward. She sprinted across the cracked, ruined stone, completely ignoring the chaotic crossfire of the battlefield. Ben, who had just stepped back after repelling Kuma, noticed the sudden movement. His golden eyes tracked her immediately. Kuma followed Ben's gaze. The warlord's eyes locked onto the pink-haired woman sprinting desperately toward him. For the first time since he had arrived on Thriller Bark, the imposing, emotionless warlord physically froze. His massive frame locked up, a flicker of shock piercing through his heavily modified programming. Ben saw the hesitation. He saw the desperation in Bonnie's eyes. And he knew that if CP0 or the admirals saw the jewelry pirate captain interacting emotionally with the world government's ultimate weapon, both of them would be executed for treason before the day was over. Ben didn't hesitate. He raised his right hand and subtly waved his fingers. Spatial magic and advanced light refraction runes flared to life instantly. An invisible, hemispherical dome snapped into existence, perfectly encompassing Ben, Nami, Kuma, and the approaching Bonnie. To the rest of the world, to the CP0 agents watching from the galleon, and the Marines fighting on the ground, the reality of that specific 50-yard radius was instantly overwritten. What the outsiders saw was a fierce, high-speed battle. The illusion projected Ben, Nami, and Bonnie aggressively attacking the warlord with lightning and hockey-laced strikes, while Kuma fights back. Ben layered the dome with a static frequency that completely jammed any external hockey user's ability to sense the true life forces or emotions within the barrier. But inside the dome, the world was entirely different. The deafening roar of the war outside, the explosions of magma, the shattering of ice, the screams of the infantry vanished instantly, replaced by absolute, pin-drop silence. Bonnie didn't even notice the magical barrier forming around them. She reached Kuma, throwing her arms around the warlord's massive waist. She buried her face into his thick jacket. As she hugged him, the effects of her devil fruit rippled across her body. The tough, young adult pirate captain melted away, reverting instantly to her true form, a small, 10-year-old child. Bonnie sobbed, her small voice breaking the silence. She gripped his jacket tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Why didn't you write to me? You promised. You promised you would send letters." Kuma looked down at the small, sobbing child clinging to him. Slowly, carefully, Kuma fell to his knees. He dropped his massive, bear-like hands, gently cupping her small face. His thumb brushed the spot, just under her right eye where the deadly sapphire scales used to grow. Seeing her skin perfectly clear and healthy, a single, silent tear escaped his eye, sliding out from beneath his spectacles. "I'm sorry," Kuma rumbled, his deep voice thick with an emotion that hadn't been heard in years. He wrapped his arms around her, engulfing her in a protective embrace. "I'm so sorry, Bonnie." Nami, who was standing just a few feet away with her climatact raised, blinked in absolute confusion. The sudden shift from facing a terrifying, emotionless cyborg to watching a crying child hug him and call him Dad gave her severe whiplash. Nami whispered, lowering her staff slightly. She looked at Ben, completely lost. "What is going on?" "Stand down, Nami," Ben said softly, keeping his hands in his pockets. He stepped closer to her, keeping his voice at a low murmur. He was forced to become a government employee to pay for the cure for her terminal illness. He gave up his life, his freedom, and his humanity, just so she could live. Nami's breath hitched. Her eyes widened, instantly tearing up as the pieces fell into place. A sad understanding smile touched her lips. She remembered her own mother, Belmere, standing in front of Arlong, sacrificing her own life with a smile so that Nami and Nojiko could survive. A parent's sacrifice, Nami whispered softly, her grip relaxing on her weapon. I understand. You lied. Bonnie cried into Kuma's chest, refusing to let go. You left the Sorbet Kingdom, and you never wrote to me. You left me alone. I wrote to you, Kuma said gently, resting his large chin on the top of her pink hair. I wrote letters to you every single time I had the chance, my sweet Bonnie. I gave them to Alpha to deliver to you. Bonnie pulled back slightly, her tear-streaked face looking up at him in confusion and hurt. I never received any letters. Not a single one. She told me you forgot about me. Kuma froze. His eyes narrowed, a terrifying, quiet fury ignited deep within his chest, directed entirely at the world government agent who had deliberately isolated his daughter, and withheld his only connection to her. That is why I came out to the sea. Bonnie wiped her nose, her voice trembling. I escaped. I came to search for you. The people from the church, they became my pirate crew just to help me find you. Seeing her distress, Kuma pushed his anger down. To comfort her, he gently raised two massive fingers and tapped a familiar, rhythmic pattern against her small shoulder. Doom-da-da-da, doom-da-da-da. The rhythm of the sun god Nika. Bonnie instantly recognized the beat from her childhood. She smiled through her tears, knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that her real father was still in there. Kuma closed his eyes, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. You shouldn't have become a pirate, Bonnie. The sea is too dangerous for you. The world government. Ben stood silently, watching the reunion. He let the clock tick, giving them exactly 5 minutes of uninterrupted peace within the silent dome. He let Bonnie cry, and he let Kuma hold his daughter. It was a luxury neither of them had been afforded in years. When the 5 minutes were up, Ben slowly stepped forward, his boots clicking softly against the stone. It's a beautiful reunion, Ben said, his tone gentle but carrying a necessary weight. He looked directly at the warlord. But we are currently in the middle of a war zone. I need to know where you stand, Bartholomew Kuma. Are you still going to work for the world government after this? Kuma slowly opened his eyes, looking up at the magician. He didn't release his hold on his daughter. I have to, Kuma stated, his voice returning to its calm, stoic baseline. If I do not comply with the Pacifista project and my duties as a warlord, they will immediately come after Bonnie. They will execute her. Hearing that, Bonnie pulled back, smacking her small fists against Kuma's chest. I don't care. Bonnie scolded him, her voice rising. I don't want you to be their slave. I can take care of myself. I am sorry, Bonnie, Kuma said softly, gently catching her small hands in his massive paw. But this is the only way I can ensure you stay safe. My life is a small price to pay for yours. Ben sighed heavily. He had expected this stubbornness. Kuma was a martyr by nature. All right, Ben muttered. Let's bring in the boss. Ben reached up and tapped the black Kimoyo bead on his wrist. Mary, Ben commanded. Establish a connection. Call Dragon. Routing connection now, Papa, Mary's voice chirped softly from the bead. Encryption protocols active. A moment later, the Kimoyo bead emitted a bright, crisp beam of blue light. The light expanded in the empty air between Ben and Kuma, forming a high-definition, three-dimensional holographic projection. The face of Monkey D. Dragon materialized in the air. He looked exactly as imposing as ever, the dark red tattoo on his face stark against his serious expression, a heavy green cloak draped over his shoulders. He appeared to be standing in a dimly lit command room. Ben, Dragon's deep voice echoed from the hologram, a hint of surprise crossing his stoic features. This is unexpected. The Revolutionary Intelligence Network lost track of your crew's movements after Water 7. Where are you? Do you require assistance? We're currently in the Florian Triangle, Dragon-san. Ben greeted him with a polite nod, casually omitting the fact that they were in the middle of a catastrophic war with 2 admirals and an army. And no, we're doing fine. But I called because I have someone sitting right in front of me that I think you need to see. Dragon asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Ben stepped aside, gesturing toward the kneeling giant and the small girl. See for yourself. The holographic projector adjusted its focal lens, transmitting the image of the dome's interior back to Baltigo. When Dragon saw Bartholomew Kuma kneeling on the ground, holding a crying child, the leader of the Revolutionary Army completely froze. For a long, heavy second, the most wanted man in the world was entirely speechless. His eyes widened, the usual unshakable stoicism fracturing. Dragon breathed, his voice laced with genuine shock and a deep, underlying sorrow. What happened to you? Why did you join the world government? Why give yourself to the very people we swore to eradicate? Kuma looked at the hologram of his former leader. He lowered his head slightly in a gesture of respect. I did it for Bonnie, Kuma answered simply. Over the next 2 minutes, Kuma quickly and efficiently explained the ultimatum placed upon him by Saint Saturn. He explained Bonnie's sapphire scales disease, the deal with Vegapunk for the cure, and the unavoidable contract that required him to become a mindless cyborg and a dog of the military to pay for her life. Dragon listened in absolute silence. He didn't interrupt. He didn't overreact. When Kuma finished, Dragon simply nodded slowly, his eyes softening. I see, Dragon said quietly. He let out a breath he seemed to have been holding for years. I always had faith in you, Kuma. I told the commanders you wouldn't betray the Revolutionary Army without a reason. A father will go to great lengths for his daughter. I understand. Ben cleared his throat, stepping back into the hologram's view. Sorry to interrupt the emotional closure, Ben said, but we are on a ticking clock. I called because I hope you can take Kuma back into the Revolutionary Army today, Dragon-san. No, Kuma immediately refused, shaking his head. If I disappear, the world government will know I went rogue. They will immediately dispatch CP0 and the admirals to hunt Bonnie down. I cannot risk her life. I must return to them. You won't have to worry about her, Ben countered smoothly. He pointed a thumb at Bonnie. She is going to join our crew. She will sail under the Straw Hat flag. We can protect her. Kuma hesitated, looking at Ben, and then back at Dragon. Dragon-san, Ben prompted. Would you mind vouching for us? Assure him of how strong and resourceful we are. Dragon looked at his old friend. My son is the captain of that crew. But beyond that, Ben is a genius. His brilliance in engineering and tactical planning surpasses even Vegapunk. He possesses resources and technologies that the world government cannot even comprehend. If Bonnie is with them, she will be safer than she would be anywhere else in the world. Kuma looked at the hologram, processing the weight of Dragon's words. To hear Dragon elevate a pirate above Vegapunk was staggering. Kuma slowly turned his gaze to Ben, evaluating the magician, and then looked down at Bonnie. Bonnie, having wiped her tears, suddenly frowned. The pirate captain's pride flared back to life. She crossed her small arms and glared up at Ben. Hold on a second. Bonnie snapped. Who are you to decide that I'm joining your crew? I have my own crew. I'm the captain of the Bonnie Pirates. Kuma placed a gentle, massive hand on her shoulder. The people from the church, they only set sail to protect you. They will be overjoyed to know you are safe with a crew that can truly challenge the world. I will ensure they return to Sorbet Kingdom safely and are well cared for. Bonnie hesitated, her loyalty to her friends warring with her father's reassurance. Ben didn't argue. He didn't try to reason with her. He simply reached into his coat and casually tossed a small, unassuming leather pouch toward her. Bonnie's pirate instincts kicked in. She caught the pouch midair, looking at it suspiciously. What is this? Reach your hand inside, Ben instructed calmly. Think of the exact food you want to eat right now. And pull it out. Bonnie raised an eyebrow. Skeptical, she closed her eyes, reached her small hand into the leather pouch, and thought of her absolute favorite food. She pulled her hand out. Resting in her palm, steaming hot, perfectly baked and dripping with melted cheese, was a massive, gourmet margarita pizza. Bonnie's jaw hit the floor. Her eyes bugged out of her head. Bonnie gasped, sniffing the pizza. It smelled heavenly. That is an enchanted spatial pouch, Ben explained, adjusting his glasses. It can produce an unlimited amount of perfectly cooked, gourmet food, anywhere, anytime. Whatever you want. Kuma, seeing the massive, greasy pizza in his 10-year-old daughter's hand, instantly dropped his stoic warlord persona. His fatherly panic overrode everything else. Magician, Kuma said, a tone of deep, genuine concern entering his voice as he looked at Ben. She is a growing girl. She needs a balanced diet. Does that pouch produce vegetables? Bonnie scowled, aggressively biting into the pizza. I'm a pirate captain, Dad. I eat what I want. Nami covered her mouth, trying not to laugh at the bizarrely domestic argument happening in the middle of an war zone. Ben leaned forward slightly, offering a businesslike smile. Do you want to join my crew? Bonnie stared at the pizza. Then she stared at Ben. Then she stared back at the pizza. She was physically trembling. A brutal, agonizing internal war was raging behind her eyes. On one hand, she had her pride, her independence, and her crew of loyal church friends. On the other hand, infinite, instantly accessible, gourmet pizza. Nami burst into a warm, genuine smile. The sheer, desperate look of conflict on Bonnie's face was identical to the look Luffy got whenever he was forced to choose between One Piece and a banquet. Ben, seeing her struggle, decided to drop the final, absolute hammer. Right now your father is half robot, Ben said, his voice turning deadly serious. If you agree to join us and trust me, I will turn him back into a 100% flesh and blood human again. No cybernetics. No programming. Bonnie didn't even hesitate. She shoved the entire remaining pizza into her mouth in one bite, swallowed it whole, and saluted Ben. I will join your crew, Bonnie said instantly. Kuma's eyes widened in absolute shock. He looked at Ben, his mind failing to compute the statement. That is impossible, Kuma said, his voice entirely devoid of its usual calm. Vegapunk himself told me the process is irreversible. The brain modifications, the loss of humanity, he said I will never be a human again after the final surgery. Vegapunk is a brilliant scientist, Ben said calmly. But he relies entirely on science. He doesn't know magic. Leave the restoration to me, Kuma-san. When the time is right, I will give you your body and your life back. Kuma stared at the silver-haired man. For the first time in years, a genuine spark of hope ignited in the warlord's chest. Ben looked back at the hologram. So, Dragon-san. If I fix him, will you be taking him back? Dragon offered a rare, genuine smile. The Revolutionary Army will always welcome you back, Kuma. Your seat at the table has been waiting for you. Kuma smiled softly, a tear finally escaping his eye. I will come back. Glad to have you back, my friend, Dragon said. Goodbye, Dragon-san. We have a war to finish, Ben said, tapping his Kimoyo bead and cutting the connection, where Dragon had a confused expression when he heard the word war. The hologram vanished, returning the dome to silence. Ben walked over to Kuma. He reached into his spatial storage and pulled out a simple, elegant silver chain. Hanging from the chain was a triangular pendant with a circle, and a line inside it the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Take this, Ben said, handing the necklace to Kuma. Keep it hidden on your person. It is enchanted. It will allow me to track your exact location and communicate with you directly, bypassing any world government surveillance. When this war is over and the time is right, I will use this to find you. Kuma took the necklace reverently, clutching the small silver pendant in his massive paw. He nodded. Thank you, Ben. For now, you have to keep up appearances, Ben instructed. You must continue fighting on the world government side today. You have to make it look real. If they suspect you are compromised, things will get complicated. Understood, Kuma said, slipping the necklace into an internal compartment beneath his jacket. Ben turned to look at Nami and Bonnie. I'm dropping the illusion dome now. You need to remember that we are currently in the middle of a massive battlefield. Nami blinked, suddenly remembering the apocalyptic clashes she had been watching just 5 minutes ago. The emotional reunion had been so intense, she had completely forgotten about the admirals. Nami gripped her Climattact, her battle focus returning. I will drop the barrier simultaneously with a physical strike, Ben explained to Kuma. I'm going to punch you. Brace for impact. I need to launch you back toward the world government galleon so it looks like we overpowered you. Kuma stood up to his full, towering height. He braced his legs, crossing his massive arms over his chest. I am ready. Bonnie sniffled one last time. She focused her devil fruit powers and in a blink, the crying child vanished, replaced once again by the tough, fierce, young adult pirate captain. She drew a pistol from her hip, aiming it at her father with a heavy heart but a determined mind. We will talk about the crew details after the fight, Bonnie, Ben said, his fists turning pitch black with armament hockey. Just don't hit him too hard. Bonnie ordered. Ben smiled. I never do. Ben pulled his right arm back. The golden energy surged into his muscles. He didn't hold back the visual effects, but he carefully modulated the actual force. He struck Kuma perfectly in the center of his crossed arms. Ruler's impact. The exact microsecond Ben's fist connected, he deactivated the illusion dome. To the outside world, the visual feed seamlessly transitioned. The CP-0 agents and the Marines simply saw the magician finally land a devastating, glowing strike on the warlord after a fierce, 5-minute melee. The concussive shockwave blasted outward. Kuma was launched into the air like a cannonball, flying backward over the ruined battlefield, soaring over the heads of the fighting supernovas and Marines, crashing violently into the thick wooden hull of the world government galleon in the bay. The battlefield roared back to life in their ears. To the east, Luffy and Akainu were locked in a terrifying, earth-shattering brawl. To the north, Zoro and Sanji were a blur of green slashes and white fire, aggressively pushing back Akiji's encroaching ice age. And directly in front of Ben, the supernovas were launching their counteroffensive, tearing into the Marine infantry alongside Frankie and the Iron Legion. Ben adjusted his glasses, looking at Nami and Bonnie. All right, ladies, Ben grinned, the thrill of the battle catching up to him. Let's go win a war. On the shattered deck of the world government galleon, Kuma slowly pulled himself out of the splintered wood. He dusted off his jacket, completely unhurt. Ben had perfectly modulated the kinetic force to look devastating while dealing 0 actual damage. High above him, standing safely on the mast of the ship, the CP-0 agent in the featureless mask pulled out a golden den mushi. The warlord has been overpowered, the agent reported coldly into the receiver. The supernovas have formed a temporary alliance with the Straw Hats. The situation has escalated beyond acceptable parameters. Understood, Saint Saturn's cold, detached voice replied over the secure line. We will send the appropriate backup. A few minutes later, in the sprawling, high-ceilinged office of the fleet admiral at Marineford, the secure den mushi rang. Sengoku picked up the receiver. He listened to the orders from the 5 elders in absolute silence. Send Kizaru immediately, Saturn commanded. Followed by a buster call-level fleet. Do not let the Mugiwara escape the Florian Triangle. Understood, Sengoku nodded, his face grim. He hung up the receiver. He looked across the room. Admiral Borsellino Kizaru was lounging comfortably on a yellow couch, lazily clipping his fingernails. You heard them, Borsellino, Sengoku said heavily. Go to Thriller Bark as fast as possible. I am deploying a fleet to follow you. Moshi Mosh. Kizaru sighed lazily, standing up and casually brushing off his yellow-striped suit. Such scary rookies these days, making an old man work overtime. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small piece of paper, a vivre card belonging to Admiral Akiji, who was already at the island. In a flash of blinding, brilliant yellow light, Kizaru vanished through the open office window, rocketing across the ocean toward the Florian Triangle at the literal speed of light. Sengoku picked up his standard den mushi. Prepare 6 galleons and 3 vice-admirals for immediate departure. After the call disconnected, Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a massive migraine building behind his eyes. He looked over at the other couch in the room. Vice Admiral Garp was sitting there, his feet propped up on a coffee table, casually munching on crackers from a small leather pouch Ben had given him back in Water 7. Sorry, Garp, Sengoku said, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. It is not in my hands now. It is a direct order from above. They are not holding back. Your grandson's luck has run out. Garp didn't look worried. He didn't even stop chewing. He just looked at his old friend and held the small leather pouch out toward the fleet admiral. Want a cracker, Sengoku? Garp offered cheerfully. They're fresh. Sengoku, entirely exhausted by Garp's absolute nonchalance in the face of his grandson's impending doom, sighed in defeat. He needed a snack. Sengoku reached his hand into the pouch and pulled out a cracker. What the fleet admiral didn't know was that the magical pouch produced whatever the holder subconsciously desired, or in this case, whatever Garp vividly imagined as he held it out. As Sengoku reached in, Garp had thought of the spiciest, most brutal, weapon-grade chili pepper cracker in existence. Sengoku popped the cracker into his mouth and bit down. His eyes bulged out of his skull. His face turned a vibrant, violent shade of crimson. Thick, gray steam literally whistled out of his ears like a boiling kettle. Wah-wah-af. Sengoku screamed, breathing actual fire across his desk, incinerating his paperwork. Garp, you idiot. Bwahahaha. Garp roared with laughter, grabbing his magical pouch and sprinting out the office door as fast as his legs could carry him. Get back here. Sengoku chased him down the hallway, screaming and gasping for milk, leaving the tension of the impending war momentarily forgotten in the wake of the old marine's antics. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.